Exhausted, crackled earth burned by the merciless sun hides the mysterious traces of the missing creatures that have once wandered here. Against the backdrop of the endless desert, the young rider dreaming of a lifeless landscape. The atmosphere of antiquity prevails in the air, as if it comes to life for a forgotten time. Hence his path. The prologue has informed us that it has been over 1,000 years since. After the merger of the Central Plains, a whole 1,000 years have passed. During this period, the iron domination of the Emperor, endowed with supernatural abilities and knowledge of martial arts, was as rapidly scattered into the particles as it flew to the top. During this period, heroes of rest, as well as prominent masters of martial arts, appeared, and righteous warriors who could not demolish the wick of injustice, and instead of conquering tyranny. Numerous willing power served the empires faithfully, turning into its devoted dogs. In those days, simple people, peasants, plunged into the depth of boundless despair. And it was when people, after all, were abandoned with their relentless fate, and realized that they were destined to live the rest of their days in this wicked hell. The discovery of a new continent was a fresh breath of hope for them. The path was not easy there. It was possible to overcome the endless expanses of the ocean on the ship. The city, wrapped in wide forests and prolifications of endless plains, through the majestic mountains and steep valleys. The endless expanses, where the harsh deserts borders with calm rivers, stretched before their eyes. Terrains where extraordinary prospects have unfolded, and a whole army of oppressed peasants, secret masters of martial arts, descendants of ancient royal dynasties, who have long been considered to be missing, dangerous criminals and even insane, who were delving into dark demonic practices. Various representatives of society moved through the ocean, everyone with their own purpose. A variety of beliefs and beliefs, selfishness, greed, and desire for higher goods. All this has become a source of wars, where everyone tried to break the ambitions of others, using all possible intrigues, pushing chaos to the heyday to create a new combat kingdom. When the oppression of the empire disappeared, the martyrs of martial arts ignited fire in the hearts, joining the battle for their beliefs. After the millennium, the sparks of the new combat kingdom were restored, and even the efforts of the emperor himself and his army may not be enough to extinguish them. All this was recorded in a curved book, which was held by a young master. From the flipping through the pages of past events, he realized how long it all happened. However, casting a sight, he notices that a mad chaos is reflected in the body of the dead. Being the manuscripts of some ominous author, for the young owner the ideal world began to lie in a soft bed, gradually snacking and enthusiastically plunging into reading stories about martial arts. Considering the fell, the young man delved into reflection. Once the dynasty Hanbanan was allocated for only 500 years, but the empire stood more than 1,000, all thanks to the ominous martial arts of the Kingdom of Martial Arts. And he thought, why does the author in general decorate this reality in his works? But the writer was indifferent. He stretched on the ground, and it was no longer worried. The owner in the prime of years decided to get up and inspect the surrounding spaces. It was not the end. Many courageous warriors died on this field of battle. Going past the caravan, he noted that many of the travelers had no longer had the strength to tell what had happened to them. Raven flies were already flying on their remains. Meanwhile, the young owner confidently traveled to one of the chariots. Relying on empty luggage and the absence of corpses of horses, we can assume that ordinary robbers were wreck here. Everything valuable from this caravan was in their hands. However, it was one of these chests that attracted the attention of the young owner. She hid several valuable finds. The box had children's things that testified to the presence of a baby in this caravan. He raises these clothes with a slight shade of pity. It is clear that in this ruthless world it will either turn it into a product for sale, or grow a real criminal from it. But what does he stay? His faithful horse approaches him, and he slowly puts on his head. Preparing for an inevitable journey, he rises to his faithful jump. The look slides on the horizon, where its dreamy goal unfolds. Induces the horse with a blow, seeking to move it from the place. The horse greedily absorbs the hot air of an infinite desert. And here the young owner again moves on the road, continuing his journey. Riding on a horse that rushes through the loose sands, he murmurs under the nose of his favorite melody. It is the only comfort in this cruel world, in this rigid land where cold causes people to survive a constant struggle for a living. This manga is called On Western Murim. We begin with the first section. In the dry air which pierces the western city, there are many unsolved secrets. The streets were plunged into silence, and only the remote noise of the bar comes to you. The noise of the city residents who are entertained by playing in this institution. They cannot restrain their tongue. Rumors that they are going on here. Horrific fights and robbery have become a common matter. The discussion today is the trick that Caravan Mansok has been attacked and was robbed. It seemed incredible, because numerous guards could not do anything. Only one of them managed to return. The warriors were fierce on this ill-fated combat union, which seems to be only beating. The chaos sowing freely travel the world, and no one hinders them. Both in the village and beyond it, it is shining from thieves. One of the visitors to bar noted that the man probably had a tongue to do, and it would be worth reassuring him. Otherwise, if others hear, it can lead to trouble. However, the man noted that let them listen if they wish. People turn away from dirt, not because of fear, but because of its disgust. And although his words sounded boldly, it is easier to release the tongue in a bar than tell them in their eye. At this point, the young owner confidently comes to the bar. When the door opens, the wind inhales. People looked at him as if he were an alien from distant lands, and the stranger in their territory is always a threat. Hardly the young master stepped on the threshold, as silence reigned. In all, he intended to find out if there was an opportunity to find a free space to sit. The waiter, wiping his hands, smiled warmly to the guest, and suggested to sit where he would be most comfortable. The young man walked past the tables, and everyone around him paid attention. He felt as if he were shifting through X-rays. The waiter advised the guest not to pay attention to curious views, because the residents of the town are not used to strangers, because new faces rarely appear in their area, and recently there is an alarming atmosphere. However, the waiter decided to find out why this unusual guest came to them and what he wanted to taste. The guy ordered everything you can cook. The waiter noticed that he probably was very hungry and suggested that he prepare him a bowl of noodles. So now it is only looking forward to. The stranger asked the waiter whether this institution was attended by someone except him. Suddenly, their conversation violates the exclamation of a man from the next table. Damn! In the background, you can see how men are busy playing, and one of them tries to trick. When everyone was focusing on the events, it became clear that there were their own clarification of relationships. The young owner slowly enjoyed his drink, watching the icy look around everything. The kulak struck one of the participants hinted that one of the attendees was commented. He angrily lifts his voice, accusing this son of a dog of trying to circle everyone around his finger. The man, by scratching his ear, refuses to admit his guilt. How can it be accused of fraud, although he is not able to play? Indeed, this man wins all day, while his opponent is not happy. However, the winner claims that the opponent is just a failure who does not know how to play. It is a hint that everyone is playing, and it will invariably be defeated, and because of that, it is upset. The young owner, watching the stage at the next table, notes with interest. Finally, his vision caught the tricky prodigy that he so desperately sought. People enter into conflict, sharing charges of fraud, and deny it, because there is no evidence. The man insists that without any evidence, it is impossible to blame him of fraud. He may say that his opponent just has some problems with understanding. Hearing the abusive words in his address, the man could not stand and pushed it. He tried to be careful all the time to treat him, but this scoundrel was incredibly annoyed. If he is against it, let him try to go out each one. He can declare himself a fool only by allowing this fraud to play. As he began to reduce his fists, a stranger from the hall approached him and said, "Hi, Jian Guian?" These words scared him. Jian Guian, somewhat confused, asks him to move away, because he obviously does not notice that he is now busy. However, the young owner firmly states that he finally discovered him. At this time, Jian Guian realizes who stands before him. They find Zhang Qian, and the screening quickly fills his heart. The person who planned to cut the fraudster is aware that it is probably worth postponing this conversation for later, because now is it time to deal with urgent issues. Zhang Tian casts his gaze on the interlocutor and states that he has no claim to him, so he advises him to squeeze. Jian Guian was shocked to the heart when this person suddenly appeared in this place. Zhang Tian is questioned by the guy how the last 2 months have passed for him. The guy replies that he is in good health, and instead asks about Zhang's brother. How does he do? Zhang Tian, rubbing his palm, confesses that things do not have in his favor. However, he notices that Jian Guian is all going well, and with him and his team. Jian Guan realizes that this young man, most likely, has already come to his comrades. Zhang Tian reports that he is the only one who is left throughout the group. Jian Guan, restlessly waving his hands, assures that in no way he had incited them to this risky step. He was quite aware that the deception of the martial arts master was a deadly trap. Jian was well aware of the consequences of such an act, because it meant relentless death. Zhang Tsana seems to be deceived, because, understanding the possible consequences, he still dreamed of this step. Awareness of the consequences of their actions only enhances Yantnerhood. Excitement encompasses it even more. Having realized the inevitability of events, he rushed out of there as a whirlwind. The young owner, realizing that the situation is unfolding as usual, only sighs, grasping the brawler Jian Guan by her hair, showing great strength. With force, he draws it back, stopping trying to escape. The young gentleman powerfully mowed Jian Guan's face to the next table. Everyone around is aware that the situation has become serious. And here is a mysterious stranger who suddenly appeared in their bar, demonstrates impressive power. Jian Guan, putting his head on the table, assures everyone that his hands are clean. In the end, it was he who remained until the finale, until he was pulled out of all the money to the last coin. He is feverishly looking for a way to turn out of a difficult situation. Telling that they did not plan to detain him, if he decided to leave the game, they were asked to show mercy and be a little more indulgent in him. Zhang Tian raises the chip and demonstrates Jian Guan, exposing him in fraud while playing. The players around are amazed and embarrassed to the edge. Zhang Tian asks Jian Guan where his money went. Jian Guan, putting his head on the table, confesses that he spent all the money to cover the debt to the alliance. In the look of the young owner, the fire of hatred resurrects. He asks the question, why it was done, because it is meaningless. He paid for his search. What were the other variants of John? After all, the local branch of the alliance is here, and it must at least be able to visit the tavern in order to have a snack. Later, Zhang Tian spends it from the bar, grazing him for his clothes. He looks into his eyes and firmly states that in such circumstances he has no money for Zhang San. However, thanks to the last gain, it has a little money that can be spent. Zhang Tian looked around the environment, trying to evaluate the situation. Realizing the ruthlessness of hopelessness, he strongly pushes him away, leaving him in uncertainty, shyly lowered to the floor. Some from the crowd attempts to stop Zhang Tian, telling Jian Guan emphasized that he received this money through Tricky, and therefore they rightly belong to him. Zhang Tian casts his gaze on him and answered calmly that this question has nothing to do with him, and that in the future he will be able to return his money from Jian Guan. This man is ignited by fury, and Zhang's words for him is a blank sound. Without enduring, he is inflamed with hatred, and with a cry rushes to him, expressing doubts about his understanding. Zhang Tian lightly intercepts his hand, which rapidly rushed in his direction, and forces this man to fall into the ground. His face crashes into the floor with force. The bar has a real stir. One of the warriors thinks that Zhang has crossed all boundaries. Despite the fact that he struck with all his strength, the effort turned out to be in vain. However, the young owner responds lightly and instantly leads him to his senses. The one who dares to intervene in the fight will receive the proper payment. He grabs them for clothes and dramatically attracts, forcing them to face their foreheads with each other. After this devastating stroke, they lose control of themselves. Other guests understand that you should not interfere with this fight. Jian Guan, feeling all the greatness of this powerful presence, cannot pronounce a word. Zhang Tian turns his head and looks carefully at the face of his victim. As he approached him, Jian was not able to say a single word. Zhang Tian looks intently into his eyes and asks if it seems insufficient, adding that nothing else can offer. And here again, their conversation unpredictably interrupts the intervention of a stranger. The bleeding nose does not interfere with his face to point his finger at the brave man who dared to hit him, and to declare his fate with the fury that his fate is now solved. He is a net. Zhang Tian apologizes for the blow, but notes that he was defeated, which cost him more than just a trifle. At that moment, the man rapidly falls out of the building. Zhang Tian cannot understand that this guy is not so aware that his name is Jin Yang Suk. The young owner has only one question for this scoundrel. What plans do we have in such a difficult situation? After all, he must repay the debt under all circumstances. If he continues to evade, the young owner will not hesitate to break his dantian and make it swallow. Yang notices a positive aspect that it has a little energy of qi. However, the young owner does not pay attention to jokes and looks straight into his eyes with a cold look. It causes deep reflections in January. At the moment when his fist appears in front of his face, it becomes clear that the situation is taking unpleasant turnover. He begs him to give him a little space, because there is some money in his pocket. Starting to find them, it becomes even more nervous. This is indeed its only value, a ring of jade. He found this item in New Sichuan. This is true jade. So, finding the right buyer, you can get a good amount. He then addresses Zhang's brother to question whether that will be enough. Zhang's hands are already cozy with a jade ring. Having realized the value, he accepts it as a reward. However, the situation is complicated. He suddenly returns and his gaze opens. There were several hostile persons in his way. These people did not just appear here. They were brought by the insidious Hunger Yang Suk. Despite the presence of these scoundrels, Zhang already turns to the waiter, trying to find out where, finally, his bowl with noodles, because he feels extremely hungry. An unexpected silence reigned at the bar soon. The table was already flashing on the table, filling the air with its fragrant aroma. Zhang Tian met a man who sacrificed everyone who had to pay off his debts. He noted that the moment was not chosen to eat the noodles. He added that it would be much better if they were not delayed here as soon as possible. Zhang Tian, despite this, calmly eaten his shoulders. His friend explained that he warns not because of his personal dislike, but because the victim whose nose was broken. It was not necessary to touch him, but the young master seemed to not pay attention to these reservations. The only thing Zhang Tian wanted from his interlocutor was that he speaks continuously. He told him that Jan Suk may not seem too smart, but no one touches him, because, he is rumored, his older brother is a recognized martial art master. Zhang Tian was fearless because he had a high level of martial arts. His friend was fully aware of this circumstance, because who could not hear about the young Mr. Zhang Tsani from the Amju picturesque valley? No one guessed that he wore the weapon he was a real sword until he got it from the vagina. So, what's the matter with this fool? Instead of swinging around, it would be better to come and say everything right in the face. A friend confessed that true troubles come from the brother of that fool, because Chang Suk belongs to the influential Kader clan of the Hao sect. The young owner engulfed curiosity. For what purpose does the Hao sect travel the lands of the Alliance? Having realized the interest of his interlocutor, Guian invited several silver coins as a reward for the information provided. Zhang Tian stated that for him the most valuable silver coin is a slap. Guian, being a person of a cunning good fortune, asked his friend to reduce his fist. It was evident that the character of his interlocutor was not the best. He promised to share everyone, not demanding anything. There are rumors that the leaders of the Hao sect and the Alliance have some connections. While they behave peacefully, the Alliance does not pay attention to them. But Chan Suk stands at the head of this group. Zhang Tian could not understand why Gwen then decided to attract their younger brother. But this was an explanation. He was aware that it was important to maintain cold-bloodedness. And the fact that they paid for this broken boy's nose is a completely different story. Despite this, the young owner realizes that in the past, the Alliance has acted much more efficiently than today. Gwen agreed that the locals have the same thoughts, but they were forced to silence it, living in constant tension and fear. The warriors at the neighboring table carefully watched the young owner and his companion without hiding their suspicions. They constantly cast their eyes, and our hero saw it well. And Guian was aware that their reputation is now low, and circumstances leave much to be desired. They were escorted by wary views on all sides. It was obvious that something was rising. All this mess because of a stranger who came and raised a stir. Gradually moving forward, people were aware that this place could be a source of serious trouble. It was important to beware of the scoundrels that lay in this bar. The owner of this institution approached the young owner, and he sharply threw his money for noodles on the table. He is not going to put up with this chaos, so he returns money for soup with noodles and accommodation, and it insists that you immediately leave his hotel. Gwen smiled cunningly and said that they were approaching now, because if people from the Cadaver clan arrive, then it would be extremely difficult to get out of here. Zhang Chen finished absorbing the ramen, despite all the difficulties. He did not worry about the thoughts of either the owner or his interlocutor. His spotting brought everyone to the rabies. His loud soup brought everyone to the rabies. And so when he finally finished his dinner, he loudly burst into their direction. He believed that everything would work out as best as possible, and began to blend food stuck between teeth. However, his companion was aware of the grand scale of the Imperial Army, and the Cadaver clan numbered more than 24 people. How did he plan to cope with them? Guian in every way persuaded his friend to leave him from this institution. Otherwise, he would have to go alone. Zhang Tian easily poured himself a little alcohol, lost, and told a friend to go away and not raise noise, because time was almost night. Suddenly behind them there is a human figure that is visible at dusk. This indicates that the escape is already sensitive. But this person's voice is extremely strong. It was noticeable that he was extremely decisive. He instantly identified the same abomination who broke his nose, his brother. Like a rat, he pointed his finger on those who offended him, and pleaded with his brother Han Nome to punish these scums for theft. Han Non looked at his brother, not understanding. How so was he robbed? But he emphasized that these guys are real fraudsters, and the money they have, only a small part of what they actually appropriated. Han Non waved his hand, acknowledging that his brother with a broken nose is a hopeless, pathetic creature. When he approached these young men, he immediately caught that they were not local. He asked if they understood what the consequences could have rested if they continued to wander through the village. The owner of the establishment approached Khan Nima, sincerely apologized, but refused to spend money on new tables. The man looked at him with a look capable of breaking the building to the ground alone with visual contact. And then the owner realized that his words and actions were inappropriate. He departed from this place, sincerely hoping that his bar would remain unharmed. Guillen was agitated, rose sharply to make a noise, but his friend strictly forced him to sit down again, assuring that only in this way he would be able to save his life. How can he stay calm when such events are drawn around? Warriors gradually came to the stage from all sides. They came not with empty hands, but with weapons in their power. It was obvious that these healthy guys came here not to play baseball. They came here so that someone would be well. Guillen had the feeling that he seemed to have nothing to do with it, but would be beaten to death here. Chan-suk turned to the aliens as friends and sought to know them closer. But at the same time he was ashamed to admit that he was engaged in solving such a problem in this village. Silence prevailed in this place, and all this time he was spending on idleness, because there was little business. Today, he realized that his life was filled with new responsibilities, one of which was the restoration of justice by punishing the villains. Zhang Tian did not notice how someone's shadow covered the sun. Even Chan felt a powerful aura from this person who did not take care of his appeal. Having presented, Guillen tried to solve this misunderstanding, seeking to find a way to settle the situation. Explaining that he had recently arrived in the city, he confessed that he had heard a lot of stories about a sense of justice of the person now before him, and now he sees that all rumors about her righteousness are true. He noted that their meeting was not a coincidence, but part of its purpose and destiny, and so he introduced the audience to the person who did not show any signs of attention. It was Zhang Tian, who recently came here. Chan slightly pointed his finger on this deceiver. Then he asked his brother to question whether he was not deceiving. If he realized everything correctly, then the one who was on the left, a bully. These traffic jams unexpectedly heated to our peaceful town of KU and ruthlessly deceived the defenseless residents. And when the brother expressed their dissatisfaction with them, they responded by blows. They are far from ordinary hooligans, he said. Avat cannot simply ignore this, no matter how he tried. He is not able to. He will lead them to the alliance of warriors. If they do not resist, it will have a positive effect on their well-being. Hearing these words, the young master did not hold his smiles on his face. He cannot understand why they do not admit that they plan to kill them immediately. Chan reveals his views. He is honest and just, would never commit murder in the middle of the hotel. However, what happened to his brother's face is a real challenge for him, and he swears that the culprit will not leave the city without consequences. He intends at least to break the limbs, and if it is not scared, then ready to apply more radical methods. Realizing what was happening, Gaina shone with fear, and his face faded. The warriors let a laugh, hearing these words. The young owner Zhang felt the poverty line in these words. If someone retains such peace in a similar situation, does the opponent be alert and think that this stranger has some unusual rice? Perhaps this mysterious person is a warrior of the Imperial Army? But Chan seems to be concerned about such little things. When Chan looked into his eyes, he was covered with unspeakable fear. He asked Zhang if he was serving in the Imperial Army. Looking at him for the second time and not immediately recognized, the man bowed his head to acknowledge his mistake. However, Zhang never admitted that he was part of the Imperial Army. It sounded as if he perceived a valiant warrior for ignorance. Did you seriously decide to joke with me? Then you definitely have no equal in your arrogance, said his indignation. Zhang reacted instantly, catching the opponent into the trap, and sending all his power, flew into the air. Mr. Chan hit all his strength directly into the jaw. He flew in the direction of his army, leaving the chaos. Watching the consequences of destruction, Zhang thought about what happened. Their leader, filled with blood, destroys everything around, with a roar falling on the table. From only one blow, their leader fainted and lay still, as if inanimate. His broken teeth lay on the floor, splashed, and his eyes rolled. At that moment, the fear of the army which he brought with him. The events were so that the situation came out of control, and the consequences exceeded all ideas. For example, Gaina nearly squeezed fainting. A young master with an equidious smile asked, "There is no one who resists but the warriors of the Imperial Army in this place?" Hearing this, one of the attendees announced the order to eliminate the scoundrel. Grabbing the sticks, they were convinced that they could instantly overcome it. Declaring that he will now put an end to the life of this brave man, one of them swung his stick. For Zhang, it looked like just a clumsy disturbance. This is just a common gang without any noticeable abilities, which are dignity to meet his powerful blow. Turning them into a boxing pair, he skillfully honed his blows. No matter how much they appear, it is only entertainment for him, in which he participates while hovering his skills. A powerful blow to the young owner's foot dispels the false beliefs of one of the soldiers. There were still a lot in the fields of battles. Removing one, several new ones suddenly appear in his place. He had to make a lot of effort, but he still was able to put each of them on the ground, like a slight disturbance of his hand. The teeth of his opponents flew like balls, breaking out of his jaws. Those who have just impressed with their power. They came together in a herta with a person who had the power to defeat them all. No matter how much they make, they could not grab it. Jang instead methodically dealt with their faces. It seems that he was delighted with this activity, especially when it came to shocks. Within minutes, their mighty warriors clenched their teeth from tension, and they lost consciousness, not even withstand one powerful blow. Those who stayed watched the young master. They realized that if they go for a clash with him, the stranger who kept his abilities in mystery was incredibly strong, and after his actions, everyone began to feel fear of him. However, the madness was interrupted when a man, saying only one phrase, was able to focus all his attention, conquering every look. Jang watched him carefully, thinking, who could still come? The sign could be understood that it was a person holding a position in the alliance. It appeared here not by chance, and the events that unfolded in this bar caused considerable resonance in these parts. Guyen felt a cold sweat at the forehead as soon as his gaze fell on that man. However, Zhang remained indifferent, even when he carefully followed the person. This person appeared more than one. There were workshops of warriors whose swords were threateningly pointed to these scoundrels. Her appearance was quite official, which immediately testified to her special status. The young owner decided that he probably was the head of the Combat Alliance Department. His badge was proudly glittered on the honorable place on his chest. The chief, with a smile, noted that this icon is able to tell more than one story, especially when you run the Department of the Alliance. It was the only right choice. It was just reported to this old man that Zhang had attacked the locals. Jian Suk emphasized that this is not just an attack. Thus, it only worsened the tense atmosphere that prevailed in this bar. Since his brother is now unconscious and with his teeth knocked out, he will not be able to eat normally. Closer to Zhang and looked straight into his eyes, the commander asked if it was true. The young master replied that no one had forgotten about self-defense. However, the commander was suspicious of the term self-defense. Zhang drew the commander's attention to the fact that he had to withstand 9 opponents, with 8 of them holding Dubinka. However, the commander noticed that he looks completely intact. From Zhang's point of view, these 9 people were complete. Hearing these words, the commander suddenly blossomed in a smile, and Zhang showed that all people present here are simply unconscious, but alive. Jian Suk could not understand why he was not delayed, because his older brother was still unconscious. His wounds are so serious that even his nose is broken. The commander looked carefully at the situation and plunged into reflections. And in the end, he ordered his soldiers to stop him. The soldiers unconditionally obeyed the order. Jian Suk breathed a sigh of relief because he will finally be taken into custody. Before his gaze, the commander's fighters began to surround the flanks, and his curiosity becomes unrestrained. Will the young man be able to overcome the challenge represented by the alliance? However, these brave warriors did something really exciting. They exposed the swords who were instantly at the throat of Jian Suki. It was he who was threatened with these blades, not at all a young owner. Watching this, Zhanga engulfed true curiosity. What's going on here? Despite all his attempts, Jian Suk never realized what the chief was. The commander reported that 9 people, including the leader, were defeated. If it is true, why should he pull such a type on his shoulders as this type? For Yang, these words were heard strictly, but at the same time calm. It is important for the commander that only Jin, Jian Suk, and Manju showed themselves in martial arts. If they are defeated, then they should be responsible. With all the rest of the tasks, his subordinates will give advice. At this point, the patience of Jian Suki broke, and he expressed that when his brother came to her senses, he would certainly punish the sheriff. However, having made his fingers, the commander gave a sign to his soldiers. In order for them to squeeze their heads, they enter this house. After all, as soon as his brother comes to his senses, the first thing that opens before his look is prison lattice. This is where one trouble appears. It was not hoped to find themselves in such advertising in the situation. Commander's soldiers begin to collect the bodies of fallen soldiers. Meanwhile, the young master puts a cap on his head. It is ready to move, but the sheriff is on his way, stopping. He immediately noted that this guy had considerable potential, because to cope with those scoundrels was only a trifle for him. His skill is admirable. Where did he gain his experience? The sheriff asks. Meanwhile, Zhang wondered whether to answer this question, and he went to rush in his pocket, looking for something unusual there. They return the club to the owner to compensate for the inconvenience that has arisen. He takes them on the table, for which he receives sincere gratitude from the owner. As a result, he never answered the sheriff's request. He slightly opened the door of the establishment and left the room without a word. The commander noticed that this boy is not verified. Only a slight echo of chaos prevailed in the bar, stepping on an immense wasteland. The young master went on a journey, and near him his horse was shaking. But behind the Gwen appeared, who was in a hurry to catch up and hard to stop. Gwen was worried as Zhang behaved. Despite the fact that he revealed all the secrets of this city, his behavior still remained the same as that of an exile. He could not understand the behavior of the chief. It is obvious that the evil is that one of the members of the alliance crossed the border. If he once raised such a noise, then it is better for him to voluntarily leave the organization. Guyan is doubting the intentions of the young owner. Even if he honestly fulfills his duties, human curiosity will still lead to judgment behind his back. As he guesses, a special detachment of the alliance conducts patrols somewhere nearby. The chief barely had time to move as the patrol was already ready. However, Zhang Tian suddenly appeared and shook Changshka with one blow. Was it just a case? It is only necessary to imagine how patient the Battle Alliance was. Whatever the circumstances, among the freaks from the Combat Alliance, he did not have to meet either intelligent or thinking personalities. When Zhang lifted his gaze, a mysterious picture appeared before his eyes, which had been hidden before his mind. And Guyan did not stop in his images to the Alliance fighters, considering them limited. In his opinion, truly wise people would never join the Alliance. Honestly, it was a real surprise for him that Zhang does not seek to cooperate with Gen. They stagnant near the plate where roots were flushed. When Zhang asked the young man where he was going, his question really had a different basis. He wanted to find out which road Zhang himself chose. The young owner immediately replied that she should be further from him. It caused Guyan's smile, as if nothing had happened. However, Zhang does not want their paths to cross again. If he follows him, the risk of being without his feet. So, let him go where the stars are leading. Gwen made an effort to attract the attention of the young owner and convey his words to him. However, he ruthlessly leaves the fraud, never looking back or looking back, leaving him himself with his own thoughts. Realizing that this brazen was behaving from above and smartly, it became clear that she could not find similar in the whole valley. Gunnan has no other choice, how to find out as much as possible. It is time to move on because the sun is hidden behind the horizon, and it has already been kicked out of the city. A real mess. The night soon covered the earth, and the moonlight pointed out the path of brave warriors. However, for Zhang, there was a moment when he was able to ignite the flames. Pour yourself a good alcohol. Set aside your sword away and enjoy your pleasure this evening. However, something unexpected happened today, and he felt the taste, unpleasant to the taste of the abomination, which caused him immediately. The young master suspected that his horse was suspicious. It was clear that this liquid may have been a certain rest. The horse carelessly lay on the ground, successfully pretending to rest peacefully. Zhang firmly swore that one day would certainly get rid of this pest. Standing a glass on the table, it remains only to spend the night, and at dawn go on the road. However, the sheriff's thoughts do not leave him alone. Trying to find out where he mastered the martial arts, they do not allow him to rest. The young owner mastered them, enthusiastically studying stories about martial arts. He was in memory of that crucial moment, when he was still a boy and was in a completely different reality, in a world where he was inseparably watching the screen of his phone. He watched the shimmering lights of traffic lights. He watched the modern world with all his worries. The young man stepped slowly, carrying a guitar behind his shoulder. Suddenly, at the pedestrian crossing, some mysterious car emerged. For some reason, she went to them at incredible speed. Next to him was a girl who opened her mouth widely. The young man was in a hurry, hoping at least to help. And he died under the wheels, saving a young girl from the danger. The car ruthlessly drove on it, leaving a bloody body on the asphalt. The panic engulfed the crowd. After all, in the eyes of all, this young man managed to save the girl, but he was breathing on the asphalt. A look directed to the endless ocean of the starry sky. Memories caused Janga anxiety. He had to wear his cap, that the flame does not interfere with his bright light during sleep. However, it was this source of heat that protected it from the icy cold of the night. So he found himself in an unusual world. The next morning, the young master went on a trip that promised to be it all. This test was not only for him, but also for his faithful horse. Many kilometers stretched in front of the nearest city, and the merciless heat ruthlessly interfered with the advancement. During the journey among the desert, the guy suddenly realized that he was feeling a familiar aroma. He commanded his faithful horse to froze in place, and he remained motionless to stand. The wind carried with it the aroma of blood, and it was not only one victim that was stuck. In an effort to reach the source of this fragrance, the young owner came across an abandoned camp. The camp had people who had frozen, as if statues in fixed poses, as if it had long stopped for them. They remained stationary, killed by weapons that pierced their bodies. Once upon a time, one of them with tears in his eyes asked the bandits to leave him alive, offering all his property in return. The robber mocked the robbery, calling him meaningless because he achieved the understanding of the truth too late. It would be worth asking for mercy a few minutes ago, as long as everyone was still alive. A broken and powerless man continued to constantly ask for mercy. However, the offender remained indifferent. He ruthlessly brought his black business to the end. The sand is covered with bloody spots. Smiling, he advised the man to ask the mercy at once, because it could not be in vain. Supporting his cumbersome sword on his shoulders, the robber thought thoughtfully whether his devisers had already coped with their task. If everything is successful, it is time to get out of here as soon as possible. The prey was remarkable, and the robbers did not hide their joy. Now stocks were enough for a long period. However, they never managed to devastate the last cart. Suddenly on the horizon, a mysterious figure sat on horseback. They came to the conclusion that this informant in the cap has long been watching them. Chang understood that the situation was not the best. Such villains paid attention to him. He sought to remain invisible, preferring to choose the other way. However, the robbers mastered their weapons and directed threatening sharp swords directly to him. Having collected their faithful hoods, they began to prepare for the attack. It was obvious that they did not intend to just let him go. If they made the decision to attack, he will remain anything else to act. He encourages his mare, trying to cause more determination and passion, and it encourages her to rush even faster, despite the obstacles. Flying with sandy spaces like the owner of this land, he desperately tries to break away from the pursuers. The robbers could not allow this brownish to escape with impunity, so they decided to catch up with him at any cost. They decisively began to do their best to regret his decision. The pursuit gained incredible intensity. The imagination of the pursuers had already drew paintings, as he would ask them to cut them off his life faster. But unexpectedly the young master rotates, striking everyone with his unwavering determination. His eyes look straight at one of the attackers. Squeezing the sword even stronger, he rushes to the direction of their heads. He carries out his deadly attack with incredible ease, like a hat trick, leaving several corpses on the ground. The robbers, in a confused look at the terrain, could not realize what they saw. Their brothers were overthrown in an instant. One of them, covered with uncontrolled rage, squeezed his kipathy haul as if he's sweeping in a cruel retribution. They rush to each other, and a smug scourge attempts to hit the young owner on the head. However, his hatchet only rests on the ground, leaving a bloody trace. But our hero, without losing a second, rushes forward, seeking to get two scoundrels who have long become the object of his hatred. He decided that it was time for them to pay for their actions, raking past them at incredible speed. And, as if a real wizard of martial arts from the Wild West, mixed the bandits in a cruel salad. Since then, he ignited the hot wind of the desert so that he became absolutely unbearable. Several surviving realized that they were faced with the real martial arts master, and their fate was actually resolved. The inevitable death was waiting for them. For them, he was a real monster, from which they tried to escape as soon as possible, without jeopardizing their own life. Their leader skeptically looked at the one they had for worthless. The warriors realized that they were not destined to win him, and decided to retreat better. Realizing that they managed to preserve at least part of the loot, they decided to flee, taking the opportunity, as long as it was still. But the detachment leader was angry with his subordinates for their escape, and in anger pushed one of them directly under the blade of his sword. Seeing such, the man on the horse, stunned, looked at the leader as if he had lost his mind. He pleaded with the leader to stop and give him mercy. However, the brutal blade of the leader ruthlessly pierced his skull, immediately forced him to regret everything about everything. The leader came down to the ground, pulling his sword from his vagina. Now they have come face to face, ready for the final battle. It was enough for one view to the leader to immediately understand who he was dealing with. The young owner also did not take his eyes off the opponent, and for several moments the time seemed to stop. The robber leader drew attention to the outstanding power of the young owner he had, and who was different from others. It was interesting to him why the owner, without belonging to the combat alliance, participated in the fight. The owner at ease replied that he just found himself near and intervened with good intentions. Hearing these words, the robber just laughed. "Why didn't you go next?" he asked. Zhang, looking at this brazen, stated that it was impossible to go when he was attacked. That man argued that it was just their professional duty, and nothing can be changed. The young owner quit his insidious question. "So, murder and robbery is your profession?" Undoubtedly, his interlocutor was a real master in this dark sphere. "And what are the other options?" The robber replied. 100 years flew from the moment we started to populate this continent. Meanwhile, the devilish bold newcomers settled on the continent. The empire provided its support for the alliance. The unusual clan of the last dynasty turns to its long-standing ties. It not only earns money, but also acquires other valuable resources and benefits. Have you not stuffed your pockets, mocking those who have sought to settle here in the last 100 years? He finished with a noticeable bitterness. Recording his bloodied sword, the leader tried to find justification for his actions, calling them work, and asked why he, as a robber, could not perceive it as his own profession. For our hero, these words were heard like a vile justification for cruelty. He just agreed that his opponent was saying complete nonsense. The reality was much simpler. There was a madman and a fanatic of a blood that killed without regret. Armed with his spear, the young owner froze in anticipation of the offensive. Suddenly, he changed his decision, and feeling the unexpected reaction of the offender, decided to clarify whether he belongs to the military union. The leader tightened, becoming a guard when the sudden and decisive maneuver of his opponent. The young master led. He heard that for the head of this crazy killer the reward was promised. As soon as the leader heard it, he exploded with laughing and shaking with delight. It was a complete truth for him, because he was really wanted with a significant reward for catching. His aura acquired a blood-red radiant, and the veins under the skin were filled with powerful energy. It was clear that he had extremely powerful martial arts, and did not intend to simply spend time on chats. This madman immersed himself in his hatred that he managed to gain incredible power, convincing himself that his reward would grow even more. He was convinced that as soon as everyone was opening the truth about his actions, his value would rapidly rise up. However, he was much more interested in the amount of his opponent's head. Looking at him, the young master realized that this battle needs to be finished. "If you are so interested in it, I will give you an answer," he said, full of determination. He reacts rigidly and without hesitation. When the opponent puts the sword for a blow, is it sense to put his vagina? Both were frozen in tension, ready to fight, watching one after the other, waiting for who will risk attacking the first. Crazy burning endless energy and insatiable thirst for blood. Invisible spark flashed between them, marking the beginning of a fierce clash. In the sand, among the fixed bodies, the crow accidentally landed. It looked completely indifferent to everything that happens around. She did not notice how the events unfolded behind her back. However, feeling the unlawful, she rose rapidly and melted in heavenly blue. Suddenly, the crazy jumps and attacks our hero, forcing him to react instantly. He grabs his sword from the vagina, and like lightning, sweep past the young owner. In an instant, the fate of one of them was already conditioned, and only a lightning blow will determine who was destined to survive. Suddenly, the hat begins to crack directly on his head, but suddenly something changed in his smile. He froze for a moment like fascinated, and at the same moment blood began to leak on his body. Crazy gapped to the ground, struck by a fatal blow. Having defeated his rival, who was overwhelmed by insurmountable energy, Zhang felt the burden as he came down from his soul. He realized that this battle was won by him. The bloody robbery caught up the punishment for his unprecedented statements. He stretched on the icy sand, cleaned and exhausted. But the unexpectedly Zhang realized that someone had appeared behind his back. He turned and his gaze stopped at the mysterious figure that spoke to him. Among those who survived the attack on the caravan were one of the fighters. Despite serious injuries, the restless desire for life pushed him to grasp the last hope and beseech for salvation. Zhang thought, weighing whether to help this man. Looking at him, he was engaged by a slight pity for this person. A poor man with tears in his eyes turned to a noble warrior, asking for support in this difficult situation. Zhang was not distinguished by special medical skills. In the end, he still decided to put his shoulder with the disadvantaged. Having examined it, Zhang realized that vital organs remained intact, but the man lost considerable amounts of blood. Frankly speaking, he warned that the man had not long to be in that condition. Aware of the severity of his situation, the man expressed his gratitude for his sincerity. Although they only met, the man had an important request. He hinted without unnecessary noise at the place where his son secretly hid under the cart. At the very beginning, when it just started, the man carefully hid him in that place. He hesitated with a request, but watching Zhang skillfully coped with bandits, he had passionately hoped that he could help and a dying person. The boy is only 8 years old, he is extremely vulnerable and easily frightened, but his mind does not borrow, so he will not interfere with the young master. When asked about the boy's mother, the man said she had died during childbirth. The wife of his wife accuses the child of this tragedy, so he decided to leave everything behind and move to another continent to start a new life with his son. Considering his wound, he could not imagine that the events were turned into such a tragic channel. 3 days later, there is a village named John Sangok where Aunt's aunt lives, the only relative who loves him. She skillfully possesses martial arts and is marked by wonderful manners. As a reward for the fact that Zhang will send the baby to her, she promises to thank him generously. The young master was not sure whether he could find a common language with the child, so he suggested that his interlocutor understand this business. The man did not restrain his rage, because he decided that Zhang laughs at him. But when the young master touched his body with his energy, a painful tingling suddenly appeared in the man's abdomen, which forced him to silence. Zhang's energy shone exactly where he was injured. The man noted that Zhang introduced acupuncture on him without the use of needles, performing it with such a skill that it was only necessary to consult a doctor for further therapy. If there were medicines or bandages, they could be useful. However, the man was impressed with the ability to perform acupuncture at such a high level without any tools. In this world, acupuncture is usually engaged in experienced doctors who skillfully determine the location of blood vessels and use thick needles. Mastering this art requires long-term training, and only masters of their craft have acupuncture. Even in the world, Murama understands what acupuncture is. However, they never thought that it was possible to stop bleeding or cause other damage without the use of any tools, only with bare hands. Their opinion is that the rapid attacks of the Imperial Army are the highest manifestation of martial arts. The man realized that his life was saved, and sought to find a way to thank his philanthropist. Zhang smiled and jokingly said that the best way to express gratitude was money. The man agreed without hesitation, recognizing that it was a truly honest approach. However, he asked Zhang to accompany him to his own son. Zhang threw the wounded on his shoulder and began to carry it. The man loudly called his son Hamvan. He wondered if he was all right, and whether he was still in place. With eyes filled with tears, the boy ran out of the cart. His heart was overwhelmed by joy and touch, because his father stood in front of him, barely leaning on his shadowed legs. The father shared with his son that his health has suffered recently. When asked by a son what happened to him, my father said he was injured by a sword, and when he was asked if everything would be fine, the father just hugged his son, pressing him firmly to his chest. It seemed to the guy that his father was dying just in his arms, and he pleaded with tears so that it did not happen, extending into the things left after the battle. The young owner told Homan that his father was simply fainted with relief. At this moment, the dwell was no longer crying, although the tears were still streaming across his face. Zhang continued to say that his father had lost a lot of blood. Seeing that there is someone else near, the whole wondered who this mysterious stranger was. The owner, whose appearance pointed to his youth, called Jangan, and suggested that the boy turn to him simply, "Gone." The young man fell silent for a short moment. He frankly confessed that he had no idea what was being said. Gon, looking at him with interest, smiled happily. Carefully closing the box, he gently touched her hand. Meanwhile, Han was inseparably watching his father, losing his mind how to do. Jangan advised the young man not to worry too much, but better to treat his father's wound and tie it carefully. When asked by the question of further plans, Gon answered that he would bring the horses, because the visa is damaged, so it will not be possible to take it. He will also collect all the necessary things. Gon suggested that they stay here and wait for his return. The whole was stunned. This gentleman really intended to bring them directly to the village. The young bishop was closely exploring the surrounding area, looking at each corner with special care. Gon drew attention to how a few horses are circling closely nearby. He began to catch them, hoping that they would jump from here, unlike their owners. Gon gazed on a plate that hung on one of the horses. After reading the text, he found that this horse was the property of the captain of the 3rd detachment, who was called Sundok. The name Sundok seemed too simple for such a giant. If this man heads the 3rd detachment, then the 1st and 2nd detachments should exist. For catching this man, a remuneration has been established, and even a regular plaque with his name can be confirmed by his death. Casting a look to the side, the young owner noted his father with his son standing on the doorstep, completely prepared for the journey. Jangon attached the killer's head to his horse. However, he was still embarrassed why this man insisted on such an act. The man just smiled cunningly, clearly confirming that it was really true. They moved on the expanses of the desert. Jangon was confidently traveling ahead, and his father and his son were traveling behind him. The boy who survived the terrible battle turned back, staring at the place where the dead bodies lay. Some hours ago, these people fought persistently, and now they were helpless, like unnecessary. The father noticed how his son reacted, but what could he see in this situation? Noticing how the hand is shaking, he gently took her into his own and pressed it strongly. He pressed his son with force, trying to hand over to him a little warmth. After them, all that remains will be destroyed by wind, rain, and wild beasts. No one can say for sure whether they will turn into a ghost of this world, or maybe it will be revived in the human form. However, they hoped that they would be able to overcome all the challenges of life here. These random thoughts were the only one that allowed them not to sink in despair among this darkness. After a while, he dropped the evening, and they had to look for a place to stay overnight. As always, they arranged a halt near a cozy bonfire. Sitting opposite each other, they looked at the flames in silence, and their heads were slowly filled with various questions. Jangon was aware that the boy who was with them would not be able to endure for more than a few days in this condition. Setting a horse, he felt balancing on the verge of life and death. If you accelerate the movement, his father's wounds can be resistant to blood. A man needs medical care immediately, and a delay can threaten his life. Jangon wondered if a doctor would meet on their way in any village on the road to John Sangok. The old man replied that there was one settlement where they planned to stay overnight. Jakaho is a small village located on the coast of the lake, which remains almost invisible in the way of travelers who stop when they stop here. However, they are absolutely necessary for a doctor, so it is important to find out how far their path to him. If you continue to move at the same speed at which they travel today, then tomorrow they have to get to the place, the man said. Otherwise, they will get to their destination late in the evening. So it will be wiser to pause today, gaining strength, and go on the road the next day to help him recover. The man apologized for the remaining alive and causes so much worries. However, Gangan went his way, having a clear goal, and this trip was not only because of the wounded. With the desire to get a reward, he looked at the head of a murdered criminal. The fire went out slowly, so they decided to spend the night in this place. With the east of the new day, they went on a fascinating journey. Meanwhile, the troops of the Battle Alliance came across bodies hidden among the sands of the desert. There was no doubt that these unhappy died yesterday afternoon. Everyone was killed almost simultaneously. However, they did not seem to be the criminals they hunted. It seems that after the robbery of the caravan, they were killed by someone else. The army realized that she had excessively appreciated the power of these robbers. No one could imagine that they would swing them from the face of the earth so soon. However, there was another wonder. Usually the attackers formed 3 separate detachments and then united to divide the prey. There was only one detachment here. On the one hand, it is good that their number has decreased, but the soldier quickly realized it will be difficult for 2 people to cope with everyone at the same time. At first, they will have to pay for medicines and medical procedures covered by the Union, and then, if necessary, they will be able to make additional payments. However, one of them had another goal. He noticed that travelers from the caravan did not show much stability. What really happened? There may be another person who did not leave with the caravan. The commander-in-chief was convinced that the case was done by one person, not a whole group. The path was difficult. During the transition through the desert, the man noted that the Jangun's horse was looking as if it were about to fall from fatigue. The young owner also noticed this, but the essence of the reasons remained a mystery to him. It seemed that the horse spent the night peacefully, hanging his tongue like a sleeping man. This spectacle seemed so unusual that the boy inadvertently remembered the story of a bull who once belonged to his grandfather. Jangon explained that his horse decided that they became real friends. Hangen recalled that his grandfather had a bull who behaved like a man, and it was because of this that his grandfather often conflicted with him. 5 years have passed since the grandfather has not become, but his son still retains these memories. The dwarf could not get rid of thoughts about it, because observing them always brought him pleasure. The young owner cast his gaze on a man with a face, pale, as if he were death, and realized that without the help of a doctor today they could not do, otherwise the man would not withstand. Gon was interested in listening to the remote noise that came to him. Robbers have already been here. They have already calmed down. They are sure that the threat remained behind. However, these insidious scoundrels managed to catch up with them much earlier than the young owner had hoped. When asked if it was long to go to the village, it became clear that the path was not short yet. They were left without shelter, because they were chased by a flock of obsessive fools. The man was deeply shaken by the sight that opened before him. He was still able to avoid one battle, but he could not survive him. He even wondered if those people were friends or enemies. But in the direction of the spears, it became clear. These were not allies. The young gentleman stopped the horse, helped the man and the boy to climb, and ordered them to go to the village quickly. Explaining his plan, he promised to detain the robbers, and then catch up with them again. The man pressed his son, who trembles like a letter in the wind from horror before a possible danger. He was aware that the trip to the village was alone, but in this situation there was no alternative. The young owner would take everything under control. You want to survive, follow his instructions. These scoundrels came with the intention of revenge, and will not calm down until they caught them. Gon remembered how that man promised a reward if he was able to send them to the village. Therefore both the man and his child should remain alive. and that they immediately get up with their face expressions, Jangon said. In the end, they decided to escape, making a promise that they would find shelter and food for him. So, let him not be scared. Jangon warned her husband, "Beware for your son. As soon as you get to the village, urgently look for a doctor." After receiving clear instructions, the man immediately hurried. The young owner concentrated his energy, and his eyes were lit by a fiery glitter. The ruthless desert spread around, and in the sky the falcon made its circles, chatting on a new prey. And so before a significant crowd of robbers was a young master. Their views crossed, and without even greetings they immediately prepared for the fight. These desperate robbers followed the atrocity that killed their brother, and their path of traces brought them to him. The captain of the first detachment, Kim Sanjong, reacted sharply to the loss, asking what to do in this situation. The young master realized that talking to these people did not make any sense, so he limited himself only a sarcastic smile. He lifted his head of the abandoned villain. Their long search trip reached its end. Jangon threw this head to their feet and said, "Here's your brother from the glorious detachment of Sundok." The head, like a ball, rolled on cold sand right to their feet. The warriors could not be released from the spectacle that came before them. Their eyes opened something incredible. He stood in front of me, the same man, alive and real. At first glance, he seemed invulnerable, but his head rolled on the ground like a ball. The captain of the first detachment, seeing it, covered with uncontrollable anger, and his eyes were lit by blood. The loss of this warrior was a devastating blow to the detachment, as well as a significant shock for the whole organization. Some robbers came out of all the purple when they realized Sundok is no longer among the living. The military looked at each other, realizing that the killer Sundok was a much more complicated opponent than they could assume. The captain has decided that this opponent should pay a high price. He ordered his people to grab him alive in order to make him ask for the end of life. The soldiers built their spears upwards, adjusting the order. The second captain solemnly promised that they would catch this prodigy alive. He will do this for the sake of respect for the third captain and his comrades. The warriors raised their hungry swords, seeking retribution. It was an extraordinary loss for them, but they are ready for everything to achieve justice. The young master remained indifferent to their threats. He viewed these soldiers as if they were a target. Realizing that they would just approach, he was alert. His eyes seemed to run across all present. At this time, the scouts of the Battle Alliance carefully followed the opponent, trying to find out who they were looking for. Senior directed her partner, investigating the murder, and came to the conclusion that it was a matter of the hands of bandits from other detachments. If one of them got rid of their heads, then their leader was the one who was killed. The killers showed great professionalism, quickly and without hesitation by destroying everyone. This man possessed impressive power. Perhaps he even prevailed their captain. He may become the new leader of their team, because the current old leader only does that he pleases his authorities. Senior carefully inspected the prints, noting that their number was quite significant. Immediately, it became clear that a lot of group was going through. Senior strictly ordered her partner to silence and concentrate, because she could not cope with work in such a gamor. The guy drove his horse, inducing him to rush at a higher speed, and at the same time obeyed the order. In any way, she could not understand who this mysterious person is capable of owning such a power in these territories. How he so effortlessly overcame the gang that resorted to demonic forces remained a mystery. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the young master was flying forward on his horse with a real storm, forcing robbers to pay for their intentions to chase him. Despite its threatening sharp swords, it cleverly avoided. He easily deviated from every blow, as if somehow predicted them before they approached him. His lightning counterattacks were so instantaneous that the opponents did not even have time to resist them. His blows were so devastating that the warriors lost their heads, not even having time to realize what happened. The reckless fools rushed into the attack cohesively, and this became their year mistake. The young owner realized that it was their miss, and he would have no doubt about destroying everyone. Having met with the first captain, he was covered by a wave of disgustingness to this abomination, who deprived the life of his comrades. Only for a moment the captain was distracted, as the sword of the young owner punched his shoulder. Our hero stood on his faithful horse. After straining, he rapidly rolled past the captain, depriving him of any confidence. His sword was moving at such a dizzying speed that it was impossible to look behind him. His sword broke not only the air, but also ruthlessly crashed into the face of this scoundrel. Performing a sharp maneuver, Gon has elastically landed on the ground. Throwing his gaze on the result of his action, he found that everything around the purple blood. The captain's gaze remained frozen, not having a reaction. He fell to the ground, and his life path came to an end. This day everything around is covered in red. The young owner realized that all these abominants used demonic energy. The first captain, having stated how the second captain was turned into an omelet, he began to feel anxious. With unconcealed hatred, Jangun drilled the gaze of each of these scoundrels, ready to wipe them from the face of the earth. Considering the demonic captain, the warriors felt a contradictory mixture of feelings. The uncontrollable fear intertwined with the admiration of his power. The captain could not reconcile with the fact that his giant army was destroyed by some shturka. He grabbed his sword, saturating him with demonic force. He solemnly swore that he would personally put an end to the existence of this abomination, who thought that he was a true master of martial arts. Gon looked closely at the captain, knowing that no words will be able to convey what can only be shown in battle. However, looking closely at the captain, Gon noted that his aura was no different from the atmosphere of other demonic soldiers. Suddenly, the soil under his feet began to tremble. The commander realized that the enemy is marked by impressive martial arts skills. This promised to turn into a fascinating clash. After all, the captain had the power that was not ordinary. His energy was striking. Gon watched this villain and was clearly aware that he did not try to mislead him. Although his power looked ambiguous, the captain's sword released a weak, but at the same time ominous glow, and the battle gradually reached its climax. The young master was forced to take off his hat because he simply did not have other options. If the opponent himself called him to fight, then it was not necessary to expect him. Running his hand, the fence with a swinging ease, threw the hat in the air, where he twisted, as if an incendiary dancer. It is time to put an end to this gang. What are our knowledge of demonic forces? They make it possible to accumulate combat energy 10 times faster than traditional methods. And here she is, the temptation of this power that few people in Marima are able to resist. Since then, as the Lord of Chuck's demons, Hani came to power, humanity has begun to attract dark forces to accumulate energy more rapidly. However, even Hanya, after all, turned out to be powerless before the rage of demonic energy. At that moment, the young owner resists the devastating strike of the enemy, who skillfully possesses demonic energy. To gain impressive achievements, they use this energy, risking their lives. Usually, those who practice demonic arts sooner or later lose their sense. The cruelty and mysticality of these arts reject them from human nature that they become true demons. However, the main question remains open. What does this power require? A power that can light the peaks and cut the sea? What when a person has become a monster? A monster, thirsty to a blood that is unable to recognize either her mother or her own child. With lightning speed, the young owner pierces the demon's arm. It ignites the anger of the demon, and at even more speed it begins to exercise with its ominous sword. He is laughter from combat excitement, and he seeks to find out if the guy can avoid his next blow. Each subsequent blow brings the pursuit of increased resistance that grows with relentless force. Suddenly, the blade of the young owner gives a crackling. Earlier, the turbid energy finally cleared and sat down with the demon's sword with its power. The power of his rival has increased to such an extent that Gon began to feel a slight doubt about his abilities. The captain of the demon, laughing loudly, boldly stated that the worthless cockroach would never destroy their detachment. He would certainly pay for such attempts. The powerful blow of the demon reached its climax, but did not overcome our hero. The young owner wondered that he had never encountered the enemy of such power in these parts. Everything was much more complicated than he predicted. He made a promise to return and certainly overcome all obstacles. However, one day, when during the battle of a demon's sword almost touched him, he was surprised to watch his sword split into 2 separate parts, leaving only a short debris. The demonic warrior, surrounded by the flame of his chakra, concentrated it. When the weapon brings and moves, there is one question. Is it the finale? However, the young master no longer needs a sword. He strongly throws him on the ground. The attack of the demon warrior was racing directly on him. The young master was filled with incredible confidence in his own. He realized that it would not be easy to overcome this opponent, so he decided to bet on his lightning speed. He warned the enemy, saying that light troubles are just the beginning. Having gone to the back, Gon hit his fist sharply, aiming at the very spine. The demonic prodigy almost breathed in a sudden surprise. His body was washed away with a wave of pain again and again, and it seemed that he would never be able to restore strength. Each of these blows hit its acupuncture points. However, only one accurate stroke in the jaw has radically changed the battle. With one accurate blow, the young master stunned his opponent, and he managed to overcome the huge path that almost gave him a victory. The power of the impact was so impressive that it resembled the irresistible power of the imperial blow of thunder. She mercilessly dealt with her enemy, and his body fell away on the ground. It seemed that his demonic essence left the body. At the last moments of life, the demonic warrior, breathing, decided to ask whether his rival belongs to the imperial army. However, the young master assured that he was in no way related to the imperial army. This technique is known as internal destruction, and he created it on his own. The commander seemed rather bizarre. However, Gangun suggested that it is worth dismissing extra worries, because the one who goes from this world is no longer needed. This is how the infamous life of this mighty enemy ended. When the warriors finally reached the place of the horrible massacre, the defenders looked carefully into the spooky picture left on the battlefield. They watched this spectacle with disgust, which reminded them of what happened in the morning. Senior strictly ordered her partner to silence. She noticed him. It was exactly the man whom they wanted for so long. After a grueling duel, the young master eagerly quenched his thirst, swallowing the water. Senk came close to him and asked, "Did you kill them all?" The young master, not hesitation for a moment, confidently stated, "Yes, it was me." Calling her name, she hastily approached the young owner. With respect, she took off her hat and spoke to him. She fussed in her pocket, trying to find something extremely important there. She introduced herself as Jak Sen, of the 71st Patrol Team of the Union Murim. However, she did not even know who the man who stood in front of her was. The young master said only one word, his name. "I am Jangon." After listening to this information, Sen, in the inspection of the leader who directed one of the gangs, she went to rush in his pockets, which caused the young owner to have a slight confusion, because he was unable to understand what she had done. To the surprise of our hero, a colleague explained that she was looking for a source of demonic energy, which is usually in their possession. Soon Senai was surprised to find that what is considered a source of demonic force she threw her partner was a bloody book. She ordered him to destroy the book with fire. As it could be predicted, they came across it. The young owner wondered whether this book was the reason for the bandits' pursuit. The partner of the hostess who has not previously introduced was the Dream of Ho. He expressed gratitude to the young owner for winning an evil demon, although this task was initially accomplished by them, and they were only a little late. Jongon heard that there are many demons on the new continent, but he had no idea that they would literally swarm along each road. Seni confirmed that it was this young man who became the killer of the first captain of the detachment, who was in the west from the area. If he overcame it, he probably overcame the second captain. She stretched her finger to the side, pointing to the place where the second captain lay in a short distance. The detachment was stunned and could not realize what that had happened. Meanwhile, the Ho-Ho Pardis, to find out whether another copy of the book was hidden from the second captain. The fascinated, they stared at the young owner, not believing that he managed to overcome almost 30 soldiers without any help. Jangun noticed that if they really belonged to the patrol detachment of the Union Musent, then he wanted to ask the only question, whether they are able to pay him the promised reward. Since, as far as he was aware, he was promised a reward for detention of these bandits, he decided to find out where the Union's branch was located to hand them there. The youthful man explained that the purpose of his actions sees only to receive the reward. He destroys these scoundrels to protect himself, because they are constantly catching up with him, as they harass the offender. The lady immediately realized what purpose he was working, and fortunately, had the power to reward him for both the heads of demons and all the work performed. However, she only had bonds. She offered them, adding that he would be able to exchange them for money in a trade association or an imperial city. Jangun hesitated about these bonds, but in the end, he decided to accept them. In the current situation, it is important to take what they give. In the end, Jangun concluded that sooner or later he would be able to reincarnate the bonds into money, so he asked Saint Ina to hand him all that they were. Without wasting time to talk, he took the bonds and went on the road. Host thought, did they not let him go too carelessly without even a search? And what about how he really stole a book of demons? However, Sen and she was aware that the skill of this man on his head is above any demonic arts. It absolutely does not require demonic strength, because it can easily deal with these thieves only with the help of their hands. So now it is only necessary to go in search of the Alliance or to solve other illegal cases. However, the partner reminded, what was their initial goal? Thoroughly examining Kim Sanchan's body, Senin Yi, she found that his internal organs had serious injuries. His rival struck that resembled the devastating force of thunder, and it was possible that the woman hinted that this young man was one of the soldiers of the Imperial Army. They seemed to be deeper into this issue. The partner could not realize why they always got so much work. On the one hand, it may be worth taking a small pause, but in the case, the gang's hiding places and the leader of demonic criminals. Usually, these criminals deprive the lives of adults, and their children are captured. It is important to release these babies as soon as possible. They jumped rapidly to the saddles and rushed a gallop forward. Saint did not know whether the guy who defeated the bandits was generally aware of how ruthless their methods were, but in one she did not doubt. This fighter has a striking force, and their paths would cross again. She sincerely hoped for it. At this time, the events are transferred to the village of Yahello. The young owner met a little boy with his father. He greeted him with a joyful smile, because everything turned for the better. The young owner glowed with delight, looking at their happy, smiling faces. Before heading for Chanson Gokok, they looked at the wounds of Jangon, took care of the horse, putting it in a stable and feeding, and gave Jang himself first aid. They decided to make a small break and deal with their current affairs. The young owner was aware that tomorrow he would finish all his business, and lived hope that he would be able to relax a little. He has been rumored that tomorrow in the village of Changsangok there will be a highway fair. The city raged with a life overflowing with sellers that filled the streets with their product benches and attractive offers. For local residents and fighters who gathered in this place, this situation was quite familiar. The young owner carefully walked next to the boy, leading his winding streets to his aunt. They walked from quarter to quarter, and passers-by looked at them with extraneous interest, like distant foreigners. It was such a charming village that the young master could not be amazed at how several cozy shops were able to create here. The husband noted that his wife was among all others. The aunt came to meet and did not hide that the guests appeared so quickly. She did not see them for a long time and did not expect such an early arrival. She invited them to enter and climb to the second floor, but immediately realized that the guests did not appear alone. She invited Jangan's warrior to join them and enter them together. The young owner concentrated in the face of this woman. The man began to share his story and told how a brave warrior named Jangon once saved his life. The whole environment was deeply grateful for the saved life of their son-in-law. In gratitude for his charity, they raised a bag of money. The aunt invested this gift in the palm of Jangon. He sincerely expressed his gratitude and thanked his heart for the present. Nevertheless, Aunt emphasized that this gift was a trifle compared to the act of warrior Janna for them. She expressed her desire that he would remain in them for a few days to rest. However, Jan was interested in where he could find a forge or a trade association. Hearing this, Aunt kindly announced to direct his way and show where to go. They went on the road, but the whole, contrary to the guidance to stay with their father, chose a trip with Jan. Trying to keep calm, the boy turned to the owner with questions. Where did he master the martial arts that reached incredible power? Jan replied to this that he gained knowledge here or there. He is often asked now. He also knew that there were several masters in Chongvon who offer their reward services. Although their abilities do not impress, they are able to teach quite good. The guy could not believe his ears when he found out that mastering the martial arts was possible not only in specialized schools. He heard that on the new continent in traditional schools and family wooden houses in Changvon, predominantly offer preparatory courses for future entrance to the Imperial Army. The real study of martial arts begins only after enrollment, opening up opportunities to make money in this field. That is why the warriors of the Imperial Army are known as true masters of their business. They soon arrived at the place where their goal was waiting for them. The woman stated that in Sanguki and Nagua, the smithy is better than this. The young owner sincerely thanked her, and his look attracted to the emblem of Kuzni, every time causing surprise when he came across her. Entering the master's office, he instantly drew attention to the swords who were put up for sale. He paid for the sword, throwing bonds as payment. After that, he went in search of the perfect hat that he would fit him. When he came across a hat, he counted several coins. This corner of the world attracted him much more than the previous village. After completing all the tasks before the sunset, he was offered to taste exquisite wine. However, he refused, because it was time to continue his journey. The young man tried to keep him, assuring that his aunt is a real culinary workshop, and that he wanted to learn the martial arts from him. However, Django noted that he did not adhere to any specific training approach, so it will not be easy for the young man. Once the circumstances have already occurred, then let him teach his aunt, because she is also a master. The hose looked at his aunt distrustfully, unable to understand that before him, a real master of martial arts. However, the expression of her face testified. She realized that the secret was exposed, because the attention of this warrior was extraordinary. Jangon expressed their gratitude for their hospitality, care, and for the path they spent. He looked at the young man and wished him success. With these words he left them, picking up his horse to a fastest halopa. The aunt was devoted to the eye of the warrior, and the whole, without holding back tears, watched how this defender leaves them. Aunt noted that Hun was constantly watching his distance. She reminded him that real guys did not pour tears. However, Han noted that he did not shed tears, although probably this moment would remain with him for life. The young man realized that he had a great talent in the martial arts, and asked his aunt to share his skills with him. It was an opportunity to fulfill the dream of a child, and the young owner with an open heart left the village, completing all his affairs. After leaving the city bustle, Jangan decided to visit one cozy bookmark. He had no idea that he was so terribly playing a domino. Criminals at the bar ordered a tricky plan against him, trying to do everything possible to be defeated. They justified, assuring that the agreement was here to nothing. He just had a bad thing to play dominoes. Jangan felt depressed and exhausted through this game. In the bar, men drew attention to his friendly appearance. It seemed like he was a good man. However, the situation was more complicated. After they beat him into a gambling game, they ordered another bottle from the owner. Jangan reflected whether or not to spend a little bit of his combat energy to make sure that these people were not deceiving. However, they seemed honestly, and this indicated that his ability to play domino was simply catastrophic. Men pointed out that Jangan always wears a sword with him, even though he belongs to the world. They advised him to get rid of this damn thing if he was not able to beat even gambling. They were repeatedly told that his tongue could cost him life. But the young owner was indifferent. He confidently replied that he was worried about everything. He still defeated and decided that the moment to leave. Men cheerfully waved his farewell, pleased that they had time to take his money. To the next time, they said, inviting him to visit him. These words pierced the soul of Gangan, like an acute arrow, and he reluctantly confessed to himself that he was never a truly skilled player. Turning, he noticed the exciting silhouette. Conveniently, the man threw his legs on the table and watched everything that was happening around. He created an unusual tune, and Jangan could not understand where she came from. From the mandolin of this man was born a tune that weave a cozy atmosphere of sleepy noon. The tune was surprisingly attractive, and the young master simply could not remain indifferent. And not only Jangan was captured by these magical tunes, every visitor to the bar was immersed in the magic of music. The whole bar is frozen, fascinated by the magical motives of this mysterious music. The fascinating music captivated all those present, filling the atmosphere with mystery and peace. Jangan thought about the life of this mysterious musician, who, at first glance, is constantly traveling from one city to another. Perhaps she is just wandering about the world, filling the space, as if dust in the wind. And if really, is such a way of life capable of bringing happiness? The young man thought, just look at me, got lost in his dreams, staying alone after he lost all his money. Soon a group of harsh young men became strongly in the bar. The three of them entered the premises and began to carefully consider each of the present. Their distrustful views persistently viewed someone special. Soon they came across the one they were looking for. The young master was stunned without imagining what was happening around. They approached the performer, certain that her name is Ju. The girl turned her gaze on them and asked, "What do you want from me?" One of the boys called himself a Jelyan, a representative of the famous Sudden family. Even if she never heard about him personally, he was sure that their name was familiar to her. She immediately realized why they came and asked for forgiveness, noting that their master behaves like a scoundrel, lifting a noise in an even place. Hearing these words, the warriors began to shout to her address, calling her a worthless slave and asking how she could decide to speak so about their master. However, all this time she only played mandolin, making her living. There is no reason to be responsible for his love suffering. The warriors insisted on the immediate termination of this nonsense, and the visitors of the bar had already begun to listen to her words. They were convinced that she deliberately turned their mast. The young owner also noticed these scoundrels. Music was his weakness, and their appearance overshadowed his mood. They not only encroached on his peace and silence, but also urgently demanded that the girl admit how she tried to seduce their master. They were most alarming suspicion that she committed the theft of a family treasure that belonged to a young mast. Jana was difficult to understand that these scoundrels were saying it without jokes. She considered it an absolute nonsense. "What are the treasures of this boover at all?" she said in surprise. She advised them to ask her master more carefully to confirm whether such nonsense happened. One of the warriors, without restraining, ordered her to be silent, accusing her shamelessness, because he believed that their master was not capable of such deception. The warriors were dissatisfied because they had to use swords to force the girl to speak frankly. She thought that all this fussy was caused by a regular teenager, but she was answered that their master was the heir to whom she would be of age this year. She believed that a 16-year-old young man was still too young to perceive him differently than as a child, and it was difficult for her to believe that these young men could indeed be representatives of the young master. When asked why she thinks, the girl noted that if the family really took care of him, they would not have sent three meaningless, similar to them. They would send a true fighter who would represent their family with honor. Hearing these words, the warriors felt anger. They offended that she considers them unworthy. Angry, They shouted about their highly respected rank and stated that it was enough to deal with it. The young owner, while nearby, suggested that in this case, 3 would have to attack 1. Raising the swords, they exclaimed, "Destroy it!" The girl immediately broke from the chair and struck one of them on the leg. The one who lifted his sword on her. He did not have time to understand anything how she was just above him. Barely he lifted his eyes as he saw 3 metal knives rush directly to his head. He remained powerless, but it remained that they were steadily taking these blows. These were truly devastating blows that completely deprived his opportunities for success. Then the girl gracefully sank on one of the neighboring tables. One of the brothers remained on Earth without signs of life. The girl warned that they were the first to seize their swords, and therefore they had nothing left but self-defense. Watching the chaos that unfolded in the bar, visitors realized that the urgent call of the sheriff became an urgent need, because the situation in the eyes of all became more and more intense. Tavernar watched the disappointment as his establishment was again turning into a battlefield. He realized that because of these meaningless, he would have to spend money again on repair. The waitress warned her uncle that if the clutter continues, they run the risk of staying without money, and they need to find a way to get out of here. The young master, without her eyes, pulled the alcoholic beverage with pleasure. He acknowledged that she not only has amazing combat skills, but is also a real beauty. The girl skillfully wedged the sword, turning it against her enemies. When the 2 brothers rushed on her, she circled like a swallow in the sky, a fast, graceful light on her feet, as if in the martial arts dance. Jangon has not yet met anyone who would use the art of flight in this unknown world. However, this woman had the potential to become a pioneer in the development of martial arts on this continent. She, with a great grace, extended her hand to her sword. In her eyes, a powerful power of creativity glowed. She tired of these obsessive scoundrels, and her madly fast sword pierced the head of one of the enemies. Ignoring his words, he left the body of the enemy breathless. They barely managed to break into a cry like a sword. It struck in a place they did not even know when they crossed the threshold of this establishment. She was skillfully defended and succeeded. She gradually dropped her icy sword in the vagina. She noted that all this was on the conscience of the young Masper, because these 3 soldiers, in her opinion, received what they deserved. She has already exhausted the endless persecution and the constant need to keep up in combat readiness. Jangan was approaching from behind, noting her skill with a standing ovation. He accidentally met her eyes and gave her a smile. She cast a look at him as a candid weirdo. What kind of a young man is this hell? She swore in her thoughts. After all the fuss, it is time to collect things. The girl extended her hand behind her hat, which she sat perfectly on her head. But her tool took off and may have even suffered damage. The owner of the establishment was extremely stunned by the chaos left after the fight. However, they all survived and remained intact, which became a real relief. Yen apologized for the annoyance that happened, for chaos in tavern and the behavior of these scoundrels. The owner of the institution expressed gratitude to her for good words, but noted that such cases happen quite often, so she should not worry about it. However, she could not get rid of the feeling of guilt, emphasizing that if it were not for her arrival here, it would not have happened. She pulled money to cover the repair costs that the owner would need to be made. The young master, watching the situation carefully, thought that she probably still had conscience. However, he doubted whether she would have long conversations. Although the situation had the appearance of self-defense, it could still be blamed because only one witness remained. If the head of the union arrives. If she does not want to be in an even more confusing position, you should leave this place immediately, and it also applies to Jangan. Jangan saddled his horse and rushed through the forest thickets. The peaceful beauty of these landscapes did not allow him to find peace. The endless journeys exhausted him. The idea that he lost much of his wealth at gambling constantly pushed him to find new sources of income. To make a living, he had to look for problems himself. Such was the bitter fate of the warrior. Suddenly the horse was alert, as if catching something, and resolutely stopped. Hearing the question of what's the matter, Jangan immediately turned to the side where his animal looked. Near the rock in the middle of the forest was the same girl I saw at the bar. Her opponent, looming over her, said threateningly that disobedience would be expensive. Yen expressed her opinion that this situation was missing in meaning, and she did not feel responsible for her. Meanwhile, the man argued that the heir of the family ended with his life and did not even leave the adequate will. The covenant belonged only to a modest dancer. Fortunately, he was discovered in time, and he still breathes. Maybe he will even get out. But does she think that senior family members have the right to proper explanation? The man argued that his duty was to care for the child. And if this child decides to account for life, can it be an excuse? The young owner was watching everything, surprised that the girl was not resting. The man continued. The young Miss Shim-jin witnessed it, noting that she demonstrated excessive closeness with the young master. Even if it is not true, they are convinced that it is involved in some way. If she is really convinced of her own innocence, he should appear in the house and prove it. However, it warned that the return to that place is equal to the signing of the death sentence. In her opinion, the young Masper can be called a real suicide, and she is sure that the accusations against her address are absolutely unfounded. It is convinced that getting out of there is only an unfulfilled dream. The man firmly argued that she would undoubtedly be able to come out if she feels innocent. Remaining true of her beliefs, she felt a threat because this man seemed to spoke absolute nonsense. In addition to everything, he also deprived her of a horse as soon as it appears here, leaving her a virtually hopeless situation. Jangun was watching what was happening around him. He fell into his eyes that this man was an extremely interesting personality, which was distinguished against the backdrop of those minor fries which Jangun met in the daytime. This individual was a real master of ancient martial arts, although it and excellent combat skills may lack the strength to overcome it. For Jangun, it turned out to be a real spectacle that fascinated his imagination. As he already noted, if she believes in her innocence, almost certainly nothing bad will happen. As the owner was going to move further in his business, as his horse suddenly rushed in their direction, the horse demanded an immediate reaction from his master, but Jangun was withholding because he looked at this man with respect, as a real master, and was not going to interfere. However, the horse did not think to give up without a fight. He seemed desperately to take action from Jangun. Faced with such a decisive look, Jangun realized that he was in vain, and made the decision to intervene. Like a ghost, Jangun mocked the mountain silently. Sinking into the abyss, he widespread in space meditatively, and as soon as he lands as the earth under it splits into chips, he is easily involved in their conversation, correcting his hat. The attendees were stunned by the unexpected appearance of a mysterious young man on the battlefield. Yet this young man had the impression that they had already met him. The young owner noted that if they turned to this guy, then he should know. His name is Changon. The girl recognized in him the same young man from the tavern and could not understand how he was brought here. The martial arts master noticed how this Changon, jumping from unprecedented height, simply reached the earth. The warrior warned Changon. If he realizes that it is better for him, he should leave the road and not interfere, otherwise it may have disappointing consequences. However, Changon, realizing that the guy's words were full of a dark harbinger, decided to listen to understand what was doing and what he could expect from this situation. The warrior explained that Changon was threatening either arrest or imprisonment. The girl realized that the situation had touched her, although before she was promised freedom in case of proving innocence. The guy noted that she was still intending to be locked in the cage and tried to repel Changon, warning him against interference in other people's affairs. He still warned that if Changon dared to intervene again, then his name will go down in history as the name of the killed. With these words, the hand reached for the sword. Changon does not see the point of delaying the moment. He got into a senseless mess, but there is no time to go back. He is aware that he cannot allow an innocent person to be taken away. He smiles distorted, contemplating his enemy as if he had found his prey. For the martial arts master, the situation seemed absurd. He did not even hope to face such a desperate person who plays so lightly with his own life. The rivals held each other firmly on the hook. The tension reached the climax. Only the sword slipped out of the vagina. Everyone who was nearby immediately alerted, listening to this barely audible sound. The young lady surprised why this young man followed her, and where he came from in her life. However, both warriors were distinguished by its incredible force and a fervent desire for battle. It was an incredible clash that she could not stop. Their views seemed to be an invisible battle. It seemed that they were burning each other with their eyes. It seemed that this match would place everything in its place, determining which of them was actually stronger. The martial arts master felt a powerful influx of energy, but there was an even more striking event. Changon struck him with a cruel thirst for blood, like a bright red lightning flash, which roared nearby. In an instant, he snatched the sword and lightly ran a blade on the body of the enemy. The shining vision flooded the warrior's mind, and at that moment the awareness came to him that if he decides to call such a dangerous enemy, he will inevitably be defeated. But where did this strikingly strong warrior come from? The warrior suspected that Changon may have belonged to the ranks of the imperial army, because his power was incredible. However, he did not meet this young man before. The cold and relentless look of the young Master Changon slid on the battlefield, so that his opponent almost lost his ability to stay in his hands from sudden fear. He immediately realized that this young man was threatening, and he wondered if he could be part of the Imperial Army, because an experienced warrior was already able to see the result of the battle in advance. Observing the opponent immersed in thinking, the young owner realized that he had exceptional intuition, which was obtained after careful and long-term training in the art of battle. It was only necessary to expect his next step. The man specified whether it is true that the young owner is called Changon. He could not help but notice Changon's unusual abilities, and this aroused his curiosity about the clan from which he came from. The man carefully hid his sword. The woman just got caught up when Cheninon began to retreat suddenly. Her mouth was revealed with genuine surprise. The young owner, realizing that the fight is cancelled, said, "Yes, my name is Changon. However, if my name is not familiar with you, it indicates that we are from different worlds." The man wondered that if Changon did not come from the well-known clan, then he may belong to the imperial troops. Changon just smiled at this and said, "No, I do not serve in the imperial army. Are there few masters who go their own way without obeying the emperor?" So there was only one question. Who is this mysterious warrior who intervened in their duel? Cheninon resigned himself to his destiny and decided to leave the battlefield that day. At the same time, this did not mean that his clan refused claims to this woman. He emphasized his name and warned that next time he was preparing even more carefully to check whether the Changon was able to withstand his clan. Changon watched his rival heading for his horse and with indifference in his voice said, "If you chose not to go into battle, this is your will. In the end, it is better for you." It was embarrassed, unable to grasp that it was going around. She couldn't believe her own eyes. Does this scoundrel just go? In such ways, events developed. The owner Changon was aware that the martial arts owned by these famous clans really achieve considerable skills. They are able to anticipate dangerous moments. As soon as the sword is removed from the vagina, the indentation without bloodshed is no longer possible. In addition, it seems that in their enlightened clan family ambitions are inferior to other cases. These people clearly stood out among those whom he had to meet in the mysterious world of Marima. Left only twice, their views met, as if discussing unspeakable words. After a long silence, Changon noted that he only fulfilled what the situation required, and there was no need to thank. However, Jiran exploded with anger, strictly and sharply reproached for not having fulfilled his task, and did not become a murderer. Changon could not understand what was happening, and asked what had happened to her. She explained that these guys do not intend to stop, and now their whole group will make efforts to destroy them. If they had deprived the life of the one who was able to escape, they would have given a gift of time to retreat. Changzhon could not be reached when she watched how she was talking calmly, as if it were not worth anything. Subsequently, he realized, this is the same muse, and here such phenomena are not surprised. He prepared his horse for the road, and sighing, thinking, it would hardly change something, even if they managed to destroy the warrior. Nevertheless, Eren confidently claimed that they would still be able to win a little more time. Changon remained surprised why this conversation was needed at all, especially since she did not even express any thanks. Understanding the situation, she finally decided to introduce myself. My name Jaren. I'm with Gamson Sleep. I am gratefully grateful to you for help, because of this, I avoided unjust imprisonment. The young owner became interested in whether Gamson Sleep is her hometown. She said that she was not a fan of the emperor. Of course, the city flourished thanks to his family, but it did not change its thoughts. If her life were happier, she would not have to travel the world in search of the best. Changon nodded to the agreement and had already decided to go on the road. He strongly advised her to escape as soon as possible, because Jen's Einon threatened that he would kill them both. Probably they will start with it. Yaren, without holding back his curiosity, asked what reason he then came to her. Changzhon plunged into reflections, wondering why he should intervene at all to help those who are in a difficult situation. Lady Eren was stunned by the fact that in Murima there are still people who were able to pronounce such words. He ordered his horse Jojio to accelerate the course, finally leaving the place. Eren thought that this man had a great experience, because he was able to force the warrior to leave without even lifting his sword with him. She couldn't afford to just let him go. She hastened after him, looking good for help, because since Gamson, they are combined with dating, and this seems to her real providence. She assured him of a generous reward if he was assisted at her request for help, because without his support, she could not overcome these scoundrels. When it came to payment, Changgon's curiosity won, and he decided to listen carefully to the proposal. The girl confidently promised Changon, which would provide him with proper compensation. She suggested that the young man had to make a lot of effort, because he did not support any well-known school or influential family. In the case of his help, she promised to teach him her unique martial art. Changon only laughed back. When asked why he was laughing, the boy was joking at it casually, that she may have to try to learn herself if she already has such unique knowledge. However, Eren emphasized that this martial art belongs to the Imperial Army, and explained how difficult it is to become a student of her warrior. This requires not only exceptional abilities, but also unbreakable loyalty to the Emperor, who is a decisive factor. Changon drew attention to this information, although his interest was moderate. He stressed that teaching the martial arts of the Imperial Army is nothing more than the betrayal of the state. But Iran assured him in the opposite, claiming that this case is not a crime, because she teach only the 4th-level art, basic techniques that can be transmitted to freelance students. She noted that even if this art does not reach the highest peaks, it was still passed on by emperors from generation to generation, and mastering it may be valuable. She noted how her proposal gradually mastered the attention of Changon, but he was worried that the dedication of the emperor was missing. Eren tried to reassure him, promising that his presence would only be symbolic and everything would turn for the better. She assured that she would even make her teacher take up his studies, because the mentor to her in debt. However, Changon was still not sure whether Iran was worth trusting. She assured him that she would not play her life for the sake of deception. Conveniently resting on the stone, he died into his thoughts. He was aware that the retired soldiers of the Imperial Army share their skills for a considerable reward. If he gets the status of an official student, no one can call into question the origins of his skill. Helping her earlier, he may be able to help herself, gaining new knowledge in martial arts. However, he did not leave the question, who else is he able to reach out of help? Eren noted that in 2 days of travel they will be waiting for rivers and valleys that will serve as a wonderful hiding place, where they will be able to disappear without a trace. She deeply appreciated Changon's kindness, but the young man sought only one thing, that she would fulfill her promise. Eren firmly stated that her decision remains unwavering, but noted that she had lost her horse, so she suggested traveling with him on his horse until she found another. They had no idea that they were already observing. Tonight, people from the Gen clan ambush. Their leader insisted that they acted with caution and only test the abilities of the opponents. They firmly decided not to step away. The leader was the owner of a carefully developed plan, while his eagle did not lose any detail from view. The look of the eagle flying high in heaven watched them closely, while its owner could not understand who this mysterious warrior was. Is it just mortal, or is it behind his shoulders unclear power? Soon they will solve this mystery and will try the Zukwal, who risked them from hindering. Lady Yeren decided to stay for a break, but for Changon, this decision looked too careless, given the threats that they were constantly persecuted. She claimed that all their traces were carefully hidden, so no one would be able to track them. However, anxiety settled in her soul, because it seemed that the pursuers were almost catching up. Her faces were breathing peace, but Changon noted that her behavior lies with strange changes. If she sincerely believed that they were watching them, she would not look so careless in any way. Lady recalled that she may be referring to the Union of Murim or Empire, a chance to get help. But will it really work? And is it worth contacting them at all? She doubted her correctness, as there were witnesses who could confirm or refute her words among the pursuit. Among the witnesses was a girl named Soma Jean, who was a bride of a young master. Eren was hard to understand that the young lady was so envied by her musical gift that she decided to destroy her reputation, dissolving false rumors in front of the bride. Jean's catfish poured a number of fictional stories about Iran, and became the object of persecution, and found herself in a serious mess. Lady was convinced that all this nonsense began because of the envy and hatred of Catfish Jean. That is why Yaren is now forced to hide and fight for his survival. Gon watched the girl closely, studying every movement, as if trying to grasp her hidden thoughts. She did not look like that could do something wrong, and it only reinforced his hesitation. The young man's thoughts were the question. Does he regret that he got involved in the case? In the end, he probably has to deal with the Gen's clan warriors. However, if sincere pity were dominated in his soul, he would hardly start acting on help. Lady Iran hinted that people like him usually do not last long in this life. Her words touched him to the depths of her soul. Gon was unexpectedly burned by indignation. How can she say that? However, the girl just smiled and turned everything into a joke, seeking to discharge the situation. After that, it became obvious that something went to a scrape. They immediately felt foreign energy vibrations that literally surrounded them from all sides. Suddenly from the shadows, ninja with fiery red eyes, which flickered in the dark, moved. They raced from all sides, instantly forming a dense ring around. Gon realized that their opponent Gindream exceeded their expectations, finding much faster and more aggressive than they could assume. Quickly and inevitably, they were in a closed trap. Enemies surrounded them on all sides. Lady Erin was stunned by how quickly they were found. She was convinced that all the traces had disappeared for a long time, but the unexpected ambush showed that the enemy was much cunning than she assumed. They were in the forest when they were suddenly surrounded by enemies and did not even know the hidden threat. No one could predict that their journey would end with such an unexpected attack. Lady Yen finally lost patience. She decided to turn to the Murim Union or the Empire as soon as they reached Gamsan. She decided to risk all her property to inform the governor of these fighters. And then these attackers will understand what the consequences are waiting for them through their actions, even if they are part of the world-famous clan. However, it seems that the troops did not pay attention to her words. The whole scattering of stupid threats from a woman did not cause them to be a drop of fear. Their sole purpose was to deprive her of her life. Gon plunged into reflections, evaluating the situation. Although only 10 fighters were in front of him, the group leader, Sleep, was absent. This only enhanced his embarrassment, because he could not fully understand what ideas were hidden behind the actions of these soldiers. Obviously, they are simply tested, and if they die here, the clan is unlikely to be worried about them. At the moment when the Gon did not have time and to blink his eye, one of the warriors rushed into the attack, pulling a whole avalanche of others. They were attacked from all sides, and the fight broke out. Yen could no longer withstand. These abominations seemed to only wanted her death, not even considering the opportunity to return her unharmed. They have only one goal, to destroy it immediately and without delay. Gon with a joyful smile cheered Yen, calling it to demonstrate the same morale that she so clearly showed in Taverna. There is a moment when her skills may be needed. Yen squeezed metal knives in his palms, focusing on their enemies. She immediately threw the knives, and they impeccably impressed the appointed target. One of the knives, reflected by burning flames, flashed a wonderful glow. Throwing the knife, she kissed one of the fighters. The dazzling radiance of the flames blinded the warrior, depriving the opportunity to determine exactly where to strike. However, among the outbreaks of burning light, only the sword of a young owner who pierced one of the soldiers through attracted special attention. The glare of the fire played on his face, giving him a gloomy seriousness. The attacks of the enemy were continuously pouring on all sides. With every second, avoiding strokes became more and more complicated. It seemed that the darkness would appear from the darkness. The danger was ominously, but unbreakable fighters refused to retreat. Their endurance and combat skills were striking, and their combat aura pulled such an incredible power that even experienced warriors felt awe. The young lord hated these scum, and instantly, like lightning, made his way through 3 soldiers. His strokes carried death, destroying the opponents as if he had rushed to the lady to save her from a treacherous attack from the outside. Yen did not even notice when the young master moved away from her. She felt only relief, realizing that he had protected her from a deadly stroke of the sword. Only 2 of the detachment, which numbered a dozen warriors, survived. They froze, staring at each other's eyes, realizing that their chances of survival are almost worthless. Although their chances were minimal, there may still be an attack if they dare. Watching the dark blade of the young owner's sword, they fluctuated because they realized that their own blades had long lost their sharpness. They showed extraordinary carelessness when they used them, and now only one thing remains. Did their intention really consist of murder? Their leader, Chen Sleep, condemned them to the inevitable death, and they remained in ignorance why it was necessary. Gon offered them to pick up their comrades and leave that place. It came to the conclusion that her teammate had gone off, because these abominations appeared for an obvious purpose: to kill them. However, without hesitation, the young man ordered the enemies to disappear immediately, because if they wanted to save their companions, they should act without delaying. Realizing that they had a last chance, the warriors decided not to play with fate. A moment, having grabbed the wounded comrades, they hurried, hoping that the chance of salvation was not lost yet. Ladies and Chen Gan watched the enemies remove the surviving, who could still be saved. After that, they hastily moved to the side where you could get medical care. Flying through the forest thicket, the warriors were rapidly moving, taking with them wounded comrades who could still be saved. The piercing cold wind reminded them of the constant threat that she always had nearby. Chen decided that their vacation had ended, and it was time to put the order to move on. However, The girl did not grasp what he meant. The young lord diligently pushed her hesitation and called his horse not to waste extra minutes. They were in a hurry because it was unknown when the next trap could be expected. However, the girl could not understand why he was sparing the enemies. They could rebel against them again. She did not play the whole road, falling asleep by the Ghana with the questions why he decided to pardon them, not destroy once and for all. She also had reason to believe that their route is no longer a secret, and enemies can be on their way again. However, her continuous chatter has already created a headache. Despite all the obstacles, they went on, realizing that they had to stay ready in all circumstances. In the end, they confidently joined the city streets and went into a walk, enjoying the atmosphere of the city. Children who traded different goods tried to convince passers to buy something from their range. With a friendly smile, the woman reached out to one of the children and asked her to treat her companions. Gan noticed that she had a sincere heart, and without a doubt, she loves children. From her stories about her brothers, it became clear that her childhood was in family comfort and surrounded by love. Her 4 brothers were smart and dreamy children who always caused a smile on her face. If the circumstances were different, they could grow in outstanding adults. Looking into her sad eyes, it is easy to feel that they are hiding incomprehensible pain. Looking at her children, she felt something deep in her heart. Although they first stepped on the streets of this city, her eyes spoke completely different. Some hidden pain sitting deep inside. Gan had the feeling that something was wrong, but did not decide to express it with an open question. He looked silently in her eyes, seeking to solve the depths of her feelings. She said she had already been here before and knew the city well, especially postal offices, which did not go unnoticed. This meant that when they looked at the city from the height of the mountain, she deceived him, pretending it was her first time here. The woman realized that Gan had unraveled her deception, and felt that she was more unable to hide the truth. She was persistently begging him to send the letter with a dove sooner to get the desired answer in the morning. The young lord was numb in silence, feeling that something is clearly wrong here. The male sent a letter to a remote musician in the mountains, and only 3 coins were required for this purpose. Yaran was just tried to share her request for help, hoping that the addressee of her letter would still understand the hint and appear to meet her. As the sender was named Jaran, and the local postman decided to use the pigeon mail for delivery, Aaron made payment for the service. The dove received the message and went to flight to send him to the addressee. He started a long journey to convey this message. In the city it was still possible to come across horses, so Aaron purchased one that seemed extremely durable. The young owner, having studied the situation closely, realized that there was no pursuer in their footsteps. However, why are the streets so silent? Calm, but if their enemies intend to stop them, the city would become a strategic center for attack. Gan noted that their opponent, the dream, was much smarter than he predicted at first, until the end of his influence remained mysterious. Nevertheless, they had to move on. They knew about the hiding place nearby who could come in handy. A mysterious cave hid in a cozy corner of Rocky Mountains. It was there that they stopped for a moment, decomposing a fire for heat and comfort. Iran was constantly returning to this incident and suggested that their opponents may have already surrendered. She believed that the dream had to understand. Ghana's abilities were much better than he predicted. That is why either the dream decided to retreat or to prepare for a more successful occasion for attack. Tomorrow in the morning, her friends should come to meet them, and she hopes that their troubles will finally remain in the past. Jan Gan, although formally supported her point of view, still retained some doubt, because the promises of a date with the Imperial Martial Arts did not cause him a great admiration. Of course, the prospect of seeing the Imperial heritage sounds incredibly exciting. Aaron could not understand why, having such a prominent talent, Gan did not join the Murim Union, and decided to ask him about it. With his abilities, Gan could effortlessly succeed in any combat section, whether in the Empire or in Murim. However, he continues to wander aimlessly, entangled in the hardship of similar difficulties. Gan said he was professing the philosophy of freedom. He does not like to feel attached to any of the community or community. He was a true traveler with an unmoved look, who searched for neither glory nor power. Aaron looked in his view as if in the bottomless, quiet lake, and felt that this young man was overcome by the outside world with incredible peace. She was unbearably interested in why he actually came to her help, and she wanted to hear from him only the truth. Even in a joke, she suggested that his help may have been caused by her beauty. Gan was a little embarrassed by such an unexpected answer, though it was a little intrigued, as she could express it at all. But he had to admit, there was something true. Aaron laughed, thinking that this was still some reason. She nominated that it is likely that it could be in her martial arts skills of the Imperial Army. However, Gan strongly denied it. In fact, he did it to protect his inner world. He doubted whether the threat looked over her, whether he could affect him, so he decided to intervene. However, he always felt that a pair of eyes lives in his heart, which seamlessly follows this world. These eyes were powerless. They were only constantly looking into the void. Compared to the powerful forces that filled the universe, these eyes seemed sue and helpless, as if only a casual look for a moment. At one time, his own eyes were burning the same request for help when he was in a similar situation. These eyes, who watched it closely, silently, but were puttily begged for help, as if trying to convey the request by all their essence. From his words, Erin was immersed in depths of astonishment, and the questions, like waves, were echoed. She felt that she had touched something significant and painful. Gan confessed that his explanation caused such an impression that these eyes were pleasing for help. But this is not at all what he has prepared for a whole life. However, these eyes were weak, and if he does not pay attention to them, they would not cause him any harm. Gan explained that this is his main motive, to help others. He could not just neglect these feelings. This presence pressed on his soul so noticeably that he was aware. He would continue to ignore them, and those eyes would lose their charm, and probably melt into eternity, just as youthful lightness is lost during the transition to the world of adults. The view that was chained to the flame of the campfire filled his thoughts with anxiety and unwavering insecurity. He could not remain indifferent and allow these eyes who followed him from the beginning to disappear. It is about his own eyes, and if they disappear, part of his past, which will no longer be able to return, will disappear with them. So, he decided to act and support, because this was what allowed him to preserve some of his essence. Providing this assistance was not only an act of charity, but also a way to protect your personality. It is because of these eyes that he now looks at her, and therefore extends the help of help. It was something so unspeakably special that it prompted him to stay side by side, although it all looked quite unusual. After his words, such a deep silence reigned that she enveloped the space around, giving rise to many questions that had no answer. Yaron detained his eyes on his eyes, trying to solve what he really wanted to say. It was truly unusual, and she was aware of it. However, this unusualness somehow fascinated it. Notwithstanding her own feelings, she was drawn to the Ghana and lit in a passionate kiss. Gan did not protest, but silently succumbed to this kiss among the rest of the cave. At the moment when their lips merged in a kiss, something invisible, but important, happened between them. This cave happened a little more important than just a kiss. Even Gyoje, who was walking nearby, heard bizarre sounds that came from the cave, and it was alarmed. He could not understand what they were doing there. In the morning, he spread his paints over the muram when the rays of the sun gently enveloped the landscape, filling the day with freshness and energy. In the cave, only one detail remained unchanged: the feeling of anxiety that drew up the former peace. Chengan climbed to his feet, stretched vigorously, feeling the fatigue of hard work last night. He saw that Mrs. Yen Ran had left a message for him. Without realizing why she did so, he undertook to read the written. In her message, she sincerely thanked for the beautiful days spent together, and persistently asked him not to follow it, as it was too risky. Changan was stunned when he realized that he had succumbed to brutal manipulation. He flew a great jump to his horse, shouting, "John, John, trouble!" Yen Wound disappeared. The worst was that she had pushed his horse. "Here is a mischief," he cried mentally, realizing all the consequences that looked over him. He was not put in his head that this cunning woman was able to seduce his most valuable horse. This conscious truth ignited in it rage to the limit. After all, his horse John turned out to be a real desert and also betrayed his trust. Able to adapt to the environment lightly, Guy carefully moved along the paths of this Murima, carefully choosing the most optimal way. It has been a lot of time since he used his favorite martial art of flight, which was once one of his indisputable trumps in Clash. However, the realities of today needed lightning solutions, leaving no space for reflections or delays. Of course, there were reasons why he was alert. This method had a negative effect on its physical state, so the ability to overcome long distances in the sky was weak. The sky is clear and flawless today, but he expected that after his death he would become a cloud, not a man who was a little nervous. He was so rapidly rushing forward that he soon came across the traces of his own horse. This has given him the feeling that he was moving in the right direction, although some doubts were still worried. Obviously, the woman spent all night on the road, so she went so far. He could barely believe that she got rid of her horse and now ropes him. He doubted everything else, but not that he would take Gyoje. His horse was still young, smart, and promised to serve him for many more years ahead. Delivered in his reflections, the young owner did not have time to react to a blow, which suddenly sounded and struck it on the side. The collision was caused by a striking explosion that scattered the fragments in all directions. As soon as the whip was ominously passed, he was covered by a sense of threat, and he immediately rushed back. This posed a great threat, so he made every effort to stay away from such circumstances. With grace, he was barely escaping from the arms of death, although the danger was still hanging over him. The hit of a whip staged a real mess, as evidenced by a devastated tree. The master, skillfully possessing a whirlpool, focused all his energy in this blow, showing unsurpassed power. He focused all his energy in the wicker and, showing a wonderful speed, inflicted a devastating blow. After a rapid attack, the master instantly assembled a whistle in his hands, preparing to strike a new blow. He could not believe that this scoundrel was able to evade his attack, even with such lightning speed. Changan reached for his sword, trying to understand who this bold man who suddenly found himself in front of him. His clothes immediately came into the eye that it was not a simple bandit, but a person significant. It is possible that it belonged to the famous clan, which apparently became a target for the Gen's clan. A familiar person appeared because of the bushes, urging him to keep peace and not rush to the conclusions. The young master was stunned by her unexpected appearance. Did not suggest that he would see her in this place. She immediately reproached him for following her, stole her horse and left him without moving. But it is strange how quickly he managed to overcome such a considerable distance. The man realized that he was in front of the one she mentioned in a letter 2 days ago. Their meeting took place during a clash with Sun, when this stranger saved her from a deadly threat of that night. However, the man who stood next to her did not come as possible that this boulder is still alive. The girl was silent, not knowing what to say in response. The essence is that the dream was much careful in her actions than she could think, and after the first day, when he only protested their abilities, no new attacks occurred. As soon as he made the decision to wait for them to disperse, she decided to turn him into a bait to distract the dream for a while. So she just left him, believing that he would not have to kill him. So, she decided that if his horse stops, the secret of her plans would remain unsolved, and no one would ever know about their meeting. The man appealed to Yan Yang with a mockery, saying that she had no idea that she was waiting for her. She had to bring him to them. If it was too difficult to overcome it on their own, her brothers would certainly come to the rescue. But its indecision will be punished by punishment after returning to the clan. Listening to their fool, Gan suddenly heard the word clan that made him strain immediately. The man noted that the girl talked about a master who, while near her, was able to get ahead of Sun, never removing her sword. It was a real miracle. Especially she remembered that he did not go through the arts of the battle, either in the imperial forces or in any well-known clan. Gan stressed that in a sense, he really has genius, and their interest in him is sincere. If they were lucky to meet in other circumstances, he would have been readily invited to his clan as a guest. Calling a warrior of the Jon clan of Heibi, Yan Yan respectfully expressed his greetings. The young master began to realize what situation he got into, and realized how dangerous it was. The clan Yan is one of the most powerful and most famous, like Gen's clan. However, unlike the Gen's clan, which is almost evicted on a new continent, the clan of Yen retains its significant impact. It turned out that even Janwoons are part of the Jon clan. Once in the center of the confrontation of two well-known clans, he is again involved in the maelstrom of events tied on a different continent. He's stuck in this mess and now everything looks even worse. All these imperial chimeras about martial arts or something like that have completely lost their meaning. The young master revealed the truth. All this turned out to be a cunning delusion. Yen stressed that it was undoubtedly truth. Although she had to deceive him, she had no other way out. She had to escape from the captivity of Gen's clan. In addition, she had no idea that this ordinary stranger she met on the street would be able to withstand the clan. She was certain that the boy would expect an inevitable death along the way. However, by some miracle, he managed to avoid the trap that was prepared for him. "Looks like you are surprised, isn't you?" said the young master. This was the reason for her hasty escape. So, what is the story of a young master from Gen's clan? All this was a deception, part of her sophisticated plan. She fascinated this young man, snatched the mysterious folio of his clan, and eventually brought him to suicide when he realized the whole horror of his actions. And then the young master realized the truth. The bride of Jian did not deceive. Yen Yan stressed that the young owner just got a wave of good luck. He asked the guy asking whether he realized the one for what reason. Iran had recently posted to him all the truth. At that moment, his hand is unnoticed, but confidently, began to squeeze the whistle. The boy tasted the hat that went aside a little, and looked around with interest, wanting to understand what was happening. The young owner guessed that they were looking for any reason to brutally raise accounts with him. It noted that his opponent demonstrated his mind and cunning that far exceeded expectations. He believed that the guy was unwise, because it seemed like a common wandering. However, it turned out that his head was far from empty. Our hero realized that he actually was followed by another person, and now it became obvious why he felt an alarming yawn on his back. A man with a giant spear died on the horizon, urging to stop any resistance, because a wild traveler is not able to withstand the powerful warrior. Looking at the situation from a different angle, the young man realized that he had fallen into a real trap. Finding himself between the two soldiers of the ancient clan, he realized that it was an inevitable curse. This situation was extremely risky for him, and the likelihood of the tragic finale has increased significantly. The young man laughed, noting that the powerful warriors of the clan are so powerful that they were forced to act together. But consider their efforts not by battle, but true execution. Of course, this will bring the sun into even more confusion if they find this young man and start following him. Just think. He not only skillfully sent their sister Iran to them, but also managed to lure Sun directly into the trap. They even expressed their gratitude on behalf of the family, to which Chang'un replied, "These guys really made an effort." However, today his fate is approaching its completion. Erin sincerely apologized because she really was sorry that he had to steal his horse so that he could not persecute her. However, it was at this moment in the soul of our hero that something invisible gave a crack. It turned out to be a real trouble, but her brothers remained completely indifferent. Jiani advised to retreat and not interfere, assuring that everything would be done promptly and perfectly. Chang'un lifted his gaze to heaven and felt everything happens as he predicted. Again, in this world, Murima awaits insidiousness and threat of death. How did I take the hell not embodied in that hated cloud? How did I dream? Instead, he found himself in the human body, in which the scoundrels on me on all sides. A giant whip with frantic speed rushes directly to the head of our hero, forcing him to act instantly. From a powerful blow, his hat flies into pieces and plays to the ground. However, around it, invisible energy creates a protective barrier that protects against significant damage. The powerful force begins to rotate his body, like Ziggy, trying to deprive him of stability. Although he has a great skill, he is already coming to a warrior with a copy. He is ready to strike a deadly blow. Swelling with the trimming of his mutilated hat, he instantly decides to wrap them on the attack of the attack. Jumping the hat with the enemy with the spear, he saturates it with energy, turning into a formidable weapon. The hat, charged with chi energy, is spinning like a jig, breaking rapidly towards the enemy. The spear fighter did not provide such a striking reaction, and lightly lifts his weapon to stop the pressure. Having waved his spear, he cuts the hat into two parts, thus seemingly eliminating the threat. However, it was evident that he could only partially repel the attack, and the tension was still felt in the air. This warrior had impressive combat skills that could surprise even the most agitated masters. Yen Ras was inseparably monitored from the battle from its beginning, looking forward to the moment when it became known that it would determine the fate. She could not believe her eyes in any way. Even the mighty clans are not able to force this young man to retreat. The strokes were so powerful that anyone else would not have been alive on the spot. However, the young man skillfully parried each attack, demonstrating impressive accuracy in answers to the smallest movements. He managed to find a sophisticated counterattack on every hit of this damn whips, sometimes even going on the offensive. He not only defended himself, but also boldly rushed into battle, striking with his incredible courage and skill. Yen Yang watched with distrust of how this monster was rapidly carrying on him. Despite all the danger, the guy with incredible ease cut his whistle. Who really is he, this mysterious boy? And where does he have such impressive talents? He thought, finding no answer. He always chose the tactics of battle in the distance, so he could not allow this young man to come closer. His witches quickly squeezed around the hands of the young owner, shaking his movements. The hit of a whips froze in the air, as if timed to hold his breath, tie the enemy in strong arms. However, the hand, charged with incredible energy, was still racing in this scum. He did not even assume that the guy was able to direct his chakra with such power directly on him. When the hand of a young owner struck the body of a yen, from his mouth began to flow blood. His clothes began to crack and twist under the pressure of an energy pulse that hit his body. A powerful blow to the young owner pierced the body of the yana, mercilessly destroying it from the inside. Yen Yang thickened the ground, releasing a whirlwind from his hands. The blow was too strong for his body. However, the danger is chatting behind. The speaker is already close, and it will not be possible to escape from his deadly blow. The boy did not escape from this ill-fated spear. The copies pierced him through, and the explosion of pain filled his shoulder, spilling all over the body. The young master realized that the spear had punched him through, and blood flowed from the wound, but something was completely unforeseen. A man with a spear did not expect such a stunning development. Although the spear was still sticking out in his body, a young warrior rapped his enemy face with one blow of a sword. After that, he struck some more relentlessly strong blows, seeking to finally overcome the enemy. The man fell on the ground with a spear, already inanimate, but the weapon remained in the body of a young owner, hampering his movements. One by one, enemies who dared to resist him were powerlessly settled on the ground. Their bodies fell on the ground with a roar, and it seemed that the warriors of the clan no longer had the strength to fight further. The mistress Yenran was a shock from what he saw. Their breathless state left her amazed. She notices her brother Yana flooded with blood. In his gaze, aimed at this Pali, the lights are fierce. Despite the digging stuck in the shoulder, John Gan stubbornly squeezes the sword, trying to keep his balance and not give up. He realizes that the wound is a real hell, and pain becomes impossible. Spitting blood, Yan Yang addresses the guy asking, "How did you master the Fist of the Heavenly Thunder?" This technique was reminiscent of something familiar, but at the same time impressed with its capacity and perfection. It was a more rough but much stronger form of martial art. And this undoubtedly was not a demonic art. It far exceeded its boundaries. Meanwhile, the young man strongly grabbed his hand, the ill-fated sword stuck in his body, and carefully but stubbornly began to pull him. Pouring his face with blood, Yanjan turned to Changon with a question of who he really was. He was surprised that the abilities of this young man had much exceeded the usual opportunities for his age, and this was encouraged by Yana that an influential battle clan lies behind him. The exhausted Vatgon, having pulled out of himself this ill-fated spear, felt the wound release the flow of blood, which with pain streaming from the wound. He agreed that it was true. Many of his peers are able to create martial art, based only on the power of his own imagination. However, this did not distinguish his family at all among others. It no longer matters, because it was already lying on earth devoid of life. This battle was won by a young ruler, who stood among the remnants of his opponents, carefully looking at the fruits of his victory. Lady Yenran began a conversation, noting that this young man was really striking. She would never think that two hardened fighters from her clan could not overcome him. It was clear that she exposed the sword and seemed to be preparing for a duel with him. Looking at her, the young man asked, "Are you really so confident in his abilities?" Yen Wound boldly acknowledged that he had quite correctly unraveled her ideas. Meanwhile, the boys from the clan Gens watched from the outside, realizing that their stellar time was finally coming. They slowly watched the confrontation of young Mr. and Lady Yenran, waiting for the right opportunity. They decided to go down only when the situation was finally cleared. The warriors unconditionally executed an order that was observed without the slightest hesitation. John Gan soon struck a fatal blow, causing a bad bloody wound, which irreversibly took away her life. Despite the unbearable pain, he understood that retreating was not an option. What made her start all this? He thought, watching her fell to the ground and coughed. The young man approached her, watching her breathing hard while the blood filled her lungs. She noted that the martyrs of martial arts are varied, and admires that his strength was striking even despite such injuries. Zhong Gan glanced at her and noted that her bleeding was not significant. He said that he knew the technique that could stop blood and give her a chance to survive. She realized that he deliberately missed the blows to her vital organs, and this thought did not leave her thoughts. Her mind was again immersed in the memories of the night that became a turning point in her life. The perfect night when she made irreversible. Then the guy confessed to her that she feels her eyes, as if invisible eyes were followed by his every movement, and some invisible forces were constantly watching him. She was convinced that she felt it again. An old, almost forgotten and familiar feeling. It was the same feeling she survived when she once seduced and then killed that man. At the last moment, his eyes flashed with such an incredible force, as if they sought to look straight into her soul. These eyes were burning with life and energy even at the last moment. A crowd lined up behind her shoulders. These were the views of those whom she once adored above all, both adults and children whose fate betrayed. However, when she looked around to grasp their face, she met with the same eyes that seemed to always follow her. At that moment, she realized that her hands were the cause of everything. She wiped out of memory all the mention of people who once lived in her heart, taking with her their images. Gradually, these eyes dissolved in the dark, leaving more bloody traces on her hands. After all, unlike the young owner, she did not retain her eyes, a reflection of memories that will forever become part of her life. It became clear to her, when he told his story, in which he mentioned his eyes, which was closely monitored by him, everything went into place. She realized that these piercing eyes would disappear only with her in the last moment of life. Because, despite the fact that her body is still breathing, the soul has long gone away. Changan focusedly listened to her story but remained silent, only unnoticed by her torment. In response, she apologized to him, addressing him for the last time. She wanted to complete what he started, giving her the opportunity to join the siblings. Having removed the bloody sword, the young master fulfilled her request. This was not invested in his imagination, but this story had to end. At her request, he supported her departure from this world. Only a slight shadow of pity flashed in his soul, accompanying the blood of enemies, which forever noted his heart. Looking back, Yangon noticed that the circumstances had changed radically. Nearby, as if ghosts in the shade, there is an army of Jen's clan, watching it closely. The chief of the detachment was extremely impressed with the virtuosity of Yangon. He did not even leave them the slightest opportunity to intervene in the fight. Yangon slowly thickened the sword back into the vagina, while asking whether the Jen personal clan is not running to take his life. It became known that their owner, San Chon, who recently committed suicide, came to life unexpectedly. Thanks to his awakening, they managed to reveal the intentions of this woman and the Yen clan. In addition, it turned out that Yangon intervened. Despite the fact that it happened by accident, what is the difference in their intentions that would be able to make? At first, they planned to eliminate everyone who was related to this woman. For this reason, all the indifferent silently followed her, patiently waiting for the best moment. They chose the position of observers, preferring not to interfere, but only to make sure that everything is unfolding according to their plan. They intended to come to the rescue of Konohan if the events were threatening to thank him for the information provided. His wounds from Kopya looked so serious that he was immediately offered effective medicines. Suddenly the warriors of the Jen's clan stopped, noticing the rider, which was rapidly approaching all pairs. The horse raced the wind with the wind, and Yangon immediately found out who was sitting on it. The same scoundrel. He immediately realized that he was the same damn traitor who has only managed to appear now. Where did this insidious insanity before? He asked himself, boiling from anger because of his unexpected appearance. How did this dwelling traitor even dare to think about the betrayal of his master? If he betrays his trust again, or changes his plans unexpectedly, Yangon warned, he is waiting for a penalty for a farm. The young master, with fury in his eyes, reached out to him his bloody hand. He began to approach him quietly, but suddenly there was an unforeseen problem. The ill-fated wound on his shoulder was poisoned, and his condition worsened rapidly. In the end, the commander decided to warn Changan. The organization that controls the plans of the Yen does not shun the use of poison and other treacherous methods to get rid of enemies. He proposed his support, warning that the refusal could be immersed in a serious danger. Before sitting on a horse, Yangon instructed to check the mandolin carefully. He guessed that it was in this place that she hid important documents. The clan warriors immediately came to the case, carefully examining every corner of mandolin. The rider with the wounded shoulder, while in the saddle, reflected on what happened, trying to understand the essence of events. He had no idea that the events would unfold in such a line. However, as they say, everything happened exactly how it happened, even if it was unexpected. His servant approached the commander and asked if he did not seem to let him gone in this condition. After all, it was possible to use the poison to get rid of it. In response, the commander's dream advised to leave this case and not to bother him, because this person is not their true enemy. Moreover, he handed them to secret documents without hesitation. Let him set his way, the commander said. He has no other choice, either to overcome this road or to leave it completely. The commander was curious about how his future would unfold. At the same time, the Alliance focused on collecting data on John. The woman found that he was about 20 years old, and his skill in the martial arts corresponds to the level of the master of the initial patrol union of the seas. All this information is all that they managed to find. If he is indeed a secret agent of the union, then their information about it is very limited. Only recently did he start his work after a long pursuit of influential persons. It is almost known about him, because he was not famous for his personality, or by the fact that he belonged to a respectable combat clan. Nowadays, many martial arts masters are wrapped in desert areas, but this young person has attracted attention due to numerous awards won. Sanhu suggested that if this person really appeared from Junjuju, then it is likely to be a local resident, a native of a village or a town. He may have a family or even a whole clan. However, a secret agent noted that if they seek to reveal the whole truth about his past before he was again on these shores on the ship, they should turn to intelligence. This guy who sells information is not a simple master, and he has no property. San-ho acknowledged this information because some of it was really true. At the same time, they sought to find out if it had secret ties with other clans, but it was the only conclusion that their spy could make. In addition, he never used the Fist of Heavenly Thunder. The appearance of the body of the killed bandit did not testify to the injury, but inside its organs turned into stuffing. The martial art that was used was strikingly different from the sophisticated Fist of the Heavenly Thunder of the Imperial Army. Although rougher, it was extremely deadly. Both of these techniques demonstrate similarity in methods, in particular, how they strike a devastating blow to the internal organs of their victims. Particular attention is paid to the technique called the Fist of Heavenly Thunder. If this fist kicks someone, the victim's body is covered with spooky bruises and the blood oogs from every time. This relentlessly demonstrates the true essence of this devastating force. The impressive power that one blows from the Fist of Heaven Thunder is so grand that only experienced veterans of the Imperial Army are able to use it. The woman suggested that it may be a new martial art, created on the basis of a Fist of Thunder. However, the man assured that the Fist of Heavenly Thunder consumes such a huge amount of internal energy that even the Imperial Army is familiar with it only according to descriptions in books. He noted that there would be enough such force to make 10 swords. Despite the fact that these techniques have a similar power, they are referred to as the martial arts of the rank Hei, and they are under state protection. He could not understand why they suspect this young man that he is a master of martial arts of the Empire. The young and skilled master does not necessarily have a connection with the Imperial forces. He may have a natural talent for martial arts. In addition, it is noticeable that he likes the art of hunting behind his heads, which in fact is quite understandable, because in this way he promotes the activity of the Union. Saint nodded to confirm and wondered if the young man managed to obtain information about the activities of a Red Division specializing in human trafficking. He unfolded on the scroll table that contained all the information about 6 missing children in cities, to which they were later returned. There was a lot of information, and the companion of the young hostess suggested to understand the details separately. However, she considered this task worth the effort, and they went on the road to confirm their intentions. She apologized for taking so much time from a mysterious stranger. Saying goodbye to him, they went their way. As soon as the warriors left the office, the mysterious man removed his hat, sighed with relief, and realized that Chan Kion had already become a legend. Now it became known that John Gayan is a secret agent of the Union Muri, who has a connection with the intelligence group Dark Dragon on the newly created continent. Jan Gayan understood that not all the details of the boy were known to him, and that he had no key information to share it. He is known as Chan Gon, the second descendant of the Hanum family, who has been famous since childhood with incredible shaiki in the martial arts. His father, by specialty, dreamed that his son would dress the shape of the imperial soldier. However, friction arose in his relationship with his family. After completing the strife, he traveled at different edges of the new continent, studying the martial arts under the guidance of numerous mentors. However, none of them could compare with brave warriors that exceed the level of ordinary soldiers. But why is they so fascinated by the desire to find out more about this young man? Jan was aware that this was a minor problem, but he realized that his family conflict played an important role in his life. This young man was able to defeat a monster, which even the giant army could not overcome. More than 30 opponents overlooked. He even mastered something similar to the technique of Fist of Heavenly Thunder. Although the Imperial family and the Union of Marima seem powerful, they are still lacking in true power. The Imperial Dynasty and the Union of Muse and No Idea have that Chang'an. It is likely that this hero will become one of the famous soldiers of the coming times. It seems that the members of the Secret Union have caught a large fish on the hook. The next morning, at the very shore of the river, one of the local women went to freshen up in cool water. It was a habit for her. River water always gave a refreshing feeling. But suddenly she paid attention to something unusual. Red liquid poured on the surface of the water. She was engulfed in real shock and panic, because she could not understand what was happening. She immediately permeated the horror when she realized that she saw it was blood. The woman carefully examined the terrain, trying to find a source of blood. She realized that the traces were led to a warrior who lay near the coast. His body was slowly immersed in bloody water, and this terrible picture stunned it to the heart. In the visual depths of the vat, the memory, bright and living as alive, suddenly drew. His eyes as a child were fascinated by the modern world, crowded with amazing phenomena. The world where his parents lived and their passionate love, which gently hugged his heart. Squeezing his mother's hand firmly, he looked at the sincere smile of his father. who always filled his heart with joy. As a child, he was innocent and joyful, immersed in carelessness. Modernity has fascinated him with her unspeakably impressive phenomena, and every day gave him something infinitely new. A balloon was rising high into the sky, and people on Earth waved their hands with their hands, as if they greeted a new morning. It was an incredible sight. These moments remained in his memory forever, as expensive memories of carefree childhood. In his memoirs, he clearly mentioned the silhouette of the woman. Her image was bright and unchanged. Her piercing look was so strong that it seemed to have penetrated the depths of his soul. Her gaze was so full of love that he kept this moment in his memory for life. Each meeting began with her radiant smile, and the desire to help him in any business was a constant feature of her character. It was his mother, and he clearly remembers her warmth, which enveloped him and on the hardest days. And at once he hears how someone notes nearby. He has already started smiling. It seems that he plunged into pleasant dreams, suggested people who watched him. Soon he opened his eyes, and all around were amazed, not believing that he would so lightly come to his senses. Sleeping his eyes, the young man found a wonderful scene around him, which did not meet what remained in his memoirs. People around the attention that with his eyes open, he became even more attractive. Some even argued that it exceeds the beauty of the residents of Juniani, who lived in the lower village. The young master lay with the wounded shoulder, suffering from pain, but slowly gaining strength. Parents warned their daughter with admiration for appearance, emphasizing that this is not important. However, she only noted the obvious, referring to a local saying, "Good news is just a good thing." The young man rose slowly, holding his head. He made a deep exhalation, and suddenly realized that he had already heard this language. Realizing that these good people gave him shelter, the young man asked a sip of water because he had dried up in his throat. Everyone was stunned, as this guy communicates in their language. The tribe leader was pleasantly passionate about hearing that the foreigner was able to speak their language freely. "How can he speak our language if he arrives from distant lands from the mountains?" said the leader thoughtfully. The young woman from this tribe has never watched that someone was so fluent in their language in their native lands. She realized that the guy almost effortlessly understood most of her expressions. Finally, it came to her. If he understood her words, he undoubtedly heard it praised him for his incredible beauty. She felt the burning shame for her words about his appearance, and this apparent embarrassment was reflected on her face. At the time, someone from the tribe called a girl named a blue wolf, asking where she disappeared. She tried to explain with tension in her voice that she just went for water, carefully hiding her confusion. The man laughed, watching her reaction when she was embarrassed, realizing that the guy had heard her passionate words about his attractiveness. It was unusual for a girl who was usually determined. The young owner, clutching his wound, asked why they communicated in Chinese. The leader replied that people who have known each other for over a century have lived on both sides of these mountains. The guy realized that his wound was dirty. The stench from the mud was so strong that the feeling that it was not just a mud, but something much more serious. The wound was so serious that it threatened to leave him disadvantaged for life unless proper treatment. He expressed his sincere gratitude to the tribe by the leader and said, "My name is a vat." The leader proclaimed, "My name is a red wind." He mentioned how they came across a vat, breathless and immersed in river water. The leader was quite surprised when the blue wolf found him first. However, during these 2 days, he observed the impressive recovery of the guy. His wound testified that the guy may have been able to recover on his own, without any assistance, due to his extraordinary ability to regenerate. It immediately became obvious that he had an instinctive talent for martial arts. The leader came to the conclusion that maybe someone is following him, because such outstanding abilities sooner or later attract attention. The young man assured that all is well. No one haunted him. "Then why were you wounded and lay by the river?" the leader asked, seeking to find out whether the young man is threat. The leader did not just ask, he sought to make sure that the person they accepted under their defense did not pose a danger to the tribe. Changon noted that even in the name of this man, the true spirit of the warrior is felt. Changon reassured him, assured that the alarming was unfounded. Those who wandered it in the footsteps were no longer threatened, but the tribe is safe. When he stepped outside, he was a wonderful tribe that lived in peace and harmony. And so he shone. He was the one who opened this territory, long before the records and historical chronicles appeared. In his heart, he was convicted that his presence here was extraordinary. This moment now became part of his fate. These people enjoyed a carefree life, contrasting sharply with the helpless and weak natives he read about in his previous reincarnation. Their power and confidence were for him a real discovery, quite unlike those discussed in old stories. With genuine joy, they drunk and fed his horse, as well as offered a hospitable shelter. Changon praised their porridge, which they brought him, and was amazed by the fact that they were able to get out of bed thanks to them. The young master approached his faithful horse named Jogyo, and with a smile noted that this wise man radiates real pleasure. The girl wondered if this horse had a name, because he seemed smart enough, despite the fact that he did not initiate her at first. He noted that the horse is rather cunning than smart. His name is Gyoje. The girl thought that the residents of General choose rather special names, but there was something attractive in the sound of this name. Changon said he chose this name because it sounded fun. However, he believes that he could make a mistake, because now he knows how tricky his horse is. The real problem was not in the meaning of the name, but in the person who wore it at first. When the girl wondered the origin of his name, he thought for a moment, because the story would demand to revive ancient, almost forgotten memories. But only he was about to say a few words when he suddenly interrupted the leader of the tribe. He saw that the Kangon has already strengthened enough and could move. The young master acknowledged that it was a merit of their efforts, but noted that people need to be in motion for full recovery. The leader noted that this is a wonderful news, because the elder expressed his desire to talk to him. The elder of their tribe is a wise man who has a special gift to communicate with spirits and is the oldest among them. Due to his perseverance, he made a healing decision. Undoubtedly, the young master hastened to express his respect for the elder. He was given the way to go with the conductor. At this moment, the girl seemed to be tuned to follow him, but her idea was realized by her father. He asked her to stay, arguing that he intended to meet with a Vatgon tete-a-tete. The girl scattered a little, but perceived it as inevitable, and did not deny it. Turning her eyes, the young owner suddenly felt he was engulfed by an unclear anxiety, as if something important had slipped out of his hands. He immediately suggested that he did not give her an official gratitude for her support. He expressed her sincere gratitude for her, like an angel guardian, became his rescuer. The girl was struck by his words, but she realized that this step was necessary for honoring. Slightly ashamed, she said it was nothing special. However, as a token of gratitude, she expressed the desire to find out more interesting stories about Junian. So the young man went to the elder, whom he was obliged to meet. The elder lived a little apart from the village, in a separate corner hidden from interesting views. His dwelling was a small, but extremely unique tent that stood out against the background of all others. This place was sacred for the tribe, which was treated with deep respect. It seemed that a priest or individual who had a unique connection with the other lived here. As they crossed the threshold of the tent, they attacked an unusual aroma of herbs that mixed with the body of thick smoke, creating an atmosphere of mysteriousness. The monk, covered with a sampling, said to Changon, "Here you finally appeared, young man." He attracted the gaze with his only eye that emitted the incredible energy, familiar with the phenomenon. The elder became clear. Before him, the young man who was mentioned in the ancient prophecies. Chin joined the tent and told the elder that he was calling him to talk. The elder could not hide his surprise from the perfect pronunciation of the young man, and asked where he mastered the language. Chin reported that he had mastered the language on the southwestern coast in Chun. This city is the largest among the recently efficient emperor, and many residents from the surrounding areas work there. Among them are those who teach tribal languages for a fee, and the elder said that Chin probably worked under the guidance of someone from the central district. Many of these people gave way to their dignity, and a significant proportion of other things because they lacked money. Chin drew attention to the fresh southern sound of the language of the elder, and how residents expressed their pride in their native land did not leave it indifferent. The elder called the One-Eyed Breeze, the oldest resident of the whole village. He is so ancient that even in the neighboring clans you cannot find someone older than him. Some are surprised how he managed to live such a long age. Some are convinced that the mystery of his longevity lies in demonic magic, although the elder himself confidently states that he is due to this guard of his ancestors. Undoubtedly, he could not relieve them of anxiety. He turned to his associates. He has always been convinced that politeness and respect should be dominated between the clans, despite the variety of generic traditions. Once she played the role of a witch in this village. Young people often move away from the true path, hearing the same words. Chin was aware that if not stopped now, she would listen to it endlessly. When she was too persistently asked to stay for treatment, the guy suddenly interrupted her. He wanted to find out what made her make such a decision. She recalled how she had to tell the blue wolf to leave the guy to his or her own. However, she came to the conclusion that a man with a heart of a horse is not capable of evil. For this reason, it was wise to support him at a difficult time. Chin climbed to his feet. He realized her intentions and came to the conclusion that she probably did not exist any other grounds, although it seemed that she felt special interest in him. Chin could not comprehend what she meant. Now the old woman has breathed a fragrant aroma of herbs that filled the whole room. She opened her eyes, and it became clear that one shines with light blue, while the other flashes bright red. The picture seemed terrible, but it felt its special power. She noticed how the young master responded and said, "Yes, Chin, everything is right." Her red eye clearly felt enjoying a new life. What the guy saw has stunned him to the depths of his soul. He saw him so much that he could not come to his senses for a long time. It unfolded directly in his eyes. However, she did not stop and confidently continued her speech. As in our world, not everyone feels admiration for the availability of such skills. The elderly woman laughed unconsciously, looking closely at him with her invalid eyes. The elder did not even predict that this young man was associated with demonic arts, but it is known that such cases often happen. Although she did not hope to witness such a spectacle with her own eyes, such things can usually be seen only at a good age. Probably this mystery that attracted it to him. She confessed that Chin was really special from her essence, and wondered if he was interested in finding out how her second life lives at heart. Seeing his face, she couldn't hide her deep surprise. At first, she came to her mind that she was faced with a real demon. Chin was fascinated by her look, because it seemed that she could see something extraordinary in him, perhaps even to feel his inner essence or spirit. The grandmother weakens when she reveals her secrets, so it is better not to interrogate her about it. In the heart of the district, the residents are ready to go even to the risk of their own lives to master the mysteries of martial arts. But Chin thoughtfully asked if they may not have enough peaceful life in peace. Grandma decided that he was teaching martial arts for cash. The guy sincerely confessed that he would like to devote himself to this, but it would complicate his life, because he improved his skills, doing various things. However, the old woman was convinced that he should not worry, because the only thing he should do is to meet her personally. This caused a slight fear. After the conversation with the elder, Chin went outside and plunged into reflections, hiding his gaze in the silhouettes of his native village. He noted how well this place is hidden from prying eyes. He continues to remain calm and confident in his safety. The tribe leader asked that it was Chin who learned from the old sage. The young man noted that she seeks to teach them to resist the master of martial arts. Obviously, she has serious reason to believe that there may be some trouble in the village. The leader noticed that Chin, with the convenience of lightning, grabs all the events around. However, this is not at all that they usually open to people from the outside. However, now it is not a moment to keep the information under the curtain of mystery. Somehow, a young descendant of the clan sent to a remote village. The young representative of the clan came with a small group from the central district and strongly insisted on the sale of this land. However, their clan has been settling in this valley for over a century. How can they agree to sell their lands? Where would they go if they decided to go? This land remains out of the bargain, not to buy or sell it. This situation made a deep impression on them. Those people spent considerable time in the lower settlement, seeking to convince the clan representatives of this opportunity. Their pronunciation was so unusual that the leader barely restrained the desire to hit them. It seemed to him that a snake was hiding in this human ocean. Men from the central district listened to their unprecedented refusal and left quietly. However, they were convinced that they would not seem so easily. Soon these villains returned insidious, armed to their teeth. They announced that they had already purchased this site, so the clan would have to be left. They were demonstrated by some absurd paper. It was a letter confirming the sale of land with a fast crow for 500 silver coins. He betrayed the entire clan and fled without a trace. With his action, he condemned them for a whole year of concern and danger. So they were simply misled. For this clan, Earth is their invaluable inheritance. Their ancestors left them this inheritance. They believe that the land is a generous gift of nature, and cannot understand how residents of central regions can assign it. Chin wondered if he had forgotten the leader, what was called an organization that put its stamp on this document. The leader plunged into thinking, trying to remember, but the details slipped. However, it seemed to him that it was something like a trade union. His ear has reached rumors of a powerful clan, which stands on the reputation of traders and their rights to distribute. Chin, with great joy, he perceived this idea, because the alliance of merchants strongly fights fraudulent trade, and even the empire opposes such actions and strictly forbids them. Chin suspected that the persons involved in drawing up a document conduct a secret conspiracy with individual representatives of the trade union for misleading them. Moreover, the leader involved a similar turn of events. The wisest step would be to send someone to the Union of Musant to switch their attention. They met with the head of the local department of the Union Murima. He did not look a villain, but it was interesting to know how he would react to their bribery offer. This bribery could give them plenty of time to destroy their entire clan. Qin suggested that there was a good reason why this land had such value for them. Although at first glance the place did not seem particularly attractive, it is likely that the reason was that it was in this valley. In the mountain slopes, a lost golden liver is hidden. The young owner was well aware of the value of the golden vein, and all the possible consequences that it can cause. He felt anxious because he realized that it could be extremely dangerous. However, tomorrow he will act more confidently, because his hand will finally begin to restore the former mobility. He appealed to the leader to call all the inhabitants to start the defense of their golden, and to find a way to preserve it. The next morning, the tribe gathered all its warriors. Their hands and legs were strong and tireless, ready for the fight at any moment. Their physical condition could be called quite good. Having examined these guys, it was possible to calculate that their number was approaching 10. However, it was most important that the young master noted the presence of a blue wolf, who was also there. His insightful look attracted her attention, and she felt embarrassment for a moment. The guy had no idea that this girl could be a real warrior. Qin began his speech, noting that even city differences did not impress the way these soldiers. They are likely to try to win. Then they have to face 2 or 3 rivals. However, even if the enemy's forces prevail, they are firmly convinced of their preference and are able to repel. Nevertheless, the guy was not absolutely sure, assuming that they may be able to avoid fights, even if the opponent is numerous. If they are so worried about this question, why not arrange a duel? Among them was a famous giant nicknamed Medvid Salolaz, who had a fervent desire to see how this new moon understood the martial arts. The owner, still quite young, looked at the chunky man and exploded with laughter. His formidable facial expression could not greatly impress the cheerful. Even if he was convinced that this was not the most negative beginning, the situation still looked a little sharply. However, his decision was undeniable. It is time to act. All the views focused on it. The Sokolanians began to cap, asking why the blue wolf attracted the body, although the atmosphere was more like a festive mood. It seemed in a state of absolute balance. Everyone was able to see what the young master was capable of, so he was presented with another rival. The young man realized that from the very beginning, his skill would be evaluated. If they insist, he will show them all his power. The blue wolf has repeatedly heard many stories about the young owner. Its key capacity was the speed of regeneration, but it did not assume that it would recover completely in such a short time. A giant man gathered in front of him, intending to attack. The young man, as always, was motionlessly following him, carefully analyzing all his steps. It was at the moment when the battle broke out that he struck his leg sharply, lightly knocking the giant from his feet. Stunned by an unexpected blow, Giant gave a giant. Looking at the opponent, he could not understand what had happened, because the speed of this guy was just stunning. Qin swept past him like a gust of wind. The audience who followed the competition were stunned by the incredible speed of China. Mountain Medvid could not believe that he had been defeated so easily. The power of this young man was striking in his incredibility. Medvid looked at China, losing in the assumption of what happened to his leg. The blow turned out to be so powerful that a large burden was tied to the leg. She struck her leg, and in her head he still roared, as if she were hit by a stone. The young man suggested that he probably no longer intends to do anything more. However, Medvid, burning anger, rushed on the offensive. However, he could not grab any of the blows caused by Qin. All his offenses were absolutely unsuccessful against the young owner. Qin realized that his energy was almost exhausted, because the opponent was impressed with frantic power and amazing. He advised Medveda to stop, believing that he had already demonstrated enough. However, Medvid never thought to stop. He strongly stated that he would now show his real power. Even his comrades on the clan were stunned, hearing these words. What does he mean by true force? Is he planning to show everything he is capable of? It was obvious that Medvid was melted by anger, filling the space around a powerful aura. If it was not for the interference of his comrades on the clan who tried to quench it, the scoundrel with extraordinary force, he rushed to China. His fist rushed forward, like a stone block, with such a fury, as if he could destroy everything that would happen in the way. Qin agreed that the movement became not only instant, but also striking. He skillfully parried every blow, but immediately realized that this power was unnatural, and not originally from the central area. It was the original power of his kind. Feeling her presence, Qin realized that his assumptions were true. These people did not exaggerate when they stated in a joking manner that each of them was able to challenge 2 or 3 experienced martyrs of martial arts. He would not seek to continue this battle, but had to stop it immediately. Suddenly the guy struck his elbow, kissing the abuser. He had no extra minutes for protracted clashes, and these people were already tired of him. The giant bear dropped back from a powerful blow. He raced the earth like a tiny sand that flew a long distance. The bear stopped only when it crashed into a stone, flying about a dozen meters. All his co-companies watched this giant in surprise. They could not understand what had happened to him. China's martial arts fascinated with their strength and skill. He sincerely hoped that his blow was not deadly, because the force invested in him was considerable. Despite everything, Medved stood up and acknowledged that the boy was really worthy of attention. When he attacked the pine, he unexpectedly felt a powerful invisible force that enveloped his body with protection. The guy noted that this technique is striking with his uniqueness, and if he wants to continue their training, then more detailed explanations should be provided. In the Central District, this force was considered rare. Medved called her a curable power. The term strength of spirits had a somewhat mysterious, even strange sound. However, this turned out to be true. Not only residents of the Central District are capable of using mysterious forces. In the end, it was necessary to deliver the mountain bead to the village, and fortunately, he was simply fainted. Undoubtedly, it will be difficult to bring it back. However, Qin has never witnessed that one of his tribe shows such power. Only selected in the tribe had the ability to use the power of perfume. This huge energy is not as accessible as it may sometimes seem. This force resembled his own internal energy, but Qin could not understand why he was not feeling her center. It seemed unexpected and mysterious. The blue wolf approached him and said that in order to take advantage of the strength of the spirits, he should first meet these spirits. If he turns to them with a sincere heart, he will be able to receive the support of the spirits of all living creatures on Earth and the power of their ancestors. The leader of the tribe exploded on the girl, telling her to silence. But she did not realize what her fault was. The tribe members raged, because without any hesitation, they gave their secrets, even though they were going to share everything with a stranger. However, the leader was only intended to discover the mystery of their existence. But now it seemed that she had allowed a miss. It was a secret, familiar only to our tribe. However, once it happened, they decided not to stop, because in the end, they themselves asked him to teach them the art of counteracting the martial arts. The leader ordered all the fighters to gather again. One of the men asked the leader whether he sees the potential in the blue wolf to be useful to them. She stared at him with her insightful eyes. Qin realized that the blue wolf would be a valuable support for them, and without hesitation he believed in his future help. It was for this reason that he decided to leave the girl with them. Qin reflected how his tribe could win the martial arts craftsmen. Martial arts masters have always been in place, so the most effective way to overcome them is to lure in the thickets of forests where trees can be used as natural shields. So, they will have the opportunity to repel the most powerful blows of their enemies. The strength of the spirits they used was so powerful that Qin had the opportunity to observe her action earlier, and this filled him with confidence and success. However, there are still some miscalculations in tactics. The young man would be greatly embarrassed if I understood what opponents would have to compete with. He wanted to find out if they managed to solve the problem he addressed. 2 warriors were elected to stand on custody while returning to the village. As they planned, they placed traps in the forest. So, the plan is implemented. But if this is not enough, they will not have a choice. They will have to fight for life without sparing themselves, dreaming that victory will be able to remove the burden from their shoulders and make life easier. The blue wolf studied the arsenal carefully, choosing the weapon that is best suited for the future battle. On the horizon, a young owner suddenly emerged. She asked about his well-being, but in response, she received that she had a weapon and her skill in his possession. He also noted that she looks the youngest of all the soldiers. She noted that his gaze was felt a little contemptuous. This is all thanks to her youth. She is the fastest of all the fighters of the tribe, inferior only to her uncle and master of martial arts. No one will be able to get ahead of the arrow before she flies to her target. Qin was passionate about when she learned that she was skillfully possessing a bow and arrow. But nevertheless, he could not restrain his smiles when he saw her restless perseverance, which he did not count. But the girl was fond of the fact that everyone around perceives her equally. She took the arrows in her hands and began to cook them. Is he not interested in what is being about? However, he did not look surprised at all. Other tribes also showed interest in their skill in handling arrows. She undoubtedly sought to ask the young master. He caught her hint and decided to ask in more detail. She smiled a little, replied that if he was so interesting, it remains a secret. She also noted that when the hours of spirits came, they are most likely to come to him. At this point, he should open his heart, and only then will he be able to become a true warrior. It is difficult to grasp what she wanted to say when she remembered the discovery of her heart. And what is the true meaning of this expression? She seems to have not realized how to explain it, and thoughtfully thought. She wondered how best to answer, and nervously reached for scratching her head. Watching her efforts to find an explanation was quite fun, because even she was not fully aware of the essence of her words. When she remembers the opening of the heart, what does it really mean? She thoughtfully thought about how to open up the world, because she could not even explain herself. Her confusion was undeniable. However, for China, this was not an obstacle. He boldly approached her, deciding to try everything directly in practice. With an expression that seemed a little mysterious, Chin asked the girl to give him a hand. His manners made the impression that it was extremely important to her. Without thinking, she confidently handed him her hand. The young man decided to apologize in advance. It was at the moment when his fingers gently touched her veins. The girl realized that nothing strange was going on. Having closed his eyelids, and Chin began to focus his consciousness and collect energy into one. Everything happened exactly as he predicted. The meridian core of her vein was open. The vessels concentrated around the heart, which served as a focus of energy for them. It's not just a way to flow energy, but a real hole. Due to this, her body had the opportunity to breathe in harmony unison with her own true energy. The girl was stunned when she realized that the guy was able to feel it. He removed his hand. Although Chin could not see it, his feelings were incredibly sharp. She never realized that it was the guy who wanted to understand. But in the end, he came to the conclusion that he was not what he expected. And yet, if the martial arts master tries to clamp her hand, she should avoid it at any cost. Only exceptional craftsmen are able to neutralize it with a movement only if they have time to grasp it by the wrist. Vigilance is its permanent companion. It was important to always keep your hands under control. It was one of the main rules. To this, the girl replied that she would not allow anyone to touch her hands. In addition to the young owner, she felt awkward when she said these words. Chin was puzzled, not realizing that it was the girl who had in mind saying, "Except him." Suddenly, mastered by shame, she rushed away. She is really unusual, Chin sighed, resigned to this fact. This night he looked at the starry sky silently. He seems to be aware of the source of the fire thanks to the blue wolf, but such meridians and nuclei that belonged to her remained unattainable for him. Inside, he concentrated energy in the heart, but if you open the veins, this force will slowly slip out. He did not expect support from someone else, but he still managed to achieve such a result. It was only necessary to look at how energy comes out of the revealed vein, and it was a question. What to do next with this knowledge? A certain amount of time has passed, and much has changed during this period. Chin found many precious ones in this clan, shiny diamonds and radiant gold. He showed them how skillfully construct the traps. For this, the warriors felt sincere thanks to him. The girl has greatly improved her archery skills. She sought to demonstrate her unwavering power to the young ruler. Finally, after 4 days of expectation, the gorge came to life. There was a rapt noise. The army was accompanied by majestic falcons, which carefully studied their path. Masters of martial arts rushed on their horses, trying to battle with clumsy tribes. They wanted to erase them in gunpowder and darkness. However, the girl, along with her uncle, closely followed them from the distant horizon. The warriors gathered a lot, and they realized that it was time to act decisively. It is necessary to inform the China and the rest of the warriors about this news. Without a moment, the girl rushed to fulfill the task assigned to her. Probably this fight may be unequal, China's thoughts flashed. The warriors were so much that the eyes were inadvertently trembling with fear. Even looking at them seemed to be a challenge. Ahead of the troops, as a black shadow, Sun, that ill-fated merchant, in whose eyes he burned only the desire to destroy this tribe. The army was confidently moving forward, not even knowing that the tribe could give them unexpected resistance. When the owner of the Black Snake asked if the death of that trade union was needed, he only wondered, waving this idea. This coward was about to throw them all over the lattice, including the leader of the Marima department, not even hinted at the fear. However, the former leader of the group of Jade Pipes, Kan Ren, felt some anxiety due to current events. Therefore, he decided to attract his own detachment, formed exclusively from the swordsmen who were not known the details of the situation. A Black Snake believed that it was impossible to waste time on the little things, stating that it was a feudal status that is better to get rid of. After all, they will achieve their goal equally. Getting gold is not easy. The Black Snake firmly believed that it would eventually be in their possession. However, this did not mean that they could avoid hard work and considerable production for its acquisition. The territories they have outlined were undoubtedly hidden the wealth, but this served only as a cover for the displacement of local residents. Kan Ren, listening to these words, realized that he was faced with a true liar and a dishonesty. He loved to dissolve the tongue than to take care of the creation or maintenance of the troops. All his funds were in vain spent on mercenaries who could not hold the sword. He hoped that the story of that prodigy would be reliable. But a black snake was already alarmed by the pedigree of the guy, believing that such a slight unraveling of origin is probably not accidental. They may have a divine beast with a powerful spirit. This was perfectly in line with their plan, and the mother would be delighted with this news. However, remembering this plan, he was silent, stuck in his own thoughts. He dreamed that the locals of the valley would be afraid and quickly retreat, thereby opening his way to form a new army. The team for warriors was laconic. Keep positions. Suddenly, the earth under their feet began to settle down treacherously. One of the horses was trapped and was in a critical situation. The horse, along with their rider, fell into a pit, lit with sharp spikes. The military cry sounded so loud that everyone understood at once. A real bloodthirsty bath begins. After this case, the warriors began to look more closely at the traps. The locals were impressed with their unexpected resistance. There was another trap ahead of them, so everyone was forced to freeze in place. The warriors fully believed that behind this were, "You are the scoundrels." They were astonished so much that for a few seconds they lost their gift of speech. Suddenly, a figure was drawn on the horizon. The figure of a young man whose face was hidden in the darkness came from the darkness. His outfit clearly indicated that he comes from this region. The warriors began to exclaim the questions, wanting to find out who he was. If he is just a traveler, then he should move carefully, because it would be a wiser choice for him. The voice of China was heard from the darkness, who appealed to these malefactors and the entire army. He warned that the dishonest agreements of fraudsters against the local population would turn into severe punishments from the Union of Merchants and Muram. He advised them to surrender to the authorities and hold the rest of their days in the Muram prison. For soldiers who arrived to restore order, it seemed full of nonsense. This mysterious boy appeared where something is absurd. The Black Serpent suggested that the DK's tribe, settling in the valley, perceives this young man as something special, which certainly affects their already difficult situation. Karen cast accusers of this bold scoundrel who died out of nowhere. He was convinced that he was trying to prevent their business and even demanded money. Karen is currently not sees another path other than eliminating it. These statements made it clear that these scoundrels consider natives to primitive savages. Chin thought that, with the slightest annoyance, he could drive them all, because a mine was located in the valley. Although there is an opportunity to establish a joint production of gold, exchanging it for a share in the mine, even if all the locals are displaced, this gold will be enough to keep a small group. However, Karen loudly stated that he did not intend to share his share of gold with Dakars. It was nonsense, because it purchased this land for only 500 silver coins. He had no desire to share his treasures with these barbarians, who did not even realize the true value of all this wealth. Therefore, he made the decision to get rid of these primitive scoundrels as soon as possible. He immediately ordered his soldiers to destroy all the locals, if they did not leave here. And those who survive will sell, along with all their property, including women and predators. He whispered the alarming commentary about the great fertility of children who were noisily worn around. However, suddenly the arrow arrived from the sky, interrupting his replica. The arrow swept, cutting the air. She got directly into the body of the Canran commander, cutting off him in half a word. The launched arrow pierced his heart exactly into the target. At once, it was in place. It was a trap, and the natives immediately rushed on the offensive. The warriors lost their desire to fight. They rushed to flee because their leader was injured. In despair, the Kane reached out to a black snake, begging for salvation. He pleaded to find any way to help him. However, the black snake planned nothing to do, looking at him with absolutelessness. Canran was desperately trying to cling to his clothes without ceasing to ask for help. However, he did not predict that the black snake did not intend to save him because he did not see any benefit. For a black snake, such as a canary has become a superfluous burden among the living. The black snake just smiled happy, watching his current companion falls. When the canner had last turned to a black snake, his hand suddenly lost his power. He swept off the saddle and thickened the ground well. It was clear that he stretched motionlessly on the ground, deprived of life. His mercenaries, skilled swords, hid behind the trunks of trees. They watched their leader just sacrifice their soul. Chin, watching this spectacle, did not restrain sarcasm. Well, the skill of farewells at their height. Overlooking his team of natives, he noticed that the blue wolf skillfully directed his weapon. The natives that are located on the branches of trees, full of energy and decisive mood, were ready for battle. If the warriors sought to find out, it was in the dark thickets of the forest that those who were called savages found shelter. They expected hard when the battle began. The uncle of the blue wolf approached her with gratitude and praised her exceptional work. Even it was not easy for him to withstand the word of that scoundrel. so as not to ignite the flames of his indignation. After the death of their leader, the tribe is full of curiosity. What actions will the swords make? Swordsmen hid behind the trees, confused with their further steps. Whether or not to run away or not. Who will pay them now? The commander collapsed, and there is no right to fight if the reward now disappeared from the horizon. The Black Serpent said they all behave like a madman. And Kanran added that if they continue to rise with this path, they will come across the village of Nizhnya, which is overflowing with gold. As soon as the sound of gold came, the swordsmen were immediately alert, because they were attracted to find a gold vein. They could not afford to come back with nothing, because they overcame such a great path. Moreover, they have already become the kids of the barbarians, the residents of the Junon. Well, he liked to chat a lot. But was he really worth shooting because of it? Do the locals just ignore this? The Black Snake patiently watched the tension among the soldiers. The young owner noticed a fraudster in a dark outfit that raised noise and provocation among people. No one could understand for what reason he went so far. However, his ominous energy that seemed to be wrapped in warriors. It even affected the young owner. He felt the flow of this creepy energy. Her acute aroma was instantly spilled throughout the space, and this was definitely not what he thought. It was not just pure energy, but a poisonous poison that spreads to cause frantics and rage among soldiers. The poison has spread lightly throughout the forest. Unfortunately, the young owner realized it too late. The poison had time to penetrate into the organisms of all soldiers. He noted how deep it affected their characters. He tried to take his breath, but time was lost. The only way to overcome this poison is to destroy its interaction with internal energy. To do this, you should break her shackles inside. The Black Snake watched closely at the process of infection, and his surprise grew as he looked at the young ruler. Qin shouted in full voice, unfolding his mighty forces in the middle of the forest. Using his extraordinary strength, he disrupted the poison chains that rolled it. The powerful explosion responded with the moon throughout the forest, scattering the poison with the wind. The impressive star explosion illuminated the entire forest area, dispelling poisonous evaporas. The wind rose with extraordinary force. The Black Snake was hardly held on a horse covered by such a fear that he almost rushed. It was the legendary technique that he once learned, Lion's Rick. It was difficult for him to grasp how this person was able to produce such a stunning lion rick. If the young man has managed to do so, then he is a student of Shaolin. The Black Serpent mentioned that only those who reach the rank of senior highly consecrated monks are able to use lion rick. The bodies of warriors who had a powerful influence were exhausted by this stunning roar. However, if you think about, the body of China himself remained unbroken. However, this was not quite what they called Lion's River, because it did not have that destructive force of evil. The Black Snake did not imagine what to start talking to Qin, because it was not just a sound. His voice was so strong that he destroyed the magic of poison. He wondered if it is not a mystery where Qin has mastered such a skill, because usually such a powerful sound breaks the eardrums of all who are nearby. Qin said he controlled the vibrations of his voice, using internal energy to stop destructive effects and stabilize the body. After this vowel exclamation, even the natives withdrew from the place to make sure that there was something terrible. For example, the blue wolf could not understand what happened. Her uncle was also puzzled, but suddenly boiled in it an unbridled rage, which took possession of his consciousness. Only a sharp sound made him get away. She recognized China in him, and immediately realized that his mighty cry released her and his brothers from the influence of poison. He released them, making a shrill and loud sound. The Black Serpent turned to his devoted warriors, promising them a reward for the destruction of the local population, and also pointed to the one who was a real leader. He turned to the swordsmen with a promise of a generous reward, persuading them to go to destroy the locals. However, the swords called the Black Snake Asran's bastard, which only scatters the teams, though he seems to seek death. They decided to go to avoid danger to their own lives. The Black Serpent noted that all of them were aware of what case they decided when they came here. They knew that the purpose of the hike was the murder and robbery of the barbarians, but now they wanted to retreat, that they had no idea of it. He felt their fear, although they all remained pointless. They did not resemble their employer, who was always marked in their statements. At that moment, the Black Snake carefully pulled out his sword, suddenly attacking the swordsmen who did not intend to obey him at all. They barely got up to raise their heads. At the moment when the Black Snake destroyed one of them with a sudden blow, it is difficult to understand why he faints, because it happens so rapidly that no one even has time to notice. The warriors, armed with swords, looked at each other with confusion, astonished by the news of the death of their fighting brother. It became clear that the Black Snake has some hidden weapon in its arsenal. He was not a regular warrior. The Black Snake looked at the swords again, strictly ordered them to silence and fulfill their own mission, to destroy and select these scoundrels. If this operation goes without failure, then all gold and women from the village will be in their hands. The Black Serpent assured that Qin was protected, while the swords were ordered to destroy those who were not strong enough. In despair, the swordsmen lifted their blades, thinking, "Why not? Finally, it is worth trying." They made a deadly decision, to destroy everyone and take possession of gold, leaving no one in the living. Time is not delayed, so they are in a hurry and a little disordered for the offensive. Qin watched this sight and understood that it was only a beginning. He waved his hand, giving a signal to the local residents. Only looking, they immediately understood the importance of this, and each instantly began to prepare. The battle developed according to a carefully drawn plan. They cunningly brought opponents in the forest's thicket. All, including the Blue Wolf, were arranged in accordance with the orders. So far, everything has developed according to the plan, and today it will become obvious what this story will end. Qin cast his gaze towards the girl. She also thought about him, admiring his care and unwavering confidence. The swordsmen watched the tribe of their best moving away from them. The Black Serpent realized that the tribe was planning something special for them. Do these savages believe that they can overcome the swordmasters? The swordsmen went pursuing the tribe, leaving only a China and a black snake on the battlefield. The black snake smiled slightly, pleased with the fact that his warriors seemed ruthless and relentless. However, they did not cause him any concern. He seems to be more concerned about his own unenviable situation when he stood with his sword in his hands. The black snake enjoyed these words, because he sought to check the speed of his opponent's sword. In the anticipation of the future duel, he was impatient arousal. The battle broke out, and the black snake flew to the China like a rain. Qin skillfully managed his sword, skillfully reflecting every dawn attack by the enemy. The black snake chose a completely different approach to martial arts to overcome China. However, when the arsenal of his techniques was exhausted, the young master began to dominate the battle. In the reckoning attacks, Qin revealed all his potential, so impressive that the black snake realized he has a real monster of martial arts. His secret techniques did not produce results, and he could not harm the Qin. Meanwhile, the sword of China cut the air with incredible accuracy, almost touching his enemy. However, a black snake like a shadow managed to distract the danger, cleverly jumping up. It turned out that his true desire was far from gold. Qin exclaimed him that he was not a merchant at all, but all this image, only a cover. A black snake, laughing, said that gold can be found anywhere. Their main purpose is to capture this tribe. The black snake asked China why he was trying to prevent his plans, noting that there is still an inevitable death, so it is better not to interfere with him. However, his secret techniques did not produce results, so he armed with a sword. "Does someone guess what the sword is?" asked the Black Serpent, hinting at the inexhaustible power of these weapons. From the black snake, darkness and cold energy spilled. He decided to overcome China with the help of tricks, creating the illusion of every attack, as if it were double, skillfully using hidden techniques. He owned a hidden arsenal, poison, and even the arts of demons. The black snake seemed invisible, a real ghost. "Who is he? The witch? Really is it?" Qin's reflections. On the way back to the swords, they were filled with hail of giant stones, turning the terrain into chaos. They imagined that they would be welcomed with bread and salt, but in fact they were already waiting for ready traps. However, the local residents met the swords not welcome with bread and salt, but hostile with weapons and traps that were chatting at every step. For them, these swordsmen seemed like damn creatures, which had to be displaced from their territories. One of the locals got a blow to the back from the malicious sword. The warrior exclaimed, "I will die, Dakar, Zrania," and it seemed that he was about to put him a deadly blow. However, an arrow that cut the air with incredible speed. She wiped the sword from the face of the sword, along with his arrogant smile. The bear remarked that the Blue Wolf was watching closely every step of the surrounding. "When you came from the side, I carefully covered them and carefully monitored the situation from above." She acted as a warrior who would never allow one of her brothers to be dangerous. Her arrows cut the air, affecting the targets with perfect accuracy. They relentlessly forced to remain silent with the swords, immediately depriving them of any threat. Gradually, the number of swordsmen began to shrink. With axes in their hands, the natives spread more confusion. One of the fighters remembered the words, "We click on both flanks. It remains to stand a little to restrain the invasion of enemies." A black serpent rapidly and mercilessly attacked our hero, applying an unusual martial art that has no analogues among those commonly found in the desert areas. It was the true martial art of Junuan, which impressed with its skill and exclusivity. which spread over the horizons of the Yu Empire. China had to be cleverly avoiding these dangerous and lightning blows. The black snake sword was so powerful that the tree cut into pieces, as if it were a salad. This unusual struggle with a demonic opponent has become the greatest trial in China's life. It was the most powerful enemy that the hero ever encountered. The fallen tree divided their lands, separating one territory from another, and now they stood without taking the gaze from each other. Qin was aware that his opponent had a considerable stock of inner strength and looks a little angry, but not as lost in the rabies as the leader of the Red Division. By his skill with the sword, it was possible to clearly define that the Black Snake, a true virtuoso. The Black Snake noted the unpleasant nature of China, and suggested that it is unlikely to represent the famous clan. It is more likely that it is supported by the Murim Union or is part of a secret unit. Qin did not plan to stay in conversation with him. This wicked man was adamantly convinced that Qin had conceived something. Having declared a black snake that he was just a traveler, Qin caused that loud laughter. The snake could not determine who was facing him, a person with a stubborn expression, or just a foolish person. But he is clearly not liked. He threatened that he would make China silent as soon as he loses his hand. They rushed towards each other, accelerating to maximum speed. Finally, it is a time when each of them has to prove which one will survive in this cruel duel. For a moment, the Black Serpent felt that his situation in the duel had become dominant. If he were not in the Union, he would have long been invited to his team to jointly study new styles of martial arts. However, he was aware of the incredible power of the inner energy of China, which seemed much stronger. If he continues to press, it can drive him into a difficult state. The Black Snake strongly tuned to finish this battle when his sword was suddenly shined with incredible energy. It is time to put a point in this confrontation. It is at this point that the opponent flies to the tree and pushes away from it, and Qin straightens from the ground, looking straight into his eyes. The Black Serpent noted how the eyes of his young owner acquired another expression. It came to find out who won this battle. The endless whirlwind of blows pierced the air, ruthlessly attacking China. The insidious black snake was looking for where you can sting the opponent in the most painful place. His sword, black, saturated with energy and filled with demonic force, rushed through the air. It seemed like a moment, and he would put a devastating blow, to which the face of a black snake would illuminate an abusive smile. However, the attempt was in vain. The sword blade slid into the void. The black snake realized that in such a tense situation he hurried. However, the view of China glowed with chakra, and several energy rings broke out of his sword. It seemed that before the sight of the black snake, not one, but 3 shiny blades. What is it? He could not understand how to assume that the blade could be divided into 3 parts. There was no opportunity to interfere with 3 blades. Like an incredible impact, all 3 blades immediately hit his body. It was an unexpected failure on a level place. The power of this blow forced the black snake to kneel. Before his death, his only question was about the name of the enemy. Qin gently put his icy sword in the vagina, and he replied, "My name Qin." The black snake opened his mouth with surprise, hearing the answer, and could no longer. He failed to make any sound when his body fell on the ground. The battle ended unexpectedly quickly, as the day was approaching its event. The surviving soldiers had to stop and consider the results of their trials, as well as heal the wounds received. Several natives were injured, but immediately received the necessary help. Many swordsmen have fallen on the battlefield. Their bodies should be carefully inspected. Fortunately, none of the natives lost his life, although much was injured. However, the blue wolf disappeared without a trace, leaving everyone in guessing. The girl recently went to his search, and strangely, she received no punishment for it. They had to hurry, because the sun was about to disappear behind the horizon. The girl Rasplov approached Changon, who carefully studied the body of the enemy. He only had a modest wallet and envelope. He never found a single hook that would recognize this person. However, the envelope was so skillfully hidden on his body that it was not easy to find it. He probably contained something significant. Expanding the envelope, the young man began to read the letter, and instantly covered him shock. When asked by a girl, he assured that no hips were hidden inside, only a charm. As soon as he dissolved the seal of the envelope, incredible black energy flooded from there. The girl, without standing the pressure of negative energy, took a step back and asked to take it away. When she was asked to explain her behavior, she confessed that there was a reason. This paper radiated the vicious energy that covered it, causing anxiety in it. She could not pick up words to explain it, but her skin was covered with ants, and she felt some reflective feeling. Mysterious signs were shimmering on the sheet, which did not leave her thoughts alone. Changon did not feel any disgust, but the girl had completely different impressions, and he could not understand that it was so pushing her in the amulet. they may need to go to the one-eyed cloud for advice. She has invested all the sincerity in the words of gratitude of the warrior, because thanks to his efforts, everyone received a brilliant victory without any loss. But this is only the beginning. They still have to visit the Union Division to obtain official permission to protect and ownership the valley. The cloud assured them that it is not necessary to worry. Their calm existence in the valley would continue. Therefore, the young man gently posted the letters found in the scoundrel. These envelopes are hidden in the coat of that dangerous individual from yesterday. When the view of the blue wolf fell on them, it was covered by unspeakable fear. The young owner became intrigued, so the cloud decided to look at the envelopes. The owner continued to tell that the true purpose of this valley was not the extraction of gold. This was only a curtain to force the tribe to leave these places. The cloud noted, "It is an artifact of the 5th level of dark magic, saturated with ominous energy." Finally, she understood the true intentions of those people. The cloud kept silence when she was asked about this mysterious mascot. She said that this spirit could not be present before them, but still lived in this valley. He skillfully opened the hearts of the warriors and managed to ignite inspiration in her soul. It is a part of the nature of the region, and at the same time the embodiment of its essence. He was once the ancestor of the whole generation, and now his descendants, whom he once wandered with wisdom, became locals. He showed them how to live in harmony, appreciate happiness and love, giving support to each other. So they do not want to leave the valley, because this spirit is always near them. She learned that in this land such being is called spiritual. In her homeland, gossip was spreading that people who have found harmony with nature were being caught there. They are forced to renounce their faith and their values and change lifestyle. Their task was to improve their martial arts skills. This was their original villainy plan. The mascot had one ominous goal: to delay the spirit of the physical world and to hurt him with the help of dark magic, which wounds his soul and destroys freedom. Not surprisingly, the blue wolf felt this pain. She knew that she had determined her to be the heir to the cloud, and the young master was convinced that the girl was aware of it. After all these adventures of the tribe, the celebration began. They ignited a giant bonfire and circled in dancing around it. Each flame outbreak met with unrestrained joy, as if it were the birth of a new life. The young owner closely monitored this spectacle on the side. Lifting a spooky amulet to the fire, he threw it into a flame. The remained ash immediately dispelled in the air. This amulet did not find a place among the tribe, because it became an obstacle to the spirits. A small child came to him soon, asking whether Changon was going to stay. Changon stated that his task was accomplished here. The child said with delight, "You are a real traveler. The road is your home, the sky is your ceiling, and you are like a lone pillar on which everything is holding on. It's amazing if you think." These words seemed rather strange, and he could not see who said them. However, the boy laughed, and a very interesting grimace was reflected on his face. However, the young owner could not help but notice the unusual energy that raged around this guy, as well as his unusual style of communication. In his gaze, the infinite wisdom of the traveler felt as if the whole history of a small village was fitting in it. He may have suspected that this young man could be the same spirit. The spirit that appeared to express his gratitude to the traveler for protecting his descendants from danger. He demonstrated his gratitude by simply destroying the amulet without harming his friends. Changon shared his thoughts that he used to think that he would have to drag this medallion behind. But now everything has changed. In response, the spirit said that no one wants to be in friendship with traitors, and those who have chosen the path of insidiousness would never become a favorite of society. He extended a tiny hand, firmly clamping a gift for a good person, because good people should always be rewarded. At first, he intended to reveal his soul to the boy, as he usually did with his children. However, realizing that the young owner may not like it, he prepared this special gift for him. He advised him to finally hide it in his pocket. This item was reminiscent of a charming pill or even an elixir, and it was only necessary to guess what would happen if it swallowed it. The ghost began to scatter, turning into dust. When the guy looked around, the spirit was gone, as if it were not. It seemed like in the air, neither a trace nor a mention of its existence. The young owner comprehended the true value of this gift and decided to take advantage of it. He expressed his grateful spirit for this generous gift. People gathered to spend Changon on the road. The girl was racing. The young master just disappeared without saying goodbye. He was not even going to say goodbye to them. He only jumped on his horse, sat down and moved on the road. He did not even manage to cast his gaze in their direction. People rejoiced unspeakably, and their views did not break away from him, escorting. The girl felt an irresistible attachment to this person. She was gratefully grateful for his actions. Maybe somewhere in the future their paths will match again. Then she will be able to thank him for everything that was. In the meantime, Chang'an moved his own way. Representatives of the alliance appeared soon, as they had to find out the circumstances. They intended to understand the situation, because this man, a cannery, is suspected of killing Kanchung. The Sun Kavak, the head of the branch, states that they find unfair contracts against the indigenous population. It was obvious. It is not necessary to have extraordinary power to reach such a conclusion. The mysterious man tried to leave his secrets under the castle, but the plans were torn. Of all 30 swordsmen, there were only one. It seems that the village of locals remained intact. Mrs. Sen, I remained surprised how they were able to surpass the swords and insidiously wander the Ren's clan. As a manager, she decides to contact Kavak to find out if he did not know about these events. As soon as he makes a mistake, it will immediately turn into his Achilles heel. Kan Ren will give him considerable hassle, this insidious who killed a close friend from his hometown and disappeared with money. No traces that would testify to the bribery of the swordsman were found. He made the decision to admit that he did not assume such a step from Kan Ren. If he knew in advance, he would immediately details him in the village of Kansan. If he is considered inexperienced, he will resolve it. Mrs. believed this manager. In this case, let all the swords retain and go back to the village. As for merchants from the guild, inform them that the compensation for actions against the residents has been prepared. Also, assure them that the document with the seals of the head of the branch, which confirms the recognition of land rights. The Quack was amazed at the heart, but promised to make all the necessary papers and personally control the course of the case. The partner asked Sen whether she was going to leave everything halfway, because she did not find a book of bribes in the safe of Kan Ren, and he should still be caught. However, she was aware that they should be released now, as all problems would lie on the shoulders of law enforcement. Therefore, this place will quickly attract the attention of various criminals who can hang nearby. She decided to take this opportunity and forget everything. Because with the arrival of the Inspector General's arrival with the new branch head, all cases will be powerful. By the way, they became aware of the name of the one who came to their rescue. They say it was a person who fought for their interests. Looking at the body of the fallen enemy, they realized that he had the skills of demonic fencing. He clearly realized that it was definitely not a Tang clan. It has passed since the moment when the Imperial Army has overthrown the Tang dynasty. Everyone was hoping for the final end, but it was then that the door to the new world opened. Not surprisingly, some managed to escape to the other side of the ocean. Can anyone really believe that this dynasty and clan were able to revive again? Looking at what was left of the dead, she realized that the assumption was false. They were probably inspired by the legend of the Tang clan, which would be cursed, and she decided to report on the subject. He will prepare everything for this significant event. Ms. Saint carefully watched how the detainees were detained, and the bodies, collected from the battlefield, also did not give her any rest. The image of the master Chang'an continuously arose in her thoughts. Again, they were one step behind him. In the mountainous expanses, the young gentleman wanted to find peace and rest. He was so exhausted by all this absurd that he just stretched on the floor, deprived of the strength even to move. Having tried the same pill, he again went on a traveling of the cave shadows. The spirit of the tribe was presented to him by the Yangan, a crystal filled with pure energy. However, the crystal turned out to be so powerful that it contained a dangerous toxin, which he could not get rid of his own. If it can neutralize the poison, the energy will unfold with layers and distribute evenly over its body. If this does not happen, he is unlikely to reach even half of this power. He clasped his teeth but still shouted in pain. Something incredible happened to him. He shouted, trying to curb the crazy spirit that he raged in it. From his soul, the flames of pure energy escaped, and the body began to glow, radiating mysterious force. All its essence, every cell and muscle felt an unusual influx of power from this pill. The feeling was as if he had lost all the old and filled with fresh novelty. He was now focused on directing and dissolving this energy. In order not to scatter it uncontrollably, it was necessary to direct it in his Qi-Jin and 12 meridians. It was incredibly wandered inside the young owner, and he suddenly discovered a new truth. He was literally torn from fascinating energy, and even the horse under it clearly felt this power. The power was rushed from the cave, saturating around the air with an incredible aroma. In the end, he was able to master this process. He plunged into a deep meditation, and the only thing that came to his ears was a uniform echo of his breath. He finally achieved his goal, absorbed the right amount of energy. Now he could overcome her remains that were fixed in the heart of his nature. It was a striking accomplishment, and he would be able to absorb the remains in a short time. He approached his horse, who impatiently chatting on him. They needed to go to the battlefield, find a place to rest before dusk. If the horse behaves properly, it will expect a delicious steak. The young master suddenly realized that his body seemed to lose weight and became almost weightless. This miraculous pill significantly facilitated his situation, speaking with his well-being. Recharging his energy again, he was ready to move on to his journey. He soon found himself in the village, which was called Chon's. The evening was slow in the village, and one of the boys decided to greet him. The new moon was worried about drinks and edible pleasures, so he asked if there would be something of such. To which the guy reported that they have separate rooms designed to relax. The young man advised to choose a smaller room because he believed that there was no significant difference between them. Chang'an was filled with a sense of comfort and coziness while in the village. The atmosphere here was surprisingly hospitable. The young man who has passionately described his village, especially emphasizing the availability of white wine, impressed with his sincerity. Honesty was certainly his strongest feature. I am grateful for the frankness. Chang'an decided to note his honesty. He threw a coin, instructed the guy to take care of the horse, John's horse. The young man harnessed the horse and led him to feed. The young owner went to the local tavern. As soon as he opened the door of the establishment, his gaze immediately encountered an almost empty room. There were only a few men sitting at the tables who enjoyed drinking. Although some were still dinner, the hour was late, and silence reigned over the place. The waitress with a friendly smile approached him and asked that he wanted to order from food and drink. She also noted that they can be chosen between two types of rooms, compact and special. She personally advised the latter, because there is a special silence. However, knowing how local business operates, the young man rented a modest room and decided to order white wine to supplement his lunch. The woman put her hand forward, waiting for the previous payment, as such services always required financial fertilization. The protagonist gladly tasted the dish that he was offered, and he liked it. Suddenly, a boy ran up to him, happily stating that he could ride a horse and even feed him hay. The main character wondered if the boy had already found a place for the night. Hearing the confirmation, he wished a pleasant rest, at the same time recommended to relax and enjoy food. Maybe a pause should be paused, said the waitress, taking another portion of dishes on the table. She easily placed a glass of white wine on the table, gracefully complimenting the dinner. When the waitress heard a compliment about her son's mind, a friendly smile appeared on her face. However, she immediately corrected him, noting that the boy was not her son. This assumption was embarrassed, because she considered herself too young for such a child. She explained that she was really the son of her sister. She said that after the tragic death of her sister and her husband, she was fully concerned about the boy. The protagonist has been curious, seeking to reveal the secrets of the boy's history. However, the waitress chose not to share the details of her personal life with a stranger. She clearly pointed to the location of his room, then turned and moved in the opposite direction. John remained at the table, filling a glass of wine, immersed in the thought of whether there is at least one person in Marima who would not have his own story. With the course of time in Taverna, it became increasingly crowded, and the hall was filled with a louder noise. The boy who moved tirelessly in the hall managed to serve meals to men at tables at impressive speed without making any stop. At this time, a group of men gathered at the table who were passionate about playing cards, attracting more and more interested views. The girl watched the Gon closely, which was not sure at first, but eventually dared to join the game. Watching every step of their step, she carefully disassembled the players' strategies. Her skills made it possible to determine immediately which of the present was the big fish and who was just a beginner. Serious discussions began at the table, discussed the sale of land, and touched important topics. A man with a lush mustache began to remember how his grandfather managed Rancho for 2 decades, and how the owner of the dream went somewhere. Apparently, he would be stunned to see that his grandfather had swept the flames, he summed up. He further told his story, remembering the tragedy of Mr. and Mrs. Ho. It was so dark that he did not even dare to call her murder. However, the dialogue gradually moved away from the theme of the game, in which they were still immersed. Seeing this, Gon seriously urged everyone to concentrate on the game, rejecting any distraction. At that moment, it became clear that Gon did not pay attention to their chats at all. His focus on the game was at the highest level, despite his usual abilities. Suddenly the door opened, and a man entered the room, who noted that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting with his Gon. Gon immediately recognized a familiar voice and, without delaying, asked how he had things. Just as a newly argued figure, he immediately suggested that he was a brother Chan. However, Gon immediately reassured others, advising not to pay attention, stating that he was only a little watching. This is exactly what he... Could this guy come from? Gon's thoughts flashed when he noticed a familiar face. The man approached the table and, turning to the audience, jokingly asked why they had such sad faces. He was interested in whether he was robbed again, and skillfully began to start a variety of topics for the conversation. Subsequently, when they were on the street, they already died in the conversation, exchanging thoughts without extraneous ears. The man frankly said that he would be expelled and released if he does not find him by tomorrow. Gon asked with sarcasm whether he was promised such a great reward for him, that he was being strengthened with such jealousy. The interlocutor noted that it is more important than the reward for him to find a person who is trusting him. When the goot only dropped the wine, a sudden offer came: cooperation. The task was not easy. There were 3 more people along with Chang Hon, and even his older brother would not be able to resist them all at the same time. Gon wondered why they would need someone else if they already make 4 people with him. Gildon thoughtfully considered Gon's martial art, the origin of which was mysterious. He was interested in the personality of this mysterious master of martial arts, who was probably part of the secret royal army, and at the same time beware of Marima patrols. However, he decided on another topic. Now he needs a responsible person to rely on without hesitation. I wonder what this adventurer invented this time, Gon wondered, asking to explain the situation in more detail. They had a visa on the eye, which was loaded with gold and silver. Gildon was well aware that such crews are usually intended for nobles and wealthy. But this carriage was on the way to Gammonson. It is important to note that it is the property of the Guan Dream and is transmitted directly to the Havana Sleep from the association. Gon even had no idea who was the Dream of a Guan, so Gildon said that he was one of the 5 tops of the Gamsan Revocation Association. They were considered a side branch of the family Dream, although no confirmation was found. The Dream of Guvan was an influential person who had significant fortune and managed the association. Its numerous possessions, including ranch and mines, were located mainly in the region. Gon wondered if the guards really are the guards of Guan, as powerful as they were often talking about. Don did not argue, and emphasized that the guards were truly impressively strong, because the ranch and mines management holds a man named Sui Wei Lian, who was appointed a Dream of Guvan. Not so long ago, he was able to take control of all ranch, aiming to monopolize pastures and rivers in the area. Don remembered how dozens of civilians and farmers lost their ranch and homes as a result of the actions of Yu and his gang. Some of them even died in the fiery captivity of their own homes. At that moment, Gon remembered how the locals told him in advance about these tragedies. Gona has been curious about what role the Murim Union is now played, to which Don commented that their actions are actively protecting the Dream of Aguan, the head of the local department of the Union Murima. The noise Gon hit the table on the table, asking if Don really wanted to contact such persons. Don did not retreat, trying to convince him that they would be able to remain invisible if the host was put on the hood. And if they managed to deprive the Dream of the Great of his wealth, then there will be a real opportunity to win. The battle for the merchant ends only when his wallets are empty, Don said. He suggested that the Dream of Guvan would be so absorbed by battles with other fighters and leaders of the Union that he would not find a minute to direct attention to their search. Don confidently emphasized that they would certainly be able to clear the area from this unnecessary and bring all their ideas to life. When Gon got up, he asked an important question. Isn't it worth taking a certain position to achieve something truly meaningful and make money? Don assured that at least he will be able to gain the hero's glory, depriving the evil merchant of his treasure. It was at this moment that Gon remembered his first acquaintance with the Don. At first glance, he seemed like a simple hunter who was fond of playing in bone and drinking. However, Gon has now realized that the main threat from Don is much exceeding the one that comes from a regular fraud. Everything seemed quite convincing, but Gon had one dilemma. Is it worth trusting the Don? Don explained that neither he nor 3 others he gathered could completely rely on each other. The only thing that attracts the attention of each of them is money. Gon also needed finance, and this was what pushed him to enter this risky game. Local residents would also be glad if this company disappeared, as its actions only worsened their daily lives. However, the task was to decide whether to cooperate with such a cunning person as Don. The more Gon heard about money, the more he was determined to answer yes. Again and again Don emphasized, "We have to do it. Let's unite our efforts." A soft smile was playing on Gon's face, as if he had established himself in his decision. Hongil Don. This name is beckons, said Gon, stretching his hand to show that he was joining the case. They shook their hands firmly, securing their deal. Don expressed his gratitude to the pursuit, feeling the confidence that from now on their design will definitely be put into practice. Their departure was scheduled for tomorrow. 3 of the company had already gone forward to wait for a carriage on the way. Meanwhile, the Gone with the Dawn had to stay here for the night, and dawn was to be the starting point to start their plan as soon as the preparatory work was completed. Already in the distance, the silhouettes of their comrades, who patiently waited for their return. Gon enthusiastically awaited a meeting with new comrades in this dangerous adventure. He was interested in learning more about these people. He was in front of him with his companion, Gim Him Jun Chun. The glory of the pursuits that masterfully possess the sword is far away. The senior of the brothers is Gon Pyeon, and the younger one is Gon Wound. Meanwhile, Gim Jun Chan, having a wonderful talent in archery, won a place among them. He always had a hook gun, skillfully squeezed from the horn of a wild bull from a new continent. This incredibly powerful bow inspired a true horror, especially when he fired long distances and was estimated at a round sum. Everything he did was for the sake of this bow. It was important for him to keep him intact, so it is better not to touch him at all. "And who came with him?" asked the brothers, noticing Gon. Dawn explained that it was their new swordfish, which caused a great surprise to the brothers. They thought that even such a number of people could interfere with the successful implementation of the plan. Chan stood silently, contemplating the events, embodying the true balance of all those present. At this point, their dispute did not subscribe. Dawn stood firmly on his own, claiming that it was his plan, and Fion's opinion was absolutely unnecessary in this matter. Pyeon approached, firmly clung to Dawn's collar, and began to express his dissatisfaction. He was annoyed by the fact that Dawn forced him to swing under the scorching sun, which was already annoying. Pyeon noted threatened that he was ready to whisper his face, but at that moment, Dawn suddenly reached for his sword. The threats suddenly disappeared, and the giant fell silent, stepping back. As soon as the blade barely touched his neck, the giant lost all his thunder and was forced to silence. Dawn again introduced and emphasized the importance of mutual respect, regardless of the situation. "We are not thieves to pick all the good on paths from ordinary people," he noted. Chan and his younger brother only watched from the side, staying away from events. Dawn defended his opinion, emphasizing that it was his plan that was put into practice. All the information by which this plan was carried out, collected by his trusted agents, thanks to his connections and resources. And in his opinion, it was only a paw in this big game. Gon, watching it, was stunned. He could not even imagine that Dawn had such a decisive side. This does not resemble the risky scammer he knew. Dawn turned his gaze on Gon, and with ease in his voice advised him to speak to the audience. Gon reasoned whether this new determination was a reflection of his true essence, which until now remained hidden. Subsequently, when Gon was politely introduced himself, everyone was already located near the fire, immersed in the discussion of details of the plan. The carriage should come tomorrow closer to noon. The carriage provides a place for Kucher and the other 2 people, which will be 7 people together, of whom 4 are guarded by passengers. Initially, the Vat will kiss an arrow at Kucher, and then others instantly organize an ambush. Jan Gain Dawn explained that until the can stopped shooting, no one would be able to get out of the vendor. However, one of the group wondered whether Dawn has the confidence that there were no masters of martial arts among the guards. Dawn said that most likely 2 people in a carriage would try to take the situation under their control, but their attempts will prove futile. The real danger is 4 riders, which we'll have to face. Moreover, the Vat was instructed to support the team with their bow, sending arrows to the most dangerous enemies from afar. To put it in fact, tomorrow, their goal was to neutralize the 4 riders, stop the passage, and then deal with the steam that remained inside. However, Gon sniffed Jan, emphasizing that the task was not to destroy, but on the contrary, to save the life of one of them, because this one is an informant Jan. It turned out to be true. Jan revealed that his real name, Ken Khan. Due to the huge debt and gambling, he agreed to share information for a stronger course, both on mercy and to receive some of the money won. Ken swore that he had just completed the task, immediately paid off the debts and disappeared in the distance, so as not to leave any trace. It was part of their agreement, and during the operation it was necessary to consider this aspect. Chan wondered what they intended to do after they successfully brought the matter to the end. The health also Cordy to find out how they would distribute money after the mission is completed. Jan said that they would only cope with all 6 guards, then they move south. Arriving at the place, they will split the prey during the day, and then everyone will go to their direction. He noted that the dream of Guvan, the leader of the Gamsan Union, probably intends to settle relations with other leaders of the Union. Because of this, their following will not be able to follow the group for a long time. The brothers laughed, sharing words as if this is an easy walk in the park. Gon thought that although at first glance the task was quite simple, He could not get rid of anxiety because of insufficient information as to whether the masters were among the guards. The lack of information about the informant has caused him considerable concern. As soon as the dawn poured the forest with soft light, they had extinguished the bonfire and began to prepare for their mission. The whole team gathered on a journey, united by a common purpose, with trepidation and courage in the shower. They all sat on their faithful horses, tirelessly focused on the top of the slope, preparing for the next step. Jan focused his gaze in front and saw what he planned in advance. Everything developed according to its predictions. He reminded everyone that every blacksmith of his happiness himself, and no one has the right to count on salvation from the outside if things go to the case. The brothers supported this decision, noting that they would not stay here if they did not understand this simple truth. The vat with a gun nodded quietly without saying a single word against. Make sure that everything was prepared, Jan suggested, going down to start the operation. Suddenly, Gon stopped everyone with a gesture calling to wait. What happened? Jan asked, with a shade of bewilderment in his voice. The Gano with a gesture showed a rocky peak in the distance, and asked us to look closely in that direction. Having gained their gaze, they noticed riders rushing down from a hill with swords and axes in their hands. On their heads were masks that added even more mystery of their appearance. Who are these monsters? Whispered Jan, completely confused with their appearance and really surprised where they could come from. It was clear that this group also aimed to stop the carriage, and there was a lot of people in it. One of the brothers, looking at Jan, asked, Jan, what is happening here? You are probably aware. But Jan suddenly ordered him to silence, because he was unpleasant himself, and he could not understand what was happening at all. Their strategy moved to collapse. Looking down, Jan noted how the carriage suddenly changed the direction, creating new difficulties for him. It was like a real curse. As soon as they move in that direction, Kim Jun-chan would lose the opportunity to hit the curl with their arrows. Meanwhile, those riders who emerged in the way earlier continued to pursue the carriage, shortening the distance between them with each of its blows. Yana's team had no right to lose a carriage because of these unwanted pursuers. Jan gave a decisive order to move forward. Now it all depends on the one who will get the carriage. He instructed the VAT to join forces with them, because the goal could not be left out. There is a lot of money hidden. Jan was the first to rush forward, giving the team not to be labeled and act as soon as possible. It seems that their plan was collapsed before they undertook it. The carriage was flying at a frantic speed, and behind other robbers, there were already a larger mess. When the group of Jan walked their way, they unexpectedly realized that they were followed by someone unknown. When Jan was approaching, one of the riders met him. Who are you? However, Jan himself sought to ask the same question. They discussed lively whether the opponents understand the crew they decided to attack. Don't anyone know this? Jan said sarcastically, calling them scum, and ordered to stop the carriage. Instead, he was a brazen disdain. But we are not as hung as you. Chasing a dancer, they spent minutes in vain, leading a fierce dispute with each other. Meanwhile, Gon was moving behind with calm determination, shrugging his sword in his hands and ready for any call. He tried to understand how senseless this situation seemed meaningless, and no words were enough to express it completely. Jan ordered the VAT to shoot his arrows to cause even more harm to the enemy. With a rapid movement, Chang reached for his cover, pulled one of the arrows and pulled the bowstrings. His attentive look constantly searched for the best target that he could survive without a miss. The trembling bowstring finally released an arrow that rapidly cut the air with a crazy whistle. One of the bandits received a feat in the back and fell to the ground, and without realizing what happened. Both robbers' gangs were confused, not knowing who is actually their enemy. However, one thing was clearly clear. The priority is to capture the carriage. One of the key questions remains. What are their actions if the carriage is captured? In the meantime, the arrows continued to whistle around their heads. Jan praised Chan's accuracy, stating that he did a truly brilliant work, and ordered not to stop. First of all, dealt with the guards. At the same time, the Gon could not get rid of anxiety. His intuition whispered that the anxiety arose unfounded. They would have long been to take care that it was in vain to chase after me when I have a bow on the charm. Did they have not thought of something treacherous? He thought. In the heat of the battle, one of the opponents, along with the wounded horse, fell to the ground, lifting a thick cloud of dust. The robber from the enemy gang, breathing and coughing, fell on his back with a deft blow. From his mouth he rushed blood. The rest of the attackers began to echo with each other, realizing that the two of theirs no longer were taken into account. The order was given to act continuously, because staying in place meant the risk of death of the whole group, if everything was developing at that speed. At that time, Chang stressed around, closely tracking the next target and not taking his eyes off his opponents. Chan noted how the two bandits came closer to the chest attached to the back of the carriage, and here from the hatch the hand looked. The man skillfully rose to the roof of the console, spectacularly showing his physical abilities and skill. His height itself was impressed, but even more attracted the attention of the weapon that stood behind his back, and the incredible energy that literally rushed around him. Jan, of course, did not expect to catch such a guard. It was an incredible surprise, because it was a Sanjon himself. "Do you know him?" Gon asked. "This is the son of the Owl of the Wound to which the carriage belongs," said Jan. "This abomination is extremely dangerous. They say that he has mastered the martial arts in the Jon clan," Yang added, biting the lip. At the same moment, Jan ordered the vat to destroy him. However, an alarming voice came suddenly. "Be alert!" So San struck his first blow from above the carriage. The blade was rapidly directed towards the vision. When Chan saw the blade rapidly tending to him, he realized how lightning it was. Fortunately, he was able to dodge, but did not have time to keep his sword. The blade walked along his shoulder, tearing the strip of skin and leaving a bloody track on it. What can this spear rush at such a frantic speed? The brothers thought among themselves, not hiding the surprise from incredible speed. However, Chan was more upset not to the wounded shoulder, but the fact that his invaluable hook gun, his faithful bow, broke into small chips. Seeing a wound in a vat's shoulder, Gon realized that he would no longer be able to shoot a bow. "Let these parasites understand where their place is," San said, pulling another digging out of his back. His intention was to exterminate each of them, however. Feeling the threat, the bandits realized that it would be wiser to escape.
"Hurry up! Distribute in places! Quit Jan's order to his team!"
The brothers rapidly rushed in the opposite direction, moving one by one. San launched a couple more spears, aiming at the riders. Their speed was so frantic that even the metal was hot with friction with air. Despite the clarity of the Kopya trajectory, it was simply impossible to avoid it. And here's another rider from a deadly blow to the hand of San. His body, along with a horse with a roar, fell to the ground. It was Mr. Gu, and one of the robbers, shouting his name, could not hide her sadness. Gon immediately captured familiar notes in this voice. It was a woman. So, a representative of the beautiful sex was hiding among the bandits. He immediately realized that these criminals are far from just ordinary robbers. One of the giants asked Jan whether they should retreat, because without an archer to handle such an opponent would be extremely difficult. At the time, the crew gradually reduced the speed until the exhausted horses almost came close to it. San, with a sense of confidence, squeezed his spear in his hands, demonstrating his power and a great skill when he stood on the roof of a carriage. He laughed loudly, feeling his advantage over rivals. "You have no chance," he shouted. "You will die, even before the carriage stops." Meanwhile, the Khan, holding the sword in the palms, went forward with incredible speed, not paying attention to his wound. Despite his severe pain, his eyes glowed with unbreakable confidence and determination. The unusual courage of a vat, who decided to oppose a dream with his sword instead of a bow, only warmed the rival's excitement. San, overwhelmed with determination, was ready to sacrifice his spear to finally complete the case. Turning his head in their direction, Gon suddenly noted the danger that he was constantly coming. He was aware that there was no such chance of winning the victory for a vat in this duel. It was absolutely not included in the plans of Gon, but he decided to act without delay. Sinking into the feeling of freedom, the goon took off into the air, lowering his legs on the saddle of his horse, preparing for a jerk forward. Pushing from the saddle, he flew into the air, demonstrating a virtuoso acrobatic number. In flight, he skillfully rolled on a horse, keeping a perfect balance. Chan only watched, frozen at the surprise that the Gon was rapidly rushing in the air above his head, not believing his own eyes. It was so stunned by a vat that he did not hope for such promptness and firmness in actions. In the sky, Gon felt absolutely confident. When the digging was in their direction, he remained ready for any trials. Suddenly, the copies immediately deviated in the other direction. This was due to the fact that the Gon, rising into the air, cleverly shake his foot, skillfully changing the direction of the flight. San opened his eyes wide, because what he saw was something extraordinary and that he had never met. In his eyes, the courage and confidence shone, reflecting a clear plan of action that had already matured in his mind. Washing his spear in the air with perverted skill, Gon turned him out and forcefully threw it back to the side of San. San looked with fear of what was happening, unable to believe his own eyes. He saw his own digging just in him, but now it is illuminated with a blue glow instead of red. In this stroke, all his energy, mixed with his own power, focused. Fortunately, the spear slipped past, barely moving his clothes, and did not harm. It pierced the roof of the carriage next to it, giving out the hums of metal surfaces. Sana now appeared an element of suddenness that inspired uncertainty about her next steps. Gon, who was getting closer to his horse, caused a deep feeling of fear. His art was impressed with the imagination, and the fact that he has just created will undoubtedly remain in memory for many years. The brothers began to exchange shouts, questioned in each other, where Yang found such a skilled master as Gon. Jan did not believe his own eyes, watching this amazing scene. He could not even imagine where Gon came from at this moment, and where he had such extraordinary abilities. The field of hostile lament was split. Catch it, and as soon as possible. The gang of criminals quickly realized that their ranks were almost completely empty. Behind them, Gon was easily dealt with the opponents, easily carrying a sword through the rows of one after the other, forcing them to fall from horses. They collapsed on the ground, throwing their feet into the air, and did not have time to grasp what happened. Did he overcome them without the help of weapons? Said a confused leader of an enemy gang, who could not believe his own eyes. He could not have thought who was this mysterious bastard, where he came from and what skills in the martial arts he owns. But his gaze fired a powerful aura. Meanwhile, San already had another copy in his hands, aiming at the next throw. Grabbing them in his hands, he began to aim with force on the nearest riders. However, the main target for the San was the goon. It was he who aimed both of his spears. Moreover, Gon was so close that he was just the perfect target. However, San did not even suspect at what unprecedented speed the Gon was moving. The Gon stretched his hand forward, focusing all his energy in the open palm. He did not even have to take this hot spear. He turned him in his hand and directed him back to the San, who was on the roof of the carriage. Panic engulfed the Sana when he realized that the events were not unfolding as he planned, and now his life was in danger. Thanks to the elixir, which Gon has recently used, his energy has increased significantly, giving him new opportunities. Now he has opened the art of absorbing racks, which draws inspiration from the unique techniques of the tribe from the valleys. San was horrified to see that his own weapons were now targeted at him. Cold sweat dropped on his face. "Will you join our attempt to stop the carriage?" Gon asked, already aiming to throw the weapon. The carriage overturned in a moment, scattering her passengers. The horse that pulled the carriage also found its end on the ground, pressed by the weight of the thrown chariot. The brothers, the abilities of Gon, did not restrain their admiration. They quickly ran to him to express their sincere compliments. Yang was amazed at no less than others, but tried not to express it. He watched the Gon with incredible accuracy destroyed the carriage with one dig. When he came to him, Jan suggested looking inside the carriage and finding out what treasures she hides. However, at the same moment, a group of riders emerged on the horizon, who immediately ordered them to stop and retreat from the carriage. "So Wei Ran attacked himself with gold and silver that belonged to the locals," said the woman sitting on horseback. She noted that all these treasures belonged to the residents of the village of John S.U. One of the brothers exclaimed that she was crazy, because they had just captured the carriage. He called them the bandits and asked if she wanted death. "To be honest, the whole thing was completed by Gon," another brother emphasized, lifting his eyebrows in surprise. However, considering these people, Gon noted that their appearance did not correspond to the image of typical bandits. The girl called herself Su John. She was the daughter of the owner ranch, who was harassment, and Shakhtar's sister, whose disease caused severe bleeding. She confessed that they pretended to be bandits to regain their property that belongs to their family. At first glance, these people looked completely helpless. Su Ayan did not get tired of warning. If they try to remove gold from a carriage, they will not have a different choice. How to destroy anyone who will find themselves on their way. This news struck Jan's team because they realized that these people were locals, not ordinary robbers. Gon noted how they fearlessly opened their faces, dropping the masks, as if they were not worried about possible arrest. This became a striking manifestation of their unwavering devotion. However, Jan was not going to give up after all their trials, and was convinced that these persons were simply bluffing. He argued that they would only resort to murder, and their beliefs were instantly changing. Gon made an initiative to inspect the carriage, noting that although ranch and mines belonged to them, maybe not all gold should be them. He suggested taking only a modest share, leaving the rest for later. In the beginning, look inside to understand what they are dealing with. The older brother interfered with the conversation, supporting Gon. Gon says the case. It is worth looking at what is there in a carriage. Suhurate's Su Ayan exchanged views, reflecting what the next step to take. The elderly man, who was near the SU, smiled affectionately and nodded her head approvingly. Su Ayan, hesitating a little but still deciding to trust, gave agreement to the proposal of Gonpoar. Gon understood deep inside that there was no chance to stop the Sana, even if he tried. Suddenly, the space flooded a sharp whistle. and the signal rocket flew rapidly in the direction of the mountain. After this shrill whistle, a loud explosion struck the moment, which could be seen even from afar. What was it? People with anxiety checked each other's views without hiding excitement. The carriages were surprised at the carriage. What is happening for the devil, and why are smoky clubs in heaven? San, having exhausted all the forces, was able to launch a signal rocket. Later, he fainted and extremely exhausted settled on the ground. Pyun, without losing peace, thought that this deafening sound was superfluous, because nothing happened behind him. Chan boldly called him a fool, noting that the signal only called a reinforcement that was already on the way. The sharp quarrel was ripe, and the older brother immediately addressed Jan with indignation. Why did you not warn us about reinforcements? We had to focus on the search for the safe, and instead we waste time for disputes. Everyone rushed to the carriage in the hope of finding something worthwhile. Meanwhile, Gon watched this disorderly spectacle, reflecting on how one complication changes another. However, he was aware that there is one person among them who may have a decision to escape from this difficult situation. The older brother searched the carriage and suddenly found a man there. Jan immediately recognized his informant named Kan and stated that they should take him with him. They undertook to pull the chanterelle from the carriage, gently removing it outside. Meanwhile, Jan discovered a safe for which they went for this long way. A smile shone as he finally approached him. However, Jan noted that one of the boards of the safe was cracked. Did the injury happen when the carriage was crashed? Said his head. The tiny crack made it possible to look in the middle, but most surprised that the SAF was completely empty from the inside. Everyone was frozen in place, not able to understand why the safe was completely empty. Yang did not know what to answer, and his older brother, holding his collar firmly, demanded clarification. John pleaded to let him go. Afterwards, he pointed to the informant, stating that all the data came from that person. The gathering of people was in frank embarrassment, because their hopes for a completely different result did not come true. Gon approached Suion and noted that this carriage has one special feature that distinguishes it from ordinary transport. He explained that this carriage was a cunning trap from the beginning. The people around immediately turned to him, looking forward to explaining. Gon said, "In our arsenal there is already an experience of attacking carriages of the so-called wound, and this man does not seem to those who would passively observe how his property is selected. Probably he deliberately arranged this trap to get everyone out of the game with one blow," Gon added. He stressed that although it was only his guess, he did not think other reasons for the empty safe. All anger and indignation focused on Yana, covering it with offensive words, but he constantly stated that it was impossible. Initially, Gon also doubted Jan, but if he was his job, Yang would have disappeared for a long time, instead of staying. The older brother started panic first and raised the noise, convincing everyone that the death was approaching, so it is necessary to make a plan of salvation urgently. Gon came to the conclusion that all this seems full of nonsense, and he probably made a mistake, relying on this fool and spending time on this great way. In the end, he announced that there was no point in spending time. It is worth getting out of here, because it is time to interrogate the informant and find out what really happened. Chan addressed Gon to the question of where to move on, because among the boundless sands of the desert, they were left without a single shelter. Gon approached Suion and noted that it was her right and duty to answer this question. He was convinced that after a successful attack on the carriage, they found a safe place for the hiding place in advance, and without hesitation, he told her about it. He stressed that they have no alternative but to work together. Sujon responded instantly, saying that there is a camping nearby, which serves them one of the repositories. Despite the fact that not all participants of her team perceived this decision with enthusiasm, she strongly explained his expediency. She shared the story of a man known as the son of So Wei Ran, and emphasized his stunning talents who put him outside the ordinary guards. After pointing to Gon, she noted that it was his presence that changed the course of events. Maybe if it were not for him, we would no longer be among the living, Sujoni confessed. Gon decided to do so for the sake of money, while Sujon jumped into her stallion and reminded him not to leave the informant unattended. Gon scrammed his back in his nape and asked himself with an unknown voice, "Where did this path take me?" He suddenly realized that he got involved in a complex story and thought, "Here's a mess." Soon the night prevailed over the desert, and the stars, like diamonds, glittered in the sky, fascinating with their beauty. The wounded man lying in his eyes seemed completely dissolved in his own pain. Above him stood the chairman of the Union Gamsan, the owner of the local ranch and mines, the same West. "Was this business so difficult that it cost my son life?" asked So Wei Ran, taking the look of two people standing nearby. "Do not remove the bandits group should be a pretty easy task," he sighed, adding, One of the men confessed that he had no justification. An intrigued Co Wei asked him to repeat these words again. When asked what happened there, another man began to tell that suddenly another group of bandits appeared that none of them met before. He noted that his son was brave to fight, trying to protect the carriage. So Wei grabbed him by his head and asked, "Do you mean that all this appeared only because the enemies were more than you thought? And is it really that, in addition to everything, you failed to trace the gangs that have disappeared? And after all this, do you laugh home alive?" he said, aggravating the grip. The man pleasedly asked for mercy, and tears and snot flowed from his eyes under the rule of the So. Another man, with some regret, noted that transportation data seemed to have become known because of the leak from the inside. Accompanied by his son, traveled in a carriage by a guard named Kan. Since no traces of his body were found, he probably sold information about transport and attracted an extremely skilled master to fulfill this mission. Hearing these words, So Wei Ran scattered a wide smile full of pleasure. He released the interlocutor and moved to a detailed discussion of this issue. Realizing that his plan failed due to the loss of information among his own, he laughed even louder, especially remembering how he planned to get rid of rats that stole his farms. After that, he carefully tasted his arrogance of gold, with the appearance of a person who had already determined a plan of further action. So Wei Ran warned that they were expected to be punished for the inability to keep their subordinates in the bridle. However, the primary task was to find the culprits and deliver them here at any cost. He did not worry at all whether to destroy each peasant or lock the miners in their dungeons and burn them there alive. "First of all, bring me those scoundrels who took my son's life," he warned. He also emphasized that in the event of a new failure, he personally escapes their hearts. So Wei, pointing his hand at the door, ordered not to delay and move immediately to grasp those who blamed. He remained near his son's breathless body, standing over him, solemnly oaths to do everything in his power, that every culprit of his death received a just punishment. "I become your leader in the underground world," he said quietly, with a piercing look at the bodies of my son. At this time, the can was questioned among the sands of the desert, in the hidden shelter. It was firmly tied to a pillar, deeply killed in the ground. Jan personally undertook the interrogation because he had to complete his part of the arrangement. Yang renounced him because Khan was aware of the carriage from the very beginning, that San would leave in a carriage, but never shared this information. In addition, he was aware that their reinforcement was watching them from the first moment. He was informed that the safe was emptied. Yang, with his elbow pressed with his neck, asked him whether he really believed that he could escape after he had made everyone in such a danger. Kan, losing vigilance, could not understand what was trying to convey Yang and why the safe was empty. In the meantime, Gon and Chan came to the conclusion that this evening promises to be truly long. Gon asked the vat as his case with a wounded shoulder. Chan looked at his deep wound and, shrugging his shoulders, said it was just a trifle. Gon denied and asked for permission to look more closely. Streaming closer and cautiously crossing the flat-fumed bonfire, he looked carefully at the wound. Gon noted that Chan was lucky. Despite the depth of the wound, the bleeding quickly stopped. At the same time, he noticed that the connections seemed to remain intact. Therefore, he asked the vat to raise his hand. He carefully took a piece of fabric and delicately attacked the wound on the vat's hand. For this moment, it had to bring relief, so he advised the vat to regularly apply ointments to the wound. Catching his gaze on Janie, everyone focused on him. Siu suddenly asked if he had just mentioned the name Kan Kanju. At first, she did not immediately recognize him, but now she was convinced that she met earlier, especially during the tragedy, when Mr. and Mrs. Ho were killed a few months ago. It happened to the sinister day when a terrible tragedy unfolded. The subordinates of the wound alive. Some immediately recognized Khan among those who were involved in this crime. Kan tried to justify his actions, claiming that it was not his own desire. He explained that he had to obey the order of the wound, leaving no way to retreat. He noted that Mr. and Mrs. Ho had to give up his land as soon as they were asked for it. But at that moment, the SU suddenly jumped out of its seat. She suddenly intervened in his speech, quite skillfully demonstrating her talent with a sudden shot. The SU decided to check the breath of the cannon, barely touching her face with her heavy heel. She hit an extremely powerful blow to the breast, causing the force that the stick to which it was tied split in half. He exhaled the last breath and his lungs emptied when he lost his balance and fell down. Sue exclaimed that Mrs. and Mr. Host remained their only hope. She remembered how after their ranch was selected, they were left to die in the desert. However, Mr. and Mrs. Ho reached for help, shared food, water, and received them like relatives. And it was these noble people who were brutally killed, burning alive, only because they became an obstacle to someone's plan. Gon watched closely at how she was screaming that Khan would be forced to pay for his guilt. At that moment, the older brother asked her to ask, "And that's all you are able to do, to make a sect of chaos?" Hearing these words, everyone around him turned to him, and his smile immediately disappeared. He was indignant, hearing that they were called a chaos sect. Noticing the lights in the eyes of the SU, he said somewhat excitedly that he did not intend to offend it, and did not put anything wrong in his words. Sue wondered, "And how do Muram's union differ from the so-called chaos? Do you seriously consider normal when the rich and powerful use their position, suppressing cities and communities under the mask of justice?" She asked hard. She asked him the question. How do you think that our ancestors, grandparents, parents, mothers, dare to travel to a new continent, risking life? He did not immediately find that answering this question. Sumi replied, "They just couldn't put up with their helplessness anymore and did not want them to be used further." In the hearth, he cracked a flame dance, adding stresses to the atmosphere. She asked him to erase her previous words from memory, because despite the fact that they were engaged in robbery, their true desire was to return what they took away. However, their only desire was to restore the lost. She sought only this, but she was no longer able to restrain the rage. Jan, slamming in his hand, urged everyone to stop the quarrels because they could not waste time. The news of his son's death was already to reach the wound, and he was likely to have been traveled on the road. Undoubtedly, it will cause him a fierce anger. He noted that the present place was dangerous, and suggested that they now disperse in different directions. His beliefs were so clearly formed that everyone who heard them immediately took up the meeting. At this time, the Gon approached Su with the desire to ask her several questions. He said he accidentally visited the tavern in Chongshan and came there on the child who worked. Gon shared that when he turned to the taverna owner and denied her motherhood about the baby. She said she cares for him, because his parents are no longer alive. Gon has not yet managed to complete his story when Su, lowering her gaze, she said gently that he was right. This child is the heir to Mr. and Mrs. Ho. His intelligence and ingenuity are not inferior to the parent, Sue confessed. Although Gon heard that she was saying, he did not intend to ask it. He was interested in another. Why they do not raise a child. Sumi, she found the answer to this question. To teach the child who saved us, the very tricks we used are not acceptable to us. And if this child is injured through our actions, she said with anxiety in her voice. Gon realized her point of view, and having informed that he heard everything he needed, hurried to add that it was time to go. The girl stopped him and expressed gratitude for the fact that they were able to survive when they were supported when they were trapped. She reached out to him, assuring that she had gained their honest work, not theft. Gon received money without hesitation, explaining that he had no right to be picky, and therefore he would take them. They exchanged wishes to take care of themselves, and decided to disappear from view for a certain period. Both sides have agreed that the best solution would go every way. The brothers again called Yana Zubomuk and stated that he was just lucky, because the woman still handed them some amount of money. Jan came closer to Gon with a question where he was going to go. In response, he warned that he was not his business, and expressed one request. The next time their paths will intersect, do not touch the topics of work, because otherwise it will bring him death. Jan smiled, noticing that he would do it exactly because last time he declared the same thing, but as a result he returned to business again. Jan assured Gon that he would not worry, and promised that at their next meeting he would offer something that the Gon would not be able to refuse. "What arrogance on your side," the Gon responded, and commanding his horse to move, continued his way. He decided to go on a journey. Chan did not descend his eyes from him, staying near Jan. Jan asked the Vat what impression he made a Hell after he met him face to face. Chan noted that undoubtedly, the Gon is an extraordinary personality, despite the fact that he is not connected with the Imperial Army. His ability to return the Sana is truly impressive. Moreover, even at a young age, he demonstrates himself like a real master, said Jan. Chan instantly suggested that Gon could be the heir to the demon clan. However, he never managed to find any signs of demonic arts in it. And this is despite the fact that the demonic clan techniques have the smallest side effects compared to other similar arts. Chan noted that they could fall out of this new continent. It has been a century since the discovery of the naval path to the new continent. During this period, the ancient family of martyrs of martial arts has left the mountains and rooted in these lands invisibly. Chan added, the leader of the Union Murima was able to expand his power through similar techniques, although it is worth noting that his own strength was exceptional from the beginning. Hearing these words, Jan asked the Vat whether he hinted that Gon is only a beginner, endowed with extraordinary abilities and prospects. Chan, smiling, said, I can't answer yet. Maybe he is taking over the arts we had no idea about. At that moment, it became obvious that in fact, the Khan was an agent undercover, employee number 3 in the secret Imperial Intelligence Service. Yang was surprised by the latest technology capable of transforming the musculoskeletal system, changing the muscles and bones to give the body a different look. Despite the fact that he watched it repeatedly, every time he felt admiration. Yang asked the agent that they plan to do next. She noted that the skill of Gon in the martial arts is already the basis for adding it to the supervision list, and suggested to keep it in the field of view. She added that his primary intention was to enrich at the expense of treasures from the carriage, and asked for permission to contact the headquarters to convey this information. He pledged to carefully observe the race and inform it about each, even the smallest detail regarding his actions. At the same moment, Gon rushed on his horse, thinking, if the news of the carriage had already reached others, then the hunters apparently there, ensuring the safety of the road to the village, at least by the end of the day. It seemed to him incredible that someone could imagine that the pussy of criminals would find a shelter near the village. Gon decided to stay at night in the tavern to rest, and in the morning to start his journey. But when he came closer, he saw the light in the night darkness of the village. Looking closer, Gon realized that he was not light at all, but something completely different. He accelerated his horse, adjusting his hips, seeking to achieve that shimmering glow as soon as possible. He heard people shouting, and in the meantime the houses in the village mercilessly destroyed the fire. People stood, watching how their homes and the results of the invested work absorbed the flames. The girl who was engaged in the waiter suddenly grabbed one of the crazy rabbits. What should all mean? She asked, hoping for a miracle. But the enemies held long swords in her hands, threatening danger. "Shut up!" one of them exclaimed, adding that they had been turning to themselves. The bandit was suspicious of her. "Did you really think that you could hide it from us as if you and these criminals in one team?" She and the villagers were accused of punishment for the support and shelter of these bandits for so long. She could not catch the essence of his words and denied, "Even if they steal from your repositories, it is not a reason to arrange punitive fires." When she saw the little one worried and unconscious on earth, her eyes were filled with tears. However, the thieves did not bother it at all, because they also suffered losses. An important person was killed, and even more annoying, it was the son of their master. He even believed that she should treat him with gratitude, because this boy is not her own, and she is probably already depleted from constant care for him. The girl's body shuddered from surprise. It was difficult for her to understand that such words could come out of the mouth of a living person. Then the bandit addressed the audience, noting that it was their last opportunity to save the child's life, to share all the information about those whom they hide. While he spoke, the other bandit noted in the distance the figure of the warrior. Quickly approaching, the horse was carrying a rider that moved rapidly to them. "Who is this mysterious guy in the hell?" They looked at him from a distance, captured by misunderstanding. A spooky scene unfolded in front of the Gon, which came closer. The fire swept a tavern, and people gathered in front of her, watching a terrifying sight. At a distance, he heard the cry of waitress, and her tears immediately exposed the whole essence of events. However, Gon did not notice a single child among the people, and his heart pierced fear of a guess who almost stabbed his consciousness. Taking a confident pose on the saddle of his faithful horse, he prepared for a decisive step. When Gon came closer, the hostile voices began to ordered him to stop immediately, but he ignored their words. Dandering from the saddle, he flew up with a striking speed. He swept over the thugs who watched with interest and surprised how he was rising in heights. However, the goal of Gon was not at all. He broke through the window on the second floor of the tavern, breaking the glass with his body. The bandits looked over, exchanging concerned views, and one of them asked, "Who is it? How did he get into the building at all?" "What happened just?" asked one of them, clapping his teeth, not believing what he sees. Inside the tavern, only a loud roar was heard. It was a feet knocked the door with his feet. "What kind of trouble is here? Why is everything covered by flames?" said his head. However, only the body of the baby, which lay in the middle of the room, remained before the eyes. Kyo lay with his eyes closed, and Gon hoped that he was still breathing. When the Gonus was approaching, he felt the hot breath of the scorching fire. He was aware that the building would soon collapse, and this thought increased tensions. The flames raged a loud crash that burst into the air. Suddenly, Gon rushed forward, noticing that huge logs were hanging over his head. These logs were already swaying on the verge of fall, ready to get down at any moment, just on a defenseless punch. Meanwhile, the bandits did not resist in their efforts to figure out who the mysterious warrior really was, but the locals only shrugged. Where do they get money for the services of such a master? Then their leader, despite the attendees, called them insects and wondered what they thought. People did not even assume anything other than the fact that Gon decided to save the young Kyo and give each of the bandits a well-squeezed. The Gon, perturbed by indignation due to the hurt caused by Kyo bandits, looked at them with a completely new look. They almost deprived the life of this innocent guy, and for such actions, they will certainly be punished. They will be responsible for distorting the body of the baby, shaped with burning flames. As the waitress noticed Kyo, she rushed in his direction rapidly. She wondered if everything was fine, and Gon gently placed the boy's body on the ground right in front of her. She rushed forward, gently laid her hand on his face, full of relief when she realized that he was still breathing. "Wait a minute," the Gon exclaimed, gently pressing his fingers on a few strategic points on the body of Kyo. At the very moment, Kyo took a deep breath. His eyelids rose slowly and his gaze began to come to life. Before his eyes, a Gon suddenly appeared near which the girl was sobbing. She immediately pressed the little one, filled with joy that he remained alive. Kyo turned to her as a aunt, but she quickly asked her to call her a sister rather than a aunt. They sighed with relief when it turned out that Kyo still remained alive. He survived! Kyo Horan was able to get out of there unharmed. This relief immediately covered everyone around. However, it did not change that the enemy was still on their land. One of the gangsters pointed his finger on Gon and rushed his name. The pump stood up and, without a moment, boldly proclaimed his name. Another bandit pointed to Gon with his finger, claiming that they met him a few days ago in the tavern. "You turned out to be a real master in the loss and gambling," he said, emphasizing that he kept a vivid memory of Gon, whom he painted as a traveling killer. Gon just looked at him as if he were a stranger, who for some reason did not realize what was happening around. The bandits wondered him if he realized that he had just done. Gon, holding his breath, asked, "Don't you understand that they just tried to burn the baby alive?" But the leader calmly replied that in fact, it was an act of mercy, because he is ready to sacrifice the life of the child for the sake of salvation of others. In truth, you should appreciate that we are ready not to pay attention to it and use this incident as an instructive example, summed up the leader proudly in his voice. He speaks with an excessive piche, he thought Gon, watching this man trying to justify his attempt to set fire to Fire Alive. Gon asked them as the Marima Union managed to stay away when the flame covers the whole city, destroying it. "Is there any representative of the Murim Union in this city?" he asked, looking carefully at the bandits. The bandit laughed at the mention of the Murim Union, and hinted that this young man seemed not yet fully aware of what situation he got into. "Where the drums are loudly, the laws remain in the shadow," he said with a light sarcasm. He said that the Union of Marima, which he mentions Gon, is actually absent in this city. "The only law in this place is the one we create," he said proudly. The criminals reported that they would be detained for interrogation. They demanded that he pass the weapon and obey their instructions. But Gon, without thinking for a second, reached out to his weapon. With ice calm in his voice, he called them carefully to consider their steps before doing something. The enemy noticed changes in the situation and ordered everyone to direct the attack on Gon. Gon confidently took a fight, cautiously picking up the sword. Two attackers with hatched axes have already flew to him. However, these two almost immediately went to another world to the sand. With one merciless blow, Gon flew their bodies into pieces. Other bandits lost the gift of language, unable to believe their own eyes, when Gon struck two masters with one single blow. It only annoyed them more, and overflowing with self-confidence, they resolutely rushed at him. However, Gon managed with each of their offensive, reflecting strokes with incredible ease and confidence. The agile maneuvers of the Gon not only impressed his opponents, but also brought them to the nonsense. Then, skillfully wrapping his sword, he struck cuts, opening the belly of his enemies. After their abdomen was deployed, they shake up and fell to their knees, powerless to continue the fight. Suddenly, behind their backs, a few more aggressive figures emerged, and these newly made bandits also went to another world. One Gon waved his head, and the other cut off his hands, which still tightly squeezed the axe. Gon boiled from indignation, constantly remembering a boy who came under fire on the second floor. The leader of the malefactors watched the Gon almost instantly dealt with their 5 fighters. "How did such an unsurpassed master appear?" said the leader. Watching the next opponent with the spear was preparing for battle. As soon as Gon was approaching, this so-called warrior lost his self-control. His forehead began to blue. Without a minute of delay, Gon strongly dropped his sword into the enemy, penetrating him through and leaving his back. Suddenly, the events occurred unexpectedly. Gon noted how his sword stopped, entering between the enemy's ribs. It was at this moment that the leader of the gang rapidly attacked Gon, believing that it was his unique chance. "Oh, things are really bad," came to Gon. And then this scoundrel waved his sword, shouting loudly, hoping to hit Gon. He lifted his sword full of confidence in his victory. However, what attracted his gaze on the earth did not resemble the head he sought to find. Gon was skillfully evaded and glowed lightly from the bottom up. His fist stuck so strongly that every muscle was preparing for a blow. The fool did not have time to understand how he completely suffered a powerful blow from Gon. From the frantic force of blows, the blood of the fountain escaped from his mouth. The sword fell out of his hands, and having made a ringing sound, hit the ground. "With you, you are over. You're a cursed freak." Gon, boiling from the rage, crushed his opponent with his bare hands. A kneeling man could not believe that a simple traveler was capable of such. Placing on hot sand, he pleasedly asked, "Who taught you?" Gon waved his sword without words and asked the enemy, "Your leader is still alive?" He continued to continue. "Pass it to him that I put an end to the life of your soldiers. And the next one will be." Frightened to the beasts, he barely said, "Yes." Gonus decisively ordered him to leave the village immediately. Losing the soil under his feet and almost losing his shoes, he rushed to flee, screaming loudly with fear. Then Gon returned to the peasants asking, "Are you going to leave your village in ashes?" Hints at the need for urgent extinguishing of fire. It was a certain moment, and at dawn they still managed to curb the flames. However, the flames had significant damage, absorbing a large part of the village. The boy approached Gon with interest and asked, "Isn't you by chance a knight to those who stand for good and help the deprived?" Gon gained his respect because he not only defeated the enemies and saved him, but also steadily extinguished the fire throughout the night, like a real knight. Gon was surprised, focusing on his thoughts with his eyes closed, and finally said, "Knights are completely different than I am." But the young man, hovering the back of the head, said with courage, "Personally, I think that knights are exactly like you." Gon asked the guide the question, "Will you tell you where the wound base is located?" "Take me with you if you plan to overcome all the villains," the boy exclaimed. But behind a formidable voice, which warned not even to dream of something like that, the guy suddenly noticed how Ajuma appeared behind his back, and immediately blossomed in a smile, looking at her. She reminded him of her persistent emphasizing that she had already asked her to turn to her as her sister. She begged him to stay wise and stay in the village until they returned. After that, Ajuma, along with his Gon, began her trip to horseback through the rocky deserts. She wondered if everything would really work out. Her questions concerned the wound, because it is told that it is reported by more than 24 warriors, and he is a true master of martial arts. Gon was aware that if he did not join the battle now, then no doubt he would be assigned a reward. Therefore, he decided to come together with the wound immediately, until he had little opponents. His desire to the individual duel prompted the girl to think that he could be a secret agent of the Imperial Army. Oh, this Imperial Army again, annoyed in Gon's thoughts. He wondered what she took from that he had to do with the Imperial Army. The girl said that he is a talented young master, traveling on his own, and also cooperates with John Guan. "And what is John's connection with the Imperial Army?" Gon asked. She explained that John served in the royal residence. This gave him the popularity among the inhabitants of the deserted lands. She noted that with the beginning of Jan's cooperation with the royal court, he seemed to have established some special interaction with them. No wonder Gon felt something unusual in the presence of Yana. Thinking about this, he realized that the information provided by Yang was truly strange, and Gon finally came to the conclusion that John was a spy, which had a connection with the royal yard. Taverna Mistress, known in the district as Ajuma, had the habit of listening. This time she managed to catch a lot of interesting things, and finally they got the land of the wound. All of these ranch became the property of his in the dream of Kwana. He actually took the land of these people. Gon, full of determination, looked at the girl with gratitude. He expressed her gratitude for her support and asked her to join the case again. "What you see will not be a nice picture. That is why I insist that you leave this place," he said. "Mr. Warrior, apologize, now Von Gon," said the girl, attracting his attention. She expressed his sincere gratitude for the salvation of them all, including Kyo-Ho-Ron, and of course, for the fact that he intends to carry out. A light smile blossomed on Gon's face. With a smile, he quit a joke, asking the next time to book a luxury for him for a symbolic fee. In the territory of the wound, there were no people armed to teeth. Despite all the obstacles, Gon was with determination approaching him. The wound dropped on a chair and noted that he had already received a report from his subordinate. However, he did not expect that the Goot would actually arrive. He noted that he was interested in who dreamed of killing his son and associates, and now, looking at Gon, he realized that he was not an ordinary traveler. Gon listened carefully without saying a word. Near the wound lay 2 homeless bodies of the boys, whom Gon immediately recognized. Ran said they were caught yesterday when they just drove by, and it was then that he managed to find out about the ambush on his carriage. In addition, he learned that Jan had brushed one of his subordinates. Two brothers who did not smile fate became victims of a wound when they carelessly passed. The wound called them parasites, but confessed that one thing remained a mystery to him. He could not understand that such a skilled master like Gon forgot to do in this place. Therefore, he asked if he was sometimes not a special agent of the Imperial Army or investigators from the Murim Union. Gon did not worry about his origin. However, this did not change that they still needed to destroy each other. The wound nodded, spread his arms to the sides, and cited that there was no need to further find out who was the pawn. He even suggested that under other conditions, their meeting could lead to true friendship. Gon was surrounded by numerous armed people. The sound of the team thundered in the air, and the whole group at the same time rushed into the attack. Gon skillfully avoided all the blows, cleverly missing the sword of the first attacker. Suddenly he made a rapid blow, and the first opponent fell under the weight of one skillfully directed attack. On the other hand, the enemy with his sword raised was rapidly approaching. Gano again demonstrated his agility, skillfully bouncing sideways and thus avoiding another blow. Gon skillfully threw his left uppercut, aiming at an unprotected place at the enemy's hand with his sword, and struck the beard directly. However, it was only a start. A whole armada of the opponents, who had to be overcome, unfolded. He competed with strength and perseverance, fighting his feet and hands so that the opponents had no chance of success. Some of his people began to outline the wound with a monster and rushed to flee the battlefield, but it was necessary to try to escape, as suddenly wounds appeared before them, and ironically asked, "Where are you in a hurry?" The warrior recognized before his leader that he was disappointed, because they were not able to resist him as equal rivals. Ran with a cold smile on his face assured that everything was fine and he understands everything. And, not thinking for a moment, he reached out and penetrated the warrior's chest, hitting directly into the place where the heart beat. It would probably be more honorable for this warrior to find death in an honest fight than to be a victim of a sinister smile and a treacherous intentions of a wound. In the darkness that he wrapped him, the last he saw was the ominous smile of the wound that arose, as if in reality, right in front of him. The wound pulled the heart of the deceased from his chest, gently placing him on his palm. Gone was the finals when the last opponents fell under the blows of his sword. During the fight against them, he analyzed their power. These people were reminiscent of those who attacked the village, the wild and chaotic gathering of an uncontrolled crowd. He wondered if wounds were special, different from others. Then he noticed that the wound squeezed a human heart in his hand. More embarrassed, he brought this heart closer to his lips as if he intended to eat it. Someone even rolled nausea while the Gon just watched, and without realizing, which, after all, happened, the entire lower part of the face of the wound, with bloody teeth, covered a dark spasm, and a manic regat escaped from his mouth after he devoured the heart. The wound spread his hands, lifted his gaze to the sky and filed with a loud laughter, while red energy broke around him. In his veins, blood boiled, filling the body for long-forgotten waves of emotions. His cry was so loud that the audience was terrified. His own warriors looked at him with fear, shouting that he had gone crazy. They all unanimously decided to escape, because the desire to stay with him completely disappeared. However, the wounds did not give them a chance to escape, instantly caught up with them and dumped them on the ground. After that, he ruthlessly pulled their hearts and then held them in his hands. As always, devouring the hearts, the wound accumulated a new power. Gon wondered whether exorcism or a similar action should be arranged here. Ran looked at his hand carefully, saying, "Finally." His voice sounded differently, filled with demonic power that appeared in his hands. He apologized to the rush for delay and invited to start the fight. The incredible speed at which the wounds maneuvered on the battlefield was really unsurpassed. Everything around swept in different directions. A fiery ball flashed in his hand, filling it with incredible power. It was not just a sword stroke. It was an incredible force that swept everything in its path. Gon was gasped, evading the frantic rainfall of the attacks. Even he was forced to admit, the skill of the wound really impressed with its power. It is a creation full of blood and flames, and the wound confessed to himself that he never expected that he would come when he had to use it. He said that the use of demonic art can be serious problems if the Murim Union is learned. That is why he did not teach this technique. "Now everything else is not important," he exclaimed, rushing, heading at Gona with all his strength. Moving closer, the wound did not stop his stories about the cruel murder of his son. He expressed his determination to survive to pay for the death of his son. Without stopping wounds, he rushed to the attack, leaving no moment at the rest. The strike rate of the attack of the wound was so fierce that the Gon had to rely on the speed of its reactions to avoid danger. The sword of the sword was literally centimeters from his face, almost not touching the chin. The wound had the ability to create such a huge amount of heat with his own hands that it seemed fantastic. Gon could not even imagine that he would ever face such a powerful force. The wounds waited without a permanent, assuring that he would inevitably take revenge on his son and leave no enemy in the living. Gon, meanwhile, tirelessly avoided the attacks of the enemy. The eyes of the wound became more rich and red, radiating an unconcealed thirst for blood. Keeping a balance in the chaotic attacks was an extremely difficult task. However, Gon found a way to abstain and, using it, instantly rushed forward, lightning with more than a dozen beats with his sword. The wound was so serious that the blood fought in all directions. The blade permeated his body again and again, not giving him any chance of salvation. In the end, the flames in his fists subsided, and the wounds fell to his knees. "So what will you do when you get rid of everyone?" Gon asked, approaching behind. He explained that the Murim Union would send experienced traces to seek him if he dares such an offense. Ran gathered all his strength to rise, and stated that after the massacre of the traces, he would go to the Imperial Palace. It was the Imperial Court that gave him this art, and he is convinced that his talents and skills are recognized there. Hearing this, there is only one question left. What nonsense do you feed me? Suddenly, something incredible happened. The wound was damaged quickly. This true monster was distinguished by a magnificent laugh that attracted the attention of everyone, and he admired his own truly unprecedented power. Ran was aware of his disadvantages, but noted that such a power could even bring him the title of general. He rose from the earth, staying in the same place, and expressed his sincere gratitude. He was convinced that it would be possible to achieve the title of general thanks to the pursuit. After that, he announced that he already had the title of general. Gon reacted to such words, saying that he simply lost his common sense. Undoubtedly, this description of the wound had reason, taking into account his actions. His horrible laughter just drove crazy. The pursuit was barely managed to fight endless attacks. The situation was far from pleasant, and Gon understood it perfectly, looking at the environment. The element of the flames surrounding the wound and his hands was extremely dangerous. However, the use of bare hands gave him the opportunity to perform lightning and continuous blows. Although it was difficult to understand whether it was simply eaten by the heart that was still beating, but the endurance of the wound seemed boundless. This opponent was the most problematic of all that he met before, and the most annoying was that his laughter really was a laughter and caused true annoyance. Its devilish speed made evasion of attacks an extremely difficult task. In the decisive moment, the wound suddenly struck the site of the rust and he flew back. Landing, Gon reflected his ability to regenerate, contemplating his sword that seemed too fragile to stand for a long battle. Time passed relentlessly, and it was necessary to make a decision instantly. Gon said intense, which of the ability to use to cause the wound of inevitable damage without leaving him a chance of recovery. Gon read all his skills, finding nothing suitable, but thoughts returned to the same book once after to a time. He was forced to awaken this memory, to pull it out of the depths of memory just when it was the most necessary. Even if it was only a theoretical assumption, it should be enough with excess. Gona gently bowed, dipping the sword back into the vagina. Having accepted the fighting rack, he decided to test. The wound just smiled, perceiving this gesture as a sign of humility. He proclaimed that he would destroy the Gonus because he was worth it, and the head rushed. The gossip was typed in the chest of fresh air, feeling it fills his lungs. He then focused on the direction of his internal energy. Blue energy appeared around his hand, dancing the spirals that twisted around. Gon concentrated his inner strength, releasing it with powerful streams through the joints. This resembled the process of attaching the thread into the needle. Accuracy and focus played a crucial role. Having concentrated all its energy, the Gon skillfully directed its flow from the top to the tips of the toes, passing the force through each joint on the way. By directing this rotational energy to the tips of his hands, he finally felt full readiness. All you have to do was see this scoundrel face to face. This release of pervasive energy provoked a stormy wave that spread around. The wound remained unmoved because the explosive wave and energy flows did not affect it. He said with a smile, "Is that all you have been? Could it affect his body, hardened by the art of blood and fire?" However, the fire gradually lost its power, slowly fading. The blue glow suddenly showered the wound, causing changes on his face. Confidence began to disappear gradually. The enthusiasm evaporated as he realized how his inexhaustible energy had changed. All his strength disappeared, absorbed by the scene, and the explosive wave pushed the wound far back. The impressive skill and the perfect performance forced the enemy to realize that it is better not to do it with his Gon. Gon was triumphantly standing with his arms outstretched, overlapping his opponent. He thought it was quite decent, and even unexpectedly pleasant. On the tip of his finger was shaking a small flame. Gon lifted his fingers to a cigarette, which clamped in his lips, and lit it, thinking about the secret of fiery skill, which was hidden in a stray flame. It was found out that such a flame can be preserved by directing a lot of energy. Undoubtedly, if you do it as inadvertently as wounds, you can destroy your energy flows. It swore in Gon's thoughts. However, with the help of wounds we were able to gain new knowledge. Almost without strength, lying on earth in agony, wounds barely squeezed. What was the technique? I have now decided to call her winding, Gon replied. The reception of the winding originates from Tai's art. According to legend, it was used by Zhang Sunfei. At the end of his life, he rose to the level of deity. The wound realized the cause of his defeat. It was a truly legendary technique. In the end, he released his last breath and advised the pursuit as soon as possible to run away. As soon as the palace learns of its defeat, even despite the use of demonic arts, it will be immediately persecuted. The palace that mentioned the wound served as a refined residence of the real emperor. The throne did not capture the clan with the help of force. It is ruled by the true emperor, the only legitimate ruler capable of managing demons. Those who were expelled from the palace were tortured and deprived of their lives for millennia, now united under his leadership and constantly strengthen their power. This is the same palace mentioned by the wound. Despite the fact that it seemed that he was only obeying orders, in fact his importance Merculo was in front of the grandeur of the real masters of the palace. He warned Gon, as soon as they start hunting, death will become inevitable. In the last moments of his life, his wounds realized that he was only an instrument in other people's hands. The cigarette in the finger gave him a moment of rest and pleasure after a fierce battle. Thinking about a secret organization that seeks to regain a lost control, Gon was increasingly convinced that he did not want to become part of this mysterious plan. Unexpectedly behind him, a voice came. You turned out to be much stronger than I could assume. The older brother hugged the body of his dead younger brother, firmly pressing against himself. He was aware that fate gave him his life, while his brother was not so merciful. Thanks to the victory won over the wound, he was able to save his life. He also confessed that, even if Gon appeared earlier, it would not change the situation at all, because Ran was unconscious since the previous night. The older brother sincerely expressed his gratitude for the fact that he took revenge for his brother's death. Gon suggested that he go to Chongsuhan and name his name there. It will help to arrange a funeral. In addition, he recommended that you attract someone else who can put up in this chaos. Gon noted that he had heard about the connections of this attacker with the Imperial Palace. He expressed confidence that both the Murim Union and the Imperial Court will definitely restore order as soon as they learn about this incident. And what do you say to it? Asked Pion. But it was at this moment that the Gon was already a loud whistle that escaped from his fingers. His faithful skate, hearing the call of the owner, was rapidly approaching. About his faithful Skaken, Gon just reported that he was going on another trip, as he always does. Pion stretched his hand forward, promising a reward for information about thieves. However, it didn't matter to Gon. Pion could not put in his head that the goon just decided to leave everything behind. For Pion, Gon is a real hero who independently overcame his wound with his supporters. The Marima Union should be awarded his medal, but Gon just went on his way. However, Gon again assured that it was absolutely not interested in him. Having expressed his condolences because of this loss, he said goodbye and left, leaving Pion alone with the body of the dead brother in the arms. For Pion, it became a real salvation, though it was accompanied by pain. Gon seemed to always choose the path of the righteous, regardless of whether his reward was waiting. Soon the action is transferred to a new place, the majestic Gamson Palace. The air was filled with rest of the evening. Under the mystical glow of the moon, the girl carefully kept a piece of fabric that had just received. She served as an agent number 3 in the Imperial Intelligence Service. Matter in her hand was exactly the one that the Gon once wrapped her wound. Feeling an invisible presence, she instantly hid this important fragment. The room entered the colonel of the Imperial Army, a formidable man, known under the nickname. With a calm expression of the face, and in his hands holding the cut head, he said, "The task is accomplished." The result was exactly the way she expected. In a dream, Quan stood an influential clan of Ma, and it seems that we had a hand or a gun to us or Mo-eng. She wondered whether the demonic art was applied, but the colonel noted that he probably was not. Most likely, it is just one of the guards who watched the safety of Quan's dream, and it seems that they were located here. The colonel noted that the essence lies not only in this aspect, but also in the fact that he eliminated all the subordinates of Guan. She quickly caught that at least 30 guards had been crossed around the sun. Did he use it without any scratch to overcome each of them? She flashed in her head when she turned to the colonel. After that, she wondered what really happened to the sun. He is in custody for interrogation. The number 12 and 17 number took control, and as soon as he witnesses it, as they kill him, it seems to be, the colonel reported. From the very beginning, he was lacking in competence. That is why he abandoned his noble family and chose the traitor on the new continent. He continued his story. However, the Svitpius tiger could not understand how it happened that a dream that enjoyed a happy life under the protection of His Majesty eventually got into the treacherous city of these worthless ones. To whom could they think that the heir to one of the greatest noble families dare to such actions? Did he really believe that he could go unnoticed? Gamsun is a significant city where the struggle for Union championship is extremely tense. Even if he assured that he was acting for the sake of preserving his position, it was still a relentless solution. The thunderstorm threw these words, and then something was remembered by him. "They say you came across a prominent martial arts master when she came here?" he asked. He began to remember in tense how to call this master. "It seems his name Chan Gon or something like that," he said. She acknowledged that for her age, Gon was striking in maturity, but noted that it has nothing exceptional. The colonel suspected that there is a discrepancy in the situation. Why then appoint a secret agent and allocate special resources for this martial arts master if he has no special abilities? The colonel did not want to listen to anything other than the possible concealment of masters who were able to pose a threat to the imperial palace. She only said that there was a serious misunderstanding. She spoke of the emperor himself, his imperial majesty. She noted that the emperor had handed over to them the imperial secret agency, which operates autonomously from the imperial army. She stressed that even a squeaky tiger has no right to interfere with the affairs of the organization on the new continent. She noted that she did not mention Von Gon during the conversation, so the colonel managed to investigate her own forces without informing her. She wondered whether the colonel had remarks about her desire to make the issue for discussion at the highest instance. Colonel Svitpi Tiger exploded in response. He was amazed at what selfless passion she did her work, and decided to turn to her for you, rejecting the official distance you. However, he warned that her pride would remain insurmountable only as long as she is under the protection of His Majesty's mercy. In concluding the conversation, he stated that he had to leave and leave it, but persistently asked not to neglect the removal of all signs of the presence of the Imperial Army. After that, the colonel left her alone with his own thoughts. She was thinking that she did not plan to protect the Gon. The essence was that Gon showed a great skill in the martial arts, and although his education was lacking, everything could remain calm if she only reported on the need for additional consideration of his case. However, in her mind, one thought that did not rest. She was not sure why she sought to protect him, even at risk of causing the anger of the colonel of the Imperial Army. With strength and determination, she hurried a burning torch on the ground. From this, the fire instantly spread, hugging everything around with its hot tongues and leaving behind only ashes. Behind her back was a flame, absorbing everything in her way. She stepped on the street, ignoring the panic of people who hurriedly ran out of the homes, escaping from the fire. Behind her, she raged a clutter, when people with screams warned that approaching there was strictly forbidden, because it concerns national security. In her charming eyes, the flames that she left behind has sparkled. All her mind was filled with only one question. Where is he go right now? Meanwhile, Gon thought about the palace, which was mentioned earlier. It is there that the real emperor lives, unlike the clan, who seized the throne by force. The true emperor is a true ruler who controls the demons directly. Own reflections forced Gon to repeat themselves again and again. In no way can you get involved in the affairs of the imperial army or palace. Gamsun should be kept at a safe distance. In front of him was an extremely charming mountain. Its peaks shone with a white cover, and the slopes were hidden under the winter blanket. Horse hooves were monotonously hit the ground, leading the rider further. Gon, shaking from the cold, sat on horseback and reflected whether it would be better to change the direction. However, there was a headquarters of the Merviv Union, and this place did not attract him at all. In the distance, he noticed a small town that seemed to him a wonderful harbor for a break. He decided to find a tavern and stay there for a few days to rest. However, suddenly his gaze took something that awakened curiosity and raised a question. Right in his eyes, a public execution scene unfolded. Criminals were executed because of hanging for their guilt. A man who was in his hands informed that he would be executed by a person accused of armed robbery and murder of 3 people. On the fragile neck of a girl in the name, a dream was also swinging a loop. She was ominously accused of killing her own man through poisoning. The hidden under his visor, Gon spells silently for what was happening. The crowd was in front of them. He gave an immediate execution, not paying attention to any excuses of criminals. The senior called people to silence, noting that everyone who has doubts about the sentence can turn to the gates of the Black Dragon. Gon heard the command, "Start the execution," and he became an eyewitness to what he might not have seen. The fortress of Yamchak in this area was famous for its lake, which naturally generated salt. In the tavern, the bartender said that salt from these lands is famous throughout the country, and abroad is especially appreciated for the unique taste that it acquires on the new continent. The bartender put a pinch of salt on the table and stated that she had just a wonderful aroma. Gon dipped his finger into the salt and tasted it, but did not discover anything remarkable. It was slightly less salty than ordinary salt. The seller, carefully wiping the glass, continued to talk about the salt enthusiastically, claiming that its sale is as if it were trading water, giving it for gold. The bartender noted that the salt is officially supplied only to the imperial court, but some of the secretary come true on the outskirts of Sinsekyun. However, if the imperial court learns about it, joy is unlikely to cover them. You never know when the emperor can change his mind and decide to conquer a new continent. If this happens, flotilla with tens of thousands of soldiers will appear on the horizon, the bartender warned. Subsequently, during a conversation, the bartender asked Gon whether he had already found a job. How as an experienced fighter, why not take part in the gates of the Black Dragon? He suggested. Suddenly, a barely audible creaking door took over the attention of both Gon and Barthez. A man came into the room and asked, interested, whether there was something to have a snack here. Tired of the trip, expressed his desire to move a little spirit. He was invited inside with friendly smiles. After hitting the door, he entered the bar, shook the snow from the jacket, describing how a powerful ice storm checked him for strength. The gloomy cold outside only enhanced the impression of his story. The bartender advised him to relax for a short time, and promised to bring a hot paw soon, and in the meantime, Gon was watching the situation closely. Gon, looking at this man, began to feel that this stranger did not look like an average visitor. It seemed to him that this man was on the new continent infrequently, as if he were a rare guest. Soon the guest was genuinely saturated and expressed gratitude for delicious food. He threw several coins on the table and asked the bartender to let him ask an important question. Calling herself, he told that he was in search of one person. He searched for a woman in the name of John Soso, who was saying that she lived in the district of Yomcho. Despite the fact that she is no longer a child, he noted that their connection was lost many years ago. The bartender, having scratched his beard, tried to remember, but confidence slipped out of his memory. However, the name seemed to be familiar, perhaps somewhere on the outskirts of him. It was all the information he was able to convey. However, he mentioned another detail. She probably has a daughter who is ill. Her husband was said to be an ordinary worker. The bartender noted that it would be difficult to find someone in this area without additional information, and asked if a relative had disappeared. That's right, he said, realizing that his long-lost sister finally appeared before him. As soon as the bartender confessed that he could no longer help, the man pulled out a bag of money. Seeing this, Gon immediately realized that a person with significant fortune was in front of him. However, the bartender failed to assist, explaining that the only way was independent searches because they changed their names. He urged her not to lose faith and expressed her hope that she would still find her family. One was already ready to go when Gon suddenly said, "It seems you will need a partner if you decided to look for them on your own." It happened that Gon was in search of work, while he was looking for a person capable of helping him in his search. Gon suggested that they could agree on an agreement that would benefit both parties. He could not believe that someone voluntarily offering him support. Having looked at Gona, he came to the conclusion that he was not a local resident. He bowed his head, sincerely thanking him for his proposal. However, in the end he noted that he would prefer to hire any of the decent local residents. "Although I may seem unimaginable outside, I have no equal in finding people," said Gon with a smile on my face. After that, he wondered if he could sit down and share more information, calling him his young friend, Shaolin Monk. Von was stunned when he heard that Gon chipped him with the Shaolin Monk. But Gon immediately reassured him, assuring that he was not going to reveal any details about his personality. He had no doubt that he had reason to act in this way. The man noted that he only illustrates his professionalism in this matter to get extra earnings, and no more. Gon, noting that he did not trust him, suggested that he could simply leave everything while keeping the secret of his true person. Bon could not understand whether the Goot was really bluffing, because it is difficult to believe that a person from the new continent could so easily identify the Shaolin monk. Therefore, he asked that he was encouraged by Gon to such a conclusion. With joy, smiled Gon. First, your body is hardened to such an extent that for an ordinary person who would not have passed such cruel trials, it is simply incredible. Your hands are so powerful that they can crack stones with only one touch. Corn on your palms show that you are familiar with the art of owning a weapon. This is probably a spear, though. If you look closely, it looks more like the art of having a long six. There are not so many places where both hand-to-hand combat and six-handed manipulation are taught. However, the most important thing that the goon drew attention to, he made it clear, twice ticking himself with the index finger on the temple. The bandana on your head looks unsurpassed, the Gon smiled. Gon presented plenty of arguments to convince. While he was busy with a meal, he caught everything, and he answered the question of a possible mistake only shortly. No. He asked to name his name again and confessed that the real name was Chizun Cho. As the Gon noted earlier, he was indeed a Shaolin monk before joining the Kran. He confessed that, as a practicing Zen, he feels some shame, but circumstances make him look for a woman. Therefore, he asked Gon for help. Gon also named his name, introduced himself to a traveler, and assured that he would make every effort to find this woman. As soon as he asked for payment, as a bag of coins flew into his hand, the monk announced that this money is now owned by the pursuit, respectfully addressing him as a channel master. He strongly asked to find this woman for him. It was his only request. Soon they were on the street, and Gon asked about her name. He appealed to the monk to tell more about her. But the monk hesitated without being confident, because 10 years have passed since their last meeting. However, he managed to focus on one important detail. A birthmark who decorated her left cheek near the nose. He remembered how she always avoided attention to this birthmark. The monk was fascinated by her, especially when her birthmark moved flirtatiously during laughter. This is what the heart captivated. The birthmark on the cheek has already narrowed the circle of those whom they are looking for. However, Gon realized that the monk's face did not express the sadness of a person who lost one of his loved ones. He realized that the monk was incredibly skillful in the martial arts. This brave man crossed a long distance to the new continent to find a woman who had already had a family and raised her daughter. Obviously, he had his own grounds for such deep despair. Gon released his hand towards the tavern and suggested that you start searches. They settled at a table with 2 glasses and decided to enjoy a glass of aromatic strong liqueur. Gon, feeling the pleasure of every sip, lifted a glass and enjoyed its contents. The monk only waved, assuring that alcohol had never cost his life. With a smile on his face, Gon advised the monk to take an opportunity and try himself, but he could not hurt how alcohol could help in search of someone. Gon started a conversation with the monk, asking about the man of this woman who worked as a laborer in the fortress of Yomcho. Most of the workers, namely 9 of 10, are employed in salt production. After a busy day, they usually come here to have a snack and drink. Gon realized that this is a great opportunity to ask those who already drink a little, the most effective way to get information. According to him, in order to avoid suspicion, it is necessary to have the smell of alcohol. Be merciful to us about the good-natured Budo, said the monk and lifted a glass to his mouth. His eyes were instantly expanding from surprise. He coughed and surprised the drink to the floor, not understanding how others can consume this horrible liquid. Gon noted that he had to drink not for pleasure, but to pump and find out the information you need. Once you have taken on your chest, it's time to go in search of, he said. They went around each table asking the visitors. After that, they moved to the next table, again asking the same questions. Most of the respondents declared their ignorance. Out of other interesting interlocutors, they returned tirelessly. Subsequently, it was the 4th tavern. Gon did not notice that they would come across something, and suggested that the monk complete the search today and restore them the next day. However, the monk, already well groomed and barely possessed speech, begged to continue a little more. An elderly man with a glass of foam beer approached the boys and was curious about why they were interested in similar issues. Gon immediately realized that, after all, he probably came across the same person he sought for so long. He remarked to the old man that he had falsely interpreted his words. Gon told that they came here because their friend remained at home. His daughter became ill, and he is only here to support a friend. After self-criticism, Gon confessed that his only option remains to interview people. The old man shared that he looked carefully at them for a certain period, and realized that they were looking for someone. Based on their chats, he already guessed who they were looking for. The monk smiled with joy and asked the old one to share his knowledge. However, the expression of the old man remained far from joy. At first the monk did not realize that he asked them to leave the premises. Grandpa advised them to go away, because even if they find this woman, the end result will be far from their expectations. "And what can it mean?" said Gon, full of anxiety. Their voices were so loud that attracted the attention of other tavern guests. Everyone around the alert when they felt that the atmosphere between the audience began to strain, as if a conflict was going to explode. The monk constantly insisted and turned to the old man, explaining that he should definitely see the Sioux. The old man realized from his reaction that it was this man who was desperately trying to find her. However, this did not affect the situation. The old man again asked the monk to return to the place where he arrived. He barely turned away to go. The monk grabbed his hand without releasing, and stuck in the pleas for help. The old man sharply pushed the monk's hand, demanding to remove it. At this moment, the tavern became extremely quiet, and all those present turned their vigilant views, slowly getting up from their seats. Looking back, the monk realized that the events unfold against expectations. Meanwhile, Gon realized that this elderly man is a revered elder community with a great influence. The elder finally pulled out his hand and stepped back. He suggested that they savor their drinks and leave this place with the arrival of tomorrow. He strongly warned them not to interfere in this case. The monk could not just leave, so he began to explain the old man, asking for at least look at the woman and her baby from afar. However, one of the locals grew up behind the monk's back, who stated in a sharp tone that it was better to submit to the elder and get out of here. However, he allowed a serious miss when he put his hands on the monk's back. Gon grossly removed this fool, called for him to calm down, and noted that now is not the time for quarrels. However, this fool decided to attack, imagining that his street skills of his fist battle would bring him success. But Gon effortlessly avoided his inconsistent attempt. After the first blow, he followed the second, and Gon again easily evaded, without making extra effort. Then Gon quickly grabbed his hand. He did not even strike, but simply put his palm on the enemy's back, and he immediately calmed down. The moonshine broke into the air when Gon broke his hand. Gon explained the pacified tone of the voice, that he did not make any extraordinary effort, and noted that his interlocutors remained from such a violent reaction. The noise and the hole were filled with tavern when the crowd spoke out of the fight loudly, and people began to hardly demand closing the door. They were called aliens who brazenly disturbed the peace on another's earth. Gon immediately realized that it is reminiscent of chaos rather than a full battle. Meanwhile, one girl was unnoticed by the development of events, and asked her subordinate whether he did not notice how that man was moving. The subordinate noted that it would be wiser to retreat and keep caution before they get into this unpleasant conflict. Her eyes broke out of his exaltation, and she was deeply struck. She was convinced that he was the mysterious master of the new continent, for whom she hoped for so long. Here one more tried to hit his fist, but it failed for him. At this point, the crowd exploded with indignation, calling these people worthless and calling for their execution. They chose the tactics of a common offensive without finding the best solution. This place has become a solid chaos, which is predictable, given the condition of drunk people. The monk did not seek for violence and pleaded with the master of Chan to help solve the situation peacefully. Gon directly suggested that he not retreat, but start a counterattack, because real aggressors are those people, not them. The monk could not understand this, because he believed that he was talking about civilians who could have been seriously injured. However, these so-called peaceful inhabitants did not get tired of insulting it, calling a bastard, and did not stop in their continuous attacks. Then Gon asked the monk for at least a little to hit someone, let it be slightly, but at least barely. The monk tried not to strain his fist, struck. He struck this scornful blow to the head, but how the opponent really felt is a completely different story. For the enemy, this blow was a real test. He fell so that his head hit the floor with a roar and almost crushed the tile. After that, the Gon caught shouts from the outside. He stressed the monk that they should leave this place immediately. The Black Dragon Squad, having learned about the riots inside, intended to go to the tavern. The Gonus reassured the monk, assured that he knew how to find the old man again. However, they must first get out of this place, because if they are caught, problems will not be avoided. He explained that this fuss can easily develop into political difficulty. The Black Dragon is famous for its skill in creating such problems, and the monk was well aware of it. Milady gave an instruction to her Jane guard to watch them, although he could not understand what purpose she was pursuing. His question received a lightning answer on her part. She stated that she intended to follow this person, a Gon. At this time, the Black Dragon had already made a mess on the streets, delaying everyone who was interfered with. The monk was hastily moved away, while Milady carefully followed him from the horn, trying to remain invisible. They tried hard to have time for Monk and Gunna. However, the servant asked Malay what she plans to do without having a clear plan. After all, for her, these people were the ones she had been looking for so long. Jinch's guard watched only their fight with a crowd of drunks, and this raised his question to the hostess. How can you draw conclusions, drawing only on such a case? Mleti noted that his individual martial arts master has his level even in the rack, not just during the strikes. Jinch persistently warned her lady about the danger, urging her to return to the safe Hawaii. Every day, the governor of Hawaii was increasingly worried because of its disappearance, making every effort to search for it. Milady left for him only a small message. I go looking for adventures on the new continent. Despite all the circumstances, they continuously monitored the monk and pad, not allowing them to disappear from the eyes. Ms. said that it was of extraordinary importance for her to see the real martial arts master from the new continent with her own eyes. Her curiosity, what a story combines these two unusual men. One of them, in the bandan, made the impression of the Shaolin monk, and the other, armed with a sword, looked like a typical local mercenary. She imagined many scenes in her dreams. Shaolin monk, escaping from the monster, united with a powerful warrior from a distant continent to overcome the danger. Her imagination painted incredibly vivid images. Jinch, a faithful defender, commented that these stories were reminiscent of fabulous fiction, and assured that the mistress was incredibly exaggerated. In her view, these people showed absolute cruelty. Suddenly, Jinch was rapidly coming forward, standing in front of the mistress, and asked her to move away. Her hand gently reached for a sword securely attached to her back. The reason for this was the appearance on the roof of the neighboring building of a mysterious man who carefully monitored them from a height. Having stretched a charming smile capable of enchanting any heart, he greeted them. However, Jinch did not smile. Her face remained emphasized. But the lady who was behind radiated the delight, because they were met with proper attention. Jinch tried to convey to the hostess the idea that the battle was probably not avoided. The man moved from the roof, cleverly landed on the ground right in front of them. Gon realized that strangers did not look out of their eyes since they appeared in tavern. At first he planned not to pay attention to them, but their perseverance in the pursuit changed the situation. Gon decided to find out who they were and why they follow them. The way Gon immediately realized the situation and immediately focused on them made an even more impression on the mistress, who was delighted with his actions. The salt asked for forgiveness if she accidentally caused inconvenience, and emphasized that they had no malicious intentions. It seemed extremely strange that someone was watching them in the middle of the night, and at the same time assured that he did not intend to harm. Despite his suspicions, he decided not to give this issue more than he needed, but still wondered why they were monitored. The lady, having introduced the salt, pointed to her companion and called her Jinch. She told about her origin and purpose of her trip to this unknown continent. She was looking for martial arts masters to gather their incredible stories and publish them in the book. For Gon it seemed at least interesting. However, Jinch just slammed herself on the head, not dividing the passion of the hostess. Even the monk could not hide his light embarrassment. And what about it? Gon asked. Seoul noted that fairy tales about the new continent have now captured the imagination of Junjuju residents. She mentioned a few striking examples. Pek Sol, a student who follows the leader of the Murim Union, known for his victory over numerous enemies and demons. Gamhun Sleep, a righteous who made a journey from the New Sichuan to the Gamsun Palace. And also a mysterious hero from the East, who selflessly saves people without demanding rewards. Salt intended to collect legends about outstanding martial arts from all over the country and publish them in Junyuan. She was confident in herself and persistently convinced the boys that this work will soak all records, make it rich, and Gon would become world famous and wealthy as a true protagonist of this story. It was unusual that she decided to watch them after witnessing their clashes in Taverna to find out their stories. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be true, and the girl, as if emitting light, enthusiastically confirmed Gon's guess. Gon realized that he was naive, assuming that someone was chasing them. Therefore, he advised her to pay attention to the tract at the main gates of the city. He assured that there is a 3-story building that would not go unnoticed, and stressed that it was in this place that they planned to stop. Gon explained to her that there were important things that needed his attention tonight and asked to wait until tomorrow. Salt waved her hand for goodbye and wished her good luck in solving their urgent cases this evening. The monk with the gun, not hiding surprise and a little embarrassment, realized how unusual the salt was. Gon expressed his apologies to the monk for holding him out with this unusual meeting and asked for forgiveness for taking a little time. However, the monk assured that it did not bother him at all. However, the monk confessed that after this conversation, his desire to meet with Su became even stronger. He was most fascinated by a clean, innocent smile of salt, and he wanted to be so smiling so much. Gon warned that he usually does not interfere in other people's affairs, but this time his curiosity took the mountain. He noted that a woman named Sue did not look like a typical monk relative. Hearing this, the monk laughed and confessed that he now had no reason to hide the truth. The monk shared that at the time of entry into the temple, there from the so-so of the heart were crowded with love for each other. After learning about her troubles and the need for help, he left the temple to come to her rescue. The monk said with sadness that he was really sorry because he did not want to put Gon for danger, and sincerely asked for an apology for it. He also suggested that he probably sent the pursuers in his footsteps. The novice appealed to the Buddha in prayers, pleading to give them mercy. Meanwhile, another monk had already stood in front of the entrance to the place where his brothers were in, thinking about whether it was the place where he left the temple and overcome such a distant path. This monk appeared here to pick up everything he had assigned him to himself. Having the authority from the Shaolin Temple, he was a messenger named Hin Gion, who was famous for his responsibility to restore the lost things that should belong to Shaolin. Cho and Sos grew in one village where their friendship began as a child, despite the fact that they came from modest families. Even after so many years, no other moments were able to match those carefree, happy memories from their childhood. Undoubtedly, they fell in love with each other, cherishing the dream of a common future and family. But their happiness turned out to be short-lived. Everything turned upside down when the parents of Sue organized her marriage with a man-made man from the city. Then she asked him to leave everything and escape with her to the mountains to start her own life. However, Cho turned out to be a true coward, doubting his ability to make her happier than a wealthy citizen could do it. In the end, she married that wealthy husband. Cho felt that the weakness was overwhelmed by his soul, and he came to his mind to rush from the rock to stop his suffering once and for all. Otherwise, his life would be cut off if it were not for the monk that he was accidentally at that moment. At that time, he left his home to get to the Order of Shaolin. He learned about her by letters when she was in another region. Before going to the new continent, she last visited their village and learned about his decision to become a monk. After that, she began to send him letters. Her letters were filled with simple stories about everyday life on the new continent. She enthusiastically shared her impressions of the cities that she fell into her soul and rejoiced in the birth of a charming daughter. Cho felt joy when he received these letters that came every few years. He was grateful to know that she was living well and felt her presence through this message. Difficulties appeared because of her last letter sent to him. Her handwriting was different from the usual letters. Indistinguishable, full of despair. Life has become a number of trials and difficulties. She mentioned how she was old and could not help but mention the illness of her daughter, who had been disturbing her for a long time. She also bitterly described how a man looks at her from above and does not stop causing her pain. Shaolin studies prompts the earthly attachment and strive for enlightenment. However, after reading this letter, the thoughts of Cho were occupied by others, and he did not find rest for training. He laid out this fascinating story in detail, and Gon immediately realized that it was this reason that forced him to leave the Shaolin Temple and go to a new continent in search of Sue. However, Gona was concerned about one question. What exactly could he push the hunters to persecute Cho? The monk said that not only this fact was hidden by their persecution. Unfortunately, he is not able to answer this question now. Although he understands that his behavior may seem shameless and apologizes for it. But these treasures are of great value and carefully protected by mystery, which is why it is not easy to discuss them. Gon began to think about which treasure from the Shaolin Temple became the subject of such great interest. However, he decided not to interrogate, realizing that he was again in an unpleasant story. Gon realized the need for caution when he learned of a considerable amount of money. The monk confessed that he had no excuses and regretted that he did not express himself more clearly from the beginning. He further noted that he now intends to continue the trip alone. However, Gon, delaying a cigarette, suggested that the so-so woman was currently in danger. Realizing that the pursuers were already on the track of CO, he emphasized the need for urgent actions. He expressed his opinion with the first love to give her these treasures and admire the beauty of her charming smile. All other nuances, according to Gon, can be considered later. With a dancing smile on the lips of the monk nodded, confirming that there was a right moment for action. So far, the city's elder stood in the middle of the street. He felt pleasure from a fresh breeze that was freely walking around. However, he felt that someone would come to him soon. The old man noted that Cho and Gon were left nearby, despite his reservation aside. They refused to retreat. Gon said that when they returned to the tavern, they came across a conversation where they heard how someone mentioned the old Master Yoma. So they managed to find this place. The name Yom is translated as salt, which indicates that the old man was an experienced master in creating salt furnaces. After asking the employees about the nature of this person, they were soon able to find out where he is. Grandpa did not mind, recognizing that these young men in the salt business really say a lot. Cho immediately turned to the old man, asking him to repeat the story, because it was important for him because of their Sue with a close friendship. Although all these 10 years of communication were limited only by correspondence, it did not cease to be an important person for him. So he wanted to find out where she was now. The old man convinced that his intentions should not be perceived incorrectly. He stressed that he hides the details not because of distrust of them. Gon listened carefully to the pleas of Cho, addressed to the old man, and felt something clearly did not converge here. The old man confirmed that the SOS has a sick daughter, and her husband worries a laborer. And she really has a birthmark on her left cheek, right? They also noted that her real name was John Soso, but here she performed under the pseudonym John. The monk, putting his hand to the chin, said, "I will save it in memory, because it is a really beautiful name." The old man noted that there is no need to keep this name in memory. Gon remembered the moment when he first came here, sitting on a horse at the entrance. The monk noticed this movement and quickly turned, staring interested in Gon's eyes. And here in the air echoed the words of the old man, "This girl is dead. She was sentenced to death by hanging for poisoning of her own husband." For Cho, this moment became a real catastrophe. The earth seemed to tear from under his feet. The Gonus called the old man to patience, asking him to hurry his conclusions. He sought to find out if the old man had fallen into his assumptions that this dream Ion was really the one they were looking for. Is it possible that he confused her with another? At that moment, it froze, hoping it was just a mistake. Then the old man asked, was her husband Yangu-jan? But if it was not enough, the old man had even more serious evidence in his arsenal. She was lonely because she had no relatives or friends, so she got rid of her husband. No one took care of her funeral, so now her body rests with the tomb. They decided to see everything with their own eyes, so they went to the tomb. The old man noticed that if she is not the one they are looking for, they can return and pour their dissatisfaction on him. Gon lifted the sheet from her body, keeping the hope that the old man was wrong. However, as soon as he looked at her, as his eye closed, and a salty tear crawled through his cheek, he suffered, screamed with pain, and could not hold back tears, tearing his clothes from despair. But he never could feel her breathing gently touches his lips. This spectacle was difficult to perceive. Gon went outside, set fire to a cigarette, and leaned his back against the tree, trying to arrange his thoughts. Soon they met with the old man, who again mentioned her husband Yan Gun. He claimed that he was a non-partisan idol and fully deserved his destiny. This man was not only distinguished by the fact that he worked as a laborer, he owned his own stove. Although he was lacking in experience, he was able to attract workers with promises of considerable earnings. However, he was known for his disdain for women, which caused condemnation of many. He spent nights, lost in fun with other women in the pub, and then, returning home, raising his voice, making curses and resorting to violence against his wife. One day, he lost his self-control that he had shot her outfit and expelled her out of the house. Monk, listening to this story, was unable to hide his heartache. He asked the old man why the authorities did not intervene and left it unattended. The old man explained that the abomination was not only very rich, but also had influential connections in the detachment of the Black Dragon. Due to this, he was able to avoid punishment, although he committed dishonorable actions. Gon wondered, what was her daughter's ailment? My grandfather shrugged. No one could diagnose her disease. This ailment made the baby body rigid, as if a stone, and then immersed it in a bottomless sleep. Even the court doctor was unable to find salvation. But soon, Gu-jan squeezed her determination in a disgusting way. This scoundrel got drunk and tried to get rid of her, which only accelerated the tragic step of Sue. Sue, known as a dream, without thinking, put her life in danger to protect her daughter from Gon. Perhaps it was then that she made the decision to put an end to his existence. Her task was not difficult to poison him, because he was famous not only for a weak mind, but also with frequent, unconscious drinks. The person who supplied her poison has already left this world. The Black Dragon, their detachment, probably boiled rage and eagerly sought the killer, even though the circumstances of her tragic history were known. But, given the powerful influence of the Black Dragon in this area, the sentence was issued instantly, the death penalty. He was once convinced that a detachment of the Black Dragon was a conscientious component of the Murim Union, and now it became clear to him that his judgments were false. The old man told them that these young men served as guardians since the existence of the fortress of Yomcho. Once upon a time they were the embodiment of nobility, but as often happens, where there is power, corruption always sneaks. The patriarch confessed that he could not empathize with her daughter, who remained alone in this world. It was at this moment that an evil monk woke up in the soul. He flared with determination to destroy the detachment of the Black Dragon and wipe it from the face of the earth. Subsequently, they walked a snow-covered road together. Their path went in continuous silence. The goal was lost in thoughts, not knowing where to start dialogue and how to cheer Cho in this difficult position. He just wondered if everything was fine. He calmly replied that no doubt all is well, but he just can't afford to focus on one too long. Cho added that I was grateful to the old man for the opportunity to meet his daughter. However, Gon was aware that the words did not reflect the whole truth. Something is clearly wrong with him. They soon came across the place where the daughter of Soso was. It was here that she decided to stop. And finally they stepped inside. They came to meet them a man who invited him to follow him, promising to bring them to the daughter of Su. He said that they were concerned about the last week no one has come to her. The monk, who accompanied them, pleaded with Buddha to show mercy, because the circumstances were extremely sad. In the memory of Gon, it was firmly etched. The daughter of SOS is now in the temple east of the city. Since then, as a detachment of the Black Dragon deprived the whole of his property, arrested his assets when his daughter was still near him. How could it happen? It really seemed absurd. What could the baby do? What most of the day was in bed? The temple was practically forced to accept it. Despite the fact that this place was called the temple, it actually served as a shelter for sick and orphans, and the conditions left much to be desired here. Han is really interested in how long this baby's body is able to withstand such difficult conditions. In the end, the monk brought them to the door behind which the girl was hiding. Opening the door, they were amazed at what they were seeing. A child with heavy breathing stood in front of them. They approached her bed, looking carefully at her close. From a distance, she seemed absolutely ordinary, and he wondered what could happen to her. He had no idea what was worried about her. The monk began to awaken her, addressing her Miss Jean, and repeating that name to return the woman to consciousness. Cho was just standing away, realizing that she was not able to wake up, and every day of her periods of consciousness were constantly reduced. Gon with caution asked for an apology, approaching her a little closer. Delicately picking her eyelashes, he carefully revealed them. Then he carefully placed 2 fingers on her tendon, seeking to feel her heart rate and determine the condition. Nervous, the monk warned that their backs did not touch the body of a young girl without her consent. At that moment, he cautiously removed bandana from his head, as if preparing for something significant. Cho again appeared before the monk, and he immediately realized that the man was their man. He addressed the young monk with the words, "Buddha, manifestation of mercy to us," at the same time seeking help with him. The monk immediately apologized for not recognizing him before, and asked what could be useful. Cho urgently ordered the treatment of a child whose condition was extremely difficult, and insisted that no one went into the room until the procedure was completed. He explained that even the court physician could not make a diagnosis, but he realized that it was not a disease, but most importantly, a hereditary defect. The monk realized the importance of help, and promised to create an atmosphere of rest so that everyone could focus properly. Cho asked Gon for help because he needed to cure the girl using internal energy. He watched how Gon intended to use pills and his own internal energy for healing. Cho was aware that only the elected people in the Imperial Army possessed long-time knowledge of energy treatment. Gon acknowledged that he intended to use energy to recover, but noted that he would not be able to cope. He appealed to the monk to help him with important pressure points. Mixing tablets with the internal energy of 3 people can be dangerous. When different energy merge into one body, it can disrupt blood circulation. The goose was hesitant whether the pills should be used in this situation. The monk asked him if he had experience in medicine, to which Gon modestly noted that he had only basic knowledge. The old man said that this ailment is called 9 ominous yan blood. Its name comes from the ability to block 9 pressure points, disrupting the flow of energy and causing stiffness in the body. It was born with a rare disease that disrupts the natural energy balance in her body, gradually depleting it. It is likely that it is unlikely to survive to its 20 years. Cho found texts about this mysterious ailment when he wandered in the temple, accidentally discovered them while searching for something unusual, tired of long, lasting studios. Gon wondered if the records were given the opportunity to find a cure for the disease. He reached out to his pocket and, pulling the answer, assured that yes. He pulled out a pill, which was known for his ability to cope with this ailment, and was respectfully called by a great elixir. Gon remembered how he read in novels about this miraculous pill made of colorful healing herbs that gave her magical abilities. The appearance of Gon was more eloquent than any words in his eyes. The monk saw that the guy had recognized this artifact. The artifact, closely related to the life of Bodhidharma, was created from his dust. It retains all the virtue and vital energy of this great mentor. It was an invaluable heritage that exceeded all the treasures of the world. The monk noted that it is not surprising now why he was hunted, but added that people's lives are of greater value than any artifacts. According to the records read, it is necessary to give the patient a tablet and direct energy into his body to restore the impaired energy flow. But before proceeding, Gon decided to check how the girl feels. Taking her hand and closing her eyes, he felt that he was not mistaken. Her vital forces came to an end, and health was so shaky that he realized, although the monk's records were carefully drawn up, this young body did not stand such a test. The Gon warned the monk that if they try to direct the energy into it, as it was stated, her body will not be able to withstand the load, and the blood vessels will break. There was no other way out. The monk dared to rely on Gon, instructed to direct his energy until he focused on the protective arts, protecting this important procedure. It was a dangerous step, but they both realized that time was relentlessly pressed. Gon cautiously accepted a precious artifact from the monk. The monk relied entirely on Gon, realizing that he faced a man with pure thoughts, which would never be tempted to steal the artifact and hide him from all. After all, Gon performed his part of the task, finding the Sioux, and remained here only because he was concerned about the fate of the child. Gon appealed to the monk to ensure security. No one had to penetrate the room and get closer to him and the child. The monk expressed his gratitude and assured that he could be completely relied on. Then the Gon delicately touched the fabric of the baby's clothing. He brought one hand to his belt and pressed the other to his neck. He began to fill the baby's body with its energy, gently directing it through the circulatory system. His mission was to detect distorted blood vessels and carefully saturate these areas with the renewable energy of the tablet. He was still concerned about the question: is the purpose of Bodhidharma to purify and restore lost energy? The smooth penetration of energy was effective enough to dispel the stagnant energy that blocked the blood vessels, returning them to their natural state. To invest in a child such a huge amount of energy and at the same time remain intact, the task is not easy. However, by some miracle, Gon was able to heal it effectively. Everything is almost perfect. Now the child will be able to play and run just like her peers. Did you already coped? A voice of salt came suddenly, which silently appeared right behind his shoulders. And where did she come from? She fell asleep with questions, interested in how he was able to achieve such success in energy treatment, and did not get tired of calling him a true master. The salt told in detail how she was here, emphasizing that they were so immersed in their affairs that they did not pay attention to her arrival. For 4 days in a row, they constantly saturated the girl with energy, not even noticing how rapidly it had fallen. How did you find yourself here and what happened to the monk? Gon repeated his question. However, a completely different monk appeared in front of him, and according to Gon about Cho, he quickly stopped, who met exactly the one he was looking for. The monk appealed to the wizard Gon, asking him to answer. Did you really donate a sacred artifact and force the baby to swallow him? Asked the monk with anxiety in his voice, staring closely at the interlocutor. The salt shared the story of how it came here, and each of her words enveloped the space with mysteriousness. She pointed to a man who called herself an Archaean from the Shaolin Temple, who was also near them, giving the events of particular importance. At this point, the Archon approached Gon and wondered if he really used a powerful elixir of combat energy to heal. Gon was already aware of this issue because the monk dedicated him to the secret of such an elixir. This only added intrigue and complicated the situation. The Archon noticed the confusion of Gon and directed his gaze on a girl who was resting on the bed. Her condition became a real test for all present. He explained that the elixir was completely absorbed by this child, and it caused unexpected consequences. Elixir's combat energy not only healed the distorted essence of internal energy, but also endowed it with special internal force after treatment of blood disease. When engaged in martial arts, she quickly gained an unexpected force that allowed her to become a real master, which was extremely impressed by Gona. During his recovery, Gon himself gained considerable experience, especially in the realization of how Shaolin's school opposes the forces of chaos. This knowledge can have significant consequences. The Archon addressed Gon to the question of whether he heard that this child had recently swallowed one of the key relics of the temple that played a significant role. Gon firmly stated that his intuition was prompted to act on his own, despite the lack of permission from the fraternity. The Archorus, when he heard these news, asked why Gon decided to stay for treatment, even after he learned the truth. Gon, with simplicity in his voice, noted that the life of a defenseless child was at stake, and he could not stay away. The Archon realized that this foreigner had no connection with Shaolin, but still dreamed of this difficult step. After that, the Archon began to extend his giant hand, which could be both a gift and a dangerous threat. At that moment, Jinch, who was behind, was intuitively grabbing her sword, ready for any surprise. Gon did not lose vigilance, carefully watching every gesture of the Archaean, ready for unexpected trouble. However, the Arcanal only connected the palms of the palm peacefully, demonstrating the lack of aggressive intentions. Opening, he apologized to the pranks of his younger brother, which stunned everyone who was present. The Arcan was aware that healing a child and resisting the influence of a powerful elixir is a very difficult task. No integrity is compared to save the child, even endowing his own life. Such an act will inevitably bring you blessings in the future, the Archon said, looking at the pursuit right in the eye. Jinch, listening to the claim that saving a baby is not a crime, but a relic, just a thing, carefully took the sword behind her back. However, there were a few more words left in the Archand, which, like a fire, filled the atmosphere of the room with a new wave of tension. He appealed to Gon to listen to him, offering his help and hinting at something significant. Gon turned to the Archaean with his interest in his voice, wanting to find out what support he wanted. It was felt that the answer would be not easy. Therefore, the Archon began a fascinating story that revealed the unexpected truth. For the past 3 days, when Gon took care of the recovery of the child, the younger brother of the Archae, having translated his duties to another woman, resorted to a terrible act. He conceived a terrible revenge, and realized it so cruelly that even the people closest to him were shocked. His hands were glued with blood, and around the bodies of dozens of dead were visible, among which he proudly held his head. Having penetrated the gates of the Black Dragon, he destroyed their ruler together with numerous martyrs of martial arts, perpetuating his name in history. Gon, hearing this information, approached the window, trying to find reassurance in the landscape, which could answer the kaleidoscope of thoughts in his head. Various thoughts were raging in his head, but none was able to tell him a clear path to action. He remembered how he emphasized his ban on focusing on something for a long time, while always moving forward. Gon clenched his fist with such force that his bones were white, feeling a storm of mixed feelings inside. A few moments of silence, and he asked the Archaean with the question, "Where is he now?" The Arcan reported that it still remains at large. After the events, he escaped to the west, and now the gates of the Black Dragon sent more than 100 following him to persecute him. He also noted that it was wounded, which significantly limits his ability to long escape. Gon could not stand, and asked what the Archaean really hopes from him in such a situation. The Archon said that not only did the treasure and fled during the responsible mission, but also committed the murder, going against the principles of the Buddha path. Because of this act, it must be excommunicated from martial arts, and spending the rest of his life in the Shaolin's repentance hall. Gon finally realized that the Arcan intends to protect Cho from the death, which he is threatened with the warriors of the Black Dragon. What belongs to Shaolin is Shaolin, summarized the Archie, trying to express the very essence of the situation. After that, the Arcanal carefully climbed into the inner pocket, and this gesture instantly straightened all present. He took his gaze to Salt and Jinch, bringing even more mysteriousness into this and so mysterious situation. The Salt caught a bag of coins that flew to her hands, evidence of its importance in this matter. The wedding asked them to look after the child, convincing that for several days in the city would bring her more benefits than leaving this place. She made her consent, and Gon, leaning her head, sincerely thanked the Salt for such kindness. As soon as Gon again suggested that he could give more money, if necessary, a bag with coins suddenly was in his hands. The Salt had no need for money. It had significant stocks, which clearly reflected on its carefree face. She only wished to return unharmed, and then share with her that he would have to try on the way. Gon nodded as a sign of consent at her request, but his face remained invariably harsh, as if the choice was unbearably difficult. Together with the Archie, they moved to the door, full of determination to meet all the trials that were already waiting for them. The Salt and Jinch remained themselves, with the thoughts of the departure figures. With the wish of a happy road on their mouths, they could not hide a slight shade of sadness. Salt radiated joy, confident that fascinating adventures were waiting for her, because this trip promised to be a lot of saturated. A fascinating story about the Shaolin monk has awaited you, who stole the treasure from meeting with his beloved. He was joined by a mysterious stranger to help flee, and the older brother of the monk himself will deal with punishment. That's right, it is a story about a mysterious continent located behind the sea from our city, the Salt said thoughtfully, feeling that only the first steps of a great adventure were in front of them. Jinch agreed with her and added, "It is a story to myself. But will he be able to escape when he is pursued by more than 100 hunters?" The Salt approached the girl who was resting on the bed with a gentle look. This young soul suffered a lot more losses than was seen at first glance. Then she asked Jinchi with the question, "This child really was left without parents, isn't it? She got rid of her inheritance because of the insidious groups that possess the martial arts. These ruthless people destroyed her family, leaving her lonely in this world. If the gates of the Black Dragon really maintained order in the city, it would never happen," the Salt said with a shade, comprehending the injustice that surrounded them. "How can it exist in such a place?" she reasoned, contemplating this disorderly city where all values and moral standards seem to have disappeared. In a city where armed heads dominate, establishing their own laws and capturing another's property at their request, the question has been raised, do they really dream of a new world and new opportunities? The Salt could not understand whether it was a neglected place, which may be even more attractive than her native Junuan. Jinch intervened in the conversation and explained that the new continent is not always as we see it at first glance. There are many magical places here, and a large part of the people who visited the place sought to find their land and start life with a pure sheet. It was their own conscious initiative, even if the chosen path promised to be difficult and dangerous. However, this child was deprived of the right to choose. If she could choose, then she would probably stop on something completely different. For this reason, Jinch warned the Salt more closely to pick the words so as not to cause trouble. In addition, she asked to muffle the voices, because what to do when the child wrote them and incorrectly interprets what was said? Salt wondered what words to find in the temple to get permission to pick up a child and give her a new opportunity. At this point, the monk was rushing on horseback with his gallop, rapidly shortening the distance to the intended goal. Suddenly, Gon's gaze caught something ahead. It forced him to strain and focus on the distance. He stretched his hand forward, asking the Archaean to pause to navigate more in the situation. It was evident that the trail was parted in 3 different directions. Each of them tirelessly tried to surround their goal. The goal unmistakably recognized this intricate maneuver. The one who wants to escape can hide their traces by heading to the mountains or to rivers. However, the Black Dragon will probably try to prevent this escape. The Black Dragon Gate remained focused, ready not to lose its prey, and make every effort to successfully fulfill its mission. However, as Gon said, the danger could be considerable, and now it has become even more noticeable. The risk of giant, because they pursue the one who perceives reality not directly, but because of the dark curtain of revenge and hatred. Gon, watching the bodies, breathably scattered on earth, tried to explain this Archie, feeling the depressing weight of cruel reality. Their target becomes the one who is thirsty for revenge and ruthlessly follows her, he explained, pointing to the traces left. On his way, this warrior did not spare anyone. His relentless actions were reserved only by death. The older brother, watching these bodies carefully, did not stop asking himself what really happened, trying to grasp the hidden meaning of the event. He asked himself many questions. "My friend, what did you do? How could this happen?" The use of Shaolin martial arts for murder was contrary to everything he believed in, and it was unacceptable for him. This kind monk, who had not even been able to strike a light blow yesterday, turned into a ruthless killer in one day. How did that happen? The older brother of the Archon was repeated again and again, still unable to believe what is happening. It is probably too late to correct everything, and this path does not involve return. Subsequently, they arrived in the next location, however. Like last time, they were not in time. Gon realized that at such a pace, they are doomed one by one to lose their lives, and the death toll would constantly increase. Considering the traces, he doubted that he was injured, as most people fell from one powerful blow. At this point, Gon approached the monk to share his important question. He wondered what their relationship was between the older and younger brothers. Gon also sought to understand what a man was Cho, and who was perceived by his older brother. The monk noted that he is not before rest, until he continues to threaten even more people. Gon, standing on the hill, asked it when the Archaeon soon joined him. Before them was a sword, deeply immersed in the soil, as a silent symbol of the terrible truth. Before their eyes, a spooky scene appeared. The blood of the dead hieroglyph, which meant, atone for sins. This did not rest the ride, because it did not give the impression of a person capable of such. The Archon realized that he was in a state of deviation. He did not displace his torment, but allowed them to capture it completely. Inner pain, like a poison, changed it, turning into a real monster. It was noticeable in his eyes, because of the crazy anger after the loss of his beloved, he became a murderer for many people. Gon fascinated the scary scene in front of him, as if he had lost his ability to tear his eyes. It was evident that his thoughts and soul were buried in the abyss of despair. Suddenly behind their backs, the hum of horse hooves emerged, increasing the atmosphere of tension in the air. Returning their heads, they noticed several men who were persecutors from another resident group. Gon asked the Archaean what plans he has for this situation. The Archon was aware that a clash with CO would only make vain sacrifices. It is a large number of innocent lives that need to be protected. The riders rode their horses, approaching, and announced that they were looking for a criminal who boldly attacked the gates of the Black Dragon. They also mentioned the dead behind the dead. Most likely, these were guards from the gates of the Black Dragon. One of the men reached the sword, demanding from the Archaean immediate explanations. With calm confidence in his voice, the Archon asked them to calm down, demonstrating that he was keeping the situation under control. In the air around the Archie, golden energy has sparkled, involuntarily forcing everyone to die around in hard expectation. Watching this, the pursuers stopped and listened to his explanations carefully. Realizing that he was determined, the Archon, with the appearance of complete rest, asked them to calm down and listen carefully to what he should say. It was Shaolin's philosophy. The one you are trying to catch has mastered demonic art. Even the best masters of martial arts do not overcome it, the Archon said. Gon stared at the Archand, realizing that this powerful energy wave is like a real lion's rick, which far exceeds all his hard, working attempts to reproduce like that. It was a completely new level of skill compared to the roar of the lion, to which Gon was carefully trying to imitate. Having mastered control of the combat spirit and learning to get rid of the energy of chaos, it can be used with the same efficiency. After his own attempts and mistakes, Gon finally realized the importance of this Rika, and decided that next time his skills would be applied correctly. The riders, enjoying the story of the Archaean, realized that the killer belonged to the Shaolin school. They were not surprised, because they already noticed that this extremely powerful criminal had a shaved head. Finally, that man realized what was happening and asked the Archaean to help find the killer responsible for all these horrors. The Archaean replied to them, offering to return when the remains of their comrades were taken away. And if he succeeded, he and other pursuers with them. He also promised to them that he would grasp him personally and ensure that he fully answered his crimes, leaving no hope of forgiveness. The sudden clamping of the metal sounded in the air. The sword slipped out of the vagina, bringing even more tension in the situation. The sword skin stopped just before the Archaean's nose, and, challenging, asked the question, "Are you dared to laugh at me?" The man was engulfed in rage, because this ruthless murderer not only deprived the life of the head of the faction, but also completely destroyed more than 30 masters of martial arts. He was adamant, declaring it loudly that it was a flashy disdain for his honor, so he did not intend to give up. However, his exclamation was short-lived. Suddenly the sword he held split into parts right in his hands. The man, clamping only the sword's arms, was completely lost from what had just happened. The pieces of the sword dug in all sides, leaving all those present in a state of complete surprise. Gon calmly intervened in the conversation, noting that the monk is not alone. They act together. The Gon concentrated his energy and fired the exact shot that split the sword into parts, adding, "We are not alone here." The man had no idea what happened. Before his eyes, something swept at the speed of lightning and crushed his weapon to the ground. Gon and the Archaean have clarified him that they understand how difficult it is to realize, but they try to save their lives, so they urge to act carefully and prudently. The man noticed a coin in the hands of Gon and realized that it was her guy cut his sword into 2 parts with his fantastically accurate throw. Does he really use a real weapon but only a coin? The man could not believe his eyes. Does this young man really have such a high level of experience? He flashed in his mind, because he could not understand all the skill of Gon. The Archon, upset by misunderstanding, assured that immediately after the detention of CO, he would return to apologize and offer compensation. It convinced the pursuers, and they agreed to retreat. When Gon and Archaeor were without outsiders, the Archaeor did not refrain from admiration for his skills. Surprised, he was interested in asking if he was familiar with some mysterious technique. Gon confessed that he had never studied specifically. He only watched a master whose skills made a deep impression on him. However, the monk, having heard such words, assured that it was not just a fake, but a reflection of true skill. Before their eyes, a new continent, charming and impressive, unfolded. His beauty really fascinated. They have not yet observed such a clear panorama, probably because the snow melted, opening the boundless spaces in front of them. They were pity, because if the circumstances were different, they could enjoy these landscapes in full. Проте Гон звернувся до Архана з проханням трохи затриматись. Raising his hand to the forehead to cover the bright light, he looked at the horizon. After a short pause, Gon said, "I found him." He pointed his hand to the northwestern direction and noted that they almost approached Cho. Despite the fact that at this distance, Gon could not clearly see the outlines of the face, his beliefs indicated that he was faced. Imagine an infinite desert. In this place, there was only one person capable of arranging such a cruel fight, using only their hands. The Archon, gutting his teeth, desperately kept pain and anger, because his heart was torn from the realization that his brother was again resorting to murder. The Archon with force stamped his foot on the ground, expressing the great gratitude of the warrior Chan for his support and contribution to this difficult task. He appealed to the Vat to stay, warning that the road would be extremely dangerous. After that, without hesitation, he rushed forward to meet with his brother. Gon was in a rather unpleasant situation when he realized that he was actually used as a guide, and the promised help was different from real intentions. He was clearly aware that the restoration of ties with his brother promised to be quite tense, because at that moment, he hung over the last living member of the Black Dragon. Trembling with fear, the man made a passionate request for a mercy, and even that could not protect him from a terrible fate. The obsessive idea of revenge, which took possession of the consciousness of Cho, deprived him of any manifestation of mercy, completely becoming the driving force of his actions. Cho grabbed his face with one hand, and the other was already preparing for a decisive blow. It was at that moment that the Archaean emerged above him, and having shouted his brother, stopped him with a loud cry. The Archon dropped with such a force that the snow flew the cloud, forming a white curtain that separated it from the way. After surviving the attack, the only surviving member of the Black Dragon could not take his eyes off this incredible and unexpected intervention. A monk appeared in front of him, taking a fighting stable, decisive and ready to defend everyone from new victims. The Archon asked Cho with a wary question. "What are the nonsense you produce, being a student who mastered the teachings of the Buddha?" He turned to the Archaean with bloody hands, calling him his older brother, and confessed that he seemed to communicate with him only in his thoughts. He was puzzled and could not understand what his brother made him get so far. "Do you really think that I communicate because of any deviation?" he asked. His voice sounded with a call. He asked the counter question. "Do you understand what condition you are in?" The Archon replied with confidence. "It is definitely difficult not to notice when your internal energy returns and distorts." His vital energy began to mix, turning into a powerful flow. The smell of blood smelled sweetly, and within his consciousness, new waves of anger and hatred raged. However, now Cho found nothing surprising that he faced the deviation. On the contrary, he considered it an integral part of the natural course of events. He was convinced that his actions became a well-deserved repayment for how they committed from Su, and it was true for him. The Archae, demanding a respectful attitude towards the dead, could not understand how these persons could have relevant to the death of Su. "It does not justify these horrific murders," the Archon said again and again. Unable to understand how one who has served the will of the Buddha for more than a decade could do such actions. However, there was only one reason for Co, which was dominated by all others, the loss of his beloved. Seeing the expression of Cho, the Archoress immediately realized his brother engulfed endless pain. Cho shook the name Su, as if hoping to revive it with her voice. Constantly repeating that she was no longer with him, he, full of tears and anger, turned to his older brother. Cho could not understand why the Archoress stood on the side of the abomination who mocked it for so many years. She just sought to protect her little daughter. These abominations hung her up, as if she were a creature, and mercilessly killed her, he said. His voice shuddered from hatred. Cho no longer felt in his heart neither the condolences nor the values of the lessons that he learned over the last decade. The mercy of the Buddha seemed treacherous and meaningless. Cho, squeezing his fists, exclaimed the whole voice, demanding from his brother the answer to the question. Where the hell took the Su went? The Archon listened hard to the desperate cry of his younger brother, carefully hiding emotions and seeking to maintain inviolability. Cho was deeply grateful to the Archaean for his unwavering commitment and brotherly attitude, which he kept, despite all the circumstances. He understood that the Archon had seen his family and brotherhood of masters, It was because of this that he was honored to gain knowledge in their circle. However, there was one truth that never left Cho. For all these 10 years, thoughts of Sue did not give him rest. He could not erase her from memory, because thoughts were constantly referring to the moments spent together. He was comforted by the idea that she was far away, happy and unattainable for enemies, and it gave him the power to survive. However, the truth was that the Sue could not find happiness, and now it was no longer in this world. Cho remained unanswered to the question, but now to blame for this tragedy. Suddenly the Gonus asking, "Are you really going to kill everyone because of the guilt of her dead man?" Gon tried to understand whether Cho was really ready to punish everyone without parsing, instead of finding a real offender. Cho, looking back at Gon, said with a melancholy smile, "It looks like that it was because of you that I was discovered in this boundless desert." Calling closer, while keeping an impermeable cold, he said Gon's name. Although the Archon asked Gona to stay away, he ignored the request and went closer. When he came closer, he asked Gon as he was doing things and said, "They have not seen you for a long time." But Gon felt embarrassed. Is it all that was able to say? "Don't you passionate about your baby?" Gon asked, trying to understand why he ignores what really matters. Only at this moment did it seem to mention the baby, whom Gon had previously spoke. Only now did he ask how the treatment went, and whether the child was able to overcome. Then Gon shared with him all the details. After listening to these words then, with an icy detachment, he asked Gon to free his way. Turning his gaze somewhere behind his back, he noted that he had business questions with those who were behind him, and 2 members of the Black Dragon sat in the snow. Gon was stunned. "Is this the only thing that excites you? Nothing else?" Cho calmly replied, "If she came to her senses, I am quite enough." The Archurus, realizing that he did not fully understand the circumstances, explained to him that this girl was the daughter of John Soso, whom he once loved. Cho only said, "Yes, and the daughter of this scoundrel." Cho was convinced that, having saved the child with the help of a large elixir, he had already completed his task for Sue. The Archon, without leaving attempts to wake his brother's mind, persuaded him to stop this madness, return to Shaolin, and put an end to the bloodshed. Masters and all brothers gathered in anticipation of him, ready to forgive even the theft of a great elixir, because his motif was noble, for the sake of salvation. The Archon urged him to return and restore strength. However, he strongly stated that he would not do it and has no intention of returning to the Shaolin Temple. He revealed his plans, saying that he was going to go to the fortress of Yomcho. There he intends to put an end to the existence of all the heads that call themselves the Gates of the Black Dragon, and hang their corpses on the walls of the fortress for a general inspection. He hoped that this would be a science for anyone who lives according to their cruel rules. The Archon only put his palm into his face and said the prayer quietly, "Naubitabul." He was aware of how disgusting the crimes committed by the Gates of the Black Dragon against John Soso and her daughter were. Without any court or investigation, they took away the life of the woman, appropriated the inheritance of the baby, and left the child alone on the street. Do such malicious actions are really so serious that they allow all these lives to be taken away? Gon asked. There was a deep doubt in his voice. He could not accept the fact that even those who did not seek the conflict should meet their death. Therefore, without hesitation, he reached the sword, preparing to act. Regardless of the circumstances, it is these martial arts that provide the fortress. The Archon asked Gon to wait a little, because he believed that Shaolin's questions should remain within their community and should not relate to strangers. He believed that this issue should be left in the walls of their temple, although he recognized the perseverance of Gon and his desire to support. "Are you able to solve it on your own?" Gon asked. To this the Archon answered with an indiscriminate confidence. "I am an Archaon Shaolin," hinting at the burden of responsibility that lies on his shoulders. In fact, his thoughts reflected something completely different. It was an internal conflict that needed not only physical strength but also spiritual stability. Actually, even the Archon understood that the situation was much more complicated than it seemed at first glance, and further events only confirmed this suspicion. Cho, having frozen opposite the Archaon, asked, "Are you ready to sacrifice our 10-year brotherhood to fight me through these honors?" In response, the Archon only urged him to stop the ridicule of the Buddhist doctrine, hinting that the time of words had passed. Realizing that this conflict could not be argued with words, he appealed to Cho to lift his fist. Today he acted as Archaon Shaolin, ready to punish him, leaving aside the relationship of his older brother. Cho smiled with such a passion that it became clear he was determined to fight. At first, he raised his hands on which there were still traces of blood high above his head. Then, lowering his hands down, he took a fighting position, preparing for a decisive confrontation. They stood face to face on this striking location, where the beauty of natural scenery contrasted sharply with the tense atmosphere that was cluttered between them. Purple energy was raging on the hand, which clearly testified to its demonic power. Meanwhile, the Archaean's palm glowed with essential golden energy that filled the space around the force and boundless peace inherent in the true warrior of Shaolin. Without delay, he with his confidence rushed to the Archaean, seeking to capture the initiative and dictate his rules of the game. He tried to strike a series of rapid blows, each of which could be deadly. However, the Archon perfectly captured every movement, due to its inseparable view and considerable experience in the martial arts. He managed to catch every blow on his hands, skillfully reflecting him with his indomitable protection. Despite the fact that the blow was directed from the bottom directly to the chin, the Arcanal was able to react instantly. However, this final stroke was made by his foot, and since it suddenly happened, he did not have time to fully protect himself. The Archon was thrown back, but he was able to stay on his feet, demonstrating his unwavering endurance. The fight with such an enemy was incredibly complicated. It combined not only speed, but also relentlessness. The strength of the increased, his hands were moving like lightning, and a powerful dark purple energy that raged around him has significantly emitted the rapid power that she had mastered. The blows fell so much that the blood from the body of the Archaean flew in all sides, as if drops of rain under the storm. The Archaea only had to lean under the hail, unsuccessfully trying to shove his head with his hands. At that moment, What, with a barely noticeable delicacy, asked, "Is this your limit of opportunities?" "You claimed that you plan to stop me, isn't it?" he insisted tirelessly without even giving the Archaean the opportunity to answer. "Did you really think that I would only stop delaying this match?" Cho asked with a mocking smile, increasing his pressure. After these questions have been voiced, the Archon rose to a new level of awareness. His spirit became more acute and began to actively collect extra power. His eyes lit up with an intense yellow glow, and a forceful force gathered in his clenched arm that surpassed everything he knew. The sudden and powerful stroke of the Archaean in the chest of Cho finished their fight, irreversibly changing the course of the battle. Cho immediately felt the power of this blow, and realized that the Archon no longer planned to play. The power of this blow was similar to the wisdom, which has accumulated for millennia, and he rejected it back, just like a huge wave that ruthlessly washes everything in its path. Cho Stromgolov rolled in the snow, had no slightest chance to maintain his balance or stop. Now, the Arcanal is able to answer all his requests. Of course, such thoughts or uncertainty would not find a place in his heart. Cho, blocked by a bloody hand, was powerlessly grabbing for the snow under him, feeling vital energy relentlessly leaves his body. Having made the last forces, he was able to climb on his knees and ask, "What did I do? Did I close my eyes and put up with the fact that the Sioux died without guilt?" Continued incurious. The Archon answered in a Austriat man, "We are not judges for criminals. You should look for another, just way to punish them." He listened carefully to his brother, but his words, unfortunately, did not touch his soul. He never thought about just punishment. In his mind was only a thirst for revenge. He could not understand whether it was indeed a well-deserved punishment, and whether the suffering he was currently undergoing had some significance. Watching how he competed with his inner experiences and suffering, the Archaean tried to keep him from further immersion in the darkness. He warned Cho that if he chose this path, the road would no longer be back. Cho felt he was overwhelmed by the powerful energy, not at all like the usual, and, clicking with all force in the snow, he disappeared without a trace. In an instant, he found himself directly above the Archaea, already magnifying his hand for the last, decisive blow. "I no longer have a place to go," he exclaimed, and in his voice felt at the same time despair and unwavering determination. However, the Arcanal, gathering all the force in a fist, was ready to resist this blow and respond immediately. He was on the verge, and it was in his mind that the words, "older brother," were heard. The mention of Cho returned him into the past when he was still a student of the monastery. In his eyes, there was a visible gratitude for all the good deeds he had done for him. However, the current situation dictated other conditions. It was preparing to strike, and this moment was decisive for their next steps. Due to the dizzying speed of Cho, his blow was so powerful that the Arcanal flew back under the influence of this force. Despite the fact that the nose of the Archaea splashed blood, he managed to slow down, grabbing his hands for the snow under his feet and staying away from the fall. Raising his head, he realized that he was right in front of him, which was in full readiness to strike another blow. Directly in front of him stood Cho, overflowing with unwavering determination to kill, and his eyes were burning hatred. Suddenly, The blade of swirl flaunted under the stomach of Cho, forcing him to rapidly bounce back, evading the threat. This unexpected maneuver forced Cho to retreat. Probably it was he who saved the life of the RKA. Cho dropped on his knees, and the Archie, with a hard time breathing, realized that he was on the hair of his death. His salvation became his rescue. Gon stepped up to him. The face was serious, cold like ice. "And what happened if this blow got to you?" he asked. After that, he paid attention to the mission of the Archaean, emphasizing that he was embarrassed at the end that he almost cost his life. Gon confidently approached his sword and, grabbing his arms, powerfully pulled him out of the ice snow, demonstrating his full readiness for the battle. The Archaean was begging to show condescension in his judgments, trying to find an excuse for his younger brother. He told the persecution that he had covered despair, which caused these devastating feelings. However, the Gon, with an ice expression of his face, said that his younger brother killed 50 people in only 2 days, and this fact should not be ignored. Hearing these news, the Archon could not stand and bowed his head even deeper, hitting his fists in the snow from impotence and anger. He had no idea how to free his brother from the inevitable trouble. It was then that Gon exposed his sword, preparing for the decisive steps, because the tension in the air reached the climax. Gon confidently grabbed the sword's arms, concentrated and persistently tuned. He looked back again to look at the Archaean, trying to make sure that he would handle this moment. He was conquered by peace, loving intentions. He slowly snorted the sword into the vagina, demonstrating his unwillingness to use a weapon in this duel. Gon roked his fist on his hands open at his chest and said, he guessed that the prepayment was too generous. Cho smiled, considering the situation funny, because he was convinced that Gon was trying to become unarmed. Taking the neck, Gon warned, "You will use the sword, you will die," hinting that this fight will be decided without weapons. This movement attracted the attention of Cho. For the Gon, the art of Shaolin's battle seemed only wasteland. Cho realized that now the only way out is to show the true skill of the Shaolin fist, which has centuries-old traditions. Gon, focusing on the coming duel, slowly moved into a battle stand, accumulating all his attention and inner strength. He ordered CO to silence and join him to understand the case through a fight. When he paid attention to the fighting stead of Gon, he immediately realized that he was perfectly possessed by the technique of fist battle. Cho asked if Gon studied from the masters of the Imperial Army, or perhaps he had mastered some other art. Gon, a little confused, noted that he does not know why all his rivals are constantly remembering the Imperial Army. After all, he created his unique technique. It seemed incredible for Cho. He simply could not imagine that he had developed martial arts on his own without any help from the outside. No one realized who the Gon was in the previous embodiment, about all the books he had mastered in his past life, and the skills he realized. If the Gon could find the right words, his consciousness would have become perfection. But now he fails to lay out everything so clearly. Without unnecessary words, Gon suggested that the fight, knowing that this moment would be crucial. The monk found the initiative to start, seeking to see with his own eyes what he was capable of. Cho, full of determination, was the first to go into battle, seeking to see with his own eyes the greatness of the martial art of Kulak Gon. Gon, in a fighting position, strongly placed his legs wider, ready with extraordinary confidence to take the attack of Cho. In this world, martial arts are usually quite simple and laconic. They are focused on simple but extremely powerful blows. The main technique of martial arts of the Imperial Army, which emphasizes the destructive power and unsurpassed efficiency, is undoubtedly succeeded. In a world where the moral principles gradually disappeared, often battles ended with only one and only exchanges of blows. Cho demonstrated in front of the Shaolin fist, which, despite some features, was based on a series of lightning and accurate blows, which effortlessly neutralized the enemy. It was enough for this technique to overcome the opponent without unnecessary tricks or searching for other paths. The Goot, with a few seconds, stroked with eyes closed, focusing on everything he learned to get ready for the future battle as best possible. But in his memoirs of martial arts were not reduced only to simple techniques. They hid a depth, which much exceeded the boundaries of the usual fight. From the very birth of fencing art, techniques such as a heavy sword or illusory blade appeared. Here, the technique of movements was more important than the speed. They could stun the enemy, prompting him to the fatal miss. There were even techniques that seemed real witchcraft, such as the Yang Warm Palm or White Divine Ice. Certain forms of martial arts allowed not only to master the art of movement, but also to invest in their blows, feelings, and thoughts, turning them into something more. Certainly, much of these martial arts were only works of imagination invented for literary works. However, For the Gon Chan, who came into the universe of the true martial arts, these dreams were reality. It has long ceased to be only imagination, but turned into specific knowledge that could be used in a real battle. So Changon took over these fantasies and legends, embodying them into his own reality. At the beginning, his ideas looked only as suggestions and dreams that seemed completely detached from reality. However, despite the initial doubts about the meaning of these actions, he still dared to reproduce them on his own. People could not grasp the person who did not create incredible things, so the neighbors considered him as the hungry. Even he was not sure whether these fantasies were able to realize in something true, something that could be useful in the battle. However, even in the evening dusk, illuminated only by the shimmering candle flames, he did not stop presenting his thoughts on paper without moving with a pen. Time was floating, and he tirelessly overcame many trials, hovering his skills to perfection. Despite all the trials and failures that have repeatedly interfered with him, he did not succumb. Changon, despite all the obstacles that became on his way, did not stop and steadily moved forward. He was engaged in the case in which he was skilled, slowly and consistently, even if it was at first glance it seemed every day. Time was moving forward, and gradually he mastered initial techniques, from the transfer of voice and blows along the trajectory to the real flame of samadhi. In the end, he reached the top, creating what was deservedly called the technique of enlightenment. The next step was to improve powerful combat skills, such as an illusory sword and a spiral rack. However, in the depths of his mind, many martial arts were still preserved, which he could not fully master. He wanted to climb a much higher level of skill. Changon, despite any teams and not seeking rewards, just dreamed of revitalizing these martial arts on his own. For a person who appeared in the world of martial arts, this world has become an embodiment of his ideas and dreams. He erected this monument on his own, turning his body into a foundation that embodies his dreams and ideas. Finally, in this battle, he has the opportunity to show everything he has achieved and what he created with such care. He was able to overcome his own restrictions and reach new heights, skillfully using all available opportunities. Catching the steep, as if lightning, strokes, which once did not even turn away, Gon impressed everyone with his newly acquired skills. He felt a rhythm, in catching the perfect moment to blow, pulling out every second. All this now exists only as memories in his mind, an echo of past experience, which has become the foundation of his current decisions and actions. At a critical moment, the gossip managed to grasp the clothing by stopping it and taking the situation under control. His movements were marked by extraordinary smoothness and perfect perfection, as if he had found harmony with himself. Even on the melting ice, which glittered under his feet, he confidently maintained balance without losing no drops of control. This memorial embodied his previous existence, which now brought him comfort and added courage and hardening. The monk struck his back on a tide surface. The splashes of snow and water were scattered all the way, echoing a powerful collision. The Gon broke through its own restrictions, gaining a new level of skill in the martial arts. Only by competing with a more powerful rival you can get a real breakthrough, and Gon was well aware of it. The fist of Taizi-chan family, the true embodiment of strength and power, has penetrated into every cell of his body, giving him insurmountability. The Archon was fascinated around, struck by the fact that his eyes were opened. Members of the Black Dragon were also stunned, unable to hide their surprise. Monk fiercely clasped his teeth, covered with a whirlwind of anger and confusion before the unfolding events. He collapsed on his knees, spread his hands wide and unable to hold back emotions, released a piercing and lament from his chest, overflowing with heart pain. However, he could not realize what had just happened, and he thought all the time. What exactly did he see? The attack, similar to Dragon's Claws, directed to the vulnerable place of Gon, could not reach its target. Suddenly, he realized that his attack, though directed perfectly, as if she had fallen into some trap and did not reach the hole. The monk addressed Gon to the question of whether the attack he had mentioned earlier was so struck by him. He agreed that the unexpected attack of Gon is a fascinating technique of a fist capable of becoming a family pride. But the monk decided to repeat his attack. I am sure that Gon would not be able to withstand his pressure for a long time. Gon only expressed the idea of testing it, keeping an unmoved peace and waiting for his next step from the monk. The hog in the arrogance was outraged by the monk to the edge, and he, gathering all his inner strength, was preparing for another pressure. Pushing from the earth, the monk rushed into the sky, finding himself right above his head. However, Gon lumped the side by lightly evading the stroke. The monk only saw Gon on the left. His unsurpassed speed once again struck him. With the exclamation, "I have not lost yet," the monk continually rushed to Gon, desperately trying to break his defense. Gunao was impressive, skillfully reflected every attack without injuring any damage. His technique was perfect. His movements with his hands impressed the hell with smoothness and perfectness, as if he knew in advance all the actions of the monk. It brought the monk to madness, because the technique was not able to him, and in it the stronger anger was firing. From the fact that his blows could not hit Gon, his anger only grew stronger. Particularly embarrassed by the monk that all his blows not only did not hit Gon, but also mysteriously changed the trajectory, leaving it with empty hands. At this moment, the monk survived a deep confusion. Gon suddenly grabbed him by his face. Can such combat equipment exist in the real world? After a skillful attack, when Gon grabbed his opponent by his face, he struck a powerful shot and put the monk with the whole body to the icy covering. The monk actually squeezed into the ice, which seemed humiliating. But Gon kept calm and cold. The Arkan, watching the duel, was convinced that Chang'an would be a talented fighter, but could not even imagine that he could see such an incredible level of his skill. The Arkan always believed that the techniques of the martial arts of their temple are the pinnacle of skill in the fist battle. However, he now realized that his understanding was not as deep as he thought. However, he understood that Gon would not win over the monk only with the help of such techniques of conquest. The monk washed out of the icy trap and addressed Gon. "Do you really think that my position was false? Have I not obliged to punish them for their criminal acts? Didn't me responsibility for the revenge for the Sioux?" He was induced by the monk, testing the Gon with his own right questions. "Do you really think I'm wrong?" finished the monk, trying to grasp the point of view of Gon and his idea of justice. When he looked at Gon's raised face, he saw something special in him, something that exceeded the simple physical strength. Cho, notwithstanding the tension in Gon's eyes, asked, "Why are you looking at me so?" Looking down, he captured his reflection on the surface of the ice that was slowly melting, and that made him dive into reflections. The look of his eyes changed unrecognizably, and a treacherous shadow of doubt was outlined in the soul. His gaze slimidly slid into his own hands, which once looked like an instrument of justice, and were now flooded with blood. It was at this moment that he was commemorated about the question, which was asked at the beginning. "Would you not be interested to know about your baby?" This thought awakened in his mind. "Why didn't I really get interested in learning about a child?" said Co., staring at his reflection. Treatment of 9 evil blood yin should be his main task, but he was also interested in how the baby feels. However, he asked me mentally, "Is the reason that she is the daughter of the scum that was mocked by the Sioux? But even if it is true, did you need the abduction of a large renewable pill from the main temple? One could simply protect the Sioux from her cruel husband." At that time, it came to the fact that all these actions were directed not for the benefit of the Sioux, but exclusively for itself. A selfish, shadowy goal, disguised as a noble gesture. If his daughter's illness managed to overcome, he hoped that the SOS would choose him again, not that scoundrel. It was a low and gloomy desire. Blinded by this irresistible desire, he made the decision to betray his brothers and teachers, stopping a valuable restorative pill. Since then, he no longer belonged to the Shaolin monks, but turned into a desperate failure, which desperately had to regain lost love. Upon learning that the Sioux is no longer in this world, even this incapable it is dissolved in the air, like sand that slips through the fingers. Now he wondered, was his action true revenge for Sioux, or only a primitive way to avoid reality? There is nothing left with the reality in which the Sioux's departure has left in his life. It was at this moment that, realizing that he betrayed the daughter of Sos, who sacrificed for him, he desperately questioned, "Who am I really? You have lost even a hint of respect for your mentor and brother, and sympathy for a girl who has been in trouble in you," he said with a reproach himself, feeling a deep shame. "I am a real embodiment of a terrible monster," he exclaimed, recognizing that selfishness and murder became the only driver of his actions. When he realized what it looks like on the side, he was laughing. He grabbed his head, understanding how senseless he behaves. His laughter was an unnatural, creepy, almost crazy, which gave rise to anxiety in all who heard him. All the views were immediately directed at him, because in the frosty air suddenly there was a spooky laughter that touched everyone. However, over time, his energy began to extinguish, like a flame, which was suffering from a lack of fuel. It seemed that his inner world was turning, acquiring a more calmer, more cozy character. Even the sun's rays began to gently illuminate his body, as if emphasizing that it was time for a new start. But he was silent, fully immersed in his own thoughts, and did not break a word. Suddenly Gon heard the words of Cho. "The gate of the Black Dragon. All you have come to die. It was only a calm lull in front of an inevitable storm, and those words became a harbinger of a new wave of cruelty. Cho decided to destroy them, without changing his beliefs, and then stepping the path of destruction. Two, sitting side by side, begged for help, hoping that someone would still stop Cho. And here before them, an arcanal appeared, rising to all their mighty height to stand up for their protection, and again resist their brother. He looked at his younger brother again, asking, "Please stop it immediately." The indignant monk again waved his hand, intending to attack his older brother with full determination. The Archon closed his eyes without going to answer the blow. He was not able to fight his brother in the future. It was so loud that the energy waves spread in all sides, as if from an explosion of a powerful bomb. Gon, quietly approaching the back, sharply pressed his hand to the ribs for a powerful blow. He turned slowly, in surprise aware that he had just been hit, and only when the tumultuous splashes are late, the blood from his face flew, painting pure snow in bright red. This blow became fatal for him. Well, free and without strength, he fell, face down, into cold snow, having no opportunity to rise. On this horrible sight, the older brother looked at the unbelievable look, not realizing how the events went so far. The Archaon fell to his knees, desperately shouting the name of his younger brother in the hope of bringing him back to consciousness. He could barely breathe because blood flowed from his mouth, and every breath was filled with suffering and heaviness. He found enough strength to say, "It was great, the master was going on, paying tribute to his talent even in his last minutes." Gon stared at him, not saying the words, but in his head the thought, "Why did you do it? What?" He realized that he consciously arranged everything so that his death was inevitable. The Archon gently lifted the body of his younger brother. Tears flowed on his cheeks, and in his voice was vibrated by the hope that the brother would be able to find the strength to withstand a little. Gon, while nearby, gently remarked that it was too late. Time was over. He was able to restore his Kai, the same force that he had distinguished. From the very beginning, he intended to choose the path that led him to death. The older brother apologized to him for all the difficulties caused and inquisitively asked, "Why did you do so?" Cho, barely moving his lips, said, "Gon explained everything. I can't live with a sense of guilt for death more than 50 people in just 2 days. How could I dare to live by carrying such a shame?" He said with a darkened voice, who weakened with every word. "You were blinded, my friend," the Archon whispered, bowing his head, recognizing the suffering of his brother. At that moment, Cho asked, "Did you know what the daughter of Soso was called?" Breathing was given to him with difficulty, and blood flowed from his mouth. She prevented him with the word, but despite it, he sought to gather the remains of his strength. "She is the So-Ha. Her name is Jin So-Ha." He was barely audible, trying to gather power to breathe, despite unbearable pain. The first word matters true, and it is closely intertwined with the story of Cho. This is the name of the Soko's subdivision, as well as, interestingly, the Buddhist name that is worn. Obviously, the daughter of the Soha also bore this name, and it was in it that he revealed his essence. He was incredibly ashamed of everything that had happened, and all attempts to hide his face from his brother and Gon no longer have any sense. He was overwhelmed by an unspeakable shame because he was aware that he had nowhere to hide his face from those who were still nearby. Cho, breathing heavily, turned to the brothers with a whistle request for care for his daughter, who was left without his parents. The Archi, holding in the arms of his wounded and exhausted body, which coughed with blood, guaranteed that they would surely fulfill this request. He coughed again, spitting blood, and said quietly his daughter's name. It was the only thing he wanted to keep in his memory. In his gaze, the vision flashed. Young and energetic Su, as if in those distant times, rushed forward, reaching out to him. "Should I let her go?" said Cho when the eyelids finally fell, covering his eyes. These words of the monk became final for his life history. A few days passed and he was buried, decorating the grave with flowers that symbolized farewell. At the burial silently stood a Gon and an Archi, imbued with sad reflections and grief. "What did you say about him a few days ago? What kind of man was in Shaolin?" asked Gon to the Archi. The Archon said with a quiet respect, "It was a person of great integrity and rare talent. His skill in the martial arts exceeded the abilities of all his peers. This came to the fact that the great monk Zhaos found it worthy of becoming the next rector of the temple. But even having a lot of talent, he remained humble and sought to stay in the shadow. However, all the students appreciated it for it," the Archer continued. "Fortunately, they received a certain financial reward from the gates of the Black Dragon, which enabled them to be sure that the daughter of Cho would not suffer from hunger. Survivors of the Black Dragon handed over all the captured property of Guyan, forming it in a cash check. Its amount 3 times exceeded the usual value. The consequences of war or fear may have caused it. But for those who survived, these funds have become a real wealth. Despite the fact that this did not destroy their guilt, the death of the head of the school and the loss of half of the key members permanently shaken the future gates of the Black Dragon, depriving him of his former brightness. Then the Archon turned to Gon, wondered if he could normally endure after everything that happened. He also thought about Gon's financial situation, because he spent all his savings on organizing a funeral of Cho and another person. However, Gon immediately assured him, "Don't worry about me. I will understand myself with everything." At a moment, the woman's hand in the air moved, and a confident voice turned to Gon, trying to capture his attention. They were in front of the Princess So and Jinch, full of determination to help. The So's eyes were incredible, because they radiated such strength and wisdom, which rarely occur in their youth. Gon expressed Miss Sol's deep gratitude for the support she provided them in recent days, sincerely celebrating her help. The Arcanist sincerely thanked, acknowledging that if they were alone with his own, it would be much more difficult for them to overcome all obstacles. Princess Soha also felt the joy of making her contribution to help. She always supported her in everything she could. Gon tried to unravel why the Soho remained silent, coming to this temple, because in the city she usually did not meet such difficulties. However, he learned that this was not caused by her illness. She may have experienced a shock because of her recent events with her parents. Gon was convinced that over time she would be able to restore inner peace. "It would be incredible if it had happened," he said. "But now it remains only to watch her achievements." Then the princess, when contacting Jinchi, asked if everything was prepared for departure. Jinch confidently replied, "Yes, everything is ready." They have finally completed all the work on the packaging of cargo and the preparation of wagons for travel. And finally, they could move to New Sichuan, because the carriage was already ready at the entrance. The next day, as they agreed, Gon delivered the body of the monk, and in detail assault all the events that took place recently. At first, she hid a brush and a book with a shaking her fingers, listening hard. And when the history has come to an end, tears were shaken in her eyes. Having expressed the desire to support Soho on her journey, and to be near the departure of the vessel to the Central Plains, she decided to stay at the hotel. Subsequently, she not only concerned the Soha, but also took on the cost of living, food, and transport for Gon and Jingon to New Sichuan. As for Gon, he could not find any reason to give up the generosity of this friendly lady of a wealthy family. She soon invited everyone to get into the crew, and so they went to the largest port city of the new continent, the New Sichuan. At the carriage inspired the Gon, without taking his look away from the window. He, leaning into the open window of the carriage, asked her real name because she still shared only her name, Salt. He reminded her that she did not mention her full name. For a moment, she became confused. Not knowing how to answer, she began to give out something uncertain and fuzzy. At first, she said something similar to the salt of meme, and then smiling added, "Golden Rabbit." Gon could not understand what it meant. The Archon, having heard the phrase "golden rabbit," seriously treated it and noted that it was an exceptional phenomenon, which caused great surprise to all present. She later told her that her real name was Mio Gimsol. However, it was only a creative nickname. Jinch realized that the name Yu Sol was only a masking when she confidently sent her horse forward. While the conversation lasted, the Soho was fascinated by the window, admiring the exciting landscapes that unfolded before her eyes. It was fascinated by the grandeur of nature, since it has never met such an incredible spectacle until now. At that moment, the Soho thought was immersed in the memories, as the Salt introduced her to his Gon, emphasizing that it was this man who healed her body. His serious face did not leave her imagination. As if detained in time, this illumination remained with her, as if he did not want to let her up. She could almost feel his hand gently touching her head when he delicately explained everything that had happened. He explained to her that he could not heal her alone, but there were others who reached out of help. It was then that he voiced that there was a person who, having learned about her, left the distant continent, bringing with her the most valuable medicine in the world. He finally went on a long journey with her mother, and Sok again felt the sharp pain of loss. Just a few days passed, and in the same bar where Gon met Cho, the atmosphere was tense. The bartender reported that the girl was recovering, but he remained a skeptic. How could a child who was chained to bed for several years suddenly become healthy? It seemed extremely strange. People in masks treacherously asked the bartender about the missing baby, tirelessly seeking to know the truth. They sought to find out where she was at this moment and who was near her, because her sudden disappearance caused them anxiety. The bartender shared with them all the details he owned, for which he received a generous reward, and remained in deep reflections. Leaving the bar, they made an effort to find at least some tips about where the Soho could go after the information received from the bartender. They thought that the Imperial soldiers may have seized it, but could not afford to give up the great goal. One of the men strictly ordered to assemble all members of the organization and contact the Central Palace. The body of 9 Yin, whose veins are throbbing treacherous blood, belongs to them, and they intend to return it without delay. In this area, where dry sand makes water a rare treasure, travelers decided to rest. The first crossed the threshold of Gon, and followed by his long way, his new comrades were exhausted in the long way. Turning to the taverna owner, he asked if it was possible to get 1 night for 5 people. At the moment he turned away, the salt added to the request for hot tea and a generous dish for everyone. It has passed for a while, and the salt was comfortable at the table with a cup of tea in his hands. She stretched slightly and noted that it was really exhausting. Jinch enjoyed tea while they were chatting about their journey. So far she could not calm himself down and tried to warm her frozen hands on a pot with hot tea, hoping to regain her warmth. They, trying to joke, determined which of them gave the hardest on this long road, pouring all the difficulties experienced. The salt cast her gaze on the Soho and noted that her facial expression testified to a certain anxiety, which seemed to have arisen during their journey. Salt, lifting the kettle upwards, shouted with a cheerful mood to the tractor, asking for more tea, because her throat turned into a desert from his thirst. At this time, her thoughts suddenly stopped on several questions that did not rest her. She unexpectedly turned to Gon and asked when he finally adhered to her word and interviewed her. Gon did not fully realize what she meant when she said she was already familiar with his history. But the salt spoke of another promise, to hear the story of the heroic adventures of the warrior Chan on a mysterious new continent. Gon was still convinced that he had already mentioned it. He explained that he is only a traveler and not so well-known merman that to get to the pages of Miss Sol's book. Like many aliens on the new continent, it was just another inhabitant of the Central Plains who came here in search of success on this majestic land. Mio breathed heavily and fell on the table, outraged by the fact that the host is talking again, hiding much more than she opens. Jinch spilled aromatic hot tea, at the same time eavesdropping a cheerful dialogue, which seemed endless and profusely with the exchange of hints. Mio addressed Gon with the question, "What do you say about the nameless baptism? Haven't you heard of him?" She mentioned a man from the distant continent of Marima, whom they talked about when they first met. Of the same brave warrior with whom she dreams of meeting the most. The Archon was amazed when he heard the name because it seemed very special to him. The salt explained that it is not really his real name, but only the epithet that people have given him. These people are of particular modesty, because they usually do not leave their names and do not seek rewards for their noble actions. The Archon was laid, noting that it is more reminiscent of fictional books from books. Gon again stressed that he had never heard of such a brave warrior that caused some disappointment in the salt. The Archon thought, assuming that it could be a fiction, where the stories of several brave people are intertwined, because so often such legends appear. The salt immediately expressed disagreement, emphasizing that if you consider all the documented feats of the nameless hero, it will become obvious that he is quite real. And so, at this point, the waiter brought them a table, which was filled with delicious branded dishes of the cozy hotel they ordered. Soon everyone was eating well, and only empty plates were left on the table as silent witnesses of their pleasure. The Archie, after finishing the meal, was secluded in the corner of his apartment, plunging into the depths of meditation and blissful peace. On the road, Gon focused his stallion, and the Soha, who stood nearby, watched his leisurely work without dare to speak. Meanwhile, in its room, the salt reached, enjoying the echo of a delicious lunch, feeling absolutely pleasure after the meal. Salt finally felt alive after the first time for a long time, exhaled with relief. Jinha sat on the edge of the bed and did not look out of her. At first, Jinch turned to her, gently saying "Milady," but later corrected and called her a princess. The princess, barely holding back irritation without turning, dissatisfied with what she wanted. Undoubtedly, Jinch said it was time to come back, because if you delay the trip, there would be nothing left to go to the Central Plains on your own. She still noticed whether the princess was aware of how many people would suffer because of their delay. Mio exhaled, noted that everything was clear, and, getting out of bed, assured that she would think about it when they came to New Sichuan. She began the story that the governor of Hawaiian Islands, John, usually does not seek help from others, if he is able to solve everything on her own. However, her words stopped sharply. Jinch put her finger on her lips and asked the princess with a smile. She made it clear that such issues should not be touching in this place, because someone can listen to them. Barely pronouncing these words, she heard a sudden knock on the door. "Who is there?" she asked Mio of Ale, looking closely at the door. From the door, it was possible to apologize for the fact that their vacation had to be interrupted. The sound male voice emphasized the urgency of meeting them. "Maybe find a few minutes?" he strongly added. Meanwhile, the goon was in the yard, taking care of his horse carefully, without even realizing what events unfolded inside. The Soha did not look at Gon, watching his every movement carefully. Suddenly, the man approached Gon, lifting the bucket he ordered before, and turned to him. Gon returned to Soha to tell what it was, and why he needed a bucket. Throwing the lid of the bucket, he demonstrated to her that he was carrots inside, and then explained that she was intended for feeding a horse. He noted that in recent days he demanded too much from the horse, which causes him to become gloomy and stopped listening to. "Sometimes it is necessary to take care of him," he said with a smile, lifting carrots to his lips. The horse, without holding back appetite, eagerly eaten carrots, but suddenly grabbed Gon's hand, swallowing it with the vegetable. The horse suddenly rolled up in the whole voice, and Gon, gathering his last forces, tried to liberate his hand, indignantly begging the horse to give him peace. "Let me go, stupid, you are a horse, an unfair abomination," said Goon, desperately trying to get rid of his faithful companion. And the cognac, as if mocking deliberately, rusted loudly. Gon glanced at the Soho, which could no longer restrain laughter. She, holding her stomach from laughter, enthusiastically absorbed this funny scene. She felt surprisingly happy, and for the first time in a long period, a real radiant smile appeared on her face. When Gon saw her sincere and joyful laughter, he did not resist the smile, despite the fact that his hand was still in the passion of horse teeth. Suddenly, this peaceful moment was destroyed by the roar of the hoof that beat the sand somewhere nearby. At that moment, the Soha tried to treat the horse on his own, stretching his carrots. Two convocations were steadily approaching behind, while the rider on the horse was vigorously jumping. The rider suddenly rolled into Gon, and his horse, lifting himself to the delic, scared Soho. She rushed to the head and hid behind his back, seeking to find protection against unexpected threat. The man came off his horse, scratching the back of the head, and gratefully asked them to apologize. He noted that he had been in a hurry to the hotel, because he had not seen a place where he could have a little rest. Gon assured him not to worry about it because he did not really feel any insult. Having looked closely at the man, Gon immediately realized. In front of him is a merchant, who apparently goes to the new Sichuan. The merchant confirmed that they went to sell the skin purchased at the Moven Castle, and this is an annual tradition for them. Lowering his eyes, he saw a little girl who was hiding behind his Gon. Dipping on one knee, he asked Gon whether he was his daughter, noting that she was extremely charming. The merchant reached out to the girl, trying to say hello to her. However, his hand unexpectedly froze in the air, because Gon cleverly caught it and carefully delayed it. He told the trader that the child was experiencing discomfort along with strangers, so he should not be forced to communicate. "She does not like it when strangers touch her," Gon said gently, carefully removing her husband's hand. Raising his head, the man again apologized for his inappropriate behavior. He noted that he has a daughter of the same age, so he knows how difficult it is with children. Behind him were the voices of people who reported that they had finally completed the cleaning and prepared their conduct. The man approached Gon, reporting that he had time to go on the road and wished them a pleasant journey. Before leaving, he gave a smile, and Gon remained recessed in his thoughts, staring in his hand. This feeling covered him at the same moment when he grabbed the cellar for his wrist. Suddenly, he was pierced by another's wild energy, unusual and incompatible with human nature. It was a dark, seductive energy that had a danger that the pursuit had already met. She forced him to remain alert. According to the wound, when he warned him, it is better to stay away and escape from such people. Gon was genuinely concerned, and suddenly these people decide to start chasing him? However, at that moment, he sharply returned to the side of the sock standing nearby and staring at the surrounding world, not realizing what happened. He met with her view, in which innocence and surprise penetrated, and for a moment all his anxieties were dispelled. Gently holding his palm through her hair, Gon wondered if she was feeling cool. He then offered to return to a building where it was much warmer. Going to the hotel, he gently told her that he was waiting a lot of work ahead, and they would need to act carefully. At that moment, the princess room stood two men, whom she clearly did not expect to see. Jinch, noticing strangers, quickly got her weapon from behind, preparing for a possible attack. She asked them who they were, and said that if they really had things, it is better to wait below instead of climbing into the room without permission. One of the men explained that they could not do it, because the case they came with should not become known for outsiders. He then turned to the princess, saying her name with respect. The princess asked them only one thing, to name their names and explain what they want. The man called himself a representative of the detachment of treated dragons, and said that they came at the request of the Vice King of Hawaii, John Han. He asked the princess to allow them to receive an audience now, until none of the outsiders noticed their presence. The princess agreed to let them, but warned that they should behave quietly and carefully. She warned that she would not suffer any noise, otherwise the situation could be dangerous. As soon as they entered, the door closed quietly behind them. Men were already on their knees in front of the princess, as a sign of respect. One of the hidden dragons congratulated the princess, and on their forms there were different numbers that testified to their rank. The princess, annoyed by their appearance, asked, "Why is a detachment of treated dragons, which should be the eyes and ears of the imperial court, dare to pursue me?" The man replied that all this is done by order of the Vice King, and he only obeys the orders of his master. Before leaving, the princess left a manuscript in which she explained what she did and why she fled. She asked the men if the Vice King ordered them to return her home. One of them explained that their task was only to support it and provide comfort so that she did not feel any inconvenience when traveling. These people just obey their captain's orders, without any intention to use force. Talking to them, the princess thought what sins could be on their hands and why they fulfill such missions. Suddenly, she understood something important that changed her attitude to the situation. She, who escaped the force, wanted to get acquainted with the nameless Hrabrits at least once she heard so much. Realizing that this chance may not appear so much, she apologized to men. The princess added that they should not waste their strength on such a task. She warned them that it would be difficult, and explained that she went on a trip with her satellites, regardless of their desire, and would return only after the trip. On her own behalf, she promised that she would definitely return, asked them to take off their worries, and return to the Vice King. The men looked at each other, reflecting on her words. They apologized to her and asked for permission at least to guard her during this trip to ensure her safety. The princess asked if there were specific reasons for such a proposal. Then the man explained that they recently received information about the subversive activity in the Jamho castle. In particular, that the unknown group is pursuing one lonely girl and hunting was being hunted. Jinch suggested that it may be about the imperial princess, but the man continued his story. He said the girl they are looking for is a little baby with bright blue eyes. In the meantime, a man with a blue shoulder stood before the entrance, looking at everything around. Looking at the leaf with the painted image of the Soha, he decided that he was the girl he was looking for. He pulled the door handle to enter, but behind his back suddenly a voice came. It was an employee of a guest house who asked him about the impression of their institution. Smiling each other, the man just ordered a breakfast. After that, the employee went the other way, and the man with the dove on his shoulder continued his work. He opened the door behind which a group of armed people who were already waiting for him. They were all in masks, and the man asked them if they completed the investigation that he instructed them. The man was called the Red Snake of Van O, and he was one of the influential in the area. His representative from the yard, a black snake and one hawk, confirmed that they completed their mission. They received information from the owner of the tractor that the group was heading from the Jamsho castle as expected. Now they were convinced that the same girl with the pre-blooded blood of 9 yin, which they were looking for, was sent to the place of their meeting. They also reported that the group they tracked is a monk who seems to play the role of a guard of the temple where the child was left. The problem was that some strange sword was constantly spinning around the girl, and they could not understand who he came from. At this point, Van reported that he had just received a message from a true court. He added that several ships of the Imperial Army will soon arrive at the New Sichuan. It seems that Imperial dogs have already taken a mark. The Hook immediately realized what this could mean. The situation is complicated. Yes, in 9 cases of 10, this bastard is an Imperial soldier disguised as a regular traveler, the Red Serpent suggested. The Black Snake also considered it a problem, especially if the Imperial Army really interfered with their affairs. But the Red Snake assured that it is not necessary to worry. According to the report they have just received, the Murong clan sent reinforcement, and the White Snake-level expert will join them about tomorrow. Red continued, noting that their main goal is to seize the 9 yin and clean up the place of any threats. 12 combat agents have already arrived and are in a stand-on mode, ready for action at any time. The Red Serpent smiled cunningly, making sure that with such reinforcement they have nothing to fear even 2 Imperial soldiers. They plan to destroy everyone who was in the hotel, except for the child they had to pick up this evening. Their detachments were already built right in front of the hotel, preparing for the attack. This operation was part of the grandiose project of the Imperial Yard, in which the blood of 9 yin had a special role. To begin with, they were ordered to start with a damned monk who lives in a separate room and a sword that accompanied the baby. But suddenly, a loud voice was heard nearby, who suggested that he began to start with him, calling them govnooks. One of the combat agents immediately recognized the voice and exclaimed, "He is he." Gon, without paying attention to their surprise, said, "I finally returned to the Trekud after such a long interruption, and you do not even give me a rest here. You fanatical bastards." Gon sent his sword to the opponents, feeling the dark and threatening energy that came from them. Without hiding his emotions, the red snake clenched his teeth from anger. He ordered all his fighters to immediately attack this high-measured bastard, pointing his finger on Gon. Without any hesitation, the militants rushed at him. The first attack of the Gon was easily evaded without even returning. Instantly struck the sword behind himself, killing the first attacker. The next enemy was already approaching, waving the sword in the air, but it was also not a problem. Gon immediately dealt with him, straining his fist and hitting, punching his stomach with internal energy. Another enemy appeared behind Gon's back, trying to attack the surprise. Without rotation, the goon put the sword behind his head, blocking the attack. He only coldly looked at the attacker and then cut off his head lightly. The strokes of Gon were so fast and accurate that the enemies had no chance. The incredible execution of the technique was impressive, demonstrating the skill of the warrior Chan Gon. It was a real skill that made the enemies falling one after the other. And now we can remember the events that happened a little earlier when the princess told Gon that their true goal was the girl of Soho, and the enemies aimed at her. The princess said she received information that a girl with blue eyes was looking for in the castle. Given the situation and time, she assumed that this girl was probably Soho. The Archon confirmed that the characteristic of a blue-eyed girl is very specific. However, he also suggested that it could only be a side effect of 9 yin. Це було всього лише припущенням. Але вони також обмірковували, чи можуть переслідувачі прагнути отримати нагороду, яку вона отримала від врат Чорного дракона. After all, a young girl was in fact not to be debt and no harm to anyone. The Archon was outraged because those who persecuted the girl aimed at the inheritance of an orphan who was left without a family. At that moment, he thought, assuming that probably the pursuers could be focused on 9 torn yin clans. In this world, the gap of 9 yin clans was considered a serious and incurable disease. But in the world of martial arts that Gon knew, it was a fate that carried something much more. Now the main question was who and for what purpose he sought these 9 torn clans. The picture became clearer in his head. Gon did not think that the Red Serpent was chasing him for the affairs of the So or Wei Ran. The real purpose of the Imperial Court was not just a legacy or award, but something much deeper. At that moment, Gon continued the battle, evading the blade of the enemy with incredible accuracy. He immediately struck his blows, cutting the bodies of the opponents, leaving them no chance. These ninja fell before him. Their fragments from the cut bodies were difficult to fall to the ground. None of them could give him a serious repent. The Gon was moving quickly and mercilessly. The tension of the red snake grew every minute, reaching its peak. He had to put his claws under Gon's sword, trying to block the attack. The claws were strong because the sword did not punch them. Gon immediately recognized these claws. These were the claws of a tiger that belonged to special technique. But the most interesting thing was that the energy of the red snake was felt to the devil. Gon recently faced such energy, and now he knew exactly who he was dealing with. The red snake awakened his internal energy and ordered his fighters to awaken divine art. He shouted that the one whom they considered the imperial dog stole the throne of the emperor. He also demanded that Gon witness the true art of the true imperial court. The red snake exclaimed that it was the power that belongs to the true ruler. At this point, the speed of the red snake increased significantly, and it became even more dangerous. Gon realized that he was facing the practices of demonic arts, and decided to hide his sword. He stood in a fighting rack, sending his hand towards the enemies, ready for the attack. One of them had already jumped into the air, seeking to attack the Gona from above. But something went to the plan. Instead of hitting, he flew past and, as an ostrich, stuck his head in the ground. He probably shook his brain well and perhaps even thought about his bad deeds, although it is not accurate. The next enemy also ran, hoping that the energy that surrounded his body will help him. Gon, without changing the trajectories, directed him directly for his friend, again putting him on the ground. Gon's movements were so easy and accurate that he fully controlled his actions and easily managed enemies. He made a delight without problems and then returned the body of the enemy, knocking down the next opponent. Deaf sounds from the blows of the bodies of the opponents that fell to the ground were heard like bags. They were panting, without air, incapable of resistance. One of them coiled and was able to open his eyes, but before him was a fist of Gona, compressed and ready to blow. Using the technique of winding, The gon hit the enemy with such force that even the floor under his feet flew into pieces. Gon's energy continued to grow, became only stronger and more powerful with every blow. The enemies only had to feel powerlessness before this growing wave of power. By that time, blood splashed from under the mask of the enemy, forcing him to fall to the ground. The red snake watched it, but was in no hurry to rush to the aid of his subordinates. Gon noticed that the snake remained the sole opponent who was still standing. Standing over two lying fighters, Gon asked him if he planned to continue. He suggested that the red snake just tell us that these bastards, were called a yard. The snake just laughed, coughing, and called Gona with a high-dimensional dog, unattainable in his pride. It was clear with his appearance that he was not going to speak. But, looking at the dead bodies of his fighters, the red serpent realized that he was wrong in assessing the skill of Gon. However, he warned Gon on a frivolous attitude towards the true court. He also said that as long as he is tied here, his companions would die, and they would take possession of 9 yin with a girlfriend. Gon turned sharply and looked at the room where the girl was. Inside the Jinch room was already exhausted, holding the sword in his hands, ready for battle. The Archon also stood in a battle rack, feeling the approach of enemies. Several enemies were already lying on the floor, defeated. The princess kept the girl in the arms of the blue, protecting her. The tension increased, and Gon understood that time was approaching. About 6 hours ago, Gon told them how he won demonic people 3 times in battle. But now there was no time to discuss this, as the situation was becoming more dangerous. At that moment, Gon did not mention that this hotel could also be demonic people in this hotel, and this made Jinch realize the danger to the princess. He explained to them that he found only one of them, but it could only be the tip of the iceberg. The probability that they all act as one group was very large. In the worst case, they are all demonic people, and should be expected to reinforce. This information was shock because he did not suspect that there was a whole group of demonic people who had gone the whole way for the sake of Soha. Then he ordered everyone to take the girl and immediately leave the place without waiting for danger. These words became unexpected for anyone who listened to it, but he explained that, judging by their silence and behavior, they are probably preparing a night basis. Gon himself decided to stay here and deal with enemies. Jinch asked him what he was in mind. She was indignant if they had to leave all responsibility for him and escape. She believed that they could not just take and leave him to fight one. The princess raised her hand, expressing an understanding of the intentions of Gon, and only asked if it was the best choice in this situation. The princess continued, noting that even if it is just a guest house, it is still the same hotel, and they will probably not go unnoticed. Gon explained that escaping is still better than sitting and waiting, and they are wrong if they consider them a simple chaos sect or ordinary robbers. In fact, they are more like monsters that are not amenable to the ordinary laws of martial arts. The Arcanal agreed with this, and saw more sense in the situation to fight together. The princess added that this applies not only to the monk but also to her and the Jinch. She promised that they would protect the Soho and asked the Gon not to worry. The princess said she would stay with them, because this is the only way. Gon understood their decision and asked them to be careful. It was then that the monk and Jinch were first met with demonic people. In the battle, Jinch quickly realized that the enemies were self-confident and very aggressive. The monk still did not fully recover from his wounds, so his situation was difficult. But Jinch, as an officer of the Imperial Army, decided that even if the enemies are demonic creatures, she would be able to cope with them. However, the martial skills of these demonic people were rude and poor. Their aggressiveness and explosive character have exceeded all the expectations of Jinch. The enemies were at a completely different level compared to the Chaos Sect. One of the demonic people, turning to Jinchi, noted that they are ordinary travelers, not counting her a special enemy, paying attention to her combat skills. It was a black snake and one hawk, who asked them who they were. The Archon and Jinch immediately realized that they were a true master of their business. The black snake expressed his surprise because they were so quickly struck as if they were waiting for this ambush. He noted that the monk, whom he considered an ordinary student from a remote temple, uses Shaolin's martial arts, and the woman he perceived as a simple guard has the technique of the drilling sword of the imperial court. The black snake suspected that it was not just a body with treacherous blood of 9 yin. He asked if it was a secret that no one knew about, hinting at something more. Then he ordered his people to capture the nobleman and the girl alive. If they resist, he allowed them to cut off several limbs. The Archon was not going to allow this, and was ready to fight without allowing them to pass. One of the demonic warriors jumped up with the words that the monk would not be able to stop them. At this point, the Archon realized that he could not afford to betray his principles and had to act according to the duty. He knew that even if he had to burn all his clean energy, he would not retreat. The earth suddenly shuddered, and a voice appeared that asked the Archean to leave. He was in front of him, ready to stand up for him. With one movement of the sword, the incredibly powerful energy dispersed around. The energy of this sword was so strong that it rejected the aggressor back, even though he held 2 spears in his hands. It was one of the secret agents of the intelligence organization of the court, which was included in the detachment of the dragons, of 31 numbered. He apologized to the Salt for late. A closed dragon number 24 asked her whether she was injured. She smiled and replied that she was saved thanks to them for her help. The closed dragon explained that they were late because they had to destroy 5 standing on the guard near the guest yard. Now there are only a few enemies that they have already dealt with. The closed dragon did not restrain his strength, attacking. He struck a scoundrel who barely held on his feet. The black snake could not understand who this stranger was interfering with the actions of the true court, and demanded that he call himself. The closed dragon lifted his sword and said it was a stupid question. He had no name to tell him a simple demonic man. After these words, the black snake was angry and, due to excessive release of energy, his body was paid off by flames. His strength has increased several times, and speed has become incredible. When their weapons collided, a bright flash arose from the blow. At the same time, the Gon on the street protected against tiger claws, fighting with another enemy. There were many strokes, and the pursuit had to put your sword very quickly, protecting yourself. The red snake was only ignited during this battle. Its energy became more intense. It seemed to be only stronger and faster with every minute. Gon noticed that the strength of his opponent was gradually increasing, but realized that she would soon decline. The red snake jumped up, waving his claws, threatening to kill him right now. The pump, full of air, easily ran a hand on the sword, ready for the next stroke. The red serpent kept his breath, feeling the energy of Gona affects his body. At this point, energy has almost completely dissolved around the red snake, weakening it. Gon was surprised because he was able to neutralize the demonic enemy, whom he met in the eastern mountains using his instinct. The red snake realized that he was hinting that he killed the black snake of Tana. Now Gon sees how a red snake creates chaos around him, and asks for the true purpose of their delight. He was also interested in why they were trying to steal a girl with 9 yin. The red snake laughed and explained that the pre-trial blood of 9 yin is a fate in which a person does not survive even until the middle age. Due to the fact that this blood has become useful for the true cult, it can be considered part of their strength, said the red snake. This is the true fate of this orphan, he explained, and asked Gon just to give the girl now. But Gon, sending his sword to him, said that today he would make him ask for another, his painless death. On the ground, a puddle of blood, the testimony of a ruthless battle. The swords mercilessly drained the blood of enemies, leaving behind a bloody mark. With each stroke of the blade, they devastated their energy and then cut the bodies. The giant blade forced demonic eyes to close with fear. This incredible sword cut them ruthlessly. And after the enemies fell, the sword could finally take off his mask. Having dropped the mask, he said, "He has not fought with a demonic man for a long time." Yusol, seeing him, was so impressed that she did not find words. She asked another, "Is it really the same member of the Hidden Dragon detachment?" "Yes, this is a Hidden Dragon number 31, one of the best in their detachment." He was known by another name. Meanwhile, on Chang'an, other opponents were smashed. He did it so skillfully that sparks from the sword flew all the way. The sword stroke was heard like a melody that exceeded any music, but demonic sounds added horror to this battle. The strength of the demonic fighter really impressed, demonstrating incredible power. He was extremely fast and confident in his abilities. But despite his power, he did not understand why he could not overcome the enemy. His eyes were becoming redder, and when Gon fled his iron claws, he began to rage. The reason is simple. Gon has already predicted all his movements. He clearly saw every next step of the demon. Gon did not even make efforts, keeping peace and balance. He ignored the words of the demon about the loyalty of his yard. There was no point in responding. Suddenly, the demon began to form a fiery ball in its hands. I am sure that the Gon would not be able to withstand her. But Gon's face remained unmoved when he watched it. There were 4 and then 6 flame snakes from the fireball. "Die, a dirty imperial dog," said the demon. The fiery snakes were getting closer to Gon. The demon managed them, moving his hands. When everything was fused in his eyes, he was convinced that Gon was already dead. But suddenly his both hands were unexpectedly dissected. They slowly flew, circling in front of him in the air, just like he himself. The demon, seeing his hands in front of him, felt bad, unable to control them. And within a few meters, the Gon stood quietly on the ground. He only listened to a moan of a demon who was in vain searched for his cut hands. The moments of the monk brothers inspired Gon their ability to move immediately from rest to action. It was not the technique of Shaolin steps, but the result was astounding. This may be called steps without shadows. At this point, a maiden voice turned to him. It was Yusol, and there was Jijinha. Gon was delighted that everything was fine with them, although it was not easy for them. Gon began to ask about the monk and Siohei, to which she explained that everything was fine with them. But with them came the third figure, a sword with a huge sword behind her shoulders. He was surprised that Gon was able to destroy so many demonic enemies on his own. Gon only answered, well, somehow happened. This man with mustache was the greatest curiosity. Salt began to explain and asked not to be surprised. It is a valiant Mr. Certainty, a blade of Stormwind, a great warrior Gam Song. She even stood on one knee and stretched both hands, presenting it. She seemed to be sure that the whole world knew about him. But Gon only asked, who is it? Here the Salt remembered how she once told him about the great gallant Gamma, the hero of the Chronicle of the Blade of Stormwind. Gon remembered the rumors of a hunter behind his heads who has a huge sword. At this point, and Gam Sang, he said, only now I hear the legends about you, a warrior Vat. As a brother in martial arts, he said he was amazed at the skill of Gon, and was ashamed of his own glory. Another member of the secret organization of the Imperial Court, Han from the detachment of the Hidden Dragon, joined their conversation. They decided to talk in a safer place. Changon was somewhat embarrassed, hearing about the Imperial Court. He raised the topic that when they pursued a demonic organization, it was found out that their purpose was his group or something like that. The Salt confirmed, explaining that their detachment of the Hidden Dragon had long known about the existence of a large group that practiced demonic art throughout the new continent, but it is difficult to track them. It was not a surprise for a Vat, because there have long been rumored that there were eyes and ears everywhere in the Imperial Yard. But the big problem was whether they could trust such dangerous information with simple tramp as he. It was then that the man explained to Chang that this knowledge is a secret that is forbidden to spread even among the inhabitants of the new continent. Only few people know about their existence. The great valiant range is known here only as a hunter behind his heads, and his real person as a member of the detachment of a hidden dragon is kept in a strict secret that even the Union of Murim does not know about. However, he did not want to cause misunderstanding with an expert such as Gon. He said that the demonic practitioner, which was captured by the Alive, is a middle-ranking officer. The next question was that they were now planning to do with it. He replied that he should be taken to the headquarters for questioning. However, the demon just mocked, "Try it! Try, Imperial dogs!" He added that he would never obey their pathetic torture. He tried to stay until the evening because he knew that the expert from the Murong clan would soon arrive to save him. By his energy, he was determined that he was a really demonic man, because his surplus allowed him to speak. The Vat was asked not to worry. His feats will be awarded the Murim Union, and he will receive the reward. But Gon only replied that he was not interested in it, and went closer to the demon. He grabbed him by the collar and asked, "What did you forget what I told you? I promised that I would make you ask for death." After that, he repeatedly hit the demon with 2 fingers in the chest. The blows were so accurate that the demon began to spit out blood. The nervous system was broken by connecting it with threads. The demon began to convulsive, squeeze and scream. To others it became interesting what he did. Gon explained in 4 words, "Sepaled the flesh from the bones." He could not understand how to separate the flesh from the bones could be part of the martial arts. Gon explained that it was a technique of blowing on the meridians, which artificially distorts the ways of Kai. Even the head of the head was amazed that several simple movements of the hands could achieve this effect. It was the first time that Gon really used the technique, although he did not confess to this. Watching the demon fell on his back, past his knees, and begged to stop the pain, adding, "Please." The Vat held a stick in his hand, which he hit the same points several times. The pain released this scum for a moment. He has now finally been able to exhale the air that he gained into the lungs during this time. Gon asked once again why they chose Sioha. The expression of the demon's face no longer seemed as daring as before. He lowered his head, hesitating or answering, but knew one thing. This will help to perform great thought. We need the body of 9 yin with treacherous blood. The next question is, what is the big thought? He stopped for a moment. Finally, he was ready to tell about his great thought. To save those who are persecuted by the imperial dynasty of Han, reviving the true master of the Central Plains, the nation of Chu. It was a great thought and eternal desire for a mighty court. The head of his head was outraged, as a simple demonic creature dared to challenge heaven. He took the sword in his hands and forced the demon to tell about his master and his identity. He just muttered that everything happens on the order of the serpent. Did he die? What happened to him? Gon asked. But he received the answer that the demon was not dead. He may have just lost consciousness from excessive blood loss. However, there were a few more questions to the commander. Moreover, They had a personal request based on herd. It could have seriously influenced society. Gon assured them that he was only interested in why demonic creatures attacked his satellites. He explained that he did not plan to disseminate this information to different cities. However, there was something else they wanted to tell him. They asked if there was a chance that he would join the detachment of hidden dragons. The answer was no. The next morning, everyone did their own business. Someone twisted the wheels on the chariot. Someone was talking. Gon spoke with the monk, helping him repair the wheel. It was really a busy night. The monk worried that Seo Ha would be shocked what happened last night. She already had a heart, but she will probably withstand. The men discussed it as the girl sat silently nearby. Salt apologized for the delay, but everything was fine as they just completed the download. Soon they needed to go on the road. Their path lay in the new Sichuan. They waded a long way through the desert ahead. Swordsmen from the detachment of dragons were riding on separate horses. They discussed the Vatgon and whether everything would be fine. They believed that if the imperial daughter said that everything would be fine, then it would be. The head of his head was more worried about how they would report to Captain Number 24, who advised to tell the truth. It would facilitate the situation. He also asked not to worry because they took a live officer of the demonic yard, and they could even hope for the reward for it. Their conversation was interrupted by the girl's appearance in a red dress on the way. Surprisingly, why could such a woman be in this desert place? The spectacle raised many questions, and Captain Number 24 lowered his gaze. In his belly, the blade protruded, leaving even more questions. Number 24 fell off the horse, and the hunter behind his heads looked at him. He realized that this girl was not just a random satellite, and that only death awaits them. He had to fight away from the blades that flew to his direction. They were made of some strange substance, but they were still cut with a sword. Gamgang asked her name, but when he sent a sword to her, the girl was no longer in front of him. This is a real devil. Now she was behind his back, high in the air. He felt the approach of the blade near his ear. So his long life history ended. Both warriors died, falling right on the sand. The demonic prisoner fell from the horse on which he was carried. He was overthrown, asking who was walking there, hearing the steps to which he received the answer. The white snake. She struck him with his foot, throwing him away. Then she removed the bag that was on his head. I said I would join. Why didn't you wait? She asked. Tell me why you didn't wait, Van's Red Snake. He began to explain that the Imperial Army intervened and concluded that they had no time for expectation. He pleaded with her mercy, and she agreed, recognizing his right to decision. But one condition remained. Because of this, she cut his throat, forcing him to take responsibility for the loss of 20 valuable demons of the yard. Creeping on his knees, he spoke of the situation and mentioned the name Chan Gon. But he could no longer speak. He just fell sideways, ending his story. The girl repeated this name several times, licking her lips. Now she began to understand the situation. The tramp that won so Weirin and Gamsan also was named Chan Gon. These puzzles formed in her head. She realized that they were destined to meet soon, and 3 dead bodies remained on the sand. Meanwhile, the chariot was traveling in which the girl and their whole company were. So-ha rode on a horse, and the Salt, looking out of the chariot window, asked her not to run away. So-ha only turned to her and responded with a wide smile. With smiles, they joked that, apparently, in 3 days the Salt would be able to sit on a horse. Gon said that as her 9 yin channels heal, she could have aroused hidden talents. And it was time to show it, because they came to a new Sichuan. After a long road, everyone was hungry, and first they went to eat. Looking around, the Salt noticed that the place became much more lively. Last time it was not. Gon explained that this happened after the new continent was opened, especially because most Western goods pass through a new Sichuan. Suddenly, he approached the monk and apologized for late, explaining that there were so many people in the port. He explored if there was a ship that was heading to the Central Plains, and found out that it was sailing in 4 hours or so. The monk was more interested in what further plans they would decide. She, holding hot coffee and warming it, began to explain, recalling a conversation with a Gon when he asked if they were returning to Hawaii with New Sichuan. Since I left the house, a lot of time has passed, and I have collected enough topics for my novel, even though the warrior Chan never told me his story to the end. So she decided to sit on a ship that would send them straight from the New Sichuan in Hawaii. This seemed the simplest and most reliable option for everyone. However, there was a slight upset on the face of the Salt. The monk explained what life is. Meetings with people and inevitable separation. And so is the inevitable reunification of those who once parted. It has been 3 hours. They went to the ship. It was here that their farewell happened. Hygen Ha asked to listen to the monk and not forget about proper nutrition. The little girl's face was too upset. When Seo-ha rolled, she looked at her. Then Seo-ha put her hand on her head and stroked. After that, he did the same, wishing them good health. The monk did not know how to thank Mr. Chan for his help, from the situation with his careless younger brother to the treatment of COHA. Gon explained that he did only what he was paid for. After that, he got a bag of money. He reached out to his girl and said it was a gift from him, but it should only be opened on the road. Maybe there was something else, not money, but he still gave her a gift. The ship had to go to the Central Plains soon. One of the employees of the ship called for those who have not yet risen on board to do it faster. Everyone realized that it was time. The monk and the girl sailed, and he thanked everyone who was with them. "If fate allows, we will still meet," he said, putting his hands in front of him. So's wiped farewell tears, and the salt waved their hand. In their eyes they climbed the ship. It was a goodbye after long adventures together. It was difficult to watch new friends, but the Salt and Heigenha had also had to leave soon. Salt asked if there was a farewell gift for her. Jin tried to reassure her, but the Salt joked, and at that moment Gon pulled her something. "You read quickly, here, hold," he said, handing it a piece of paper. "What is the paper?" she asked with interest, taking him into her hands. Gon recorded the events that he experienced after arriving at the new continent in the last few days, in his spare time before bedtime, so they were not very detailed. He was inconvenient to talk about it out loud, so he decided to write what caused the real joy in the girl. He said it would be interesting enough to take free time while traveling on a ship and wished them a happy road. They also waved his hand for goodbye. Returning his back, he raised his right hand and stepped forward. Seagulls circled in the sky, creating characteristic sounds that added atmosphere. The monk of COHA was already on board the ship. The girl was standing by the board, looking into the distance. In her hand, there was a bag that gave her to open it on the way. Following the promises, she opened a bag and found a wooden figure carved personally with a gon, which was depicted on horseback. Before the eyes, all the moments associated with him flashed, every moment filled with sincerity, and her heart was more likely to be clogged. She put a figure to her heart and took a deep breath. Continuing to look at the distance, she remembered unforgettable moments. Meanwhile, on another ship that was about to go to Hawaii, everything was ready for departure. Another very important person was on board. It was a Lord Princess who said her servant that he could go. She was allocated an incredibly luxurious room. Lord Princess Sol went there with Jin Ha and is comfortable. They mentioned how recently they had to sleep on the floor or stop in simple hotels. It was not as romantic as described in books. Jin saw her advantages in this, explaining that she found a lot of material for her novel. Still, she was a little upset that she could not meet with a nameless hero. Then she reached for the sheet on which Gon left his story. An unusual sound from the princess was heard near the Wajin window. It was a joyful sound when she opened a sheet and read the written. At this time, Gon continued his journey. He walked the way of his life, leading a horse. Before his eyes, there was a picture of farewell to his friends. He saw the Salt waving his hand. He did not expect to feel so alone after a few days spent together. Meetings with people, inevitable separation, and inevitable reunification, isn't it? These words of the monk have now settled in his heart forever. But how he went, someone paid his attention. This person turned to him at the same moment. It was a man with whom he just accidentally crossed on the street. The man did not believe his eyes that he was really him, and Gon himself was stunned, saying, "Brother, is you? Central Plains? Hunan-chan's family?" The guy was sitting at the table, reading a book. Suddenly he heard the shouts behind himself. It was his mother, to whom he immediately ran. Something was wrong with her. She fell to her knees, leaving a bloody mark. He did not understand what was going on with her, and she trembled, repeating, "I would like it to be just an empty chatter." She tried to say something, but just cried to close his mouth. You're not my son," she continued. He kneeled, and she accused him of being a ghost who joined her son's body. These were only memories. And now, in a completely different place, Changon sat at the table, talking to the man he met yesterday. He never thought he would see him again, especially in the new Sichuan. It was at Chang University, the eldest son of Hunan-chan and the eldest brother Changon. It has been a whole 10 years since they saw the last time. Now, for a cup of tea, they had the opportunity to talk. "How does Miss Jan do?" Gon asked, a little confused, because it was their joint appeal to the mother. Gon did not consider Miss Young as his mother. When his body came out of her, and his soul became ghostly, she asked her not to call her a mom, but Miss Young. If he felt a little gratitude, then only because she gave birth to this body. UN reported that everything is well with her. She is busy looking for the bridegroom for her younger sister. His younger sister is already 25, and if it were not for these endless martial arts training, she would have found a man for a long time. About the call to the army was not worth worrying, because she passed the test 3 times and failed every time. John himself believed that the old, strict imperial army simply did not recognize her dignity. Interestingly, who would want to marry such a stubborn girl? Her attitude to business remains unchanged, but her mother still found someone for her, looking for a candidate more good and beautiful than all other family members. Yuen asked if Gon was present at the sister's wedding because he just appeared on time. The next topic of discussion was the expansion of family business to the whole new continent. The answer was not quite positive, because other trading groups had already started to bring and sell goods. Initially, Yuen preferred to use the northern sea path and pay for the protection of the Murim Union than to give half of the amount in the form of bribes. The pressure from the Murim Union was significant, and even in New Sichuan. After his brother's story, Gona thanked him for the news. He also asked to pass to his sister, who greeted her on his marriage later. Yuen decided that it was time to say goodbye and headed for the door. But when he opened them, he saw the girl. It was Miss Yom, the wife of Chan Una, his daughter-in-law, who greeted him happily. He had not seen her for a long time, and was amazed at how much she changed. Gon tried to explain that it was time to go. He even made a few arguments, but she talked so much that it was difficult to insert the word. She did not listen to him at all and constantly asked if he would eat. In such a situation, it was difficult to refuse, so he agreed to stay for lunch and then leave. She covered a delicious table and invited them to food. After a hearty dinner, she offered him a rest. He was laid in one of the rooms where he went for rest. It turned out that she completely rolled him. He could not withstand her perseverance. 10 years have passed for 10 years. He plunged into the memories that this little girl once cried, and his brother then looked so sad. It was the moment when he went on the road, and his brother with a little girl escorted him. It seemed that then he walked as if running away. Now he wondered how in general such a person as he was here. And he decided that the sun would just go down. He would go. He believed that it would be better for everyone, and here was a new day. But when he went outside, he saw a girl and a boy in front of him. And behind Miss Yom came behind, even a little scaring him. She suddenly reported that the nanny, who usually oversees the children, became ill and asked him to look after them at least today. She and her husband needed to congratulate an important guest from the trading group. Surprisingly, as a trade group, they should find someone to care for children. Obviously, they invented an excuse to hold it here at any cost. His brother coughed up and added, "Please." Before Gon's eyes, his brother's face appeared when he left him. Gon did not understand that they were expecting a person who had just caused friction in the family and went to deal with it. But the pressure was strong, and he eventually agreed. He was left alone with the children, who asked him if he was really their uncle. "So it turned out," Gon replied. Then the children told that their aunt said he was an incredible master when talking about him. It is clear that it became interesting for children to see his martial arts. Gon turned his head, looking at 2 sticks. Why not show? He took the longest in his hands. He asked the little ones to look carefully and memorize his movements. He hit the ground several times. Children with their eyes open watched every movement. The Gon put the stick vertically, standing on her top. Incredible balance and balance. Suddenly, his leg began to slide from the tip of the stick, and it looked very sharply. The children closed their eyes from fear, fearing a fall. Little by little, they began to open them, because they did not hear the sound of a blow to the ground. He intentionally stopped for a moment, keeping his balance on the top of the stick, looking down. Gon showed an incredible balance, turning on the stick in all possible ways. It lasted a few minutes. Then he just stood on the ground and bowed to the children, who applauded him with joy. However, he heard an adult voice and raised his head to see who was there. Before him was a man who exclaimed, "Incredible!" It was an incredible art. For the first time in my life, I see such a perfect performance of movements. Seeing this man, the Goot froze with surprise. The man asked Gon, noting that he did not look like an acrobat, but maybe a man with Murim. Gon examined him. It seemed that it could be a guard, because the physique of the man was even more massive than that of the monk. Behind his back appeared the trading leader Zhang, who addressed the man as a mistress of the director. He approached Gon and asked to introduce himself to the director. This man, the Gon Wan, was the director of the New Sichuan Trade Association and came here for a short time in connection with the affairs of the branch. Gon introduced himself by calling his name and adding that he was just a wandering. It sounded a little unusual, even funny. However, the director only laughed, calling Gon a unique person. Most young people seek to exaggerate their glory, but call themselves just a wandering is an exception. His laughter seemed too simple for a person with the title of director of the association. Suddenly, the director asked if he was free Gon this evening, because he would like to invite him for dinner. Being the director of the Regional Trade Association is a really influential position for the merchant. However, since Gon was not even a merchant, he decided that he should not get involved in the case. Refusing, he noticed how Zhang began to tremble and almost fell through the ground. Looking at Zhang and his pleading eyes, Gon did not resist and agreed, saying that he could postpone his trip to later. Gon agreed to the proposal, and the director went. His brother turned with a joyous expression. Left alone with the children, the Gon exhaled. The little one became wondering why he sighs. Because it looks like I will have to stay in your home for at least one day. Then they entered the room to play a board game. Gon watched them playing, and guessed why his daughter-in-law decided to take the children with her. In such a long and grueling trip to the new continent, he spent only half a day with them, but noticed that they were talented and smart children. Family elders would never allow them to just sit still. He understood that his original family business had to continue his brother as the oldest of them, and probably planned to raise the average child and the younger Ion to government positions, or officers of the Imperial Army. But after he left the house, John had failed the test several times, and his brother's children would be the next goal. Knowing the character of his daughter-in-law, she would never allow her children to get into the greedy hands of the elders. Suddenly, Gon said aloud, "I wonder how much else you can expand the family." The little one asked what he just said. Gon realized that he was talking, and quickly transferred the topic to the game they played in. Then the little one noted that he should teach this nanny. It was at this moment that the nanny stood at the door and asked, "Why do you want to teach me? It's a pleasure to meet you. I have heard about you from the hostess of the trading leader of Chan. I'm Lee, and I am a nanny of young owners," she presented. The little one was very happy when he saw the nanny. She completely recovered after the illness, and it was most pleased with the little one. The girl just stood, watching her. She seemed to be frozen, slowly saying the word nanny. The nanny stroked the little one on her head and asked the girl what happened. When she turned her head, she saw her husband on her shoulder. It was a Gon, who approached her from her back and put her hand on her shoulder. He began to squeeze her shoulder so much that she shouted loudly. The children did not understand what was happening, and they had many questions. "Who are you like that?" the Gon asked coldly. He only trembled, trying to pretend that he does not understand what is being said. Knee stroke in the back made him scream with pain. He spat a little blood and finally came to his senses. The desktop game played by the children flew on the floor when he fell on her. The little one pulled the hand of Gon, begging not to beat their nanny. Suddenly, a sharp thing flew into the head of Gon. He evaded, and the object stuck in the wall behind his back. It was a sharp blade that did not belong to the house. The nanny apparently brought it with him. The little one began to guess that something was wrong here, and the wedding asked him to leave. If you do not look, this behavior was not like their nanny. His face and voice frightened children. It was only an embodiment, and the Gon was easily understood. Under the mask hid a demon with a spooky dark energy. Masking under the nanny and using the technique of changing facials meant that it was hunting for children. Gon was not the best mood after colliding with such idiots a few days ago. He asked the demon to kneel and tell who he was from where, otherwise threatened that he would kill him. The demon held a few more the same blades in his hand. His leg rolled sideways. He repelled, planning to come from the side and attack, throwing sharp needles at this point. Seeing the door, he decided that it was better to escape, knowing that the plan was torn down and temporarily retreated. At first the demon decided to hide, waiting for everything to subside. But when he rushed to the door, his own needles hit him in his leg. His hidden weapon turned against him. Having rushed out of strength, he fell to the ground because he could not move on. Gon seemed to him a completely incomprehensible character. How did he find himself here and who he is? The needles that he threw, the Gon just grabbed and threw back. He purposefully kissed his foot to block his movement. Inside this body, Nanny acknowledged that he was caught by an incredible monster. He said Gon that he could not even defeat him. However, his mind was under control, and he was not ready to simply disclose all the information. As soon as he said that he did not tell everything so easy, the pump inserted 2 fingers straight into his mouth. He quickly understood the problem and grabbed something in his mouth. He pulled a small black ball from there. It was a poisonous pill hiding near the root tooth. "How did you do?" he asked, holding his throat and coughing. "It's a pity, but I remind you that I am well aware of Muram's secrets," Gon explained. The children were scared to see that their nanny was fake. But then what about their real nanny? The wedding asked the little one to take his sister outside and bring his parents. He immediately fulfilled the request and led the sister outside. Meanwhile, a terrible creature only coughed on the background. But now it was tied with a rope and assured that it was pointless to question. True, a few days ago, one guy said the same thing. Gon decided to check his exposure and hit several points with 2 fingers. The pain pushed it instantly. The cries were such that they were heard even on the street. In a moment, his face was covered with tears, saliva and snot. "Say it again," Gon asked. He warned what would happen if he was wrong. Finally, he broke. "I am a hidden dragon number 17, a member of the intelligence organization of the Imperial Court. a detachment of hidden dragons. He also mentioned that the investigator from the Union Murima came to them after receiving the report. Gon met a girl and husband. These were Ho and the girl Chalk is. She did not expect to see him in such a state, and the pursuit was interesting that the rumors reached the trade group of the Chang family. They have already discussed this issue. The father of the children came up, and it was necessary to deal with the situation. The girl thanked the pursuit for what happened. His combat skills also made her impression. But now it was more important to deal with this scum that they came to. The man was a criminal who invaded here and tried to steal the children. What's wrong with him now? What happened to his face? Asked his father. What Gon explained that everything was well with him, although the interrogation was on the verge of life and death. San asked what happened to a real babysitter if this is a fake. They have already sent someone to the nanny home to check. Unfortunately, she was dead. Probably this freak killed her by copying her appearance. Chalk asked San Ho to add the accusation to the accusations and check his belongings. Judging by the fact that Chalk had heard earlier, Gon did not know her. The child knew, Gon replied. He told about his 4-year-old niece, Chan Jon, who felt that something was wrong with the nanny and did not dare to approach her. When Gon studied her energy channels, it became clear to him that he was not an ordinary middle-aged woman. Hearing this, Chalk was deeply impressed. Did he learn something about this person's past? She wanted to talk to his mind alone and asked the trading leader to leave them for a minute. He recalled that it happened in his home, so how could he not say it? Gon answered briefly, saying only the word, brother, and that was enough. Everything became clear without additional explanations. They remained 4. The victim, the choke, the San, and the go. Chalk hoped that the information he received during the interrogation did not confirm her worst fears. Gon asked if she knew about an organization called Squad of Hidden Dragons. Yes, as I thought, the Chalk reacted. And H-Kiss also showed curiosity. Gon suggested that Ho was reacting so because he knew them. Then Chalk began to explain that she knew little about them, because it is an organization enveloped in many secrets. It is an imperial structure that is secretly operating in the criminal world of the new continent. The story is popular, but few can say that they have seen them with their own eyes. Even now, the Union spends a lot of efforts trying to catch them, and she didn't even think that one of them would be able to capture alive. The Union is now pursuing this detachment as it has committed many illegal actions on behalf of the Imperial Court. Until the Imperial Yard makes an official statement about the detachment of the Hidden Dragons, the Muram Union will arrest only those who commit crimes. Gon realized that they did not really cooperate. That's what the Chalk meant. However, it was more important to her. Why did the detachment of Hidden Dragons aim at the children of a shopping group of a vat? Judging by the fact that he was silent, even when Gon questioned him almost to death, it seemed that he himself did not know the exact details. These are not people who would have stolen children just for redemption. They asked Changon Wizard to accompany them a little to transfer the interviewee to the main department and continue the interrogation there. It is because he destroyed the agent of the detachment of Hidden Dragons and interfered with their plans. They will not allow him to stay here. Listening to its explanation, it seemed more strange for Gon. A detachment of Hidden Dragons, which he collided a few days ago, seemed to him a secret society fighting with demonic creatures. Do these people and those whom he saw then belong to one organization? Gon went out with them, and he himself carried a demon on his shoulders. The little one stood on the way, barely holding back tears. He could not believe that the nanny had really died. Gon expressed his condolences. Hearing this sad truth, the little one began to cry. Gon told the story of Nanny. As in the past, she lost her whole family through bandits and lived alone for more than 10 years. But when she started working in their trade group 2 months ago, she felt as if she had found a new family. The little one asked his uncle to beat all those Gentiles who caused their nanny pain using their martial arts. Gon put his hand on his shoulder. He promised, "Your uncle will overcome them all." Then he asked his brother to stay away from outsiders and canceled today's schedule. Gon asked the investigators, asking, "Where are they going on?" After transferring this man to the Murima Muri Directorate, we plan to continue the investigation by questioning the staff of the Chang family trade group. Gon also suggested that they look at the nanny house. They may have left some traces at the murder. At this point, speaking it, he noticed something strange. Chalk listened carefully and agreed that it could also be an option. But when she turned, she noticed that Gon had already disappeared. The hidden dragon number 7, John Gin. He was amazed at much, in particular. Why did this guy appear here? After all, he broke all the connections with his family. But Changon was already behind his back, when the hidden dragon was not even suspected. Looking out from the corner to see where he was, suddenly they heard some loud screams from behind the horn. Chalk asked the partner to take her husband to the Muram Union, and she rushed in the direction of noise. Running out of the corner, she saw how the martial arts was holding her husband around her neck. Chan squeezed him without letting go. He asked with a vowel whether he was fine with him. In response, Chan called him a grobana krysa. Chalk could not understand what was happening, and immediately asked Chan to remove her hands and explain the situation. Chan released Yana, who fell to the ground, explaining that this bastard was the key to the unraveling they sought for so long. Yang, smiling slightly and wiping cold sweat, reminded that last time they had parted quite friendly, but this time it is not necessary to hope for friendliness. Gon lifted his foot directly to the face of Jan, preparing to hit, and asked if he was entering the detachment of treated dragons. Jan began to pretend that he was not talking about whether it was the name of the Chaos faction or something like that. However, Gon's face did not look like he was ready to joke. The leg, which stopped at his face, said it without words. Jan began to guess that he was lying here, in vain. Jan explained that if he plans to continue to use the tractors as informants, then it is worth considering the money for silence. But Gon did not listen to nonsense and sharply asked him to tell everything as he is. Rising, Jan explained that a rich man named Jun lives on the southern street of New Sichuan. They are probably preparing for moving, and in order to open an attempt to abduct a trade group of a Vat family, you need to look for them in New Sichuan. Gon began to be angry, squeezing his hand into his fist. He was raged that this scum, having made a disorder in another's house, simply decided to leave a mystery and get out of the situation. Jan continued to demonstrate arrogance. With a tricky smile, he said that there are things more important than life even to him. What the hell takes away it means all, Gon thought. Then he asked Chalk to ask if someone named June actually existed. She recalled that a new Yun family has recently appeared, but it was necessary to ask Yana what he really meant in this ambiguous conversation. If everything was so simple to divide into black and white, Yang thought, adding that all members of the detachment of the dragons were connected by chains. Yang stated that devotion to the authorities and money creates such bastards that always create problems. It was his explanation, and now it was necessary to decide what to do with it. Agent Chalk noted that it would be strange to arrest someone who gave them the key to the unraveling. Jan thanked that Brother Chan had released him and promised that he would soon bring an even greater portion of information. A crazy guy, maybe it would be better, Zrenya Chok. After a while, they talked with the agent about a detachment of treated dragons. They were surprised that Jan was entering this detachment, and Chalk felt that he may have tried to help them from the very beginning. Gon explained that there was nothing surprising, and because of this he released Yana unharmed. Yang was near the scene of the crime, as if waiting, and immediately gave them an important clue. It seemed to be that Jan wanted not to tell him, but to someone from the Muram Union, such as Chalk. In short, if Gon wanted to justify Jan, it would be because all members of the detachment of the Dragons of Dragons act on their own will. Gon described a detachment as an imperial intelligence organization similar to a soap opera family. He said this Chalk, but she was not quite clear, so he suggested discussing it later. They finally approached the Yun family trade group. Now they needed to check that the true words of the fraudster John. Inside, everyone did their own business. The sun was already sitting, and it was visible that everyone was preparing for urgent departure. Suddenly, one man approached them and asked what they were talking about there, apparently deciding that they should also work as local workers. Chalk showed him a certificate, explaining that they were not workers, but members of the patrol detachment of the Muram Union, and introduced herself as a thing. The man froze, not knowing what to say, and then heard the question if he was an administrator. He seems to be very nervous, hearing the mention of the Muram Union. Seeing his reaction, Chalk even asked him to calm down, explaining that she had only a few questions. In response, he only asked her to leave, claiming that he had nothing to say and did nothing wrong. However, it seemed that he was hiding something, becoming even more secretive. Suddenly, two people appeared behind his back. They asked if they could help. He asked them not to worry, explaining that nothing serious had happened, and suggested that they do their business, assuring that he would deal with it. The administrator once again asked Gon and Chalk to leave, threatening that he would otherwise sue the Muram Union. They just turned around and explained that in this case, they would go to the Union and officially submit a request for cooperation. Step by step, they were slowly moving away, but suddenly they turned and incredibly quickly rushed back. They returned to this administrator, this time with the intention of attacking. At that moment, all his life ran before his eyes. Only two zippers flashed. Two of those behind his back were neutralized, and one in his hand was a suspicious needle. They seemed to have seen one earlier. Each of them got a good face. They were pressed with their faces to the ground, so strong that the stones under them cracked. The administrator realized that it was not necessary to demand his rights to the two, and the cries of his subordinates for help only confirmed it. The gonus climbed into his mouth and pulled out the pill, realizing that he was also from the detachment of treated dragons. The evening came, and they had a sincere conversation with their father, who told that his daughter had been stolen last night. He was called Ju Yun, and he was the head of the Jun family trade group. He suggested that they already knew everything and that the Union of Marima sent them here. He also noted how quickly they dealt with those people. He wondered how they could not know themselves. Anyone could understand that these people are worried at first glance, trying to reassure them. Chalk answered that they were a little understanding of the situation, but they needed even more accurate information to help. So she asked him to explain everything from the beginning, and he began the story. Initially, he was engaged in the delivery of cargoes in the Central Plains, and later realized that it was worth expanding the case of maritime trade on the new continent. He planned to open a branch in New Sichuan as the first step. Although it needed considerable funds, he was convinced that the profits would be high, but another problem soon arose. It was related to the existence of the trade association. Initially, they turned to him as a beginner, offering several options for accommodation. But, realizing that he was trying to combine business on the river in the Central Plains with the New Sichuan, they began to obstruct, accusing him of monopolization of delivery. He did not sit still and tried to bribe members of the association to attract them to his side. And it was at this moment, when he was in the midst of the conflict with the association, he received a single letter in which he was warned. If he does not close the business and leaves that place, then not only he but his daughter will be in danger. He was frightened but was not going to leave one letter, so he spent considerable money to hire local soldiers to protect. His daughter turned 15 this year, and he constantly warned her about safety. But for a child who was looking forward to traveling to a new continent, it seemed excessive care of parents. In the end, his daughter went to the night market with the guards. What happened next? Gon asked. The 6 guards who were with her returned, but with his heads. Among the things that returned was a small wooden box that was different in size. In it lay the finger of his little girl. The man was afraid to turn to the Muram Union, bearing up that it would only cause him daughter even more pain. From the very beginning, those who delivered their heads and their finger watched him, and he felt that he had no choice but to close the business, as stated in the letter. Chalk thanked him for his cooperation, asked not to worry, and promised that the Muram Union would do everything possible to bring him back alive and unharmed. First of all, it was necessary to deliver these scum to the Union and to find out more information. Gon understood and explained Chalk that every minute could be decisive, because they have a hostage, and the delay would only worsen the situation. "Do you want to say we have to interrogate them here?" said Chalk. Now it was not time to discuss procedures. There was a quiet night on the street, and the following events unfolded in this house. The woman gently sharpened the dagger on the stone with her thin fingers. A gray bandage was visible on her hand. She sharpened the dagger carefully and slowly, from time to time wetting the stone with water. At this point, she talked to Jan, asking if he told everything during the interrogation. He replied that he only gave a hint that she would still convey to the Muram Union. He added that he was scared of torture because he felt they could be quite cruel. She was not going to shift all the responsibility to him, believing that they should be careful when it comes to his family. He seemed to be digging deeper, making sure that there was a detachment of treated dragons. At that time, the detachment was in a bad state. The covered dragon number 17 lay near the cage, barely breathing. Yang even scratched his back, wondering whom he had experienced in such a short time. She realized that if everything was planned, it would lead to an inevitable meeting. Warren Changon will soon encounter him, and Yang had no doubt. Knowing the character of Gon, he would not neglect this threat. They were well aware that the goon would break in order to start a fight. Then she, who had a 7 number, asked if he really believed that he had met today. Will he have enough martial skills to overcome him? The pause prevailed for a few seconds, and Jan said quietly, "Who knows?" Undoubtedly, Changon is a person who is a truly outstanding expert. However, his opponent was also an incredible craftsman, who was told that none of his environment could be compared to him in the martial arts. However, the skill of Gon with his sword was unsurpassed. His gaze spoke for himself, just like the view of his opponent. When Gon met with this man, he wondered where he came from. Is it someone who was hired by Jun's trading leader? If so, how did he learn about this place? Gon disappeared and appeared again behind his back. It was extremely important to track his movement, but as importantly, it was difficult. It was not immediately succeeded. Gon just hit a white-haired foot. He struck him with such a force that he pierced the slate with the body, and he fell straight to the ground under the roof. "Old Keon, is it better to call you a blank dragon number 4? asked his Gon. The man did not understand where Gon knew it. Gon explained that he was issued subordinates, who were questioned on the verge of death. Although Gon did not hear everything, because it seems that those people had died if he continued. The hidden dragon number 4 Gon was about to ask only 2 things. First, the location of the abducted daughter of the trade group of the Yun family. Secondly, why the detachment of the dragons, the Imperial Intelligence Organization, was on the side of the trade association. He justified in a timid voice that he was not his fault, and apologized. He even suggested that you remedy the situation right now, but it was more important to find out where the daughter was. The man begged for another chance and suddenly said, "Colonel the Berry Tiger." Gon turned sharply on these words, and at the same moment he saw a tiger that appeared right in front of him. His strength was incredible. He was able to hit Gon and nail him to the wall. Not only his martial art was scary, he always sneaked so that he was attacking from his back, was an avid hunter, a colonel of the Imperial Army, a glorious Ken Tiger and John. The number 4 crawled on his knees, but the colonel turned to him, calling a blackened dragon number 8. He asked if he made it clear to him that he should be called the director of the trade association, not the colonel. He then asked several questions. Does he know how many members of the detached dragons were sent to the Murim Union and what should be done with it? He is in excuses, assuring that everything is powerful. The colonel asked one more question. Does he know who the guy who had just faced? Hearing the answer, the colonel explained that he was hired to rescue his daughter, and at the same time the man's head flew away from the blow of Ken's sword into Jonah. It happened because he considered him a vain bastard with boundless greed. At this point, Gon rose from under the rubble. The colonel asked him whether he would disappoint him, calling the Gon by his name. Gon guessed that he was the same influential director of the association he saw this day. Although Gon thought that he was serving in the Imperial Army because people of this size happened infrequently, he felt that something was wrong with him. It has passed a lot of time since Gon last met such an opponent. He did not even feel he came so close. Ken laughed because he was amazed that Gon guessed. He would like to get acquainted with him better before dinner. It was interesting to know if Gon would accept an invitation to take him away from others. The words of Gon seemed to him disrespectful to his power. For Gon, it was nonsense because he stole children from people who do not have martial arts, and then speaks of some authority. Ken explained this act as an attempt to restore justice with respect to the greedy and salesmen. He even explained that if Yun had successfully monopolized maritime trade, it would have led to great interruptions in sending and distributing goods to the mainland. Gon wondered if it was the reason why Ken cut off his finger to the girl and sent him in the box. The sins of the father are passed on to children, Ken said. These words in his performance sounded especially disgusting. When Ken continued to speak, the wedge asked him to simply silence. He realized that he was dealing with a bastard, only talking to him for 1 minute. One way or another, their goals have now been defined. The high dimensionality of Gon seemed like Kina. One of them took a step away. Ken took the sword in his hand and suggested his opponent to start. He urged him to show martial arts, which even alone coped with demonic creatures. "Ah, did you give me back, huh?" said Gon with a smile. "That's right," Ken replied, and Gon cast it straight into his eyes. Like 2 lightnings, they came together in the battle, flying to each other with swords in their hands. The battle took place in a city where people had not slept yet. Only one step to the side, and the stones began to fly around. People on the street heard the thunderstorm stones falling to the ground. The sounds were extremely loud, like a bell. These swords faced such an incredible force that it was heard in 3 quarters. Ken began to enjoy the battle and continued the continuation. He acknowledged Gon as an unconditional expert who can rarely be found. Ken asked to show even more martial arts he owned. They began to swing in the battle as if dancing with each other. Gon expected a lot because his opponent was a colonel of the Imperial Army, but this bastard is a real monster, isn't it? Each blow was filled with the energy of 101, making it stunning, and his movements, surprisingly fast, contrary to appearance. Gon began to adjust to his rhythm and think about the next step. His next attack was called the Sword of Illusion, but this attack only caused a smile on Ken's face. It seemed to be the punch that the blows were approaching 3 sides at the same time, but it was only an illusion. Ken called this trick Gona interesting. With cold-blooded judgment and skill, he asked if there was something else that he can show him by assasing his sword. Gona managed to bounce off the attack. He covered his hand from the debris, closing his face. Despite its large size, Ken was easily controlled at speed. At that moment, Gon saw Ken's sword approaching closer and closer. He had to completely control his breathing and move his hand smoothly. He managed to block the attack, putting his hand under her. In doing so, he rejected Ken's hand aside, directing a blow past himself. At the same moment, he tightened the handle of his sword, and he struck, putting the sword forward at incredible speed. This blow left the cut on the neck of Ken. The wound was closer to the shoulder, on the trapezoid. It was hard to imagine that Ken reacted so quickly to avoid serious injury. However, a few drops of blood were pulled out of it. Ken looked at his hand, where blood drops appeared, and he wondered how much time had passed since he was injured last. Returning to Gon, he asked what his martial art was called. Tai's fists, Gon replied. The lion inserted his sword back into the vagina. It seemed surprising on his part. Then he even shook his palm and called it the extraordinary technique of his fist. He confessed that he was amazed at the moment the center destroyed the center of his strength and rejected him to the side. I have never heard of such martial art in life, Ken said, laughing. Gon only asked that he was carrying nonsense. Ken explained that it was not an excuse, but a sincere praise of his martial arts. He raised his hand up to release his kai. I have been waiting for an expert such a level that finally, to show all his power after so many years, Ken said. Finally, I will be able to show all my power given to me by His Imperial Majesty. The true record of a worldly tiger. His strength caught the trembling. The giant tiger that appeared in front of him seemed alive, but in fact was made of pure energy. Tiger paws broke the stones into small pieces. Ken completely merged with the tiger, he called. Now this power has become part of his hands and body. He attacked with such an incredible force that it was difficult to block the blows with a sword. Gon jumped back, barely resting on his feet. The blow was so strong that even blocking he did not resist. From this shock it seemed that everything turned inside him. How much do we have, Kiki? How are you, Changon? What do you think about the real martial art of the Imperial Army? Ken asked. Gon confessed that it was striking, though he did not think that the great Imperial Army would imitate animals. His mockery only pushed Ken to the attack. He pushed away from the earth at such a speed that he was, and now disappeared. Ken was preparing to show the first form of the Tiger of the Tiger. Ken had to show this technique after such a long interruption. He looked up, feeling he was thrown away. The tiger flew to him with his fists. Even the sword in the hands of Gon did not save from this pressure. Ken continued to attack, and although Gon tried to wave it, it was in vain. Ken kept a bullet in his hand. He spent it. It was the incision of the tiger. Steps without shadows are horrible and incredibly powerful attacks he used. Gon is already enough to dodge these attacks. The opponent, although he did not expect that he was able to evade, still recognized his talent, but he believed that faster and stronger always wins in combat attacks. Ken rushed at him, demonstrating his speed. The Gon concentrated and made the same smooth movement with his hand. His hand was sliding through the air, gently and slowly, but the face of the tiger with human traits was approaching closer and closer. The enemy at this point was one step ahead. He predicted the direction of the stroke planned by Gon. Then he waved away from him and had a new attack. He hit his foot with all his strength, pushing the Gon far back. The blow was so strong that the Gon exhaled all the air. He had to sit under the wall into which he hit his back to rest. The tiger explained that the same techniques would not work against him. He pointed out that the Gon was lightly attributed to the martial arts of the Imperial Army. Gon sat deeply inhaling and exhaling. When the tiger came closer, Gon said, I never thought so. Perhaps in the subconscious I looked at it from the top, as a simple and rigid martial art. The tiger considered these words empty as the homeless, and did not believe that Gon could know something about great martial art. Gon did not deny, but asked the next question. He asked if the right had to talk about such things. The only thing he knew was that people who have lost their mind in pursuit of success would never stand on the Imperial Army. After all, you need to kill and burn everything to the background by order of the Emperor. If the trade group monopolizes the land paths, it will harm the mainland, Gon said. He saw in this only the illusion created by Ken himself, something that has not even happened, but what he rests on using the name of the Emperor to take the law in his own hands. This frankness forced Ken to call Gon again a high-coming bastard. He stated that mocking his loyalty is a sin for which he should pay for, to be torn into pieces for a lifetime. Gona thanked him, because thanks to Ken he managed to remember somewhat extremely useful. At that moment his sword began to glow with a blue glow. It was a new technique of owning a sword, and Ken noticed it. Gon stood in place, forcing his sword to tremble, a phenomenon that arises when a person has problems with focusing CI. Because of this, Ken decided that the Goot was just panicked, but suddenly Ken saw a blue cloud over his head. Suddenly, Ken felt the space in front of him began to resonate. Something clearly was wrong, and he felt it clearly. However, he decided the first to take the attack again. Flying forward, he said that he was tired of playing. Gon stood in the battle rack, firmly squeezing the sword with his hand and keeping balance on one leg. Suddenly, the earth under his foot flashed, and a wave of energy struck the body of the tiger. Ken began to roll in pain, clamping his teeth more and more. He was thrown back and he kneeled for a moment. He could not rise quickly without realizing what it was. as if an invisible wall or a blow. In addition, the pain spread throughout the body. He asked in a trembling voice, "What did you just do?" Gon replied, "Have you ever heard a tiger cry?" Meanwhile, Chalk ordered her people to look more carefully, because the abducted girl is probably kept in the area. She commanded to check all the places where people can keep, and if someone is suspicious, interrogate it immediately. She repeated these orders to each of her subordinates, but suddenly one of them heard strange sounds. The battle between the Gon and the glorious tiger went into a conversation between them. Ken rolled up with anger, not understanding what spell he brought with him. It turned out that there is a low vibration that is imperceptible to the human ear, which is in the cry of the tiger. Ken heard that the people who have suffered this vibration feel incomprehensible fear, fatigue, and powerlessness. Gon sent a sword to Ken, showing how it works. The sound came that Ken closed his eyes and ears from pain, but somewhere he found the strength to rise sharply. Covered with anger, Ken saw Gon enjoying his spell. He rushed to Gon with all his strength, but rolled so quickly that it turned to him bleeding. His own blood flowed, and he fell to his knees. It worked, even despite the distance. The spell shook the paths and broke its inner key. Can this effect be achieved with simple vibrations? Ken thought. He still did not believe that it was possible, even for the martial arts of the Imperial Army. Ken asked Gon if he was going to continue. But as a real kiss, Ken decided to attack the thumb. Gon easily reflected the attack, putting his sword under her. The claws of the tiger only left a cut on his collar. However, Ken did not calm down and continued to strike, filling his hand with energy. His eyes glowed with green, and his hand waved once after. Gon evaded strokes with the same ease as before. He even had time to joke, saying that Ken's movements remained the same as before. Gon laughed, asking if it was the end of his majestic Imperial Army. Ken in response mentioned the rare objects that can be found here on the continent. He stated that if you leave these bastards alone, not only a new Sichuan but also the economy of the mainland would be affected. Ken called his actions for the good, continuing to attack Gon. He blamed Gona that he was simply interfering with other people's affairs. I wonder if he cut off the girl's finger too for the sake of good, Gon thought. It seemed to him that Ken was more suitable for the demonic palace than for the Imperial Army. It is time to finish this fight, but Ken could not accept this. As soon as he was angry with his attack, compared to the children's game, had no effect on Gon. The tiger understood that this vibration was also created by the power of Ki. He decided that he had to do the same and meet with his own, using his own ki. One time he had to do it, straining his hands to the limit. He planned to focus all his Ki to stand the blow, and then to tear his throat before he can dodge. All these plans were clearly imagined in his head. It remains only to embody them. But he was still on his knees when the Gon was approaching him. Gon even asked if he had something he could show. Ken's eyes were creepy. One view of them awakened fear. In his eyes, one could see the memories that erupted instantly. Now the tone of this garbage has changed significantly. Ken asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" Logically, to which Gon called his name. It was a while, and now, after a fierce battle, it was possible to rest a little. Gon decided to admire the beautiful month and smoke a cigarette. Suddenly his back appeared, calling his name. She knew it was he who had just heard sounds nearby. Chalk said she had constantly heard the explosions from which the buildings shuddered. And she added a joyful news. They found a young daughter. Searching the entire territory of the Doka, they heard a female voice that shouted for help from the basement of the warehouse. Now she is all right with her, if she did not count what she was cut off one finger, as Yun said. At least that brought relief. Now there is no need to wake this giant for no reason. Gon explained Chalk that this man was a colonel of the Imperial Army and the director of the Trade Association. And it seems that it is the main reason for all these events. Higher ranks, which have long had an Imperial Army behind Belmo on the eye, will not miss this chance. It looks like everything will turn upside down. But stop! If this person is really a colonel of the Imperial Army, these traces looked awful, even at first glance. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed that the two were not fighting for life, but for death. She knew that Gon was an expert, but did not expect him to be at that level. Behind her back, the words, "Then I leave you for cleaning." When she turned, no one was there. The Chang family trade group. Yun stood right in front of the table, holding a piece of paper. He was busy reading, taking his eyes on each row written on this sheet. At this point, Gon came to the young man. He emphasized his appearance that he was deeply immersed in thought. But Gon himself looked like a doctor had to call, though he asked himself not to do so. He even quoted lines from a letter that Yun held in his hand. Gon knew that he was holding a letter of threat, which was about the need to get a business from New Sichuan. Yun explained that he received this letter 2 days before meeting with his Gon. He apologized to realizing what he had to tell it when the investigator arrived from the Murim Union. But when he saw the attacker dressed in a nanny, whom Gon caught on that day, he suddenly was frightened. Gon assured him that no longer needed to worry about it. Everything is powerful, and more such letters will not come. Yun wanted to explain to him the details, but he was so exhausted that he just decided to go to rest. Gon said that the one who should explain will come in the morning, and here he left. A Chak appeared before the young man. She explained that the director of the trade association was arrested on charges of hiring vagrants for the abduction of people and threats to other trade groups for their own benefits. In addition to the director, all other participants involved in this are now arrested, and the union probably plans to completely dissolve the association in connection with this case. Yun would never think that the young director of the association was capable of this. Did he go for dinner, not suspecting? As expected, Chak carefully thought out all the details. There would be nothing good if he confessed to serving in the Imperial Army. Wait, Gon, did you do it? Yun asked. He thought that it explained why Gon returned all in the wounds, but Gon replied that nothing special. He only watched the agent and helped her a little. Chak disagreed, and explained that the senior head of the union would soon award him with a medal and a cash reward. In addition, he will offer the pursuit of Marima Union if he wants. For Gon, these words were simply unnecessary things. He was more interested in whether they were still questioned. He also asked Choke about the service and talked to him alone. The first thing that was interested in Gon, whether he is alive. Gon was convinced that Ken's injuries were not deadly. However, after the interrogation, he was imprisoned the ceiling of the Meridians and put on handcuffs, ordering the members of the Union to closely monitor it. But this morning, all the handcuffs were removed and found after he ended with him. Investigation is currently underway, but the circumstances indicate that he committed himself to erase the connection between the case and the Imperial Army. Chak was very ashamed of the warrior, because to catch an expert of such a level is not easy. However, it was very strange for Gon because he thought that the opponent was not one of those who easily seem. At night, this terrible type was in prison. Before his eyes, he staged every step of the battle he imagined again and again. He asked himself whether this stage could exist in the martial arts. A woman who had a number 3 stood in front of him. He asked if she came to save him. She asked him not to think so, because he not only lurked the members of the detached dragons and used them, but also killed them. He explained that it was a necessary act for the common good, and accused it of disloyalty because she did not understand it. Her hope was cut short, and she was curious about whether she overcame all this way to mock him or take revenge. She explained that, to be honest, it would be even better, and pulled out a very interesting piece of paper. She opened him in front of him, and there was a hieroglyph which meant to seal, often used to close the lips. This inscription was clear to him. It was a seal that belonged to His Majesty. She asked him once again if he wanted her to help him. He smiled widely, knowing what was waiting for him. His wooden handcuffs cracked. He rose and asked her not to look at him from above. Then he bowed before that piece of paper, kneeling. He had a few words for 3. His words sounded like advice. Gon, be careful with him, he said. He is an extraordinary creature endowed with rare but stunning martial arts. Undoubtedly, one day it can be a huge threat to the imperial court. He warned that it was important not to make mistakes because of personal feelings. She remembered these words from him. Then he raised both hands above his head. Live for a long time and be healthy, Your Majesty. Such were his last words, and he committed suicide. Meanwhile, Gon said goodbye to his loved ones. He was asked if he had to go when he was already sitting on a horse. The Union of Marima offered him a place, but he directly told his brother that he was not yet suitable for such a position. He called himself just a traveler who would not get anything from meeting with such a great man as the head of the Union Murima. In addition, Agent Chalk awarded the medal and award on his behalf, so everything was fine. However, his brother understood that Gon himself should decide how to live on. The only thing he asked the goon is to convey hello John. He said goodbye, turned his horse and went forward. His hoof reflected the rhythm of the stone. Agent Chalk came to the main leader and explained that, after all, he went, and she did her best to hand over a medal and award. The head Halian Vigin wanted to meet him personally, but understood his motives. At this point, another man came to him. He reported information about the treasure card and confirmed that it exists through secret connections. Gin was grateful, because if rumors about this treasure are true, it would be a huge help for them. However, Gin asked to remember that it is a super-secret task that he would not control as a member of the Union Marima, and not as a student, but rather as a captain of the Pacific. FEC, a direct student of the head of the Union Marima, took on all responsibility. In the meantime, Gon was already hungry and went into a place where it was possible to have a delicious snack. He wondered where to move on. It is probably better to leave a new Sichuan before the Murim Union is wanted. Suddenly he heard a creaking door, and Yang came into the room. Jan immediately asked why Gon was going so quickly. He thought he would rest a few days after the battle with the scum. Gon laughed and called him a clumsy bastard. Jan asked not to call him and said he would soon bring more information, and suggested that he go with him in search of treasure. The building that was just calm now covered with fire. The bright flame absorbs every corner, scattering thick smoke. Near the burning building, on a strong branch of the tree, a long-standing acquaintance, who asked the vat to ask for mercy. At first he sought to talk to reassure everyone, not to restrict freedom, tying his hands and neck. The young master stood near the tree, slowly inhaling the smoke of the cigarette, watching the face of the prodigy. He listened closely to the interlocutor emphasize that the joke went beyond, because people were lying on the ground. There was a lean on the side of the scene, to which the man asked to help, but she remained indifferent. Surrounded by danger, the man was loudly exalted, hoping that someone would hear his call. Our hero firmly stated that this person is unworthy of both respect and right to life. Now let's get back to the events a few days ago when the situation has changed dramatically and has tossed unexpected challenges. They joined one of the buildings where they were already waiting for the Gar meter, and the atmosphere was filled with tension. Around the scattered books left in a hurry, and one man urged a vat to be careful because the mess suggested a possible danger. Young Lord, seeing the dwelling of Paswid, was surprised. For him it could barely be called home, although the man himself considered it as his asylum in Sichuan. Our hero noticed that the man had poured him water, but he did not feel thirst, because he came here to discuss important cases and clarify a number of facts. For example, he believed that even a criminal capable of entering the assembly of hidden dragons could maintain his loyalty. Although our hero explained that true devotion had a different meaning. He was passionate about gold, which seemed so achievable, because even on the tags the imperial certificate was applied. Therefore, our hero insisted on the oath of allegiance as a guarantee of honesty. Our hero wondered whether such actions could be called courage or recklessness. But in his thoughts he decided that the story was gaining his logic. However, his friend interrupted him, emphasizing that, despite the allegiance revealed, everything is only reduced to the search for treasure, and therefore one should not be surprised by the actions of the brothers Chan. After all, he was already in the remote surroundings of the new Sichuan, where every step filled the atmosphere with an unknown. He possessed information. The legendary master left the treasure card in the place he accurately pointed to him, opening the way to new discoveries. That is why they began with the fact that they took the card in their hands, because they believed that together they would be able to find the treasures they were discussed. Hearing this dialogue, our hero was angry, because it seemed that they planned something wrong with this scoundrel. If someone did not insist on the treasure, because the desire to become rich was clear, our hero realized that in this city of Sichuan, full of deception, everything is not so clear. After the opening of the new continent, many people moved here, but most of them were powerless and poor peasants, for whom the treasures remained unattainable. Then his friend explained that he understands the essence of events. There was a clan on the new continent, which once robbed the emperor and hid the treasures under his homes, which they were silent. With a slight clamping on his face, he asked to listen carefully to everyone, so that everyone could understand the circumstances of the treasures and creatures that protect them. Despite the contradiction of the situation, the young lord did not ignore his appeal, feeling that important information was hidden in his words. He asked to explain the details and prepare for the consequences, because in the case of lies, our hero did not regret the blow, and his friend agreed from ancient history. He also asked if the young man heard about a man named Li Shimin, because when he remembered this name, his ants rolled. However, the young lord said, saying instead of a short name, his full version, Tan Tan Li Shimin. After a minute pause, he realized that it is almost impossible to find out the truth about a person who disappeared from history. He confused who is Li Jin, so he turned to a guy who handed him a book with historical information to understand his essence faster. Chan, carefully reading the pages, realized that it was not about the long, forgotten Tantani, but about Li Shimini, which exists in our time. Living 200 years ago, Li Shimin gained the reputation of an unsurpassed warrior who was considered the strongest under heaven, except for the emperor himself. As the patriarch of the clan, Li Shimin was the most prominent expert among the masters of ancient clans, which forced the emperor to invite him to discuss the martial arts. Under his leadership, many imperial soldiers grew up, but Li Shimin decisively abandoned his official position, believing that participation in politics only poses a threat to betrayal. Personally, he believed that the man was detained later after the disclosure of his martial arts, because if not, the expert would only be recognized at adulthood. Our hero was aware that Li Shaman did not convey the leadership of the clan to death, because he was disturbed by the fate of children and future generations, although the problems have accumulated over time. When asked about the clan of ancient dragons, Brother Chan did not even know about the existence of such a group. If you did not suspect its existence, no one was able to find a huge clan, which was once considered the strongest among all. Did this mean that the Lion clan was partially destroyed by the Imperial Army? Probably yes, because the forces of the state were active at the time. The Imperial Army found strange that the outstanding expert Liaman showed such excessive caution that caused doubts about his intentions. His son, the name of Li Ji, and descendants inherited the martial arts, but gave up service, which raised suspicion of their real plans. However, the question remains, how did the Li clan develop and break up? Whether a large-scale event occurred when the heavens dispersed, staring at all. However, he continued, assuming that a new continent appeared on the horizon which could open unknown ways for the clan. In the end, Li Jie, persecuted by the Imperial Army, gathered all the property of the clan and went on the ship in the direction of the new continent, after which only rumors appeared about Li. Our hero was aware that all this was a guess, but his friend insisted that there were records of how he got off the ship loaded with dozens of pursuits. However, despite numerous evidence, the location of the clan has remained a mystery to all interested. It is rumored that he went through the mountain range of the new continent in the direction of the eastern lands, although some believe that his and satellites have destroyed powerful forces. Thus, among numerous incredible rumors, legends have emerged that nourish people's imagination and retain memories of ancient times. Recently, when old rumors have almost disappeared, people who offer a single map that can open the way to mysterious treasures appeared in the new Sichuan. This map pointed to the missing treasures of the Li clan, and although it seemed incredible, he firmly argued that the only one who knew the truth by receiving the information from the departure of hidden dragons. He also read that it was because of this that they planned to steal the treasure card. After a few minutes of thought, he realized that Li Shamina and his son, Li Ju, seemed extremely strange, especially given the coincidence with the names with the emperor of the Tang dynasty, which he knew from the past. And after a moment, she covered it, opening new connections in this confusing chain of events. He tried to understand what the interlocutor meant about the abduction, and asked to repeat the explanation that all the details became clear. In a hidden market, people who came with the intention to sell a card to the Kani bandits said they received it by accident during a robbery of a neighboring farmhouse. Therefore, if they stole the card, you should be prepared for the fact that such methods can be used. He just wanted to ask Brother Chan if he was ready to take the risk and take this step. In his thoughts, he understood that the skill of martial arts, inherent in who could become the emperor of the vast empire, always aroused him of great interest. If this information is true, it is undoubtedly important, and it was ready to take all the necessary steps. Our hero has announced that the distribution of treasure will take place on the principle of 80 to 20, leaving most of them for performing the main work. He firmly stated that, having accomplished most of the tasks, he would receive the overwhelming proportion of treasures. Then, one of the participants suggested that Brother Chan receives 30% for his contribution, although the main part of the treasure and combat remained for our hero. Surprisingly, the interlocutor agreed, despite the limited understanding of the intricacies of martial arts, after which our hero stopped his speech for a short time. He stressed that the treasure card was not auctioned, which testifies to another design of the kidnappers. They may have already used the moment and purchased it. In the Lord Room of the Martial Arts, the Kinan clan, known as Jack Bloody Hawk, appeared people who reported where and what to buy. However, Lord asked if the Bloody Hawk had fallen blind, because he had to ask for information. The treasure map that belonged to the martial arts expert 2 years ago was now in their hands, which will undoubtedly be a great support for the clan Ji Shunduan, as Ji Choken noted. The Bloody Hawk was convinced that the legend of the disappearance of the Li clan, which happened 200 years ago, had already spread. This card pointed to the place of hidden treasure and martial arts. The Hawk doubted the truthfulness of the words, but the young guy strongly asked him to support the Shannon clan. However, even if the card is real, there were serious doubts about whether it can bring the necessary help in solving problems. Brush named Kam Jian told about the prospects that they suddenly opened before them, changing their plans at this crucial moment. All that was needed is to prevent the spread of rumors that could reveal the treasure hiding place, keep their secret. He understood that his success was accompanied by responsibility for unripe children, which brought endless troubles and disappointments. The drug, having taken and admiring the game of Clan Hebei, leaked a secret book, which soon led to his suicide a few months ago. Fortunately, the tragedy turned only to a suicide attempt, thanks to the intervention of a casual traveler who unraveled the situation. Sometimes the leakage of secret books is prevented by the decisive efforts of Lee, which has kept many important secrets. The darling nickname of the beloved son testified that the dignity of the clan was at the bottom, lost its power. Currently, the desire to succeed in preserving a worthy heir has raised doubts, since the older clan's elders did not approve of connections with the scoundrels from the secret market. The guy explained that the master, Jay, now addresses him as a fool, and old clan friends show him a clear inattention. The hawk screamed at the young owner, condemning the clutter in the clan, which fueled the uncertainty about further steps. Bride believed that the elders would easily resolve this issue, and the owner of the tower promised to keep a secret without giving details. If it remains uncertain about the case, the situation may worsen, as they need to keep the agreement unnoticed, keeping the secret. He felt that the brilliant boy, who from the very beginning tried to get him into the business, had his tricks. After reflection, he decided to proceed. The next day, among the glamour of the market, the events gained a new rotation, changing the course of affairs. The water owner, together with his friend, stepped slowly in the market rows, looking back in search of new finds. They discussed that the meaningless bandits were likely to be hiding, raising the price of the card because of greed, although no one knew about their links with the market. Our hero noted that they were already approaching a small hotel, where something important for the agreement may be hidden. The hotel was distinguished among all structures with its unusual architectural appearance, attracting the attention of passers-by. It was not just a large building in the secret market, but a carefully planned place where, according to the young boy, you can hide a person in the crowd. Soon they entered this hotel, ready for new negotiations in a quiet atmosphere. The atmosphere of the ordinary bar prevailed inside, where people tasted alcoholic beverages and discussed their affairs. Our characters took place at the table, preparing for important conversations and decision-making. The waiter approached them, and they ordered green tea together with fast food prepared immediately. The young owner paid attention to the boys in the right corner who played dominoes, and it seemed that they were watching them too carefully. Our hero cast a close look in that direction, trying to see the intentions of strangers. He suggested that these hopeless bandits that trade in blood have not yet performed the planned operation as expected. However, when the hero is distracted for a short time, the situation has suddenly changed, challenging the established plans of all present. The only question remains, what he was going to do, because every second he demanded quick and clear decisions. There were already 4 soldiers on the market, and given the possible threat, everyone knew, at any time, an attack could erupt. Chan was angry with his friend who constantly distracted him from important thoughts, complicating decision-making. Despite the contradictory words, his friend suggested simply watching and waiting for a favorable moment, possibly until the evening. For our hero, the day seemed extremely boring, but there was no choice. We had to endure, as his friend explained. Nevertheless, with an indifferent look, he paid attention to one important detail that could dramatically change the further course of events. Warriors from the market were side by side, whether 3 or 2. Their presence testified to their willingness to act in the event of danger. His friend did not understand what the VAT was, and tried to catch the meaning of his words in confusion. However, it was obvious that Chan was preparing some unexpected move that had to turn the situation. Suddenly, he hit the table and exclaimed, "This is a real demon," which instantly raised the overall tension. Bar entered the effect of the clan Jay. It is strange that such a young man appears here, raising doubts about the authenticity of the situation. Of course, such an appearance could cause problems, but when it comes to a real clan, everything may not be as it seems. Our hero, who added even more surprises, joined the group. He has recently appeared, leaving an ambiguous impression of his unexpected arrival. During one of the meetings, when they were nearby with the woman, he began to chase her, causing anxiety. He remembered that girl and night in the cave, when everything changed, leaving a trace in his memory. He also talked about her tragic death, which he had to do because of betrayal that changed his life forever. The cold made him into the bones, and although he tried to forget, the memories returned with renewed vigor. When the bloody hawk opened the map, it seemed to be true, giving hope for the missing treasures. He carefully explored the document, trying to understand whether it could be fake before making a decision. The material of the document was dated time when it still stored the seal of the Lee clan, which confirmed its authenticity. One of the bandits asked the hawk whether he carefully checked the document as promised, before agreeing to the agreement. After all, they were shown the goods in advance, and promised to give another 50% of the original amount to make the agreement more profitable. At this point, the money was already lying on the table, testifying the seriousness of the arrangement. They provided half of the original amount, 150 plots, and at the request, the agreement was supplemented by the bonds of the Empire for a small amount. The consequence, hearing that the map was real, wanted to look at it immediately, seeking to make sure that it is accuracy. In his thoughts, Hawk was convinced that it was only part of the truth until an exceptional proposal appeared. However, he noticed a strange traveler who stood quietly as if waiting for his chance. It was Chang'an, who was strangely appeared in the bar, drawing attention to his unusual appearance. And the worst part for our hero was that Hawk recognized him, which could be the beginning of new, unpredictable events. The Hawk stood up to greet the Vat warm, because they did not meet in this city for a long time, and the meeting promised to become an unexpected turn of fate. Suddenly, one of the warriors rushed to the Hawk, indignantly shouting, "What the hell are you taking, do you?" He immediately pulled out his sword, jumping over the Hawk, and tried to strike a deadly blow that could put an end to the battle. Our hero felt the tension of the battle pierced every cell, and every moment seemed crucial in this fierce fight. However, the Hawk responded quickly, blocking a mighty blow with his sword, demonstrating extraordinary skills in defense. He remained confused, not realizing who actually attacked the Hawk and what origin this attacker had. Subsequently, it turned out that the attacker was the famous killer named Yellow Paradise, whose reputation caused fear of many. In order to maintain peace in the secret market, the warriors persistently demanded that the attacker be forced to lower the weapon and reassure it. However, as soon as the attacker opened his mouth, the Yellow Paradise sword ruthlessly swept through his body, leaving a trace of deadly force. This blow was so accurate that he immediately condemned the attacker to death, stopping all his attempts to continue the fight. Before his death, he barely whispered, heard his accusations, "Are you not real scoundrels? What do you do? What do you do?" However, no one paid attention to his last words, because experienced warriors gathered around, focusing on fulfilling their mission. There was a trainee from the Pacific region, and at this point all its members strongly started completing the task. This step was the first, but decisive stage in a large operation, which was later stated by all participants proudly. Inspired by the feat of Yellow Paradise, they risked everyone to turn this place into ashes and pick up a card that could change the course of events. The friend of our hero suddenly jumped, not understanding what was happening, because despite the numerous guards, the opponents acted lightly. The Hawk, defending the imitative, persistently urged him to follow himself to unite the forces against an unexpected attack. He warned the enemies that they were waiting for great trouble if they dared to disturb the peace of this strategic area. Even among those who laughed, including a bloody Hawk from the clan, his words sounded like senseless promises, devoid of meaning. One of the scoundrels, holding the sword, mocked that, since everyone would ever die, the problems of their betrayal would not be public. However, a dark shadow appeared on the horizon that seemed to be more dangerous. This mysterious figure immediately rushed forward, joined the attacker to the ground, and mercilessly deprived his life. One of the warriors, looking sideways, remained in a misunderstanding that it could have happened so suddenly and unexpectedly. His face expressed deep fear, because the unknown and chaos penetrated into every corner of space. The young master suddenly joined the battle, scattering enemies on all sides and demonstrating his uncompromising force. His blows were so powerful that even the furniture in the building was destroyed by the restless rage which he radiated. With a bitter irony, he mocked the words of the enemy, who firmly believed that their death would not create any problems in the future. In the end, it was all that the scoundrels who were believed were doomed to death. No one could imagine what force he needed to own to pick up the life of the young owner Chan. It was a real challenge of fate. Suddenly, the battle of grandiose scale, where every second pulsated chaos and unbreakable strength of rivals. In the hands of the young warrior, the blue energy pulled, which he skillfully manipulated, creating an incredible effect in the unfolding fight. The glow of blue energy forced the enemies to stop embarrassed, watching the demonstration of a powerful power that envelops the space. He skillfully twisted the opponents, like toys, forcing them to rustle on one side to the other during a fierce battle. His golden eyes and a shining blue chakra gave him a significant advantage, exacerbating every blow in the raging battle. The enemies could not withstand such pressure, because its appearance instantly violated their calculations and scattered plans. The sword of one of the bandits flashed past the face of the hero, forcing him to instantly evade a deadly blow. However, his incredibly rapid and accurate movements made it easier to repel the attack, as if the light breath of the wind changed the course of the battle. Driving a decisive blow, the hero broke a successor who soon fell on the solid earth, losing all his strength. He ruthlessly broke the enemy's hand, throwing his sword that fell to the ground with a loud blow. Only by pulling the sword from the Naj, the hero immediately took control of the situation, demonstrating his invincible skill. After performing a lightning maneuver, he defeated 3 warriors, forcing one of them to stop the struggle immediately. For these bandits, its appearance became a real nightmare, destroying all their calculations and provoked chaos in the ranks of enemies. The bandit leader, feeling hopeless, retreated, realizing that their plans had broken up under the pressure of decisive resistance. Together with the security market, they rushed to the exit, trying to maintain control of the situation. The bandits realized that if ordinary soldiers opposed them, they coped. But the current resistance was too powerful. Suddenly, a new guy appeared in the bar, whose appearance made an unexpected turn into the battle, creating additional confusion among enemies. Chan approached one of the bandits, looking at him from the height of his experience, as if evaluating the weaknesses of the enemy. The warrior realized that the main task was to ensure the preservation of the treasure card, without which the future victory was impossible. He ordered his warriors from the Pacific officer to retreat immediately, collecting the wounded and preparing for new actions. The soldiers hastily gathered, rescuing brothers, and began to retreat, maintaining the opportunity to save the treasure card. The warriors of the Dark Assembly called them the Scoundrels, despite the inflicted Euron, which testified to the ruthlessness of their attacks. Chan looked carefully, analyzing just a clash and trying to understand all the details of the battle. The warriors of the Market Order gratefully turned to him, recognizing him as a real hero who saves the situation. Thanks to his decisive actions, he managed to evacuate clients and minimize losses by retaining strategic positions. Chan realized that although he did not want to interfere, his help saved his life, and the treasure card was probably already lost. He cast a close look at his friend, trying to understand why he smiled, as if he knew something crucial. A bold smile on the face of a friend reminded that he had just seen someone whose appearance made him believe in incredible coincidence. Somewhere in the middle of the narrow streets of the city, a figure appeared that soon had to influence the further course of events. The man who was hiding behind the web was slowly appearing, ready to intervene and change the dynamics of this fierce battle. They realized that in these narrow walls and old streets they hid, remaining outside the battlefield, and now they can stop to regroup before the next clash. The consequence could not comprehend who these crazy rags could be robbing the territory of the secret market. But the Hawk knew. These were not simple hooligans, but an organized group of strong soldiers. Whether they belonged to the forces of the powerful Shunduan clan remains a mystery, but their frank hostility testified that they were precisely against them. From the very beginning, watching the battle order in the hotel, they were waiting for the moment when the treasure card would be sold to suddenly strike. Hawk realized that from the very beginning, their purpose was to obtain a map, and the leakage of important information gave the opponents an unexpected advantage. In response, with a clear concern, the Hawk asked the seizure whether the map was at his disposal, because its presence was crucial. The consequence assured that everything is fine. The map is reliably stored in his pocket, and there is no reason to be anxiety. However, when he began to look for it, he realized horror that the card had disappeared, as if dissolved in the air, leaving him in despair. Not knowing how to explain this unspeakable, he felt the body of shaking, as if a premonition of an inevitable tragedy. His face faded, and sweat began to drain on his temples. He was sure that he put the card in place, but now it was nowhere to be. Somewhere in the dark forest, in an abandoned predator, a mysterious light flicked, as if notifying a hidden secret. One of the bandits, holding the treasure card, laughed at the futile fools that could not grasp its true value and power. These scoundrels from the ancient clan turned out to be nothing. As soon as they looked at the map, she immediately slipped out of their hands, revealing their powerlessness. The warriors could not believe the wit of his boss, who returned the treasure card, although the bloody Hawk was no doubt, and the son of a cheerful scoundrel named Jay Sanchon looked incredibly awkward. He quickly approached the awkward Jay Sanchon, and took the card at the moment when he was confused under the pressure of masked enemies, could not protect himself. Now it was clear. The card is real, and it was in their hands, opening up new opportunities for unknown achievements. They could not only resell the card for a favorable price, but also get treasures, money, and unique martial arts that gave them a strategic advantage. However, suddenly he was engulfed by anxiety. Something elusive worried him, forcing him to think about every further step. Unexpectedly, right side by side, a warrior who kept the sword appeared, and its appearance created additional tension in the atmosphere of battle. He began the attack, forcing several soldiers to fall on the floor, as if powerless before the relentless force of his blows. It was a young owner of the vat who arrived to ensure that justice would shine even in the full battle. By habit, Barbarian immediately reached for the sword, raging, "Who the hell is taken away? Came to me." His voice was heard as a challenge. However, before the attacker had time to reach the sword, the hero's fist at lightning speed punched him with a pleasure, leaving him without strength. He knocked his teeth out of the attacker with a powerful blow, forcing the pirate in the mask to fall defenselessly to the ground. As a stone that falls into the water, this scoundrel, hitting the cold floor, crashed, like a puppet, under the pressure of the hero's power. Then his friend, as if predicting the events in advance, went to the map and took it, knowing that it had to happen. After all, he always emphasized that the case was not simple. It was a treasure card, and he was convinced that her place here, among them. When he was asked how he found this place, he smiled mysteriously without revealing all the details of his cunning strategy. He explained that he knew where real treasures were hidden, because, being an experienced thief, he knew all the secret trails among the mountains and deserts. And at the time of the theft of the map, he watched how the same guy used the chaos, which covered the battle, as an opportunity to quickly grasp the card from the guards. The warrior realized that he was in the resolution of serious troubles, because his enemy exceeded his strength, and the situation required immediate action. He asked that the enemy stop the attack for a moment, and made it possible to negotiate to avoid further bloody massacre. Despite its danger, his only goal was to get a treasure, and even this bandit seemed to be sought to help him. The hero approached him, and remembered how, looking for Christian's base, opponents agreed too easily to cooperate, telling too much without any questions. Watching them, he realized that these feudal bandits, recently arranging a mess next to the new cell, clearly do not belong to the real forces. He wondered whether they realized that, as a result of their actions, they had already taken away the lives of several people, leaving behind the indelible trace of a crime. For a moment War stopped, delving into thinking about the consequences of his ruthless actions, and he realized that to allow this freak to survive would not cost him anything, so he immediately made a decisive decision. Our hero instantly grabbed the enemy's sword, preparing to strike an angry blow. At the moment when the opponent was going to strike, the hero directed his powerful fist in his direction. He struck an incredible, rugged blow that instantly dispelled the last resistance remnants. The power of this blow forced the enemy to fall defenselessly to the ground like a leaf blown away by a strong wind. It was striking to watch how his bare hands the hero made this corrupted freak, demonstrating his unwavering power. However, now the treasures they have gained were in their hands, and everyone is determined to take this favorable opportunity. The young master, opening the map, looked closely at her, trying to reveal all her hidden secrets, and he understood one important detail that made him feel unexpected. As if the cold had swept through all his life forces, he immediately turned to his friend John Guan, hoping to get an explanation of this mysterious situation. John Guan, smiling slightly, asked, "What happened, Brother Chan?" However, our hero did not stop only on the analysis of the actions of the enemy. He was not only interested in what was depicted on the map, but also which code protects it. Obviously, without the right code, they will never be able to completely decrypt the symbols, because this treasure card is created as a legacy for future generations, so that even their descendants can understand it. However, what to do in this situation? John Guan was aware that this inevitable result was already on the threshold, and the events were gaining decisive rotation. Finally, they will have to give a card to someone who can decipher it, because only a real master is able to reveal all its secrets. In the courtyard of an ancient rich family, there was an atmosphere of luxury and grandeur, where each stone was silently retaining the pages of ancient stories. The RHA, one of the warriors, reported to the patriarch, is unable to meet his gaze due to the bitterness of the failures. The patriarch, dissatisfied with the results of the operation, asked the warrior about the causes of failure, because the number of soldiers was insufficient. The warrior explained that everything went well if it was not for the intervention of a completely unknown expert, whose actions have ruined the plan. Because of its influence, the opponents were unable to properly organize the environment, which led to the defeat of the Jiaos clan and the loss of the treasure card. The warrior apologized. The patriarch could not understand who this mysterious expert and whether he could be a messenger from the imperial palace. The warrior added that he met him personally. He was not exactly the technique of educational and combat arts of the imperial army. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by another warrior with urgent news, forcing everyone to pay attention to his message. It turned out that someone stole the treasure card in the clan Jiaos, which threatened the entire operation of the operation. According to reliable information that managed to listen to the secret market, Yuns learned that the clan Juice knew the location of the treasure card. From this, it follows that these scoundrels suspect the Connell bandits who have come to sell the map and now need to be found. However, the Emperor believes that it does not matter who stole the map, A place for deciphering Bishop Li Shimin's code has already been determined. According to the Secret Maritime Union, only one person is able to decipher the treasure card in New Sichuan, so they will go there to catch the only person who knows all the secrets of the card. Having received a second chance, the warrior bounced with joy, hoping to buy his guilt and restore confidence. The Emperor knows that because of the hotel in the secret market, the attention of the public has already been attracted, so now everything should be extremely serious. In addition, everyone should understand that an unknown expert who caused many problems is also well familiar with the situation. This time the Emperor himself will go there to personally take the case. Having pulled his sword, the Emperor emphasized that no one should forget about their true purpose. He added that the heavenly mandate of the Han Dynasty is coming to an end. The captain of the Pacific Orthodox strongly stated that their era would soon come. Returning to the young owner, one could see how they stopped their horses on the outskirts of the city. They arrived in the remote areas of New Sichuan, where the unexpected atmosphere of change prevailed. According to John Guan, someone who can decipher the treasure card lives in a suburban area. Although this place seems quite unnoticeable, John Guan asked to trust because every story has his own truth, and he had no doubt about the honesty of his interlocutor. In addition, this person is the only one who is able to decipher the map, and yet he desperately needs money. Having knocked on the door, no one answered, as if everyone knew about something mysterious. Despite the numerous blows, the doors remained closed, increasing the alarm. Suddenly, the door opened slightly, and the voice from the outside asked, "What kind of nonsense?" When Yan Guan entered and exclaimed Lien, he did not notice that someone was watching him quietly behind the door. Suddenly, Yan Guan was grabbed for the side, not giving any chance to resist, and threw on the cold floor of the room where ruthless silence prevailed. He was ruthlessly thrown to the ground, leaving only the echo of the restless cry of betrayal. A sharp axe was attached to his neck, which, as if cutting through the air, brought with it the cold of the feeling of inevitable punishment. The woman, stubbornly looking into his eyes, was holding an axe near her neck and coldly announced, "You, Jiangan, a piece of blunt shit!" However, he stopped her, in surprise trying to understand whether she really went crazy about whether it was only a stormy splash of emotions. She was crowded with rage. Remembering how she trusted him, leaving everything she had, she now wanted to take revenge, as if his existence was a fault for death. Jian Guan pleaded to stop, asking, "Why did you do so if I did everything I asked?" But she, covered with crazy rage, shouted, "Damn, can you finally do something?" as she asked to bring the team to break the host market. However, the point was that it was not Yang Guan. He secretly planned to steal the card at night, hiding his intentions in the shadow. He threw his finger, demonstrating that he brought with him a useful sword she insisted to ensure the safety of surgery. At this point, all the views stopped at the young owner of Chani, and the crowd kept breathing, waiting for the next turn of fate. Our hero was aware that the relationship between them became incredibly tense, bordering with absolute chaos. Well, he had to put up with these vain fools, because he himself chose communication with them without having another choice. The woman did not believe that there was at least one among them, and screamed, "Blind, Jangan!" Logically, feeling betrayal in every word. In order to avoid her rage, Jian Guan showed a treasure card that he brought under the terms of the contract, hoping to save the situation. When she first saw the map, she wrapped her breath, as if she realized that she could be the key to a long, standing dream. And now, understanding all the unsuccessful situation, she felt the need to apologize for the potent spectacle that happened because of the organized trick of Jian Guan. It was a truly amazing sight. A vat appeared as a wandering warrior, and Jian Guan was indignant that that bitch simply pulled the tops to his neck without checking everything properly. However, the point was that her head was painfully hurting. The events of the day turned the entire indoor market upside down, and she was sure that Jian Guan had been making many chaotic affairs. Despite her accusations, they were dealt with by canny bandits who tried to assign a treasure card and brought it here, because it could really be deciphered. The girl was convinced that she was her life mission. From the very beginning in the secret market, she was shown a copy to confirm her underlying, and she knew it was a real card. She recognized her at first glance. It was a map of the treasure of a mine, which she could not completely decipher because of fear of the eyes of the secret market, but had already revealed half. The residual part is deciphered quickly, so let no one worry. There is very little time left to complete the unraveling. Suddenly, our hero heard a strange sound from the street that cut the silence, causing unexpected anxiety. He felt the powerful energy of an unknown warrior who swept through the space, like an electrical discharge, signaling the approaching danger. Jian Guan did not understand what was happening and asked loudly, What is it here? What is happening? The young owner Vaughn became interested in whether she was really able to decipher the treasure card, and whether someone except for people of the secret market know about it. The girl firmly stated that she was known as a real specialist, because other specialists in this matter simply do not exist. The young owner, holding his sword firmly, was convinced of her outstanding skills, because her services were sought by numerous clients impressed by her skill. And when the door was swollen, they saw a huge army lined up at the entrance, holding the torches, whose burning lights healed the approach of a new battle. Opening the door, he met them with a close look, as if warning about the inevitable answer. Before him were the warriors in the yellow masks, who attacked the territory of the secret market, seeking to obtain treasures. Chan went outside, full of determination to protect everything related to this business. He fearlessly approached the enemy's army, is ready to answer their questions and defend his position. The Emperor of the Pacific officer watched him closely, recognizing in it the same unreasonable scoundrel. However, his way out was unexpected. Warriors with meadows were ready, silently waiting for any movement. One of the warriors remembered that he had seen him recently, and this familiar image caused instant suspicion. The report on a mysterious expert, who was repeatedly mentioned, showed that his presence was important. The meeting with this expert meant that he was not just an endless passerby, but a player in great intrigues. The Emperor got off his horse, preparing to take part in the situation in person. Presenting himself as a member of the Pacific, an organization created in the name of freedom and justice on the new continent, he declared his intentions. He demanded, "Give the treasure card, and we will release you immediately without using the strength." The young Master Vat emphasized that in such a situation there was no other opportunity to survive, and asked if the treasures for life were more important. At this point, the woman, along with John Guan, felt the excitement filled every cell of their body. Chan appealed to the Emperor for hoping to obtain permission for one important service. The Emperor agreed without hesitation, demonstrating unwavering determination. Our hero called him Jan Duke, a name that first heard in his ears, causing surprise. Despite the harsh words, he quickly apologized, because he wanted to ask questions rather than laugh. He then answered his sword, clearly demonstrating his determination. Chan gave up a further conversation, because his attention was focused on the case with a treasure card. The Emperor reached for his sword, realizing that the can behaved as a real senseless, which caused his indignation. His warriors immediately took a fighting position, preparing for a decisive clash. The archers lifted the arrows, straining them in their readiness to impress the enemy. The young owner, looking directly into the eyes of the enemy, closely analyzed every detail of the surrounding fight. He appreciated the situation in the same way as the Emperor, which increased the tension in the air. Suddenly, the earth stood in the middle of the army, as if nature itself warned of the approach of the catastrophe. All those present were eliminated by their breath, feeling the world around the world. The sounds of hooves of the horses of the army, cut the silence like a roar of thunder that was approaching inevitably. The warriors were approaching, carrying with them all the storm of the storm, despite nothing. The consequence was loudly shouted that enemies were real parasites. Namely, at this point, Jesse Jong and the representatives of the Shinduan clan arrived to break their dirty plans. The clan came into battle unexpectedly, joining a fierce confrontation with the Pacific, challenging enemies with its uncompromising force. An incredible battle unfolded in the place, where every blow and every drop of sweat testified about the determination and courage of the soldiers. The fierce confrontation of two powerful sections on the treasure card pulled through energy, which raised the spirit and increased the tension in the hearts of the fighters. At this crucial moment, our hero stood like a stone, and realized that a real hellish chaos had unfolded around, turning into a solid meaninglessness. Suddenly, he was addressed with great reverence, like a real warrior, which is distinguished by his courage in this ruthless battle. It was an incident who ruthlessly demanded a punishment for all traitors who stole the treasure card and jeopardized his honor. However, as a result of confusion, he did not notice how one of the Pacific soldiers penetrated into his rear, which could reveal his strategy. He was rescued by an unknown daughter-in-law who defeated the enemy with fury, saving the situation at the most critical moment of battle. With an exciting face, she asked how he felt and was able to survive among the chaos that covered everything around. However, the hero was a little angry that he was rescued by a woman, and coldly said that she could keep herself better without interfering with his business. The battle acquired a new scale, turning into ruthless chaos, where every blow decided the fate of the whole battle. The Emperor watched the events closely, realizing that the secret market was joined by the J clan, which tried to defend the ancient plans, which caused his dissatisfaction. The report on the small number of the enemy made the Emperor think that excessive aggression could cost life. So we need to protect the strength for a future great cause. Despite everything, the priority target remained unchanged, to keep the treasure card, which should be kept at any cost. A young man appeared on the horizon who, deprived of control of his post, managed a branch of the new market, and now everyone will have to pay the price for violation of the rest of the territory. The nearest blow was directed against the Army of the Pacific, a real test, because the number of arriving soldiers was striking. A well-known expert, a former hunter for criminals, has been rumored by more than 50 factions of chaos demons, which added to him the legendary glory among the opponents. He came here, despite the careful intelligence of the enemy and numerous troops, to personally destroy the action of a wild pitch of the robber from the main group of opponents. He commanded, "Let the enemies not hide behind their subordinates, but will come out openly to get a chance to compete with him on fair conditions." It was at this point that the Emperor came forward, falling into the horizon to stop chaos and establish a strict order in the battle. Looking at his warriors, he ordered not to interfere, focusing on the main purpose and preserving combat discipline. The warriors exchanged vigilant views, evaluating the power of the enemy, and everyone prepared for the inevitable clash that their fate resolved. Bishop of Secret Merchants understood that the plan was to return at least a few enemies alive, which, although it was commendable, caused his disappointment because of a critical situation. He acknowledged their righteousness and allowed his subordinates to survive. But the illusory peace should not be expected due to the unfolding of true chaos. The Emperor firmly decided to eliminate the Lord of the Dark Merchants with his army, as it will avoid future problems and will be a great strategic step. Bishop of Dark Merchants covered the excitement, because the enemy, though young, seemed too self-confident and had no power to withstand his power. Before him was a bandit sword, whose combat skills seemed small against the backdrop of large-scale events that had to unfold. Moreover, he doubted the military skill of this sword, not believing that he had at least minimal combat skills. Suddenly, the Emperor demonstrated incredible power that exceeded all expectations, lifting fear and admiration among those present. His sword, like the continuation of his soul, radiated an incredible aura that filled each cell of the body with unbreakable power and grandeur. It was incredibly impressed by the enemy, making the latter feel completely powerless in front of the unmatched mastery of the opponent. The body of the Shadow Merchants began to tremble, demonstrating the true art of battle, which caused fear and respect for all present. The bishop, notwithstanding the tension, fell to the ground before the Emperor, demonstrating the classical technique of possession of the sword, which became his business card. The Emperor approached the fallen bishop and, turning to the clan Jia, asked if he intended to continue the battle, despite the loss of the enemy's power, closely calling him a hanging pig Jia's clan. The Emperor believed that he was only able to indulge in empty, without showing any combat skills. However, it was then that a hawk appeared on the horizon, who voiced his name, declaring his participation in the battle. He confidently stated that he could be defeated by any expert like a sword dushagub, with only one crumbly blow. One of the commanders noted that the hawk had urgent affairs, so the bloody hawk asked if he was allowed to retreat to take another important position. The Emperor was amazed at the event, and the bloody hawk himself wasted about saving his life, understanding the extent of approaching danger. However, he retreated, giving way to his principles, because he did not want to shed blood in vain. Otherwise, the enemies would not have a different way out other than to fight for the last breath. At this point, the Emperor hid his sword in the knife, symbolically marked the break in the fighting. He retreated with his assignment, announcing that at the next meeting with enemies he would ruthlessly destroy them. But so far, not today. At that time, one of the warriors asked the hawk why he did so, given that even their manager was mercilessly killed, and why the enemies were allowed to leave. The bloody hawk replied that the mysterious secret market distorts the evaluation of things, and because of this, the actions, as it, seem inevitable. If he saw the technique used by the Emperor, he probably knows that she belongs to a special school of martial arts, where power is combined with skill. Let's move to the young owner who tirelessly followed the course of events, analyzing every detail of the battle. The warriors temporarily retreated from the battlefield to take a short break and collect forces for further action. Jian Guan looked at the horse Chan, amazed at how he remains alive after a long gallop, because this horse, obviously, had special endurance. Then Chan turned to Lin, questioned whether everything was fine with her after a tense clash. They must have at least an approximate idea of the further path to be able to decipher the treasure card. The girl believes that a small break will help them to navigate. Jian Guan laughed when he noticed that Lien had a little ashamed of the sight of the vat, which seemed to be severely angry. The young master was interested in who those people are in the masks. But Jian Guan, looking at the chaos, confessed that he had heard nothing about the yellow rod among the madmen. Most likely, it was another wave caused by a distorted story that filled the space with disorder and embarrassment. The fact is that the Tang's clan, along with its emperor, wound a lot of intrigue, which led to a real chaos in the market. However, Chan still has not been able to completely decipher the map, although he identified a common place where a real property should probably be hidden. The girl explained that her investigation was shown. In about a week, south of the center, there are mountains that hide important secret. These are Chenhun Mountains, and it is, according to legends, that is a real treasure awaiting his opening. Everything was wrapped in a burning fire, which burned everything until the last fragment, leaving only ash and ruins. Even after the crossing of thousands of kilometers of the ocean and survival in a foreign country, those unhappy bad spent decades to finally find them. In the end, everything was decided. Fate fit into a clear scenario that defined their further path. On the day when everything was burned, it gained enough energy to revive its clan from old ruins with the usual means. He will never forgive and will certainly take revenge that the imperial bastards have made against him, fleeing like damned dogs. At this point, a woman asked if he was in order, and he only explained that he had been untouched for a moment. He was told that traces that lead to a place where, according to the assumption, were kept ancient secret. Judging by all signs, this place indicated huge mountains, symbols of power and indomitable nature. These were really mountains, widely known for their power and mystical legends, passed on from generation to generation. The young owner burned Custer at night and announced that tomorrow at dawn they would go on a new trip as soon as they finally rest. Everyone said that the warrior John was a truly amazing expert, whose martial art was the most boldest. However, the girl doubted, because she never saw him in battle, though she heard about his incredible exploits. John Guan believed that all these people, given by John Gaon, acted with confidence, but their business raised doubts. The girl was amazed by his adhesive confidence, because he seemed to be going to fight a huge army one-on-one. Fortunately, everything ended, and Lean felt relieved, because she believed that it was a wise decision. Despite the appearance of enemies from the J clan, he really wanted to get the secret books of the Li clan to become stronger than he is now, no doubt. Moreover, he was increasingly interested in a person who called himself Li Shamin, who was told that he was an absolute expert. Whether he was simply an investigator of the imperial power, as recorded in historical books, whether he had second plans, it caused a great surprise. Understanding the importance of opportunity, Chan went to test the truth of this story on his own, full of determination. Lien was amazed. She never expected that there would be a person who would be so deeply interested in a business that it could change their future. However, Chan couldn't help but ask, "Why did you put all your property in this case from the beginning? What is the true cause of your actions?" He stood up and ordered, "Don't follow me!" Since his ears were extremely sensitive at night, he wanted to ask the question, "Why?" He added, "Why didn't these scoundrels that now have not attacked me before?" At this point, the Pacific Rubej appeared. They formed the environment as if they knew exactly what they were doing. The warriors were convinced that their opponent was a real war master who destroyed dozens of people in his own eyes, and planned to attack him as soon as he fell asleep or began to talk to someone from his assignment. However, this time he was vigilant enough to find them. Unlike the chaotic atmosphere of the hotel, which was dominated by the J clan and the secret market, he seemed himself as a single but unwavering personality. Despite his experience, it is difficult to imagine that he will be able to cope with a combined attack of several groups at the same time. The Pacific Missing Lower wanted this scoundrel vagina to die right here. These words caused a powerful emotional reaction in our hero. However, he did not understand why the enemies did not attack, but only waiting for him to release his aura from the sword. At this point, his warriors who had rest before woke up, feeling that something extraordinary was beginning to happen. This moment seemed to move them into memories when they saw their home flared up with fire. Once upon the rebellion, they managed to restore energy and revive their clan with the necessary tools. The warrior who was near the woman proclaimed, "We will take revenge on this tyrannical emperor and his greed, which destroys everyone in his path." As the master's ball warned, she, sobbing, called, "Let everyone follow me to the very end and never give up." All together wept, and despite future troubles, promised to help her, clutching her allegiance. And here, at this point, the man who was legend woke up to voices, "Get up, bastard!" Before him stood Lien and John Guan, smiling, saying, "Look, this embarrassed scoundrel rests as if nothing had happened, and surprised that he had broken our peace." The warrior, as soon as he was waking up, barely remembered how he threatened the vision. But now he could not comprehend what had happened. All he felt was a dazzling sword glow, whose blow shook all their bodies and forced his eyes. The realization that he loses consciousness at the hands of a person who did not even come into battle with him filled him with anger. The young master approached him, noticing that the warrior had not yet restored consciousness. He asked what happened to his subordinates. They, as if immersed in a coma, remained in the same place but were tightly bound. The warrior could not comprehend how 10 people managed to destroy and bind. Chan convinced that now it is not time to understand the details, and then everything would become clear. He noted that this was the 3rd time they were imposed on him. Chan tried to keep the situation under control to avoid constant damage, because the fate of this warrior depended on his words. "What is the true essence of our Pacific?" he asked with passion. At first, the warrior was silent, but when he saw the aura near the hand of the young owner, he finally confessed that they were seeking to gain freedom for their organization. Although this answer did not satisfy everyone, Chan doubted his every word. Such a sweet story, like dogs, could not be true. Then he strongly changed the topic of conversation. "Who is this young master, their lord, whom he grunts everything in a dream?" said Chan. And this issue made the warrior's blood to solidify. At this point, their operator suddenly jumped on a horse. He was aware of what it was for. An incredible energy was throbbing from him, because he could not allow this moment to start the complete destruction of his clan. He was quietly approaching the client behind, watching his job. After the vat forced the warrior to confess to the truth, he did not give up, but was much more durable than our hero expected. Even the armor of the Black Dragon would not be able to withstand more than one powerful blow. However, the warrior of the Pacific only laughed, enjoying the situation. He laughed, although he was not in the perfect shape, and boldly stated, "Let him try to break me. Even if my body breaks into pieces, I will never give up before such a bastard." Then Yanggak decided that his brother Chan was exaggerating and ordered him to look at himself. He showed a vat what he found among their things, a beetle of Beck, who, regardless of views, did not correspond to the appearance of things that could belong to a bandit group. Lian quickly pulled out the token because she wanted to consider it. At first glance, he looked like an identification plate used by noble families or sects, and she determined that it was a Beck family. The girl quickly found that the token belongs to the Beck family. Despite this, no one was fully convinced whether she had identified it correctly. She may be wrong, but Lian was convinced that it was a real Beck family. However, she could not understand how possible, because the Beck family disappeared for a very long time. She may not know something, especially when she was holding a thing that belonged to a clan that had to disappear. Like the Li, who disappeared, the Beck's family was completely destroyed by the Imperial Army. About 40 years ago, they were destroyed by conspiracy from the murder of the previous emperor, which led to mass extermination. And this token really resembled the Li family. If the imperial court expelled them, it was the only way out. Although the rest of the story is even more tragic. Lian said that just 15 years ago, in one night, the imperial army of the current emperor mercilessly destroyed all representatives of the Beck family, revealing their true essence too late. Many Beck family members died the same day, and it is difficult to believe that at least some remnants of the Beck family have survived in the last 20 years. Because it has happened so long ago, the young owner received all the information you need and realized why this warrior was so harmed. He was probably one of the few who survived from the ruins of the once noble family, retaining his strength in spite of everything. She heard that the whole family, including the young speaker, died that day. However, if this guy managed to survive in the middle of chaos, the question arises, was he really not among the dead? The young master approached the warrior, obviously hearing their conversation, and asked if he could tell something, because his trembling testified to a deep declassification. Our hero did not worry because the main facts were already clarified, but he was surprised why this warrior still remained so stubborn. He grabbed the warrior by his head, lifting him, and was surprised to find that this scoundrel had already died. Then he approached, watching the warrior carefully losing his life so quickly. Lian explained that the key is a point on the meridian, located in the center of the chest where the heart is located. Undoubtedly, it was extremely cruel. He pressed on that point, not to betray his ruler. The last words that the warrior said before his death was heard as, "A vat is a real bastard." It was a martial art capable of destroying his own meridians, and if the warrior really used it, we can assume that his family was merciless. At the same time, it was reminiscent of a long-standing tradition. When, having revealed the name of his family, the man chose self-killed without hesitation to keep his master's secret. However, Chan could not comprehend who these wasted warriors were, and whether it was worth dying for the name of a young massacre, whom he so strongly defended. Yonggak decided to distract Chan for at least a moment, because no matter how much he thinks, they need to save the situation as soon as possible. If they are still delayed, the rest of the team will soon find them, because the enemies are inevitably persecuted by anyone who is delayed. However, this cannot be argued. They need to complete the case and move on. After a while, the Pacific Army was found dead. Perhaps the captain and his team were founded during the chase for those scoundrels who hid the treasure card. What was the force that forced the whole launch to lose consciousness at the same time? This remained unclear, so they had to take steps to bury General Gan Unga and restore strength. The Emperor was very worried about what had happened. He could not allow at least one of the 5 to die in this fight, though he knew that the battle would be difficult. It was because of this that Johnson decided to act. Probably, they forgot how much time they spent on a dirty work for the owner of Murim, the cunning old man who knew his true person but refused to provide support. The Emperor could not understand whether he could cover the consequences of their failure for the family. The girl standing nearby asked if the Gavung really wanted it. But the Emperor could not understand why she was saying so, and whether she would allow this warrior to die in vain. You are not yet aware that the Gavung did not simply so that the young master protects the safety, but had a much deeper intention. If he utters at least one word against their mission, he immediately makes them here and now. Wasting time, the Emperor reached for his sword instantly. Family is not just a word. It is a big family, connected by a common destiny and blood from birth, and no one can avoid their fate. We need to sacrifice everything we have in order for the family to be honored in this world. We return to the G clan, which, together with the hawk, searches the room of Lean, where she lived in the forest. The consequence could not understand what was looking for in this room. They, in fact, had to begin pursuit on their own. But the hawk ordered the young owner to trust him, because if they rush on their own, they would only destroy themselves. They sent an alarm to the main family of Shin Sachan for urgent reinforcement, which should appear until tomorrow. Hawk believed that the victims should be evacuated immediately, and to stop the time for stupid problems. But the consequence was worried that the enemies would be the first to get to the treasures. Despite the fact that the consequence values enthusiasm, reckless rush can lead to mistakes that must be corrected first. Are treasures more important than the life of a consequence? After all, the hawk emphasized how he almost died because of recklessness just a few hours ago. Suddenly, the daughter-in-law of the young owner turned to him, because she found an extremely interesting document. He was hidden under the table in a specially equipped box, and she immediately found it. Then, when the hawk looked at the document, he said that it is likely that it would be able to reassure the anxiety of the young owner and the effect. This is likely to help reduce the alarm of the young owner and the effect. It was a manuscript that the writer used to decipher the treasure card, and now she was in their hands. Traveling further, the young owner noticed that Lien looks extremely tired. She explained that everything was fine, but 3 days of continuous work depleted her strength. However, Lien is convinced that their hard work will inevitably bear fruit, and every minute will pay off. If they reach that distant hill, they will soon be able to climb the Hong, which will bring them closer to the goal. Even as a last resort, in 2 days they will reach their goal. It was simply incredibly and inspiring. Yonggak only thought of treasures and wealth, and Lien noticed that the horses were looking in the rest, and they would soon have to find time to relax. Senj is sure that there is at least one place where the night will be much more comfortable than the usual open-air night. An abandoned house like an old budnock appeared on the horizon, and they decided to spend the night there to relax. When the group ran, Yonggak began to laugh with Lien, who instead thought about how strangely washing the dishes in such an abandoned place of vat. At the same time, Chang wanted to ask Yonggak about meeting Lien, but did not understand why this topic was getting important right now. However, the look of the young owner forced Yonggak to answer quickly. This is a simple story. As an enemy, a fake Monet, who works with us from time to time. Yonggak did not want to tell it openly, especially behind his back. But the circumstances forced him to tell the truth. It works on Asman Sang, but it is called generous work, because its owners order huge projects. In her opinion, she could engage in relics and textbooks, because she needs money, and her method of copying allows you to create false relics for profit. Usually Yonggak headed her to pick up the relics, take them out and sell them, sharing the profit equally. However, he asked Chan to keep it secret from Lien. Everything was clear, but where Yonggak was going, it remained a mystery. Yonggak explained that Lien told him that it would take a couple of days, and they went so hastily that they did not even bring proper food. They had no accessories. He is about to go and collect herbs or some animal at the late hour to meet urgent needs. Yonggak assures that there is a place in about 2 hours from here, where he will be able to find the right things. although the young master does not understand why he became so all-income. But Yangak explained that it is just a duty for him. He has to earn his share, and this is a minimum he can do. He even promised to look for tabak for the young owner of the vat, if in that place it was possible to find him, and our hero escorted him with his close look, silently supporting the hope of new achievements. Our hero thought, what happens to the scoundrel that suddenly starts acting without order? Behind him was the person who felt their stocks of food and water were almost exhausted. However, she had no idea where Yangak would get the necessary resources at this time. Chan realized that Lin probably heard their conversations, because her name was mentioned constantly. But how could she miss it? He was wondering if he disappointed with Lin, learning the truth about her. But Chang himself did not consider himself an example of perfectness. Lin felt he was lying and insisted on honesty, because she did not like compassion and pity. It is a place where she was born has always had particular importance to her. Everything went not at all. Nothing happened as expected. From her childhood, she was fascinated by stories about the ancient noble families that her father told. And it was then that she began to dive into the legends of the relics of the new continent. She soon acquired a variety of research artifacts, and one of them was extremely important for Amsang. She realized that she had to pay off the debt to this scoundrel, but could not give the money, and because of this she was dependent on him, which spoiled her research and deprived the opportunity to fulfill her father's last desire. Her father was fervently interested in noble families, although he had no choice. The restoration of lost treasures of the family, which disappeared 100 years ago, became the cause of her father's life. These words struck the young owner because they were deep. The ability to decipher Jana's map did not derive from her broad knowledge of relatistics, but from the fact that she is a distant descendant of the genus Li Semin. The first time Amsang showed her a map of Jana, she was shocked. The codes on her were perfectly in line with her father's records. She believed that it was the last chance given by heaven, and the idea that she was really a sort of Li filled her with power. If she were able to receive this inheritance, she would have extinguished the debt to Amsang and put an end to a pity that forced her to work in the dark room to raise funds for the plan. The young master believed that she would soon find everything he needed, and when he heard her story, he wanted to congratulate her on the restoration of lost family treasures. However, Lian said that she always thought, and her faith was unwavering. Not surprisingly, she looked restless, because, as she said, her family barely had time to escape from the devastating fate that happened 3 days ago. The person who attacked them 3 days ago without hesitation gave their lives. It was not just to save the honor of the nobility, but the proof that the family who had to perish for a long time remained alive. This made Lian to think that the true nobility of the clan requires a willingness to go to extreme sacrifices for the sake of maintaining family honor. For the young owner, the word family, power, home was heard with special logic. It was the basis of his being. Such a device, formed by blood and traditions, bears great power, because family values and dedication becomes a decisive choice. The family can be left if the choice requires this, as our hero did. And then Lian asked, "Is there a Chang family still?" The hero felt inconvenience because he came from a well-known family of merchants. But numerous conflicts in his youth forced him to leave his family after 10 years and start wandering on the new continent lonely. For Lian, it seemed strange, whether he feels any regret or fear, because he could live comfortably, not choose the path of the skate. However, our hero knew that if he assured that he would not regret anything, he would lie. In the end, despite the pain, he continued his journey and went on. He abandoned all obligations and responsibility by choosing the life of the skate. At any time he could die, whether the sword or freezing in the middle of the endless field. However, it was his only choice, and he had to accept it, continuing his life without having a different way. That's all he wanted to tell himself, frankly outlining his story. The Lian, who was stunned to tears, laid her hand on the hero's face, calling him a true fighter for freedom and unbreakable. That morning, after a romantic night, the hero woke up, and she asked why it was so early. Because there was no time to explain. It was urgent to go and move forward. Given the absence of John Guana, the young master believed that the enemies could catch him, but Lian firmly believed that they were ahead of opponents who were chasing them tirelessly. However, Lian decided to prepare the horses, and he went to explore the outskirts. Stopping him for a moment, she said with sadness, "The card disappeared, it is gone." She was convinced that she put her in a bag before the evening washing the dishes. And then the hero remembered. When John Guan departed, he stole something secretly from the bag. He felt confidence with a cunning smile, but in his eyes anxiety flashed. He rapidly moved towards where he planned, without looking back, which was a clear sign. That unprincipled son stole a treasure card. I couldn't hold back my anger at Yangak, and he screamed so malice that even to break this bastard into pieces would not be enough for his cheeky deeds. Chan insisted that he was guilty of it. He was stupid, too relaxed next to Shenik. Lien did not even imagine that he would come here only to pick up treasures only for himself, and our hero thought about it for a moment. However, Lien did not understand what he meant. Chan then told her about the Dark Dragon Unit, a secret organization that deals with the continents, although she could not understand why he remembered it. In addition, the girl learned that this dude Yangak is part of the Dark Dragon assignment, and that was a lot shocked. She thought it was impossible. Why did the Empire hire such a pity fraud and a thief? Chan also responded to it, but in any case, the truth was indisputable. If he created this chaos in the Lonely because of his own greed, the enemies could just chase after him and pick up treasures, but if he actually acted on the secret order of the Dark Dragon, then for the family, Li would not work in their favor. And jumping on the horses with Lian, they immediately went there. The girl could not restrain her emotions. She swore that as soon as the bastard could even crack treasure, she would break the skull. And when they catch that scoundrel, they will finally give him a lesson. It should have happened in the territory of the Zhou clan, near their leader's tent. The young landlord has come to the fore. He listened as he was called a reckless young fool of a noble kind, which constantly does some bullshit. The head of the clan reproached him that the guy had lost about 100 gold coins in a moment, and before he allowed the soldiers to die in vain. Now he persistently demanded that they mobilize their elite army overnight. The head was convinced that this young man was a complete fool that threatened to destroy their family, and repeated again and again that it was a chance that they could not lose. Although it was partly true, they found a fragment of a treasure card left by those who once decrypted it, and it was a real chance. If they managed to defeat those bandits and capture treasures, they are more than compensated for their losses, because they are the treasures of the Li family themselves. Even if the branch of the Bloody Hawk confirmed it, then it is not deception. So, the speakers were in a hurry. And it was necessary to hurry with elite warriors, because it was a key to their further path. But, well, now everything is gaining meaning. And Uncle suddenly exclaimed that the rumors had already dispersed among the soldiers. He added that their successor trembles against fear of these bandits, and this is clearly impossible to ignore. As if he was already called soundless, it was little. He was now mocked, calling his pant. Uncle mocked, asking if the warriors would be able to trust such a fool again and make him a leader. Despite this, he kneeled and begged for another chance, promising to prove that he had strength and dignity. He was convinced that he would certainly overcome these thieves and return the treasures of Li's family, restoring her honor. However, his uncle was convinced that his actions would only be ridiculed, and he would again become the object of abuse. He had to take the situation in his own hands and personally eliminate the source of dishonor. Uncle asked if she was a group that had already gathered in front of all the warriors, and that they should return, bringing the head of that bandit leader as proof. It was the only way to keep the young leader's position. If he fails, he will not only lose his title, but his name will be erased from the family register forever. The successor was aware that it was a solid madness to get the enemy's head and even destroy it. This warrior was not just a man. He was a real monster. He cut even the head of the secret compartment with one blow, which, according to his uncle, condemned him to death. The successor could not imagine that the situation had fallen into such a fool. If everything continues, he would lose everything, his consequence, title, and possibly he would be kicked out of the family. It was a real madness. After all that remained is death. Suddenly, his bride interrupted his thoughts, reporting that reinforcement from the house was ready for deployment. She also noticed that the young master was injured in the forehead. Not understanding how it happened, she guessed that he may have been near the head of the outer hall. The successor then asked if she had heard that they had discussed earlier. She replied that she had not heard anything, and only carefully wiped his forehead from the blood to stop the bleeding, not wanting to argue. She remembered that the elder told her that the head of the external hall had been upheld, but the successor himself did not understand why he did not express that he should succeed in this mission. Regardless of what happens, it will always remain nearby, supporting it even in the most difficult moments, giving an unbreakable resistance that inspires the fight. The successor sincerely thanked her for the loyalty, but in his heart still throbbed a mixture of doubts and pain, which did not rest even in the most difficult minutes. Soon a bloody hawk appeared on the horizon, who was looking for a young owner, like an axe that was cut through darkness, bringing echoes of ancient battles. The guy became interested in what brought him here, trying to solve the riddle of an unexpected appearing in the middle of the battle. He reported that the patrol sent to check the situation returned and seems to find something that could change the course of events on the battlefield. He was most pleased with the fact that one of the groups received a fragment of the map that brought them here, and a small lag of the enemy gave hope for success. Young Lord suggested that the pursuit start immediately, until too late, and to go in the direction of the enemy with complete determination. He asked the total number of fighters. He was told that about 30 soldiers, including the forces of the secret unit, arrived from the main house. Despite all the difficulties, the young master must maintain his honor and prove his place in the sun, because it is the basis of his heritage and strength. Returning to Yangak, who was running through the desert, he asked his horse not to give up and run faster, because their union is in great danger. He constantly hit his head, not understanding why it was acting and for what reason he made such a self-drinking decision. He would have a chance to live longer, but he put himself in an incredible threat with his recklessness. He remembered the moment when the imperial leader came to him, hearing that he was related to the map of the treasures of the Li family, which numerous rumors went. She was in words that he would not relax, reminding that if the card is real, it is part of the departure of a dark dragon. This meant that he should prove his loyalty, bringing that treasure for them, because his mission was crucial. She gave him a chance, but demanded, first and foremost, to follow the original plan based on the treasure card. If the map is really real, then all the records related to the Li family, whether diaries or martial arts textbooks, were to be deleted. He had to delete this information to maintain control of the rest of the treasures. With his eyes closed, he could dispose of them freely, hoping for at least partial success after all problems. He was aware that he organized the things he had passed quite smoothly. He had a deception to steal a map, which became a decisive step. He then burned Chan, who met with secret merchants during the case, which greatly simplified their mission. And then, not ready to leave the vat lonely, he began to be nervous, realizing that at any moment there should be treasures, a signal to an action that he cannot ignore. According to the plan, the treasures had to be nearby, which further reinforced his alarm and forced his tension, because success depended on the accuracy of the calculations. He looked closely at the majestic mountain. I am sure that family treasures were hidden somewhere in the remote ridge. If the guests are already approaching, it must be on a check, ready for any action.